To prove that I obey the beautiful master's orders. The green tea junior brother actually asked to abolish your cultivation in public. I thought you would resist. But you just smiled faintly. Okay. I will give you all my cultivation. As you say this, you set off the meridians in your body. Accompanied by a bang. Zhou Tong's momentum fell to the bottom again, and he completely became an ordinary person. This scene was transmitted to everyone through the heavenly image. No matter how far away they were, people's expressions were extremely shocked. The peerless genius who won the conference of all the sects was destroyed just like that. What a joke. He is so determined, it seems he is completely disappointed, some old men said regretfully. What a courage. Not everyone has the guts to start over again. We can only say that he is a genius. Others also praised Zhou Tong. What kind of courage? It's ridiculous. In my opinion, he is just a kid who doesn't know how to adapt. He is easily broken. He is destined to achieve nothing in the future. In the penalty hall. Emolyosu's expression was stunned. Zhou Tong's behavior once again exceeded her expectations. Unconsciously, her eyes became misty for a moment, but were evaporated by the spiritual energy in an instant and returned to their coldness again. This guy is finally useless. From now on, I am the most powerful genius in the sect. Tang Qi remained calm, but he was almost going crazy with excitement. He is also a top genius who is proficient in any field. He should have been the center of attention, but he was always suppressed by Zhou Tong, so he held a grudge against him. Now, he has finally gotten rid of this major worry, and the process was much easier than he had imagined. You can go now. If you leave the sect today, don't ever come back. I'm leaving now. Zhou Tong left without any reluctance, leaving behind 4 words and a tall figure. Isn't this a bit too cruel for him? Fairy Baiha looked at Emolyosu hesitantly. In recent years, he has made too many contributions to the sect, and the next 100 Sects conference is imminent. Apart from him, almost no one can take up the responsibility. What a fuss. Emolyosu sneered and said, his achievements are all the result of the sect's cultivation. What's more, my disciple Tang Qi has the appearance of a divine king. Comparing the two of them is like comparing a phoenix to a bird. They can't be compared at all. Her voice was very loud, and she was afraid that Zhou Tong might not be able to hear clearly. Moreover, she kept staring at Zhou Tong's back, not relaxing for a moment. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Tong would be extremely terrified and become even more humble when hearing such an evaluation, for fear of being abandoned by her. Now she said this deliberately because she wanted to see Zhou Tong wavering or in pain, even just a little bit, but the result was bound to disappoint her. Zhou Tong's footsteps were steady and sonorous, and he walked farther and farther away until he was out of her sight. But she stared in that direction for a long time, looking eagerly. Bring me the mirror of the universe. I will reflect everything that I monitor about him and then make it public. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders around were shocked again, and someone immediately jumped out to refute. This is against the rules. In a public trial, only the judge needs to accept the torture and surveillance of the heavenly Tao, and the person being judged does not have to do so. Special cases should be treated specially. Now that he has left the sect, he will not be able to use the sect's unique skills in the future. I must monitor him. This is not appropriate. Fairy Baiha frowned and said. Zhou Tong was invincible among his peers, and he also attracted a lot of resentment. Now his cultivation is completely wasted, and he is at a weak point. If his whereabouts are exposed, someone will definitely harm him. So what? What does his life or death have to do with me? Hearing Emolyosu's cold words, many people felt cold from head to toe. Emolyosu clearly did this on purpose. She wanted to force Zhou Tong into a desperate situation and threaten him with death to make him surrender. She wants to completely break Zhou Tong's pride. Not only Fairy Baihe, but everyone else was shocked by Emoliosu's indifference. It is unique for a master to be so cruel to his disciples. You are courting death, you can't blame me. Tang Qi could hardly hide the excitement in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly to suppress the urge to shout loudly. Now that the biggest worry in his heart has been removed, with his talent and acting skills, in time, he will be able to step on everyone else and turn them into his own slaves. As soon as he thought of this, the look he gave Emoliosu was filled with undisguised greed and possessiveness. What a beautiful person, so cold, so arrogant, she is simply poison to all men. If one day I could shatter the reserve and nobility on her face, pin her down under me, make her cry and beg for mercy, I would have no regrets even if I died. But soon, his face turned gloomy. He saw Emoliosu staring blankly at the Amaterasu mirror, where Zhou Tong's back was reflected. This scene made him feel extremely disgusted. It's no use looking. That person is completely ruined and can no longer compete with me. For some reason, Tang Qi couldn't help but feel furious. He wished he could use the cruelest means to ravage Emoliosu so that she would only have eyes for him. Baihe, what are you going to do? Emoliosu suddenly spoke up. She saw that Fairy Baihe wanted to leave. This journey is too dangerous. Zhou Tong is our junior after all, and I want to protect him. As soon as these words were spoken, Emoliosu's eyes trembled instantly, and then shot out an extremely sharp light. No. Why? Fairy Baihe's face changed slightly, and she felt a little angry. Even if they were completely estranged, it was too much to leave no room for negotiation. Baihe, you'd better recognize your own identity. You are an elder of the sect, but you want to protect a traitor. How can this be allowed? As soon as he finished speaking, Emoliosu burst out with an even stronger momentum, directly suppressing Fairy Baihe, and even the other elders changed their color. It can only be said that Emoliosu is worthy of being a top genius. It is hard to find an rival among his peers. Even the strong men of the older generation have to look at him with new eyes. She just pressed down with one palm, and Fairy Baihe's face changed immediately. She was shocked and stepped back, vomiting blood. She was no match for her at all. Take it for me. With another order, members of the law enforcement hall surrounded and clamped Fairy Baihe on both sides, preventing her from making any other movements. You! Fairy Baihe was shaking with anger, but she was completely powerless to resist. Listen, from today on, if anyone dares to secretly protect or aid that traitor, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will punish him according to the sect's rules. After these words were spoken, the elders looked at each other and fell silent. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? An elderly man said to himself. Humph. This is his own choice. Doesn't he think he's very powerful? Today I will make him understand that without the sect's blessing, he is just a floating duckweed and can only be trampled upon by others. Even if he regrets it now and wants to ask for my forgiveness, he must kneel before me, kowtow step by step, and then do the lowest chores for 3 years. Emoliosu's voice was cold and not loud, but it was transmitted by the heavenly Tao image and reached the ears of everyone, including Zhou Tong. This is the result she wanted. She wanted to use the cruel reality to completely smash Zhou Tong's dignity. She wanted Zhou Tong to crawl at her feet in order to survive and never dare to resist again. However, under the mirror, Zhou Tong's back was still upright, without any hesitation, walking away. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. I'm afraid you've become so scared that your legs are weak now, right? Emoliosu thought to herself that when Zhou Tong encountered danger, he would immediately surrender. Without my protection, you are nothing. Emolyosu said with certainty that she could guarantee that as long as Zhou Tong stepped out of the sect, he would be doomed to have a hard time. Suddenly, in the Amaterasu mirror, other disciples appeared around Zhou Tong, and more of them gathered, attracting the attention of many elders. What are these guys going to do? Are they trying to add insult to injury? An elderly elder said solemnly that he had seen too many things like this. See? That evil creature can't even leave the sect. Emolyosu glanced at Fairy Baiha and said with great pride. But then, the smile on her face suddenly froze. With a thud, hundreds of disciples knelt down in unison, staring at Zhou Tong sincerely, with indescribable gratitude. Brother, you are so kind. Please accept our greetings. Seeing this scene, the courtroom fell silent, and even Zhou Tong was stunned. What have I done for you? Brother, you may have forgotten that when I was practicing sword skills and lost my temper, it was you who came to my rescue and saved my life. As for me, I still remember when I was still a mortal, my parents were diagnosed with an incurable disease. It was my senior brother who generously helped me out of the crisis and led me onto the path of cultivation. Brother, you saved me 13 times from the beast tide. Have you forgotten all that? Brother once taught me the method of alchemy and led me to enlightenment. I will never forget such kindness. One by one, past events were turned up, and the traces left by Zhou Tong were like a dusty road, which, after being swept clear, appeared in front of everyone with great clarity. And me, I have also received help from my senior brother. More people were attracted and came over, paying their respects to Zhou Tong. Moreover, everyone was extremely sincere and respected him from the bottom of their hearts. It was not until now that the elders realized that Zhou Tong had done so many things, and they became even more silent for a while. It's all in the past, why bring it up again? I have already left the sect, the road ahead is long and the mountains are high, we will never meet again. Zhou Tong waved his hand and said casually. Wait a minute, senior brother. Please allow us to protect you for a while. Everyone stood up and surrounded Zhou Tong like a star-studded group, not allowing him to refuse. Let's see who dares. At this moment, Emolyosu's furious voice came through the medium of heaven. Whoever dares to approach that traitor again will be punished according to the sect rules. After these words were spoken, it was thought that those disciples would quickly distance themselves from Zhou Tong, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. My senior brother saved my life. Now that he is in trouble, if I don't help him, what difference would I make from an animal? If the sect tries to stop me today, I will quit the sect. If you still try to stop me, please kill me. The leading disciples said in unison, and the others echoed them one after another. I will repay my brother's kindness without regrets. The young men's voices merged into one, resounding through the sky and reverberating in the judgment hall. Emolyosu's face had turned ashen and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Even she could not punish so many disciples at the same time, otherwise an extremely severe backlash would be waiting for her. However, what made her even more angry was that Zhou Tong had secretly won over so many people without telling her. This was obviously premeditated. I should have seen through it long ago. This evil creature in the mountains is indeed harboring evil intentions. He even formed a faction without telling us. He definitely wants to split the sect. Emolyosu's face was extremely gloomy, and traces of murderous intent emanated from him, which was cold and thick, and suffocating. Even the white crane fairy had to shut her mouth and dare not offend the other party. I also agree with Master's idea. Tang Chi suddenly whispered, Brother is usually very timid and low-key, but I didn't expect that he has secretly won over so many people. I guess he had arranged this scene in advance to increase his own weight and force Master to abdicate. Yes, this is something he could do. I can testify to it. Jiang Yuyao also echoed and said firmly. Then he will be disappointed. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. They are just a mob. They can't amount to anything, let alone influence my will. Emolyosu said with a sneer, which made many elders tremble in their hearts. In order to belittle Zhou Tong, she dared to speak ill of other disciples in the sect. This was definitely not the bearing of a person in power. Her voice reached everyone's ears, and hundreds of disciples heard it clearly, but they were not shaken at all. Why did you do this? You actually got yourself into so much trouble just for a useless person like me. Looking at the group of youthful boys and girls around him, even Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel moved. In his previous life, he was full of self-pity, thinking that he was a loner and was ostracized by the whole world, but he forgot that Emolyosu and others were not his whole world at all. In the corners where he cannot see, there are still people who worship him, admire him, yearn for him, and regard him as a savior and a hero. These are the people he deserves to cherish. In this life, he will fight to protect these people. When you understand something in one thought, you will suddenly feel enlightened. He just felt that the shackles that had been tied to his body for a long time loosened and became fragile, and could be crushed into powder with a slight movement. In his previous life, he had achieved great success and was only one step away from reaching the pinnacle. However, it was that short distance that limited his lifelong achievements, and he was unable to make any progress until his death. A master once advised him that there was still a flaw in his heart, and if it was not made up for, he would not be able to achieve the complete path. Now, the missing puzzle piece has finally been found, and he has regained the qualifications to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He will not have any regrets in this life. With one thought, the world becomes wider, and earth-shaking changes took place in Zhou Tong's body. This is a refreshing epiphany and also a transformation of the soul, pulling the whole body from the inside out to help it be reborn. Outsiders were unaware and could not see any clues, but Zhou Tong knew that next he would trigger an extremely brilliant vision of heaven and earth and once again step into the door of cultivation. Brother, why did you stop? Are you feeling unwell? A disciple noticed something unusual and asked with great concern. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around stopped and looked at Zhou Tong nervously. After sending you 1,000 miles away, we will eventually have to say goodbye. I appreciate your kindness, and it's time to go back. Zhou Tong said this with a big smile, but the people around him looked hesitant. Brother, your cultivation level, let us escort you a little more. Stop, you guys won't listen to me? Zhou Tong's face turned stern, which made the boys and girls who were about to persist stop abruptly. Brother, don't be angry. We will listen to you. But please remember that no matter what difficulties you encounter, we can help you share them. If anyone dares to bully you, we will tear him into pieces even if we are across the world. Even if we cannot defeat him now, one day, we will make him pay the price. The young man's voice was sonorous and powerful, not only addressed to Zhou Tong, but also a warning to people all over the world. Let the world know that although Zhou Tong has lost all his cultivation and is like a mortal, his fellow junior brothers and sisters are no pushovers. Anyone who wants to harm him should think twice before taking action. What a bunch of traitors! How dare you go against me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you will really treat me like a decoration. Emolyosu clenched her fists, and her towering chest rose and fell rapidly, showing her restlessness. Beside her, the fire of jealousy in Tang Chi's eyes almost burst out. Why? Zhou Tong is a useless person. Shouldn't he be thrown into the water and trampled on by thousands of people? Why do so many people still respect him? Considering that Tang Chiwu is an intelligent person with the qualities of a god king, he should be admired by thousands of people. Why should he be suppressed by that useless person? Even Jiang Yuyao and Gu Hongqiu widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. They never expected that Zhou Tong, whom they looked down upon on weekdays, would have such prestige, which made them feel like they were in a dream. Emolyosu, you'd better not be stubborn. Fairy Baiha looked at the lonely figure in the Amaterasu mirror and couldn't help but speak again. Let's invite Zhou Tong back. When the sect master finishes his retreat, he will decide everything. What nonsense! What a fool's dream! Emolyosu sat down calmly, looking down at the person in the mirror. He is already a useless person. What good is his prestige? It won't be long before everyone forgets him. Without the support of the sect, he will never be able to make a name for himself. He will only be mediocre until his death. Everyone around was silent. What Emolyosu said made sense. No matter how glorious Zhou Tong's past was, it could not hide the fact that his martial arts skills were completely wasted. Once you reach this point, it will be extremely difficult to return to the path of cultivation. Countless geniuses will be unable to recover after being abandoned and eventually become like everyone else. Can Zhou Tong really jump out of the cage? When they thought of this, the elders were shaken, and even Fairy Baiha looked hesitant. This scene made Emolyosu slightly raise the corners of his mouth. She had to admit that the commotion Zhou Tong had stirred up today did shock her, but that was all. Without strength, she had no qualifications to be tough, and Zhou Tong would eventually have to surrender. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. A brilliant light suddenly burst out from the Amaterasu mirror, and everyone was attracted and stared at the glowing figure. This is Zhou Tong. What happened to him? Someone murmured, feeling that it was very unusual. But the next moment they had the answer. Boom! With a loud bang, in an instant, strange colors descended from the sky, auspicious mist rose, fragrance filled the air, and lotus flowers emerged from the ground, presenting a magnificent scene. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fluctuated violently, gathering from all directions and pouring madly into Zhou Tong's body. Zhou Tong was like a bottomless pit that accepted everyone who came. The fluctuations of a cultivator appeared on his body again, and his brows were glowing. This scene made countless viewers gasp. He has gained great enlightenment, his soul has been sublimated, he has resolved the regrets in his heart, first broken through and then rebuilt, he has embarked on the path of cultivation again, and he will be stronger than before. Countless powerful men were jealous. This was simply a pie in the sky, an ownerless genius, and a good omen. What were they waiting for if they didn't rush to grab it? Come here, take out the token of this sect master, prepare a generous gift, and go ask this kid if he is willing to join the Wuji sect. My Xiantian sect is not to be outdone. Such a talented person should join our sect. Hee hee. How can we let you take the lead? We all rely on our own abilities. For a time, countless sect leaders were eager to extend an olive branch to Zhou Tong. A useless Zhou Tong might be worthless, but now that he has been destroyed and reborn, the reborn Zhou Tong will be more valuable than before. How can they not go crazy? With a bang, Emolyosu crushed the teacup at hand, and the scalding hot tea flowed down her fair palm without her noticing. How is this possible? That idiot! She muttered to herself, her eyes dull and her composure long gone. No matter how shocked everyone was, the strange phenomena in heaven and earth continued and became more and more intense. Zhou Tong's complete transformation was a fact. The sky was dark, thunder was rumbling, and black clouds pressed the sky tightly, as if something was about to burst out. This is a heavenly thunder tribulation. His sudden enlightenment has alarmed the heavens. Fairy Baiha murmured, her voice filled with shock. Emolyosu trembled all over and stared straight ahead. However, before she could say anything, Jiang Yuyao and Gu Hongqiu were the first to break down. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can Zhou Tong be worthy of this? He is just a bootlicker and a waste. Among all the disciples of Yuqing's sect, only junior brother has the qualifications to shock the heavenly Tao. Tang Qi didn't say anything, but nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with the two people's views. Even the elders shared this view. It was simply a fantasy that a person who had just been crippled could alarm the heaven in the blink of an eye. Crack! A loud thunder exploded, containing the power of a heavenly calamity, and directly hit everyone in the face. Everyone was stunned, their hands and feet were cold. It really was a heavenly thunder tribulation. Suddenly, brilliant thunder appeared, the light was surging, and the electricity was running like dragons and snakes, and it actually formed a picture of thunder disaster in the air. The picture trembled slightly and turned into a vast galaxy. Countless stars fell at the same time and hit Zhou Tong. People with insight trembled. This was not a star at all. It was clearly a concentrated manifestation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was an unparalleled opportunity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Tong opened his arms and swallowed all those stars into his body. In an instant, his aura suddenly surged, and he became a cultivator again from a useless mortal, and then stepped into the peak of the acquired realm. This scene made everyone gasp. The path of cultivation is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Every step forward requires long-term accumulation. However, Zhou Tong crossed 9 small acquired realms in an instant. This is simply against the will of heaven. Can a single epiphany really have this kind of effect? In fact, no one understood what this epiphany meant. Zhou Tong's state of mind reached great perfection. From this moment on, he was qualified to aspire for the Supreme Emperor realm. This strange phenomenon is the recognition of the heavenly Tao for the one who has the potential to become an emperor. What's all the fuss about? Mo Yosu said with disdain, attracting everyone's attention. It has long been recorded in ancient books that if a person burns his potential to the limit, his realm will rise temporarily, and he may even deceive the heavens and cause them to bring down strange phenomena. However, the price of doing so is the oil is exhausted and the lamp is extinguished, and everything turns to ashes and smoke. Some people couldn't help but exclaim and looked at Zhou Tong in disbelief. Would this once invincible genius really ruin his own future just to get attention? But apart from this possibility, there seems to be no other explanation. Seeing that many people believed it, the sneer on Mo Yosu's face became more obvious. You actually made such an ugly choice just to slap me in the face. It's a pity that I saw through your wishful thinking. Your behavior is just a clown's performance. Master, this piece of trash's potential has probably been exhausted. Even if he kneels down and begs you for mercy, will you still want him? Gu Hongqiu said sarcastically with a look of meanness in his eyes. Humph, no matter what, he and I have a bad fate. If he can repent in time, I may reward him with some elixir to prolong his life and let him live longer. For a moment, people looked at Zhou Tong with eyes full of pity. Even the greatest genius can reach the end of his life and fall into disgrace. Throughout history, tragedies like Zhou Tong's are countless. Boom! Just when everyone was feeling sad, an even bigger vision suddenly occurred. The sky and earth became brighter with rosy clouds, the earth cracked open, a spiritual spring gushed out, and lotus flowers grew in clusters, surrounding Zhou Tong in the center. Hundreds of birds flapped their wings and flew around him, tigers and leopards prostrated themselves and knelt before him, making him look like a fairy king descending. This was an unprecedented sight, and people were stunned. Was this really an epiphany? It was as if a certain extremely powerful person had been reborn, occupying Zhou Tong's body and living a new life. At the same time, Zhou Tong's realm skyrocketed again, and he entered the innate realm, and then he rose 9 levels in a row, reaching the peak of the innate realm. This level cannot be explained by burning potential. Even if a mortal is burned to ashes, it is impossible for him to cross 2 major realms, let alone cause such an outrageous scene. Birds respect the Lord, beasts respect the Holy Spirit, Go-To swallows the stars and the moon, springs gush out from the earth. Someone murmured, and everyone who heard it was horrified. This is clearly a verse from the Emperor Chengtu, which is completely consistent with Zhou Tong's vision. The implications contained in this are simply terrifying when you think about it carefully. Does Zhou Tong have the potential to become an emperor? What's going on? This guy's aura is obviously very weak, and we are so far away. Why do I have the urge to worship him? Someone wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke in a low voice. Don't tell me, I have this impulse too. My knees seem to be out of control. This is not right. Could it be that Yuqing sect let a real dragon go? Hee, it would be interesting if it's true. It's really annoying to see that woman being so superior. I want to see her regret it. I think the best way now is to apologize to Zhou Tong as soon as possible and invite him back. This way, all problems can be solved. Hearing these discussions, the elders in the hall were sweating profusely and stared at Emolyosu silently, making her feel very uncomfortable. But she immediately showed a look of indifference, and said coldly, "So what if he caused the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth? A scum is a scum. I will never let him come back. What's more, he is at such a low level, even worse than a menial disciple. I don't think anyone would take in this rag." After hearing this, Tang Qi, who was still nervous just now, finally smiled with relief. Emolyosu was right. Even if Zhou Tong could continue to practice, what would it matter? He was no longer worthy of being his opponent. The realm of cultivation is first the acquired realm, then the innate realm, then the soul-dividing realm, the soul-transforming realm, and the mind-combining realm. These 5 realms are called the 5 realms of mortals. Only by breaking through the state of harmony of mind can one be reborn and reach an extraordinary realm. Zhou Tong was at the peak of the Hexin realm before he was abandoned, and Tang Qi has also reached the Hexin realm. He believes that it won't take long for them to cross the gap to the extraordinary realm. By then, he and Zhou Tong will be people from 2 different worlds, and he can smash the latter into pieces with just a wave of his hand. But then, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Several figures exuding a powerful aura fell from the sky and came to Zhou Tong's side. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed as they recognized the identities of these people. They were all well-known figures from various sects, including some overlords at the headmaster level. It is obvious that these people came to recruit Zhou Tong. "My friend, you are now a free man, are you willing to join our Qingdan sect?" An old man came forward and asked with a kind face. "Qingdan sect? Oh my God!" Many people had surprised expressions on their faces. Although the Qingdan sect did not have any peerless masters in charge, it was a sect of alchemists and had close relations with countless powerful people, so its status was extremely high. If Zhou Tong joins them, he will definitely get a lot of support from elixirs, and I believe he will be able to return to his peak soon. The Qingdan sect also saw Zhou Tong's potential and wanted to create its own peerless strongman. The two can be said to complement each other. "Young man, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. They don't know how to practice at all. If you follow them, your talent will be wasted." An elegant man stood up, and as soon as he appeared, everyone was struck by lightning. It's him. Taiqing sect's leader Ing Shaoxian. Seeing this person, Emolyosu couldn't remain calm. Taiqing sect, Yuqing sect and Shangqing sect are collectively known as the top 3 sects, all of which are top sects with comparable strength. Ing Shaoxian was the leader of Taiqing sect, and his status was equal to that of Yuqing sect's leader. Emolyosu had to show respect to him as a junior whenever she met him. It was completely beyond her expectations that such a person also wanted to recruit Zhou Tong. "Do you want to take me as your disciple?" Zhou Tong looked at the other party and asked expressionlessly. No, it's my master who wants to take you in as his disciple. If you agree, you will be my junior fellow apprentice. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Ing Shaoxuan's master, isn't that the former leader of Taiqing's sect and now the supreme elder? If Zhou Tong could become his disciple, he would directly become of the same generation as Ing Shaoxian. From now on, whenever Emoliosu sees him, he will have to call him Uncle Master. When she thought of this, her expression changed several times and she suddenly stood up from her seat. Senior, do you really want to do this and bring this evildoer into the Taiqing sect? Through the image of the heavenly Tao, Emoliosu saluted Shaoxian, and then asked in a stiff voice. Do you have any objections? Or do you regret it? Do you want to take him as your apprentice again? Ing Shaoxian narrowed his eyes and laughed out loud. How is that possible? I will never want this kind of scum again. Emoliosu quickly denied. Then just shut up and watch obediently. Being treated so impolitely, Emoliosu's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't get angry. He could only smile and said, I am also thinking about the Taiqing sect. You don't know that this evil creature is carrying a demon seed. If you don't believe me, you can verify it right here. If you bring him back to the sect, it would be like bringing a demon kid home. You can imagine the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, people's faces became extremely serious. Carrying a demon seed is a huge taboo, unacceptable to the world, and anyone can kill it. Ing Shaoxuan's expression also changed. He grabbed one of Zhou Tong's arms and swept his divine light across it. Sure enough, a demonic energy seeped out of Zhou Tong's palm. This kind of aura can only come from the devil. The so-called demon is the natural enemy of mankind. It takes pleasure in killing and devouring humans. It is the common enemy of all human beings. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Zhou Tong, full of contempt and contempt. What's more, they wanted to tear him into pieces. It turned out to be a devil kid. Fortunately, I felt sorry for him just now. All my good intentions were lost to the dog. Can you please stop insulting dogs? A possessed person is worse than a beast and should be killed immediately. Huh. No wonder he can become so strong. It turns out that he has become a demon a long time ago. Maybe he is just a waste at his core. Ing Shaoxuan's expression also became extremely sharp, and he stared at Zhou Tong with dagger-like eyes. Is what Emoliosu said true? Not true. Without any hesitation, Zhou Tong responded directly. You still dare to talk nonsense now. It's true that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Now that there are witnesses and material evidence, it will be useless no matter how you quibble. Emoliosu rudely bullied Zhou Tong and spared no effort to force him into a dead end. You're right. There's nothing much to say to a person who's possessed by a demon. Just one word, kill. Kill him. Kill him. We can't let this devil live, otherwise, who knows how many more people he will harm. For a while, the crowd was in an uproar, and they were attacking Zhou Tong like a tsunami. Being possessed by the devil is everyone's bottom line, and those who voluntarily become possessed by the devil must be eliminated. Wait a minute, there is no more demon seed in his body. After a moment, Ing Shaoxian spoke in a deep voice, suppressing the complicated voices. How is this possible? Many people were stunned. The hard indicator of being possessed by a demon is the presence of a demon seed in the body. Now that even the demon seed is gone, who can say that Zhou Tong is a demon? No matter what, it is an indisputable fact that he has connections with the demons. To be on the safe side, it is best to get rid of him. Someone suggested this, and it was approved by many people. Eradicate all evil and rather kill the innocent than let them go, this is the attitude of the human race towards the demons. Ing Shaoxian also frowned. He said to Zhou Tong, according to the rules of the mainland law enforcers, in your case, unless there is a sect willing to guarantee you, otherwise, even if they don't kill you, they will block your cultivation and make it impossible for you to practice forever. Can you find a sect willing to guarantee you now? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Emoliosu in the image. Don't look at me. Yuqing's sect is a famous and upright sect. How could we possibly guarantee a demon kid? You can deal with him as you please. Emoliosu said this without any emotion, and Tang Chi's eyes were full of teasing. Even if Zhou Tong had an epiphany, what would it matter? In the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being ruined. Only he, Tang Chi, was the protagonist of destiny. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Ing Shaoxuan's expression turned cold and stern. According to the regulations, I will block your cultivation and prevent you from practicing forever. He approached Zhou Tong, slowly raised his hand, and was about to cast a spell. Wait a minute, we are willing to guarantee him. At this moment, a pleasant voice was heard, like the sound of a clear spring or a gentle breeze blowing on your face, making you feel relaxed and happy. The crowd parted, and a girl in red appeared on the stage. As soon as she appeared, she became the focus of everyone. It's her. When they saw this woman, everyone's pupils shrank. She was obviously a powerful person. The girl was like a lotus emerging from clear water, her bare feet stepping on the ground, spotless, and her steps swaying gracefully. Her appearance is even more fascinating. She already has the outline of a peerless beauty, and her every move exudes a captivating charm. Hundred Sect, Yu. Someone revealed the girl's origins. Many people were familiar with her. In the last battle of 100 sects, she defeated all the other heroes and won the second place, only after Zhou Tong. And this Hundred Sect doesn't sound like a legitimate sect. But decades ago, the Hundred Sect was one of the top sects in the entire continent. Later, due to changes in the situation, the sect declined rapidly and only accepted women. Now it is dilapidated and is about to disappear completely. From any perspective, the Hundred Sect had no reason to guarantee Zhou Tong. This was an unexpected change, which saved Zhou Tong but also made Emoliosu's face even colder. Her plan to force Zhou Tong to surrender failed again. A heretic witch, a wicked woman from an evil sect, is she qualified to be a guarantor for others? She said sarcastically, trying to deny the Hundred Sect's qualifications. You don't accept it? Yu Tsangyue looked at Emoliosu. Do you want my master to meet you in person? When these words were spoken, many people gasped. Although the Hundred Sect is in ruins, that woman is very terrifying. More than a decade ago, it was she who personally stirred up waves in the world and destroyed more than a dozen forces, but no one could control her. It is said that she died of exhaustion after the battle and would not live long, but before she died, no one dared to anger her. Forget it. Since the Hundred Sect is willing to guarantee Zhou Tong, according to the rules, we will not make things difficult for him. But if anything goes wrong in the future, you will be fully responsible. Ing Shaoxian left after saying a few words. The strong men from other sects also lost interest and left without even looking at Zhou Tong. At this time and place, only Zhou Tong and Yu Tsangyue were left. The two men looked at each other, and complex emotions flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes. If there was anyone he felt guilty about in his previous life, it was probably only this little witch in front of him. Little witch. Zhou Tong whispered, but he didn't expect the other party to sneer, and then a long sword was unsheathed and pressed against Zhou Tong's throat. I never thought that such an unfaithful person like you would end up like this. Do you still remember what you did to me during the 100 Sects conference? You have no right to call me that. When these words were spoken, people were stunned. It seemed that the two had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. Seeing this scene, Emolyosu's expression changed several times. You are still having an affair with a witch. It's really shameful. It seems that my choice is right. A filthy person like you is not worthy of being my apprentice. Zhou Tong simply ignored her words and looked at the person in front of him with a fixed gaze. Why did you come to save me? You really feel good about yourself. Is there a possibility that I saved you just to kill you with my own hands? The girl sneered, and the sword in her hand moved forward another inch, which made Tang Chi extremely excited. Kill him quickly. Tang Chi clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. If you have any last words, please say them quickly, otherwise you will have no chance. The girl pressed on again, and it seemed like she was serious. However, Zhou Tong showed no sadness or fear, his eyes were calm and he looked at her with a smile as gentle as the wind. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. These few short ones were like a bolt from the blue, hiding enormous destructive power. The little witch was stunned, the indifference on her face was shattered, and her sword slipped to the ground. At the same time, in the Hundred Sects Judgment Hall, an extremely cold aura burst out from Emolyosu's body. She was completely broken by this sentence. This traitor refused to bow to her even at the cost of his life, yet he surrendered easily in front of the witch. Humph. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days, you have not only become shameless, but also have a good mouth. The little witch raised her eyebrows, hooked her jade feet lightly, picked up the sword, and placed it on Zhou Tong's neck again. Do you think I won't kill you just because of your sweet talk? Zhou Tong stared at the face, but his thoughts returned to the past. In his previous life, Tang Chi colluded with the devil and wanted to sacrifice everyone to fulfill his great cause. Zhou Tong fought to protect everyone, but was betrayed by several senior sisters. In the final battle, he was stabbed by Emolyosu's sword and died with hatred. Only this little witch stayed with him all the time, fought with him till the end, and finally died. When he thought of this, Zhou Tong was filled with mixed feelings. A few encounters could keep each other together through life and death, but 1,000 years of kindness only brought cold betrayal. The gap between people is really bigger than that between people and dogs. His thoughts suddenly came back to life, and when he saw that bright and charming face again, he smiled, and the little girl was stunned. It had been a long time since he had smiled so sincerely. In the last life, you and I shared life and death. In this life, I will accompany you through thick and thin. Zhou Tong made a promise in his heart. For some reason, when Emolyosu saw Zhou Tong smile, her heart trembled violently, as if she was hit by an electric current, feeling numb and painful. She had seen this smile before. When Zhou Tong became apprentice that day, his fair and tender little face already showed signs of youthfulness, but was also full of admiration. But now, Zhou Tong would never smile at her like that again. He gave all his tenderness to the witch. Why, in the whole world, he can only smile at me like this? Emolyosu's breathing was unstable. She forced herself to forget that childish face, sat up straight again, and watched coldly. What happened to you? It's like you've become a different person? The little witch put away her sword and looked at Zhou Tong carefully. In her impression, Zhou Tong's eyes were always full of forbearance and caution, but now, he seemed to have experienced a lot and let go of everything. You are such an unscrupulous fellow. No matter how good your acting skills are, you can never fool me. If you want to atone for your sins and let me forgive you, you must do 3 things. Yu Tsangyue's eyes shifted, her 2 little hands restlessly stroking her hair, but her mouth was very hard. I do. Zhou Tong answered without hesitation. I haven't stated the conditions yet. Then I would like to do that, too. I want you to join the Hundred Sect. Can. I want you to help the Hundred Sect win the next 100 Sects conference. This is what I want. It's not over yet, I still want you to help me practice. It's my honor. The two spoke and answered quickly, and with just a few words, they left the whole world stunned. There is no other reason, it's just because it's too explosive. What kind of sect is Hundred Sect? It has a very bad reputation and cannot stand alone. It will be completely destroyed in no time. The conditions proposed by the little witch were simply making things difficult for people, and what was even more outrageous was that Zhou Tong actually agreed to them. Crazy. All crazy. The combination of a witch and a mentally ill genius who was abandoned by his master was truly shocking. Even Yu Tsangyue was shocked by Zhou Tong's decisiveness. In just a short moment, countless emotions appeared on her face: surprise, confusion, helplessness, and questioning. In the end, she simply turned around and stood with her back to Zhou Tong. No evidence. Then I can swear on the law of heaven. As soon as Zhou Tong raised his hand, a cold little hand grabbed his wrist. No need, I'll take you to see the master. If you dare to lie to me again, I will never forgive you. As if she was afraid that Zhou Tong would go back on his word, she turned into a stream of light and rushed away with Zhou Tong. Hongqian Mountain, Hundred Sect. The light of the Amaterasu mirror followed Zhou Tong and reflected here. Unlike the grandeur and prosperity imagined, there is only a dilapidated and desolate mountain gate here. The cold wind blew, the fog was everywhere, and the weeds were so dense that they were even worse than a desolate grave. People were puzzled. Even if the Hundred Sect was defeated, it would not end up like this. You're back. From the dilapidated house, a graceful figure walked out slowly, stunning countless people in an instant. This person is the leader of the Hundred Sect, the feared female devil decades ago, Morongya. Just by standing there, she perfectly demonstrated what it means to be the most stunning person in the world. Even Mingyue pales in comparison to her. Even if Emolyosu stands beside her, she will be relegated to the background. Oh my God, she's so beautiful, how can there be such a beauty in the world? Someone let out a sharp scream, rolled his eyes, and lay down. Isn't it said that the leader of the Hundred Sect is an ugly, evil, and smelly old woman? Isn't it said that she is a horny beast with a mistress of 30,000 yuan, who can go without a bath for 3 months but cannot live without a man for a day? This is simply a deception, a huge deception. With a look like this, countless men would be willing to die for her even if she just snaps her fingers. When ordinary people saw Morongya, they all fell in love with her, and only the leaders of the major sects breathed a sigh of relief. The rumors turned out to be true. This woman had really reached the end of her rope and it looked like she wouldn't live long. By then, the Hundred Sect can be destroyed in a snap. Ha 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 ha. Emolyosu laughed from the bottom of his heart. A shabby sect and a shabby person just match each other perfectly. It's really a foolish dream to want to win the championship of the 100 Sects conference with this. Hearing this, Zhou Tong frowned and looked directly at Emolyosu. Do you think it's funny? I'm putting this out there today. We're going to win the championship. You are overestimating your own abilities. Look at your new master. She is about to be finished. As soon as she finished speaking, an abnormal blush appeared on Morongya's face, which made Zhou Tong's pupils shrink suddenly. This is clearly a sign of a combination of Taoist injury and demonic possession. If you're not careful, you'll end up dying. Master, what's wrong with you? The little witch asked in panic. I didn't, pft. Before Morongya could finish her words, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards limply. Master! Don't touch her. Zhou Tong stopped Yu Tsangyue and asked, Is there a furnace for alchemy here? Have. Are there any demon-suppressing herb, heart-searching herb, or soul-purifying flower. Zhou Tong announced a series of elixirs, which shocked many alchemy masters. This is the recipe for the 7th grade elixir, the Bodhi pill. This young man actually wants to refine the Bodhi pill. Yes, I'll get it right away. The little witch seemed to have found her backbone and immediately went to look for the elixir. You are such a pretentious person. Even a master-level pharmacist may not be able to make a 7th grade elixir. Do you think you can defy the heavens? Then you just wait and see. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged and no longer looked at Emoliosu. Zhou Tong lifted up the fallen Moronya with one hand and supported her so that she could sit cross-legged. Master, I want to help you suppress your inner demons. Can you please cover that mirror? Zhou Tong pointed at the Amaterasu mirror. He didn't like the feeling of being watched by others. That's easy. Even though I'm at the end of my strength, I can still destroy a mirror. Moronya stared at the sky with a sharp gaze. A powerful wave was gathering. You dare. Emoliosu was anxious. Amaterasu realm was the sect's greatest treasure. If it was destroyed, she would not be able to escape heavy responsibility. But if she was withdrawn at this point, she would have no way to continue monitoring Zhou Tong, which made her very unwilling. After some consideration, she finally made a choice. Don't be so complacent. It won't be long before the Hundred sect disappears completely. By then, I wonder who will be able to protect a loser like you. As soon as she finished speaking, she withdrew the Amaterasu mirror. Moronya spat out another mouthful of blood and her breath became weak again. At the same time, bursts of black smoke came out of her body, filled with sinister and violent aura. This was a demonic obstacle, the manifestation of the inner demon. Little guy, get out of the way. Don't get involved with this stuff, or you'll die. Moronya said anxiously. No one knew better than her how terrifying the inner demon was. This kind of power specifically targets the spirit, and anyone with weak mental strength will be killed instantly. Even with her powerful cultivation level, she was tortured to the point where her life was worse than death. If Zhou Tong, a mere teenager, dared to touch her, he would be reduced to ashes. Who do you think I am? I am just a demon in your heart. How can I take it seriously? Without saying a word, Zhou Tong reached out and touched Moronya. No, ah. Moronya's face changed drastically. Just as she was about to stop it, she felt two hot hands pressing on her soft waist. For a moment, she felt as if she had been electrocuted and couldn't help shaking violently. Perhaps because of the inner demon, her body became extremely sensitive, and her seductive eyes were filled with mist, making her look delicate and charming. Just as she was about to get angry, she felt an extremely powerful mental force emanating from Zhou Tong, which instantly suppressed her inner demons and made her feel much more relaxed. Is this your mental power? The stunning face showed an unprecedented surprise. This pure mental force is extremely powerful and is the nemesis of all inner demons. However, she didn't know that this mental power was just the tip of Zhou Tong's iceberg. In his previous life, Zhou Tong was only one step away from the Emperor realm, and his mental power had even surpassed the Emperor realm. Now that he was reborn, although his cultivation was not inherited, his mental power was completely preserved. In today's world, he is number one and almost no one dares to claim to be second. Little guy. Moronya's red lips moved slightly, but her heart was in turmoil. Could it be that this child was her destined lucky star? Perhaps the Hundred sect was not destined to perish. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile slightly. At this moment, the sky and the earth lost their color, and the unparalleled elegance seemed to be materialized, turning into rippling waves, sweeping across the withered grass, the rotten wood, the wasteland, and the endless sky. Zhou Tong was surprised to find that the surrounding space actually showed signs of vitality, which was simply beyond common sense. She dances away the world with her hands, and attracts the spirits with her smiles. All things in the world are captivated by her every frown and smile. The Hundred Sects Hundred Tiangong is so powerful that it is against the will of heaven. Then, Zhou Tong shook his head slightly, denying this idea. If it were really that powerful, the Hundred sect would have already become a great emperor sect. Perhaps Morongya is the only one who can charm everything with just a wave of his hand. Forcing himself to calm his mind, Zhou Tong controlled his palms to move slowly on Morongya's delicate body, injecting his mental power into various important acupuncture points. Well, you, little guy, be gentle, I can't stand it. Morongya suddenly reacted strongly, her shoulders trembled slightly, her hands clenched, and her delicate toes hooked together. Her involuntary expression made Zhou Tong's breathing become much heavier. Just bear with it, it will be fine soon. As he spoke, he quickened his movements, and his mental power condensed into threads, stimulating the other person's body. Oh, hoo, bad boy, don't go too far, ah. Morongya's reaction was even greater. She looked at Zhou Tong with a slight anger, her eyes full of charm, as if she was accusing Zhou Tong of being a lecher. However, Zhou Tong became even angrier and directly scolded, I know that you will become sensitive when you are in the state of inner demon, but you are the leader of the Hundred sect after all. Can't you even bear this little stimulation? As soon as these words came out, the other party felt extremely aggrieved, and almost cried, why are you so fierce? What's wrong with the leader of the Hundred sect? I've lived for more than 100 years, and I've never been touched by the opposite sex. Zhou Tong was stunned and couldn't close his mouth. He never expected that the leader of the Hundred sect was actually a girl over 100 years old. This is too magical. Then I'll be gentler. Just hold on a little longer. His movements became gentler and more focused, not being distracted by the other person's charm. Morongya was very nervous at first, but when she found that Zhou Tong was really focused on saving her, she finally let down her guard. This little guy seems different from those stinky men, and he's so cute. Thinking this in her mind, she reached out and wanted to touch Zhou Tong's face. You're not quiet, are you? You're still trying to tease me. I think you deserve to be punished. Zhou Tong said unhappily, this woman really has no idea how charming she is. Her pure and charming temperament is enough to turn anyone into a beast. Isn't she afraid that he will do something bad to her? Ah! Morongya was like a frightened rabbit, covering her red cheeks with her hands. It's so embarrassing. I am coming. At this moment, the little witch arrived in time, holding a rusty alchemy furnace in her left hand and a bundle of elixirs in her right hand. Is this enough? Zhou Tong took a quick glance and nodded slightly, which made the other party feel relieved. Do you really want to refine a 7th grade elixir? Do you know how to refine elixirs? Need I say more? Zhou Tong said without any modesty. How come I don't know? There are so many things you don't know. After hearing this, the little vixen blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes flickered continuously, half of her pink eyes bulged slightly, and she looked very unhappy. Morongya couldn't help laughing, she knew that her precious girl was holding her breath. Rise! Zhou Tong did not delay. His mental and spiritual powers burst out at the same time, ignited the divine fire in an instant, and began to refine it. What a powerful control, girl, you picked up a big treasure. Morongya looked at the little vixen with eyes full of love. As the flames swirled, time passed by second by second. Zhou Tong's forehead was covered with sweat, but he remained as steady as a mountain. The 7th grade elixir posed no challenge to him. After another half-day, the cauldron suddenly shook, and with a snap, the cauldron lid was blown away. Immediately afterwards, a ray of brilliant light mixed with a sacred aura flew out. The little witch girl opened her mouth wide. Even though she knew nothing about elixirs, she knew that Zhou Tong had succeeded. Boom! The sky was suddenly overcast and the earth began to shake, as if something was about to happen. Be careful, once the 7th grade elixir comes out, it will cause thunder and fire in the sky and on the earth. Zhou Tong said with a serious expression. On the other side, in the main hall of Yuqing sect, Lyosu's face was extremely gloomy. That traitor actually dared to cover up the Amaterasu mirror. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Master, calm down. Tang Qi gloated and said, without your protection, brother can do nothing. That's true. Do you think he can make a 7th grade elixir? Hearing this, Tang Qi immediately revealed a proud look. You worry too much. Senior sister once said that my attainments in alchemy have long surpassed senior brother, and I can be called the best of the younger generation. However, even I can only refine 5th grade elixirs. Do you think it is possible for you to succeed? When these words were spoken, everyone around sighed. Although Tang Qi is arrogant, it must be said that he does have the capital to do so. Well, you are worthy of being my disciple. From today on, you are my direct disciple. I will give you better resources and let you surpass all your opponents. Lyosu clapped his hands and smiled, with anticipation already in his eyes. She will let everyone in the world know that Zhou Tong is not worth mentioning in her eyes. Losing Zhou Tong was as easy as losing a sesame seed. As long as she wanted, she could easily teach a second Zhou Tong, or even make him stronger than him. When these words were spoken, everyone trembled slightly. They all understood that Lyosu was determined to support Tang Qi and abandon Zhou Tong. Great! This way, junior brother will surely be able to make rapid progress and leave that rubbish far behind. Jiang Yuyao and others were overjoyed and couldn't help cheering. Boom! At this moment, an extremely majestic sound permeated the heaven and earth. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction where the thunder came from. Is that heavenly thunder and earthly fire? Someone suddenly said something, and it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. Hiss! No way. When the thunder and fire appear, there must be a rare treasure. Could it be that the 7th grade elixir has really appeared? You are all surprised by what you have seen so rarely. Such a short-lived thunderbolt can only mean that this is a failed alchemy. Tang Qi said with a smile, attracting everyone's attention. You mean Zhou Tong was forcing himself to make the elixir, and he failed? That's right, not only did he fail, but he was also retaliated by the heavenly Tao. Huh. He asked for it. He is a worthless person, yet he still wants to compete with junior brother. He doesn't even consider his own weight. This is what he deserves. Gu Hongqiu said this sarcastically, causing many people to nod in agreement. Hongqian Mountain, Hehuan sect. Morongya held the Linglong Bodhi pill in one of her hands, which was shining brightly, while she slowly put down her other hand. Just now, this woman relied on her decayed body to smash the heavenly calamity with one palm, forcibly annihilated it, and stopped the storm. This fighting power surprised Zhou Tong. This woman might really have the strength to sweep across hundreds of sects in her peak period. Master, take it quickly. The little witch urged from the side, her eyes full of anticipation. Morongya nodded slightly, opened her thin lips, and put the pill into her mouth, extremely elegantly. In an instant, an extremely peaceful wave came from her body. It was a harmonious breath, so gentle and kind that it seemed to be able to wipe out all evil and dissolve the inner demons. 10 breaths later, everything returned to calm and Morongya slowly opened her eyes. How does it feel? The inner demon has been suppressed for the most part, but the wounds on my Tao are still there, and I need to slowly recuperate. Now I am already 20% of my peak level. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's pupils shrank slightly. If it was an ordinary inner demon, it would have been cured by taking the elixir he personally made. It's okay. As long as I'm there to help you heal, within half a year, your inner demons will be gone and your spiritual injuries will be healed. Zhou Tong said confidently, and before he finished speaking, a wisp of fragrant breeze blew by, and it turned out that Morongya moved and hugged Zhou Tong in her arms. Zhou Tong was caught off guard, and his entire face was enveloped in a warm, fragrant and soft feeling. That ugly woman from Yuqing sect is so blind that she doesn't even want such a treasure. It's a bargain for my master. But I have nothing and no gift, so I can only give her a hug as a reward. The voice lingered in Zhou Tong's ears, lingering and stirring his soul. If Zhou Tong had not had unrivaled spiritual power, he would have been bewitched and lost, and would have sunk into depravity. Please let go first, I'm suffocating. It took a lot of effort to break free, only to see the other person smiling like a flower, with one hand on his chest, where Zhou Tong's warmth still remained. You are indeed mentally strong. You have passed the test and can learn the Hehuan Tiangong. Hearing this, Zhou Tong was struck by lightning. No. He quickly refused, saying that he had countless unique skills in his mind and was not interested in the great way of the union of yin and yang. Come here. The other party smiled like a fox and grabbed Zhou Tong. If you become my disciple, you must learn my unique skills. You can't escape it. Before he could struggle, a slender finger touched Zhou Tong's forehead, and then 4 big words appeared in his mind. Hehuan Tiangong. What is Hehuan? The answer is, to unite the great way of heaven and earth, to rejoice with one heart through eternity, this is the way of reunion. Just a few words made Zhou Tong's body tremble violently. Could it be that his understanding of Hehuan has always been wrong? Master, I have thought it through. I want to learn the Hehuan Tiangong. That's right. Morongya's smile became more intense, her eyes full of tenderness, which made Zhou Tong melt. The first step is to practice first, take it off. What to take off? Zhou Tong was slightly stunned. Need I say more? Of course it's the clothes. The first level of Tiangong is the art of sex. Don't you know that? Zhou Tong was petrified again. Are you two done yet? It's just dual cultivation, is it necessary to be like this? The little witch blushed and said angrily. Zhou Tong was seen with his upper body naked. Morongya placed her hands on his back and passed wisps of red spiritual energy to him. Bang, bang, bang. A strange sound was heard from Zhou Tong's body, and then blood-red lines appeared on his body, like shackles, finally converging at his heart. This is the love lock of the sex technique. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the red lines on his body. He felt an incredible power flowing through them. That's right. The Hehuan lock can control everything. If the mental power is strong enough, even the way of heaven can be controlled. Ugh! Before she could finish her words, Morongya's temperament changed drastically. Oh no, Master's jade demon body has acted up. The little demon girl exclaimed, the jade demon body is a special secret method of the Hehuan heavenly art, and once entering this state, it will become extremely dangerous. Master, calm down. Quick, lock me up with the acacia lock. Quick. Seeing Morongya forcing herself to calm down, Zhou Tong gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Hehuan lock, counterattack. In an instant, the offense and defense were exchanged, the shackles entangled Morongya, and then merged into the other's body. Well. At this moment, Zhou Tong could clearly feel Morongya's life rhythm, and even the rhythm of her heartbeat could be easily grasped. After the urging, Morongya quickly calmed down. Little guy. Master, I'm sorry, this love lock. It's okay. This is just an emergency. This is fine. Moronya looked at Zhou Tong's slightly sweaty chest muscles, swallowed her saliva, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Her body softened and she fell directly into Zhou Tong's arms. Ah! When she touched Zhou Tong's chest muscles, Moronya suddenly felt satisfied somewhere in her heart. When have I ever eaten something so good? As the fragrance and softness entered his arms, Zhou Tong's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At the same time, he also felt that his body had changed again and his cultivation was increasing rapidly. He instantly broke through the 9th level of the innate realm and stepped into the realm of soul division, and continued to advance all the way until he finally reached the 9th level of the soul division. The art of sex is so terrifying. Master, please respect yourself. After Zhou Tong's reminder, Moronya also realized that she was wrong. She gently propped herself up, looked at Zhou Tong's chest muscles with some reluctance, and waved her hand. Master is tired, you can take the little fellow to choose a cave. Moronya said with seductive eyes and sweat dripping down her face. It seemed that she was really sleepy. Come with me, bad guy. The evil woman said coquettishly, dragging Zhou Tong away forcefully. Then Moronya's pretty face quickly turned red. He lowered his head and cursed himself. Slut. Very good, I am very satisfied here. Zhou Tong nodded and said that his cave was called Hongshan Cave. I'm also very satisfied with this place. There's no one around. It's a good place to teach a bad guy a lesson. The little witch said with a smile, and suddenly she started to take action. Hey, hey, hey. Zhou Tong's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the other party would be so unsportsmanlike as to launch a sneak attack on him. Bullying me for not being in top form is too much. Zhou Tong protested. Too much. You still have the nerve to say that. You abandoned me at the 100 Sects conference and turned around to save your useless senior sister. Did you think I forgot about it? Hearing this, Zhou Tong was also overwhelmed. He was blinded by lard in the beginning, and now the little witch was bringing up the past. He had nothing to say. I thought you were relieved. As soon as these words were spoken, the little witch burst into laughter. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Remember how others called me, witch, seductress, etc. Do you think I am a woman with a broad mind? Zhou Tong was stunned, he saw the witch's breasts jumping with her giggles. The scene was so exciting that it made his blood boil. It's hard to say, at least from the outside, you do have a big chest. Hearing this, the little demon girl was slightly stunned, and her eyes immediately reflected excitement and playfulness. Okay, why didn't I notice it before? You're actually a sultry little pervert. I'm going to put my foot in your mouth. As she spoke, her attack became more intense. She swung her slender legs in the air with great force, sweeping out gusts of fragrant wind and heading straight for Zhou Tong's face. Stop it. I don't have this kind of fetish at all. Zhou Tong resisted with all his might and vowed to never surrender. You will, I swear. Not only does she want to settle the score for being bullied in the past, but she also wants to pay in advance for any possible bullying from Zhou Tong in the future. You forced me to do this. In an instant, Zhou Tong's temperament changed, his black hair turned white instantly, and his aura soared. You. The little demon girl's face changed drastically. This was clearly the 4th level of the Jade Demon body of the Hahuan heavenly art, and Zhou Tong had actually mastered it directly. Don't look down on me, beautiful lady. The young man had a wicked smile on his face, and he used the Hahuan lock to attack at the same time, catching the jade leg that was sweeping towards him and lifting it high. Ah! The witch screamed, and saw the young man suddenly exerted force and pushed her against the wall. The two of them were tightly pressed together, their breaths echoing, and their faces turned red at the same time. "Let me go," the little witch said with evasive eyes. There's no such good thing in the world. You decide when it starts, but of course it's up to me when it ends." Zhou Tong had the idea of playing a mischievous game, so he grabbed the ankle with one hand and touched the sole of the foot with the other hand and started tickling it. "Ah! You bad guy, I won't let you go." The little vixen gasped and couldn't help exclaiming, but Zhou Tong just felt that this foot was a perfect work of art. Small and delicate, snow-white as jade, the 5 cute feet seemed to be curled inward because of nervousness, just like the round cardamom, exuding a faint fragrance. What is even more eye-catching is that there is a red rope wrapped around the ankles of the little witch, with 2 golden bells hanging on the rope. When it shakes slightly, a crisp sound can be heard, which makes people's hearts ripple. "Witch, you walk barefoot all day, aren't you afraid of smelling?" Hearing this, the little witch was struck by lightning and stopped for a moment. Then, a shy expression appeared on her face and she couldn't help feeling angry. "Nonsense, it's obviously fragrant. I've soaked my feet in the petals of the tianxiang flower. If you don't believe me, try it." Just at this moment, a streak of light came from the horizon, carrying a jade slip of information inside, which just ended the posture between the two people. Feathers flying. The little demon girl's eyes changed and became serious in an instant. This was a means of conveying a message. A certain sect was announcing it to the world. After opening it, she smiled playfully. "Your former master wants to accept Tang Qi as his personal disciple and invites geniuses from all sects to attend the ceremony in 3 days. She is so kind that she didn't forget to send us an invitation." The little witch looked at Zhou Tong and couldn't help but said teasingly, "I made a special meal of dumplings just for your plate of vinegar. This old woman is quite interesting." "Boring." Zhou Tong couldn't help curling his lips and said nonchalantly, "You're not going?" "If I don't go, doesn't that mean I'm afraid of them?" Zhou Tong took the invitation and said calmly, "That's right. You will be the pillar of the Hundred sect in the future. How can you be afraid of those little bastards?" The little demon girl said with satisfaction, "It just so happens that I have to go and settle accounts with that bitch Chenlinger, to avenge both old and new grudges at the same time." Chenlinger was Zhou Tong's former senior sister, and she and the little witch were at odds with each other. 3 days passed in a flash. Xianhuang Mountain, Yuqing Sect. The place was bustling with people, gathering the young generation from various sections. Countless young boys and girls were eagerly waiting to see what kind of genius could make Yuqing Sect willing to give up Zhou Tong. On the high platform, Tang Qi looked down and couldn't help but feel his heart surge with emotion. This was the scene he had always dreamed of, and now it had finally come true. There would no longer be a place for Zhou Tong here. "Master, do you think senior brother will come today?" He looked at Emoliosu beside him and asked in a well-behaved manner. "It will definitely come." Emoliosu didn't say anything, but Chenlinger at the side spoke first. "That traitor is just playing hard to get. Let's see how long he can hold it in." Emoliosu looked calm and didn't say anything, but she glanced outside the sect from time to time, as if she was waiting for something. "People from the Hundred sect are here," someone shouted, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Emoliosu narrowed her eyes and stared intently. "I saw a red light spreading in the distance, like the red dust coming, magnificent and pervasive. In the gorgeous mist, 2 figures walked side by side in the air and floated over. They were Zhou Tong and the little demon girl. This scene amazed everyone. Needless to say, the little witch was extremely beautiful. She wore no jewelry or makeup. She wore a long red dress and stood in the wind like a fairy. However, even so, his appearance still did not overshadow the young man next to him. Zhou Tong had a face as white as jade, a look of a dragon and a phoenix, and was elegant with a kind of plain yet timeless majesty, an invisible domineering aura that quietly impressed people. Hiss. Some people gasped and were silently shocked in their hearts. This kind of aura was not something a young man could possess. Rather, it was like that of a peerless strong man who had been invincible for a long time and had seen many vicissitudes of life. Many talented boys and girls already felt a little suffocated. In the last sect meeting, all of them were suppressed by these two guys and couldn't even raise their heads. Now these two monsters are together. For a moment, countless fearful glances were cast at them, but the two seemed unaware and landed gracefully. You are so impressive. If you don't know me, you might think you are the protagonists. At this moment, a harsh voice came immediately, which made many people excited. It's coming, the main event is approaching so soon. Gu Hongqiu and Jiang Yuya were walking towards them with mocking smiles on their faces. Their eyes passed over the little witch girl and fixed on Zhou Tong. You traitor, you are so arrogant. I thought you had some backbone and would never come back until you die. Senior sister, you overestimate him. I told you that he would come back to beg for mercy within a month. I was right, wasn't I? The two men looked down at Zhou Tongdao and said, Today is the day that junior brother becomes master's personal disciple. If you dare to make trouble, don't blame us for beating you to death and throwing you off the mountain. For a moment, this place became the focus of everyone. Countless lights were cast here, some were curious, some were excited, and some were full of teasing. They really wanted to see what choice this former leader of the younger generation would make. On the high platform, Mo Liusu, Tang Qi, and Chen Linger saw everything clearly. Master, should we stop them? This kind of nonsense is really too ugly. Chen Linger suddenly asked. No need for that. There is no need to show mercy to this traitor. He has brought all this upon himself. Mo Liusu suddenly felt very confident. She knew Zhou Tong's character well. If there was no reason, he would never participate in Tang Qi's moment of glory. Now that he's here, it means Zhou Tong has something to ask of the sect. This time she wants to train Zhou Tong well. Where did you get those two stinky mouths? They're so disgusting. I'm here to help you clean them up. The little witch was never a good person and she moved towards the two men. Wait a minute, don't do it. Zhou Tong was a step faster and grabbed her wrist. Seeing this scene, the two women immediately smiled and said, as expected. Zhou Tong was still the same loser as before. No matter how he was humiliated, he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. You want to protect them? The little demon girl asked in surprise. No, Zhou Tong shook his head and walked towards the two women who were chattering. Kneel down and talk to me. Gu Hongqiu joked that he really thought Zhou Tong came to surrender and felt that he could control the other party firmly. Suddenly, Zhou Tong moved and slapped her in the face. Bang! Bang! The sound was so loud and powerful that everyone trembled. The corners of Gu Hongqiu's mouth were cracked and he let out a shrill scream. Ah, you piece of trash, what are you doing? I'm telling you to shut up, you bitch. Do you feel good about it, ha ha ha. I kill you. The other party was completely crazy. Zhou Tong had always pampered and coaxed her, which made her develop such an arrogant character. Now Zhou Tong's attitude towards her took a sharp turn for the worse, which made her instantly furious, and she pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. Hee, you really think you're a piece of cake? When I was nice to you, you said whatever you wanted. But now I don't care about you, you're nothing. Die. Even though Zhou Tong's cultivation level had dropped drastically, his current strength was no match for the opponent. He attacked directly with force and kicked the opponent in the abdomen. Ah! Gu Hongqiu's eyeballs popped out from the blow, and he flew backwards like a broken sack, falling miserably to the ground. This scene deeply stimulated Jiang Yuyao, who was standing aside. How dare you? Do you know the difference between us? You are just a traitor now. Compared with us, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. To you, we are like gods. Jiang Yuyao yelled. She wanted Zhou Tong to recognize his identity clearly. There was no room for him to be presumptuous here. You are the savior singer. You too should die. Zhou Tong let go completely, speaking his mind directly without giving any face. He grabbed Jiang Yuyao's hair, pressed her head hard to the ground. Bang! Ah, let go. Are you begging me? Zhou Tong asked jokingly. Dream. Yes, you are dreaming if you want me to let you go. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen Zhou Tong so cruel before. Some of them couldn't help but tremble. Stop it. Just then, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore. The space was distorted and Mo Liusu, Chen Linger and Tang Qi suddenly appeared here. Zhou Tong then stopped what he was doing and glanced at these people with a calm expression. You have committed a capital crime by daring to commit a crime here. Mo Liusu said indifferently. Stop scaring me, old woman. The little demon girl stepped forward and confronted them, saying, these two bitches provoked the Hundred sect first. Even if they were beaten to death, it was their own fault. If you don't accept it, go and ask my master. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately thought of the evil woman Moronya and couldn't help but shudder. Even though everyone said that the woman was on her last legs, no one dared to offend her. Zhou Tong, you are so reckless. I am very disappointed in you. Chen Linger said arrogantly, you actually mixed up with the witch, you really degenerate yourself. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to lecture me? Zhou Tong said disdainfully. Chen Linger raised her pretty face and said, how childish. You attacked the junior sisters just to attract my attention. Now I'm standing here, do you dare to hit me? When these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned. They had never heard such a request before. Chen Linger's face was full of arrogance, and her eyes showed a look of condescension. The reason why she dared to do this was because she was fearless. She could clearly feel that Zhou Tong once had secret feelings for her. Otherwise, how could Zhou Tong abandon the little witch girl at the 100 Sects conference and rush to her side unconditionally? If he didn't like her, how could Zhou Tong take the initiative to give up his time for cultivation and take the trouble to help her study the sword manual, so that she could become the best swordsman of the younger generation? If it wasn't for his love, how could Zhou Tong be willing to consume his spiritual energy to give her an initiation? But so what? She was originally a cold and aloof person, as elegant as a snow lotus, and she didn't care about worldly matters. Moreover, she looked down on Zhou Tong's lack of dignity, his servile and cautious appearance. In her eyes, only the high-spirited and talented junior brother was the real genius, a towering existence. Even now, she thought Zhou Tong was playing hard to get, and she despised him even more in her heart. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhou Tong smiled gently, rolled up his sleeves, and slapped the white face hard. You go to hell too. The pride on Chen Linger's face was instantly shattered. She was hit like a spinning top, spinning backwards and crashing into a pillar. For this special girl, Zhou Tong gave special strength. Puff! The little devil girl couldn't help but burst out laughing. She was very satisfied with Zhou Tong's performance. Not only her, but everyone around her couldn't help laughing. Chen Linger came back to her senses, her face full of disbelief. At this moment she was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. The Zhou Tong in the past would never embarrass her. You really dare to hit me? Even my father has never hit me. Then you should thank me. After all, I helped you make up for the missing fatherly love." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed again, with the little witch laughing the most wantonly. Chenlinger glared at her fiercely, but the little witch hugged Zhou Tong's arm and looked back at her with a smug look on her face. "Let him go. I'm going to teach him a lesson today." Chenlinger suddenly became uneasy, as if something had been taken away by someone. Even Emolyosu was affected. His chest rose and fell slightly, and he looked like he was ready to take action at any time. "Brother, you are going too far." Tang Chi was wearing a gorgeous robe, which made him look handsome and extraordinary. He was particularly eye-catching. When he opened his mouth, countless female disciples looked at him sideways. "Wow, is that the Tang Chi who has become famous recently? He is indeed a handsome man. I heard that his talent is second only to Zhou Tong. I don't know if it is true or not. That's all old news. Zhou Tong is a useless man now. He is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with him. Of course, otherwise, why would Master Mo accept him as his true disciple? Zhou Tong has been with Master Mo for more than 10 years, but he doesn't deserve such qualifications." Hearing these comments, Tang Chi unconsciously raised his chin and looked down at Zhou Tong. Emolyosu was also watching Zhou Tong's expression, trying to see if there was anything unusual. However, Zhou Tong didn't care at all, staring at Tang Chi with eyes as sharp as swords. "A fellow like you is worthy of calling me senior brother? How shameless! Everyone, listen to me clearly. I, Zhou Tong, have long severed all ties with the Yuqing sect and will never return in this lifetime. Even if I turn into a handful of yellow earth or a wisp of duckweed in the future, I will never fall on the territory of Xianhuang Mountain, unless the Yuqing sect has been reduced to ashes before that." These words and oath were deafening, as if mixed with the great voice of the Great Way, enough to show Zhou Tong's determination. However, before he could finish his words, Zhou Tong felt his arm tighten, and saw the little witch's eyes moving, and she had already snuggled up to him. "Don't say such stupid things. As long as I am alive, as long as Master is alive, someone will always put you first in their hearts. You will not be lonely, and you will not turn into a floating duckweed." Hearing this, Zhou Tongyu choked up and his eyes became slightly moist. He had to admit that this woman touched the softest part of his heart. "Witch, your charm skills have reached this level, how dare you disrupt my concentration?" As he said this, he stretched out his hands and grasped the slender waist of the little girl. This scene made many people jealous. Isn't this the scene in which fairies become a couple and gods are a couple? So what if they were a witch? So what if they were useless? At least at this moment, they were worthy of everyone's envy. Tang Chi was almost going crazy with jealousy. He stared at the little vixen intently, wishing he could swallow her up in one bite. She is so beautiful and charming, even more beautiful than his 5 senior sisters. If he could get her, wouldn't he be so happy? Humph. You have no sense of shame for doing such shameless things in broad daylight. Chenlinger said indifferently, and Emolyosu was also cold as ice. "You can sit anywhere, the apprenticeship ceremony is about to begin, remember to watch the ceremony carefully." After she finished speaking, she turned and left, climbing up the platform step by step. "You disappoint me so much." Chenlinger also left a word and chased after him. "Linger, do you think that evil disciple has really made up his mind?" Emolyosu asked in a low voice. "Master, you are worrying too much. I have seen through his thoughts long ago." "Oh? Tell me about it." Emolyosu said with interest. "Master, think about it. If he really joined the Hehuan sect, he should call you Tsangyue, senior sister, but he calls her witch." Emolyosu's eyes lit up and she felt relieved. In her opinion, this was undoubtedly a derogatory term. So that means that the evil creature still wants to come back, but he just pretends to be very convincing this time? He's just holding on. Let's see how long he can hold on. Chen Linger said disdainfully. She had already thought about how to punish Zhou Tong. I have decided. I will mobilize the whole clan for today's apprenticeship ceremony. I will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao for your junior brother and help him ascend to heaven in one step. Mo Liusu said excitedly that she wanted to show Zhou Tong in front of him how much she doted on Tang Qi, so that he would know that she could give others the things he dreamed of at will. After seeing this scene, she didn't believe that Zhou Tong could continue pretending. Zhou Tong and his companion found a secluded place to sit down. No one was willing to approach them, so there was an empty area around them. At noon, the sun shines on the earth, and a clear voice resounds through the sky. The auspicious time has arrived, let's begin the ceremony. Everyone's eyes turned towards the platform at the same time. The platform was divided into 9 floors and reached into the clouds. 9 disciples stood on each floor, holding sharp swords. They looked solemn and dignified, and exuded a sharp sword aura. Is this posture intended to attract the attention of heaven? When these words were spoken, people's eyes widened, and the talented disciples from other sects were even more incredulous. The Yuqing sect is really generous. They would do this for a disciple. It seems that they really want to make him the number one among the younger generation. When they thought of this, many people looked at Zhou Tong at the same time. Zhou Tong's eyelids jumped. This ritual of inducing the heavenly Tao was extremely energy-consuming. Not only did it consume countless resources, but it also required the connection between 81 sub-arrays and one main array. The Yuqing sect once held a sword-fighting ceremony for Chen Linger to help her become the number one sword-fighting person. It was Zhou Tong himself who drew the formation for her at that time. The reason is simple, it's because although the level of each formation is not high, it is extremely complicated and involves the laws of nature. Ordinary formation masters dare not try it at all, for fear of backlash. Only Zhou Tong, who had a clear mind and a strong spirit at the time, could do this job. Moreover, the preservation conditions of this Yintiandeo formation are extremely harsh. It must be discarded after one use. If it is reused, it will cause a big mess. The rosy glow shot up into the sky and lingered in mid-air, revealing a graceful and elegant figure. Mu Liusu was seen with flying white hair, holding a sword, and exuding a sacred aura. Suddenly she moved, formed a sword gesture with her hand, and slashed a sharp sword towards the sky. Boom! The clouds broke apart, revealing a clear sky. The sword formation rises, and the Taoist magic is summoned. She chanted softly, her voice gentle and melodious, and then magic arrays lit up in the Yuqing sect. There were 81 in total, corresponding to each disciple on the platform. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong was finally relieved. These guys really reused the previous formation. The 81 people on the platform seemed to have sensed something and began to brandish their swords, performing different sword techniques with great skill and practice, as if they had demonstrated it thousands of times. At this moment, Mo Liusu swung his sword, and a larger sword formation immediately emerged at the bottom of the platform, encompassing everything. Is this the ceremony that attracts the attention of the heavenly Tao? It is so grand and vast that it makes me feel suffocated. The elders from other sects who were present at the scene breathed heavily. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. There is no doubt that this is a ceremony to communicate the way of the sword. Once it attracts the attention of the heavenly Tao, Tang Qi's sword skills will inevitably experience a qualitative leap. Before he finished speaking, countless natural treasures rose into the sky, exploded in mid-air, and turned into pure spiritual energy, gathering around Tang Qi on the platform. This scene made everyone gasp. Each of those treasures was priceless, but Yuqing sect used them without hesitation. How much did they value this disciple? Did you see clearly? You piece of trash, this is the treatment that junior brother deserves. You will never be as good as him. Gu Hongqiu was still jumping around, racking her brains to try to break Zhou Tong's defense. It was obvious that she knew very well what Zhou Tong cared about most in the past. Unfortunately, that Zhou Tong no longer existed. Roll. She received another loud slap in response, and the little witch slapped him away without even turning her head. Puff. Gu Hongqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes full of resentment, but no one cared about her. On the high platform, Tang Qi opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He looked down and immediately found Zhou Tong's location. They are just like ants. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he was full of energy and pride. From now on, he would leave Zhou Tong far behind, and the two would never be compared again. Connect the heaven and earth, lead the avenue out, here comes the sword. Tang Qi roared, and a golden sword flew through the air and landed in his palm. This is the heavenly Dao sword, a ceremonial weapon, but it is also the most respected sword among all. Tang Qi held the sword and practiced his swordsmanship, and 1,000-foot-long light burst out from his body. Boom! There were strange fluctuations in the sky. Everyone held their breath. They saw a huge vertical eye opening and closing, like the eye of heaven, its gaze fixed on Tang Qi. It succeeded. It actually succeeded. This Tang Qi is going to be amazing. He will firmly be the number one among the younger generation. Ha ha ha. This feeling is truly extraordinary. Tang Qi laughed loudly, and visible sword ripples followed his gaze and flowed into his body, making his aura extremely sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Mo Liusu and Chen Linger headed in the direction of Zhou Tong at the same time. However, Zhou Tong did not show any abnormality. He was even drinking with the little girl, looking very happy. It's really pitiful that you are still pretending at this time, just like a clown. Chen Linger said. Shao Qi, how do you feel? Mo Liusu leaned over and asked Tang Qi. Master, my understanding of the way of the sword has improved several times, and this is just the beginning. Once I have mastered all these insights, no one among my peers will be able to match me. That's good. I hope you won't disappoint your teacher's expectations. Don't be like someone who is ungrateful, crosses the river and burns the bridge, and is despised by the world. Don't worry, Master. I'm different from him and I won't let you down. The little demon girl poked Zhou Tong and said with a smile on her face, Look, the acting skills of this master and disciple are really wonderful. Zhou Tong nodded and said, Don't worry, there are more exciting things to come. Before he finished speaking, something strange happened. Only a loud roar was heard around the platform, and 81 disciples vomited blood at the same time, and their breath became weak. Not only that, the main array and the 81 sub-arrays also began to tremble violently, emitting a strange light, and even cracks appeared. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and then they felt a sharp chill that made their scalps tingle. Looking up, the eye of heaven in the sky had changed. It was no longer a calm gaze, but was filled with anger, and its gaze was filled with murderous intent as it rushed down. Why? What happened? Tang Qi's expression changed drastically, his skin was cracked all over his body, blood was gushing out, and he almost looked like a monster. He couldn't help but scream, with fear in his eyes. Master, save me, Master! Master! What's going on? Where are the disciples from the formation hall? Stand up and speak. Mo Liusu roared, Chen Linger looked unhappy, Gu Hongqiu and Jiang Yuyao kept shouting. Formation hall, you guys did a bad thing. If something happens to my junior brother, I will make you pay with your lives. Under the gaze of these crazy women, the chief disciple of the formation hall walked out trembling. Reporting to Master Mo. This accident came too suddenly, and all the formations were broken. Don't talk nonsense to me. If it's cracked, fix it immediately. Emolyosu interrupted and ordered with a cold expression. Hearing this, a trace of bitterness emerged on the face of the eldest disciple of the formation hall. Reply to the real person, we can't repair it. Emolyosu suddenly became even angrier. What nonsense! How could such a huge Yuching sect and its prestigious formation hall be unable to repair even a few small formations? Master, I really don't dare to lie. This formation is not only the Yuching sect, but I remember that there is only one person in the world who has the ability and courage to practice it. When these words were spoken, not only Emolyosu, but everyone else also perked up and pricked up their ears. In the past 100 years, the only sect that could successfully attract the attention of heaven was the Yuching sect. Since then, countless sects have been trying to find the secret, but in the end, they have found nothing. Now it seems that the key to all this lies in this person. Who is that person? Find him here, we can't miss his benefits. The eldest disciple of the formation hall trembled slightly, and his expression was indescribably strange. Master, this person was once a disciple of our sect, but you expelled him from the sect. Now he is at the scene, but... When these words were spoken, everyone was struck by lightning. This was no different from naming names. For a moment, Emolyosu's expression became extremely wonderful. Chunlinger also looked horrified. She remembered that it was indeed Zhou Tong who carved the formation himself, but she didn't take it seriously. Now that the old things were brought up again, she felt an unprecedented shock. So it was him. Everyone suddenly realized that it was all like a dream and that reality was so absurd and ridiculous. If this is true, it can only be said that the entire Yuching sect is a bunch of clowns, and their purity is extremely high. The only disciple in the world who could set up the heavenly Tao formation was expelled from the sect, and he was also forced to abandon his cultivation and fill up with hatred. Even a pig-brained person could not do such a thing. Ing Shaoxian from Taiching sect was also at the scene. He couldn't help but beat his chest and stamp his feet, looking at Emolyosu with anger on his face. If Zhou Tong had not listened to this woman's instigation, he would have been a member of Taiching sect long ago. How could Hehuan's sect have gotten such a big advantage? Since you can repair it, why are you still sitting here? Go and repair the formation. Jiang Yuyao and Gu Hongqiu were the first to react. They immediately jumped up and pointed at Zhou Tong's nose and gave orders. However, Zhou Tong remained indifferent and continued to look at and talk with the little witch. This action undoubtedly added fuel to the fire and made the two people furious. Didn't you hear me talking to you? If something happens to my junior brother, your life won't be enough to pay for it. Jiang Yuyao roared with a ferocious look on her face, and she overturned the table in front of Zhou Tong, spilling all the pure wine and delicacies on the table. No one around stepped forward to dissuade them, they all watched the farce with great interest. The Yuching sect has really lost face today. Even if one is a scoundrel, one knows that one should have the right attitude when asking for help. Fairy Emo is known to be pure, elegant and polite, but her disciples are so arrogant and vulgar, it is really eye-opening. Are you begging me? Zhou Tong remained calm and looked at the two people in front of him indifferently, but his light words made the other party furious again. Please. Who do you think you are? Stop flattering yourself. We are giving you a chance to atone for your sins. You are right. You are a traitor who destroyed the sect's treasure. It is a great favor that you are not executed. You will never be able to repay this favor until you die. Now you must repair the formation for my junior brother. Hearing this strange argument, Zhou Tong's smile became even wider. I won't, what can you do to me? You deserve to die. You have to do it today, or you won't be able to leave alive. The two were furious and were about to call on the strong men around them to take action. Zhou Tong, let's stop here. If you continue to use Qiao's words like this, it will only make people hate you more. At this moment, Chen Linger leaped down from the high platform and came in front of several people. She stared at Zhou Tong, her expression still cold as before, and said, "Don't you just want to return to the sect? It's too embarrassing to take advantage of such a trivial ability. Forget it, even if it is for the sake of my junior brother, I will fulfill your wish. You go and save my junior brother immediately. After you succeed, I will ask Master for mercy. Whether it will be successful or not depends on her opinion." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked as if struck by lightning. For the first time, they felt that the Yuqing sect could be so shameless. A talent like Zhou Tong, even if he is completely useless and can never practice cultivation, just based on his ability to depict the heavenly Tao formation, countless sects will fight to get him. On the other hand, the Yuqing sect clearly still had a trace of affection for Zhou Tong, but they had no intention of making up for it and even treated Zhou Tong like a beast. Listen to the nonsense that woman said. Even if Zhou Tong helps them out of danger, whether he can return depends on their mood. Doesn't that mean Zhou Tong is just begging for food on his knees? This is really a nose drawn on a piece of paper, the face is not small. In my eyes, you are nothing. Zhou Tong stood up and confronted him with a sharp look. "Ah, help me quickly, master, I feel so much pain, I'm about to die." An even more tragic voice from Tang Qi was heard from the platform, causing Chen Linger's face to tremble. "Don't make me hate you. If something happens to my junior brother, you can't bear the responsibility. Come with me now." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to use force and grabbed Zhou Tong's shoulder with one hand. "Do you think I'm dead?" The little witch immediately became angry and attacked fiercely, fighting against Chen Linger. The palm wind swept across, thunder and lightning roared, and Chen Linger was completely at a disadvantage and was blown away. How is that possible? She was shocked and could not accept this result. The strength of the two was obviously similar before, and even if there was a slight difference, it was only a fine line. Why was there such a big difference now? The little witch was also a little surprised, and then she smiled happily as if she had thought of something. In the past few days, she has been studying with Zhou Tong, who has preached and answered her questions, which has greatly improved her comprehension of the Huan Tian Gong. Now, she can easily surpass Chen Linger. That's enough. Suddenly, Mo Liusu's cold shout was heard, and then a strong pressure came down, accurately pressing on Zhou Tong and the little demon girl. "Go save them." Mo Liusu looked down at Zhou Tong and gave orders as before. "Who are you talking to me with?" Zhou Tong looked up at the other person with a sarcastic look on his face. He didn't look like the oppressed party. It seemed more like he was examining Mo Liusu, trying to tear off her superior disguise. "I am commanding you as a strong man." Mo Liusu's expression changed several times, and the words he said made people feel cold all over. Everyone knew that this woman was going to turn against them completely. In the world of warriors, the strong are respected. As long as one is strong enough, one can deal with the weak at will. This is the law of nature. But Zhou Tong smiled even more brightly, because the other party had run out of tricks. "Do you think you can be the only one in charge?" Zhou Tong said sarcastically. "It's enough to control you." "Not necessarily." Zhou Tong was fearless. As soon as he finished speaking, someone interrupted him. "Mo Liusu, you are the leader of Yuqing sect after all. Don't you feel ashamed to force a young man in such a despicable way?" The person who spoke was Xiao, whom Zhou Tong had met once. Zhou Tong had a very good impression of this man and had expected that he would jump out to help him out. The reason is very simple. This person is a gentleman who can truly judge the situation. He cannot tolerate dirty behavior, but he can also see Zhou Tong's value. If he doesn't do a favor now, when will he do it? This is our Yuching sect's business, so it would be better for senioring not to interfere. Mo Yosu's face changed slightly. This man's move put her in an awkward situation where she couldn't move forward or backward. You are wrong again. Zhou Tong is no longer a disciple of Yuching sect. Ing Shaoxian ruthlessly finished off the opponent, determined to embarrass him. Facing this person, Mo Yosu has no right to be tough. Okay, since Senior wants to protect this evil creature, I will step back. Her chest rose and fell, and she stared at Zhou Tong. You just want benefits, then state your conditions. Wouldn't it be better if this was done earlier? Zhou Tong looked around and pointed his finger at Chen Linger, Gu Hongqiu, and Jiang Yuyao. You, and you, kneel down and beg me. In addition, I also want the 7-star jade blood lotus of the Yuching sect. What a big mouth you have. You really dare to daydream. Mo Yosu and Chen Linger's faces immediately turned ugly. Gu Hongqiu and Jiang Yuyao became furious and pointed at Zhou Tong's nose and cursed him. They could not accept either of these two conditions. For many years, they have looked down on Zhou Tong from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, Zhou Tong is not even as good as a slave. Making them kneel down to Zhou Tong was more painful than killing them. Don't dream about the 7-star jade blood lotus. It is the sect's sacred object. There is only one of its kind. It is priceless and you are not qualified to get your hands on it. Mo Yosu said coldly, as for asking them to kneel down to you, I can only say that you can't afford it. Change the conditions. He. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sneer, do you think I'm discussing this with you? You're wrong. This is a notice, and also an order. You can only choose to do it or not. There is never an option to change it. Are you threatening me? Mo Yosu exuded a harmless aura. Of course. Can't you see it's so simple? Zhou Tong responded without flinching, which made people's hearts tremble. This young man was so tough. It seemed that hatred for someone could really last forever. You beast, do you really think we can't deal with you? I won't surrender to you even if I have to kneel down like a dog. Gu Hongqiu and others could no longer tolerate it. In the past, Zhou Tong would never dare to be so arrogant. He wouldn't even dare to fart. Then you can just wait for your beloved junior brother to become a dead dog. I have plenty of time, but he can't hold on for much longer. Zhou Tong said lightly. At this moment, Tang Qi was in dire straits, his skin was cracked all over his body, like a bloody man, almost dying. But Zhou Tong knew that this guy would not die so easily. Not only was he favored by fate in his previous life, but he also had a powerful soul hidden in his body with many trump cards. But today, in front of everyone, if he uses his trump card, firstly, it will be easily exposed, and secondly, it will consume a lot of energy. He will never make a move unless it is absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Mo Yosu's expression changed again and again, and he was already burning with anger. Do you think that if you kill Shao Qi, I will accept you as my apprentice again? Forget it. Even if you beg me to be your disciple, I won't be interested in you now. Zhou Tong responded bluntly without showing any mercy. Okay. Since this is your choice, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Mo Yosu took a deep breath and his eyes became ruthless. She turned around and looked at the 3 female disciples around her and said, I accept your terms. Master. Jiang Yuyao and Gu Hongqiu's faces changed drastically. Do you really want us to kneel down and worship this piece of trash? What? You don't want to? Or do you want to see Tang Qi die? It turns out that your feelings for him are just this. Zhou Tong laughed at the side, causing several people's faces to change, but then Jiang Yuyao revealed a mocking look. I see, you are jealous of our junior brother and want to see how far we can go for him. Then I'll tell you, you can't even compare to a hair of my junior brother. We won't care if a piece of trash like you dies immediately. In order to save my junior brother, we can even give up our dignity. She said this with self-movement, then swiftly knelt down in front of Zhou Tong with a playful look on her face. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong felt speechless and showed an expression that was more disgusting than eating half a pound of flies. Ha, it seems that senior sister has touched your sore spot. You are so pitiful. You are always comparing yourself with junior brother, but you can never compare with him. As she spoke, she also knelt down, as if it was an honorable thing to do. Chen Linger followed closely behind, and at the moment her knees touched the ground, she still acted superior, as if she was rewarding Zhou Tong. Looking at these three faces with abstract expressions, Zhou Tong slowly raised his hand with a strange smile. Snap! 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 3 slaps, each one gets one, not very harmful but extremely insulting. Take your eyes away, it disgusts me. You hit me again, twice. How dare you? Chen Linger couldn't believe it. Zhou Tong obviously loved her, yet he dared to do this. This method of attracting her attention was too despicable. She swore in her heart that she would never give Zhou Tong a good face again. Bang! Zhou Tong was not polite and rewarded her again. Ugly people are often mischievous. As he spoke, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief, as if they were stained with something dirty. Seeing this scene, Chen Linger felt extremely humiliated. She could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Have you had enough of the trouble? Mo Lyosu asked in a cold voice. Of course not. Hand over the 7-star jade blood lotus. Don't make me say it again. Snort. This time, Mo Lyosu did not hesitate. He stretched out his hand and waved it. A colorful lotus appeared out of thin air and flew in front of Zhou Tong. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, and many of them looked at the lotus with greed, wishing they could take it for themselves. This is a rare holy object in the world. It can not only increase one's cultivation level, but also has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Every petal is priceless. It's really good stuff, it makes me feel relaxed and happy, keep it well. Zhou Tong handed it to the little witch and winked at her. The little demon girl understood what he meant and put the lotus into her space ring, while at the same time crushing a jade pendant without leaving a trace. Can you repair the formation now? Mo Lyosu urged. Of course. Zhou Tong said easily that this was as difficult as climbing to the sky for others, but as easy as pie for him. A brilliant light emanated from between his brows, which then turned into visible ripples and spread toward the platform. This is a mental fluctuation, hiss. Ing Shaoxian sucked in a breath of cold air. Except for him, everyone around him looked calm and unaware of the mystery at all. This mental force looks plain, but it is extremely long-lasting, hiding an indescribable power that is difficult to detect unless one has profound Taoism skills. The effect was obvious. Under the cleansing of this spiritual light, the broken formation was restored at the same time, and the eye of heaven in the sky also returned to normal. Boom! After a moment, magnificent sword waves surged from Tang Qi's body, and it was obvious that there had been a qualitative leap, breaking through a certain limit. Ha ha ha, I did it! He laughed loudly, and as the eye of heaven disappeared, the injuries on his body healed instantly. Good. You are worthy of being my disciple. Mo Lyosu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Zhou Tong and the little demon girl. In an instant, the air around them became much colder. Hand over the 7-star jade blood lotus, and I will consider giving you a lighter sentence. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. People knew that the Yuqing sect was planning to turn against them. Are you going to go back on your word? The little witch stared at Emolyosu, anger already in her voice. Going back on your word? Not really. You were never qualified to make a deal with me from the beginning. All of this is just a temporary measure. Emolyosu remained calm and said, I'll repeat it again. Hand over the 7-star jade blood lotus, then kneel on the ground and wait for your punishment. What if I say no? Zhou Tong rubbed his brows and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Then I will tear you into pieces. Gu Hongqiu said proudly, weren't you very arrogant just now? If you dare to force us to kneel, you should have expected this kind of outcome. Stop talking nonsense, it's time to teach this rubbish a lesson. Jiang Yuyao was equally furious and wished she could sentence Zhou Tong to death. Kneel down. Emolyosu pressed down with one hand, like a 1,000-foot mountain, landing on the shoulders of the two men. The two men's bodies were shaking violently, almost hunched over, but they held on in an instant, preferring to break rather than bend. Do you want to bully the Hundred sect? Or do you want to fight with our master? The little demon girl took a step forward, activated the Hundred Tian Gong, and propped up a sea of red dust. Hearing this, Emolyosu looked even more disdainful. Your master, is he talking about that useless person who has run out of energy? There were bursts of laughter all around, as if mocking the little witch for being at her wit's end. They saw clearly a few days ago that the female devil could not even protect herself and had long lost her deterrent power. Humph! You are wrong. My master has already taken the Bodhi pill. Even though he has not recovered to his peak, it is enough to deal with you. You are so arrogant and bluffing. Tang Qi walked down from the platform and looked down at Zhou Tong with an unprecedented sense of superiority on his face. Don't think I don't know that you can't refine the Bodhi pill at all, and you have suffered a serious injury because of it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to get the 7-star jade blood lotus. Hearing this, Emolyosu suddenly realized. I see. You, this evil creature, not only want to save yourself, but also want to save that female devil. It's a pity that you don't have that chance. As she spoke, she pressed her palm downward, and an even more violent force came, ready to completely crush Zhou Tong and the other man. At this moment, a soft shout like the cry of a phoenix echoed through the sky. How many lives do you have to pay for hurting my disciple? The sky light was changing, the wind and thunder were howling, and invisible ripples were rushing towards them at a high speed, making Emolyosu the first to bear the brunt. Boom! With a loud bang, her aura exploded, and she lost her balance, her feet stepped on the void, and she retreated repeatedly. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and then they saw a fairy-like figure suddenly appear. The leader of the Hundred sect. She-devil. Many people stood up and addressed Moronya in different ways, looking extremely nervous. The little witch breathed a sigh of relief, thanks to Zhou Tong who had guessed this scene long ago and asked her to pass the message in time, otherwise she would have suffered a great loss today. Who dares to commit violence here? Yuqing sect is not a place where you can act wildly. Several elders jumped up and surrounded Moronya. How dare these old guys stand on the same level with me? Get out of here. Moronya's long hair was dyed with snow, and she directly activated the jade demon body. She seemed like a different person. A cold and murderous aura surged out of her like a tide, leaving many people with cold hands and feet. It was with this attitude that this female devil overthrew several sects. Calm down. Let's talk it over. The pupils of the elders of Yuqing sect contracted as they sensed a dangerous aura. You hurt my disciple and asked me to calm down. Why don't you just die? Moronya was ruthless. She sent out a hand seal that exploded in the air. Suddenly, Terrifying ripples swept in all directions, injuring several elders at the same time, and Qi Qiao fell down bleeding. This scene made everyone panic. With such strength, how could there be any sign of exhaustion? It seems that this woman really took the Bodhi pill, and Zhou Tong made the Bodhi pill. That's impossible. You're obviously going to die. That piece of trash can't possibly make a 7th grade elixir. Tang Qi's face was gloomy and he said with certainty. These words reminded many people of the scene on that day. There was indeed thunder and fire near Hongshan Mountain. I guess that must be the strange phenomenon caused by the Bodhi pill? When they thought of this, many people showed a dazed look on their faces. It is amazing that Tang Qi can refine 5th grade elixirs, so what about Zhou Tong? Evil spirit? Monster. It seems that in the way of alchemy, it is not that Zhou Tong cannot compare with Tang Qi, but that Tang Qi is not worthy of being compared with Zhou Tong. This is fake. They must have obtained the Bodhi pill from some other means. Jiang Yuyao said, among the younger generation, no one can surpass junior brother. That's right, there is only one explanation. Mo Liusu adjusted his breath and confronted Murongya from a distance. The scene of two peerless beauties standing in the air is undoubtedly extremely pleasing to the eyes. However, there is still a gap between the peerless beauties. Mo Liusu is like the bright moon in the sky, and Murongya, even the real moon would pale in comparison to her. Comparing the two sides, the difference is obvious. If you dare to hurt them, I will make you pay the price. Murongya's expression changed immediately, and she was about to take action with swift and decisive action. Humph, it's just some trash I casually threw away, but you treated it as a treasure. You're really hungry and don't care about what you eat. Mo Liusu's expression changed slightly, but he still couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Hearing this, Murongya actually stopped, and her eyes suddenly became playful. Are you jealous? What a joke. What's so good about you that I should be jealous of you? There are so many things. You are jealous that I am stronger than you, jealous that I am prettier than you, and even more jealous that the little guy abandoned you and became my disciple. The smile on Mo Liusu's face gradually faded. Murongya continued to talk. You have no idea how much the little guy likes me as his new master. He asks about my well-being and cares about my injuries every day. He not only refines various elixirs for me, but also massages my body at night. Mo Liusu secretly clenched her fists, her cheeks slightly red. However, Murongya twirled her hair with one finger, and said coyly and contentedly, it's really annoying to have such an excellent and considerate little guy. I told him not to bother with it, but he was still mean to me. Alas, what else can I do? Of course I have to pamper him well. If anyone dares to bully him, I will make him suffer eternal damnation. Suddenly, Murongya's expression became extremely sharp. She stared at the other person and said, when the little guy was your disciple, he would not treat you like this, right? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too ugly. That's nonsense. He's obviously better to me. Mo Liusu was completely enraged, his aura surged violently and could not be contained at all. She was not angry because of Murongya's bullying, but because she was really jealous. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. She was jealous of Zhou Tong's respect and care for people other than her. This should have been a privilege that belonged to her alone. If she didn't give it, no one else could take it. It's really surprising. Murongya's face turned completely cold. He's so good to you and you want to drive him away, you are such a beast. Call. A gust of wind blew past, heading straight for Murongya. It turned out that Mo Liusu couldn't hold back any longer and took action directly. She was anxious, she was anxious. Murongya's smile grew even wider, her snow-white hair flying, and she stretched out her hand. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. In a flash, the two men exchanged moves. Emolyosu came quickly but left even faster. He was knocked flying and landed on the platform. The 9-story high platform collapsed in an instant. A terrifying aura was flowing in the air, smoke and dust were flying, and the 81 disciples on the stage seemed to be locked up, unable to escape for a while. Hurry up and save them. Elder Baiha exclaimed, watching those disciples about to be buried under the dust. Just at this moment, Zhou Tong took action. Combine. He just clapped his hands, and the 81 sub-arrays merged into the main array, instantly cutting off the breath blockade. This short moment brought hope. The disciples exerted their strength at the same time and broke free without any casualties. Thank you for saving my life, brother. They knelt down on one knee and bowed devoutly to Zhou Tong. No need, I am no longer your senior brother. Zhou Tong's ruthless words added a hint of sadness to the eyes of these disciples, but then, only sincere gratitude remained in their eyes. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Tong's move was too fast and his method was too sophisticated, leaving them confused. What's more crucial is that they couldn't even tell Zhou Tong's strength. It seemed like he had no cultivation at all, or he seemed to be at the peak of the soul separation realm. In short, it was very confusing. There is only one thing that is certain, Zhou Tong has no wounds on his body and he is still as strong as ever. This made the geniuses from other sects tremble. Are they going to be suppressed by this person again at this 100 Sects conference? You useless thing, it was his master who put you in danger, why do you need to worship him? There was a loud bang, the dust exploded, and a disheveled figure slowly emerged. Emolyosu's hairpins were in disarray, there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her breath became much shorter. People once again witnessed Moronya's strength. Even though this woman was burdened with spiritual injuries and inner demons, she was not someone that her peers could challenge. Do you think you've won? Emolyosu took a deep breath and said unconvincedly. You can continue, I only need one hand. Moronya said with contempt, causing Emolyosu's chest to heave and he almost wanted to fight again. Wait a minute. At this moment, Tang Chi suddenly inserted himself between the two of them. Shao Qi, please get out of the way. It's dangerous here. Master, don't worry. I have my own solution. Tang Chi smiled harmlessly, turned to look at Moronya, and his expression became serious again. Senior Morong, today is my apprenticeship ceremony, but you broke into my sect and hurt my master. Even if you are a strong man, I still want justice. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned the heavenly sword and aimed it at Moronya. I want to challenge your disciple to a sword fight. If I win, you will apologize to my master. Laugh. Moronya sneered, teach him a lesson. Yes, sir. The little demon girl was eager to try. She took a step forward. Her almost extraordinary aura made Tang Chi's face change. The person I want to challenge is not you, but him. He pointed his sword at Zhou Tong Dao. I used to respect you as my senior brother, but you teamed up with outsiders to injure my master. Today I want to seek justice for my master. If you are not a coward, then accept the fight. You're so funny. The little demon girl said with sarcasm, you just accepted the baptism of heaven, and now you want to challenge a person whose cultivation has been abolished. Who is the coward? Humph, don't say these useless things. Strength is everything in this world. If he's scared, just say it directly. Don't keep hiding behind a woman and make people laugh. Emolyosu also echoed from the side, looking at Moronya and said, don't you think highly of this evil creature? How come you don't even have the courage to let him take action? Have you discovered that he is a useless person? Hearing this shameless remark, Moronya's breath rose again. Are you good at talking? Then let's see which one is harder, your words or my fists. I advise you not to be too presumptuous. This is Yuching sect. If I summon the Grand Elder, you will also die here. Before that, I can crush you to death 10 times. Master. Zhou Tong suddenly hugged Moronia's arm to calm her down. Little guy, you. It's time for me to end this. I accept this kendo competition. After hearing this, Tang Qi almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect that this loser would actually take the bait. In the ring, swords and knives are ruthless. Even if he was killed by accident, others would have nothing to say. This time, he wants to defeat Zhou Tong completely. Everyone looked over expectantly. They couldn't see Zhou Tong's level of cultivation, but as long as they started fighting, Zhou Tong would not be able to hide it. Little guy, you have to be careful. Moronia felt Zhou Tong's persistence and did not dissuade him, but only gave him concerned advice. Don't worry, I won't lose. Under the gaze of everyone, the two turned to the ring, and the moment they approached each other, Tang Qi revealed his true face. From today on, your era has officially ended. I want to let you see the strength of the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth, but before he could say anything, a hearty female voice came over the wind. You are so arrogant. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? I am here to meet you. The next moment, sword energy was seen flying, and a purple-clothed figure appeared in front of everyone. The other person looked like a young girl, with a sword on her waist, and looked heroic. As soon as she appeared, she attracted exclamations from everyone. It's Long Lingyun. She's here too. Legend has it that she has inherited the sword master's skills and has mastered them thoroughly. She is truly unfathomable. Someone revealed the woman's origins, causing countless exclamations. I have also heard that her talent in swordsmanship is unrivaled in the world. Not to mention her peers, even the older generation of masters are no match for her. If these three were to compete in swordsmanship, it would be hard to say who would win. Everyone was whispering, but Long Lingyun stepped onto the stage first and faced Zhou Tong and Tang Qi. As soon as they met, a look of surprise appeared on Tang Qi's face, and he started to make plans in his mind. You two are so good, aren't you? I'm itching to do it. Come one by one or all at once. I'll keep you company. Everyone immediately became interested. This girl was really confident and must be quite capable. Let me do it first. After I deal with you, it won't be too late for me to deal with him later. Tang Qi took a step forward and said gracefully. Do you think you can beat me? I don't think I will lose. If I win, you have to agree to one condition. How about joining the Yuching sect? It's a deal. I hope you don't lose too badly. Long Lingyun was full of vigor and vitality, with an invincible belief between his brows. Zhou Tong had already retreated from the ring. He frowned, feeling that the woman's sword intent was somewhat familiar. Sword Saint, I remember now. This Long Lingyun actually inherited his legacy. A tall and majestic figure emerged in Zhou Tong's mind. It was the Sword Saint himself. The two had fought against each other in their previous life. The reason why I can remember it is that the Sword Saint himself persisted for 3 full moves before being defeated by Zhou Tong, who was almost enlightened. On the stage, Long Lingyun and Tang Qi confronted each other. Before the two of them started, the surroundings were filled with a cold sword energy, making everyone's hair stand on end. What a strong momentum. It seems like they are evenly matched. There will be a wonderful decisive battle today. That's nonsense. Junior brother is much stronger than this woman. The battle will be over soon. Gu Hongqiu said mindlessly, staring at Tang Chi with only obsession and admiration in his eyes. Don't be careless, this woman is really not simple. Chen Linger's face was solemn. Among the people present, her sword skills were among the best, and she had also been baptized by the way of heaven, so she had seen more than ordinary people. The little vixen also became interested. She looked at the woman on the stage, and her right hand kept opening and closing and clenching. This is treating the opponent as an imaginary enemy and simulating the battle scene in the mind. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I am not as good as her. After a moment, the little demon girl came to a conclusion and looked at Zhou Tong again. Who do you think will win? Everyone's eyes turned to look over. Even though Zhou Tong's cultivation was destroyed, he was once the king of the younger generation, and his vision was unmatched. What can a useless person understand? He can only try to attract attention. Jiang Yuyao said coldly from the side, and the little witch glanced at her and instantly shut her up. At this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly said, "This is a battle without suspense. The winner will be decided within 3 moves. The result is that Tang Chi was defeated miserably. 1 stone caused 1,000 ripples." Everyone was in an uproar and looked at Zhou Tong in disbelief. This is impossible. Tang Chi is not only a top talent, but he has also been trained in swordsmanship. There may not be anyone among the younger generation who can defeat him in 1 move or 2. Someone said in disbelief. I think you are jealous and crazy. You are really ugly and make a fool of yourself. Chen Linger spoke in a mocking tone, still bearing the grudge of the slap in the face, and verbally suppressed Zhou Tong. Chen Linger, I have to say that your talent is really mediocre. I shouldn't have helped you hold the Yin Tian Dao ceremony. After all, even if that opportunity is given to a pig, the pig will get a pair of bright sword eyes and will not become blind. Zhou Tong looked at the other person with only contempt in his eyes, which made Chen Linger feel ashamed and angry. That's enough. Mo Liusu said contemptuously, you are not qualified to judge Linger. Zhou Tong was not afraid at all, and looked at her in the eye. This is the first time I heard that evaluating garbage requires qualifications. As a piece of trash, she at least did one thing well, that is, she learned to sort herself. Garbage should stay with garbage. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunder from the sky, exploding on everyone's forehead. Zhou Tong scolded all the disciples of Mo Liusu in one breath. You! Mo Liusu's pupils contracted, and at that moment, her body temperature rose rapidly. She could no longer tell whether it was anger or shame, she just felt a sharp pain in her heart. It's not like this, it shouldn't be like this. Originally, there was only respect and admiration in Zhou Tong's eyes when he looked at her. There was a time when, whenever she was upset and exhausted, she would calm down when she saw those eyes, and all her doubts and confusion would dissipate. But now, Zhou Tong only looked at her with disgust and ridicule, and gave all his tenderness to others. This is not right. This shouldn't be the case. Mo Liusu appeared calm on the surface, but was struggling inside. There seemed to be 2 wills fighting against each other in her body, one was the desire to be cared for, the other was the pride to maintain a superior position, which made her at a loss. Boom! There was a violent fluctuation on the stage, which brought everyone's attention back. Tang Chi took the first step. He held the heavenly Dao sword in his hand, gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and transformed it into a 10-foot-long giant sword, which he chopped down vertically. This scene made everyone tremble. Use the power of heaven to transform the Dao, and transform objects into spirits. This is an extremely high realm that can only be mastered by those who have crossed the extraordinary barrier and stepped into the heaven-slaying realm. However, Tang Chi used it easily. Let's see how that woman can block it now. She defeated Junior Brother in 3 moves. It's a joke. Jiang Yuyao sneered. In her opinion, this one move could decide the outcome. She had already thought about how to humiliate Zhou Tong. But the next moment, her expression suddenly froze. Long Lingyun had clear eyes, holding an ancient sword in his hand and gently swinging it forward. In an instant, there was a violent roar of wind and thunder, and another giant sword appeared out of nowhere, also with the power of transforming objects and communicating with spirits, which was very exciting. Swords clashed, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The sword energy swept across the sky, even the clouds in the sky were broken into pieces. Tang Qi's face was solemn. After testing, he finally became serious. This Long Lingyun was indeed not a simple person. But he still looked confident, as if he was certain of winning. Miss Long, if you can't bear it anymore, just admit defeat. I can stop in time. He took a step back and leaped into the air. Countless lights appeared behind him, as bright as the galaxy. The stars in the sky. This is his signature sword move. Whenever he uses it, he is sure to win. Almost no one of his peers can escape unscathed. Everyone was stunned, seeing the sky full of stars falling down, illuminating the surrounding areas, leaving no place for people to escape. This is simply the pinnacle of swordsmanship and has already touched the threshold of momentum. In the practice of swordsmanship, when the technique is fully developed, one becomes a force, and when the force is broken, one attains. Sword skills, sword momentum, and sword art represent the levels of cultivation. In the whole world, there are only a handful of strong people who can comprehend sword momentum. As for sword art, it only exists in legends. It's over. Long Lingyun is powerless to save the situation. Someone said confidently that the battle had reached a suspenseful point, and facing a blow from the pinnacle of swordsmanship, unless one could comprehend the power of the sword, one would be at the mercy of the opponent. At this moment, people once again looked at Zhou Tong and wanted to see how he would explain. It's time to end it. Zhou Tong Dao, before he finished his words, the situation on the stage quickly reversed. Long Lingyun wiped the sword with his fingers, and an aura that dominated the world suddenly burst out. Everyone felt terrified, as if a sword was hanging over their heads and they could die at any time. Not only that, the stars in the sky transformed by the sword energy were also shaking, and then shattered in succession, and finally turned into nothing. Sword power. Impossible. I am not wrong. It is everywhere, omnipresent, indestructible, and invincible. This is called sword power. Cut. Long Lingyun waved his sword lightly in front of him. Although the two were dozens of feet apart, Tang Qi was struck by lightning and fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings, spitting blood from his mouth. The winner is decided. Bitch, you dare to hurt my junior brother, I will make you pay with your life. Gu Hongqiu was about to rush forward while shouting, but suddenly he met Long Lingyun's eyes and was so frightened that he almost lost control of his bladder. I lost. Tang Qi climbed up and said unwillingly that his defeat was a foregone conclusion, simply because he encountered a dimensionality reduction attack. Although Miss Long's swordsmanship is powerful, she may not be my opponent in a real fight. Hearing this, Long Lingyun didn't even bother to give him a glance. She has seen many losers shouting. You. Tang Qi's face changed slightly, but he saw that Long Lingyun was already facing Zhou Tong. Next, it's your turn. It's finally my turn. Zhou Tong couldn't wait and jumped onto the stage. After seeing my strength, instead of running away, you are moving closer to me? Long Lingyun said with some surprise. How can I beat you up if I don't get close to you? Zhou Tong said bluntly, and took the red dust sword from the little demon girl's waist. Teach this woman a lesson. If you lose, I won't forgive you. The little witch waved her pink fists. We're guaranteed to win. Zhou Tong responded with a relaxed look on his face. What a big tone. You really don't know what you can do. Tang Qi mocked directly, even I am no match for her. If it were you, you wouldn't even be able to take a single blow. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's not that Zhou Tong is too weak, but that Long Lingyun is too strong. Zhou Tong ignored everyone's thoughts, stared straight into Long Lingyun's eyes, and felt a hint of clear stupidity. Can you read? Zhou Tong asked, which immediately made Long Lingyun angry and embarrassed. Don't say these useless things, we are fighting with swords. Seeing this appearance, Zhou Tong already had the answer in his mind. No wonder Long Lingyun could master the sword skills. It turned out that she possessed the legendary wisdom without words. Those who possess this wisdom are born illiterate, but they can understand the meaning by looking at the shape, gain enlightenment by looking at all things, and grasp the essence by looking at the classics. This is truly amazing. The old bastard sword master had this kind of physique, and I didn't expect his successor to have the same condition. What are you looking at? You dare to be distracted when competing with me. You are so brave. Long Lingyun made her move. Her eyes flickered and her wisdom started to work, opening her sword eye. Suddenly, Zhou Tong turned into a bunch of rigid lines in her eyes, and there was no trace of sword energy flowing. This is clearly just an ordinary person who doesn't know how to use a sword. My expectations were wasted. Long Lingyun immediately lost interest and was about to end the battle. At this moment, Zhou Tong started the opening move. Long Lingyun froze immediately, and it seemed as if a massive thunder exploded in his mind at the same time. This was an extremely dangerous signal, so without saying anything, she prepared to use her sword skills. However, it was too late. Zhou Tong seemed to have turned into an abyss, with no flaws and no leakage. Long Lingyun could not help but tremble, his whole body felt like he was carrying a 10,000-ton boulder, and was completely suppressed by the more powerful sword force. I can't even fight back. She was horrified in her heart, and only now realized that Zhou Tong was not ignorant of swordsmanship, but was extremely unfathomable. It's time to go. Zhou Tong finally drew his sword, and the sword light was like water, gracefully passing across her throat, but she was like a puppet, and could only let him do whatever he wanted. The light and shadow changed, the two figures intertwined, standing back to back, and everything returned to calm. There was dead silence all around, and you could hear a pin drop. He looked confused and didn't understand. I can understand the sweat. What's the result? Who won? Someone asked in confusion. This is the strongest sword I have ever seen, simple but unsurpassed. After a long time, an old man murmured, his voice full of sighs. The most powerful sword. Whose is it? Someone else asked further, but saw that Long Lingyun on the ring was already kneeling on one knee on the ground. I lost, completely lost. She admitted it herself, revealing the strength of the victory and defeat. Seeing her distraught appearance, everyone found it difficult to breathe. What kind of failure could make him so decadent? The gap must be huge and there is no chance of winning. I don't believe it. Some people jumped out and questioned this absurd scene. That's right, this must be fake, this is acting, how can a useless person do this? Gu Hongqiu shouted, staring at Zhou Tong with bloodshot eyes, as if he was looking at his mortal enemy. It must be true without a doubt. His sword power is even stronger, far beyond Long Lingyun, but you just didn't notice it. Ing Shaoxian spoke, slapping the faces of those who questioned him. Tang Qi's face turned ashen, and he could no longer maintain that innocent image. A violent aura rose from him. The man who could kill him in one move was killed in one move by Zhou Tong. It was truly a satisfying crushing victory. People then realized that even if Zhou Tong was disabled, his peak height could not be easily surpassed. Some sects that were at odds with the Yuqing sect did not even try to hide it, and their disciples and elders laughed out loud. They just felt that the heads of the Yuqing sect's top leaders were stuck in the toilet, otherwise they would never have made such a stupid decision to expel Zhou Tong from the sect. Kendo is just a minor path. Only hard power is the most important. Mo Lyosu said in a cold and hard tone, Yuqing sect will never take in a scum who harbors evil intentions, let alone a useless person. After hearing this, Tang Qi finally calmed down. Mo Lyosu was right. Zhou Tong was already useless. Why should he fight with him? In an instant, he regained his arrogant state. He was sure in his heart that if they fought normally, Zhou Tong would not be his match. Zhou Tong shrugged, not caring about what anyone thought. The farce was over and it was time to leave. He didn't want to stay here even for another second. Wait a minute. Just then, Long Lingyun called him. What's up? According to the agreement, if I lose to you, I will join your sect. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart moved again. This Hehuan sect was going to go against the will of heaven. A female devil, a little witch, a former number one of the young generation, plus Long Lingyun. Is the Hehuan sect going to become a den of monsters? Don't make the mistake, girl. They are not upright and will be wiped out soon. If you want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, it's best for you to stay in Yuqing sect. We will provide you with the best resources. An elder stepped forward to persuade them, and immediately attracted countless contempt. The abacus beads of Yuqing sect were about to fall on their faces. Hearing this, Long Lingyun looked back and his eyes swept over Mo Lyosu and her disciples. I'm sorry, I'm not good at intrigue, and I'm not interested in the weak. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately ignited the anger of everyone in the Yuqing sect. This means to scold them for being bad and useless without any mercy. Ignoring everyone's expressions, Long Lingyun came in front of Murongya and knelt on one knee on the ground. Senior Murong, I wonder if I can have the honor of becoming your disciple? It is my wish to find a genius and nurture him. Murongya smiled happily and without wasting a moment, she accepted him as her disciple. I'm sorry to have to inconvenience you. My Hehuan sect has long been in decline, and including you, we only have 3 disciples. Wouldn't that be better? Long Lingyun was delighted and pointed at Zhou Tong Dao, this way, I can learn sword skills from him any time. Ahem. The little witch cleared her throat twice and her expression instantly became serious. You can join us, but you have to abide by the rules. From today on, I am your senior sister and Zhou Tong is your senior brother. Do you understand? I understand. I will respect you. No, no, no. You can disrespect me, but you can't harass your senior brother. Long Lingyun's expression changed slightly. I will try my best. Also, you can't spar with him for more than 2 hours a day. I understand. Senior brother also needs to practice and rest. No, he has to help me practice for the remaining 10 hours. He swore to do that. The wonderful apprenticeship ceremony has come to an end. Although it is not as exciting as everyone imagines, it has a different kind of excitement. Everyone was very satisfied, except the people from Yuqing sect. This was supposed to be their chance to establish their authority, but they were humiliated repeatedly by Zhou Tong, the abandoned disciple, and they lost both their dignity and face. Tang Qi was even more furious. Seeing Zhou Tong surrounded by beauties, his magic power almost exploded. His own failure was frustrating enough, and Zhou Tong's perfection was even more difficult for him to accept. Trash will always be trash. Even if they can be proud for a while, they will eventually become my stepping stone, because I am the master of this world. It's getting late, we should go back. Murongya was smiling from ear to ear. She was wearing a long dress with wide sleeves and was carefully protecting her 3 beloved disciples before leaving. "You can't leave yet." Emolyosu suddenly spoke, causing everyone who was about to leave to pause. "Return the 7-star jade blood lotus." "Pooh!" Moronya spat in her face and left without looking back. The air between heaven and earth suddenly solidified. "Master, you are so handsome. I like you so much." Long Lingyun was swept through the void, his eyes full of little stars, looking at Moronya with admiration. What a little girl who has never seen the world. This is just the beginning. There are more handsome ones to come. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tong couldn't help laughing and looked at Moronya, like 2 foxes who had successfully stolen a chicken. "Wow, wow, wow, you two are so in sync. I didn't expect that someone would get tired of the old and love the new. When he got a new disciple, he forgot about the old one." The little witch said with a sour taste in her mouth. "Be good, Yuer, don't make a fuss. There is a big surprise. You will know it when you return to the sect." The 4 of them flew all the way, crossed the space, and soon returned to Hongshan Mountain. I never thought that the once powerful Hundred sect would fall to this level. Looking at the barren hilltop, Long Lingyun couldn't help but sigh. Soon, they arrived in front of the sect gate, where there was only a tattered plaque fluttering in the wind. Long Lingyun suddenly stopped and looked at the 3 words on the plaque. He felt that they were full of beauty and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "God rewards hard work. That's the Hundred sect. You are really illiterate. Even if you can't read, you should at least know how to count." The little witch was shocked. Even though Zhou Tong had already introduced Wu Zihuijian to her, she was still extremely surprised when she saw him in person. "Isn't she pretending?" "No, I've seen guys with worse conditions." As soon as they entered the sect, the little demon girl and Long Lingyun became alert. "Be careful, there is a strange smell, someone has been here." The little demon girl's face changed drastically, and she rushed out first, heading straight for the sect's warehouse. Zhou Tong and Moronya looked at each other and followed. With a bang, the door of the warehouse was pushed open, and it was empty inside, with nothing left. "These damn bandits." The little witch's face turned pale, and the joy in her heart disappeared. This was the last bit of wealth left by the Hundred sect. More importantly, the elixir for refining the Bodhi pill was also taken away. As a result, they were unable to cure their master's inner demons. "Don't worry, I know who did it," Zhou Tong said calmly, and with a wave of his hand, countless tiny formations flew from all directions and formed an image. "I had forgotten that you are a master of formations." The little witch was overjoyed, and her hanging heart slowly settled down. Since Zhou Tong was well prepared, there wouldn't be any problems. At some point, she had begun to subconsciously rely on Zhou Tong. As he was speaking, a figure appeared on the screen. I saw a few middle-aged men working very quickly. They emptied the warehouse in the blink of an eye. It only took 10 breaths. Heh. We are all old acquaintances. How could the Yuqing sect be so despicable? Long Lingyun said angrily that these people were all elders of Yuqing sect, and they took advantage of Moronya's absence to wipe out Hundred sect. That's outrageous. I'm going to settle the score with them. Just as the little witch was about to take action, Zhou Tong grabbed her wrist. Relax, just give it to them if they want it. When did you become so generous? That's because someone is more generous than us. Zhou Tong looked at Moronya and said, Master, give them a whole life. Okay. Moronya waved her long sleeves, and it seemed as if the sky was filled with stars. Countless treasures flew out from her sleeves and piled up into small hills. The other two were simply stunned, looking at the scene in disbelief. Among these treasures, there are elixirs, and spiritual stones, and their value is dozens of times higher than the lost part. Bad woman, who did you rob? The little witch asked subconsciously. Don't say such harsh words. This is called, it's impolite not to reciprocate. If you dare to cut off our support, you should be prepared to be responded to. Murongya raised her delicate chin and said, when you were confronting the Yuching sect, I had already arrived first and took advantage of the situation to steal something from them. Master is mighty. The three of them bowed down in unison. They were really rich this time. Xianhuang Mountain, Yuching sect. All the people from other sects had left, and there was nothing left except a mess. Mo Lyosu, this is all your fault. Fairy Baiha launched into a direct attack. I want to impeach you for abusing your position as the sect leader and doing whatever you want. If you hadn't driven Zhou Tong away, we wouldn't have suffered such a great humiliation today. The other elders remained silent. Each of them had a solemn look and some resentment in their eyes. Be patient, everything is under my control. Mo Lyosu said calmly, it won't be long before the Hundred sect disappears completely. As soon as he finished speaking, several elders walked out of the crowd and displayed the treasures they had looted. Did you take this opportunity to get it from the Hundred sect? The others looked at each other, and many of them had joy in their eyes, as these treasures were worth a lot of money. They didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Under the rule of the jungle, if they couldn't even protect their own treasures, they deserved to be destroyed. This is enough to make up for our losses. Several elders said with satisfaction. Oh no! Oh no! Just then, a disciple stumbled over with a look of panic on his face. Speak slowly, this is Yuching sect, even if the sky falls, there are people to hold it up. Mo Lyosu said dissatisfiedly. Master Mo, the sky has really fallen. Our sect's treasure house has been looted by others. When these words were spoken, everyone present was struck by lightning. You're lying. I dare not lie. If you don't believe me, just look. The disciple tremblingly handed over a note. Mo Lyosu took it and took just one look at it. His face quickly turned pale. It said, Murongya was here. Bitch, I will never forgive you. She gritted her teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I will go find the law enforcers and report that the Hundred sect is not meritorious enough, and have them remove the Hundred sect's name. In the red dust cave of the Hundred sect, Zhou Tong was sitting cross-legged to practice, with a brilliant light emanating from his brows. This place has been transformed into a medicine field. He planted all the spiritual medicine seeds he had stolen. He also planted the 7-star blue blood lotus in the center of the medicine field, like the king of all herbs. Just by staying in this cave, your cultivation will naturally increase. The peak of the soul division realm is really not worth mentioning. Zhou Tong muttered to himself that he must become stronger quickly and make breakthroughs again and again. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled thunder flashed in the void. He suddenly opened his eyes, flew up, and kicked the thunder into pieces. This body is too weak. Zhou Tong said with a serious expression that his mental power was comparable to that of an emperor, but his physical body was simply not able to match it. He was a complete alien and was being monitored by the heavenly Tao at all times. If this continues, not only will his cultivation be restricted, but his life may even be in danger. The most urgent task is to temper the body and strengthen it to the point where it can control the mental power. However, tempering the body is not an easy task. It is not only difficult but also full of dangers. The slightest carelessness would result in the loss of flesh and blood, leaving permanent wounds. Zhou Tong simply ignored this. The simplest and most effective method is to trigger a heavenly thunder tribulation and use the thunder to strike the body to achieve the purpose of strengthening. As for the risks, screw the risks, even if I die, as long as I survive it's pure profit. If you want to trigger a thunder catastrophe, you must use the heavenly Tao stone to set up a large formation. Hiss. The heavenly Tao stone seems to be very precious. I wonder if the Hundred sect has it. I should go ask Master. Zhou Tong was about to set off with thunder and lightning. Just at this moment, the little witch rushed in. It's bad news, little scoundrel. The messenger of the law enforcer has come to our door and threatened to revoke the Hundred sect's qualification to establish a sect. Our master is confronting him now. Hearing this, Zhou Tong was suddenly shocked. This law enforcement organization is extremely powerful. It is responsible for maintaining order, eradicating evil spirits, and has the authority to manage and punish all practitioners. In order to maintain operations, law enforcement organizations also regularly issue various tasks. You will gain merits by completing tasks, and with the merits, you can exchange them for various rare treasures. As a sect force, they must pay a fixed amount of merit to the law enforcers every cycle. If they fail to pay for a long time, the law enforcers will be disqualified from establishing a sect. The Hundred sect has been in name only in the past few years, so the law enforcers have never come to visit. Now that this matter has been brought up, it is definitely not a trivial matter. Take me to see it. Zhou Tong looked solemn. It was not difficult to guess that it was definitely the Yuqing sect who was behind this. When they arrived outside the Hundred sect, they were both shocked by the scene in front of them. I am Lord Mirangia's dog. The law enforcer did come to the door, but the scene was different from what Zhou Tong had imagined. He knelt at Mirangia's feet, his eyes full of admiration and enthusiasm. The title of the female devil is not given for nothing. She can reach the moon in the sky, catch turtles in the 5 oceans, and even make people scare them to death. However, being shattered into pieces is only the limit of the other party's endurance, but it is not the limit of Mirangia's charm. Master, stop making trouble. Zhou Tong only needed to make a slight move to save the law enforcer's life. These guys are too much of a bully. I won't hand it over to them. Let's see what they can do. Mirangia suddenly became like a sulky little girl and said nonchalantly. She had no good feelings towards law enforcement officers. She had dealt with them decades ago, and the results were not pleasant. Don't make a fuss, this is not a joke. Zhou Tong said with a serious face that the old monsters among the law enforcers were no weaker than Mirangia at her peak, and that one would suffer a loss if he confronted them head-on. After helping the law enforcer's messenger up, the other party still stared at Mirangia. His soul was almost hooked. Senior, please go back and tell the elders that we will go to receive the mission tomorrow to repay the merits we owe. Okay, I know. I will definitely pass on the message and wait for you to come tomorrow. The other party jumped away, looking back every few steps, reluctant to leave. Get out of here. Mirangia said unhappily. Even though he was scolded, that person smiled even more brightly and flew up to the clouds with full satisfaction. Zhou Tong was stunned. He didn't expect that such a difficult guy would turn into a bootlicker when he met his master. You used the fantasy on him? Zhou Tong looked at Mirangia and asked. Qilua fantasy is the 3rd chapter of Huan Tian Gong, a supreme technique of enchantment. When ordinary people perform this skill, their charm value will skyrocket. However, if it is performed by a stunning beauty herself, its lethality will be absolutely terrifying. Who made him have such a bad attitude? Of course I have to teach him a lesson. Zhou Tong couldn't help but smile bitterly. The nickname was indeed not wrong. It made sense that his master was called the female devil. Master, I also want to learn this move. It is much more useful than swordsmanship. Long Lingyun jumped out from somewhere. As a woman, and a beautiful one at that, she was almost bewitched by her master just now. This move had reached the level of defeating the enemy without fighting. At this moment, a white and tender hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her ear. That's a nice thought. I've already taught you the Huan Tian Gong. If you want to practice this move, you should learn to read first. Follow me. The little witch said bluntly and was about to take Long Lingyun away. Ah, it hurts. Weren't you soaking your feet in flower petals just now? Why are you suddenly behind me? Shut up. The witch's face turned red. Ever since she stepped on Zhou Tong with her feet last time, she developed a habit of soaking her feet in flower petals. Little guy, are you really going to the law enforcement city tomorrow? Morongya asked with a frown. Watching the two people leave, Zhou Tong restrained his smile. Master, do you know where the heavenly Tao stone is? Hearing this, Morongya was slightly stunned, and chuckled, although I don't know what you want to do. If you want to find the heavenly Tao stone, you really have to go to the law enforcement city. Is it there? Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. Yes, it needs to be exchanged for merit. In that case, let's set off tomorrow. Zhou Tong acted decisively and made good plans. Wait a minute, little one. Suddenly, Morongya pressed his shoulders, and her sweet lips moved down to kiss him deeply. Master, you. Zhou Tong opened his eyes wide, and before he could resist, he felt a powerful force entering his body from his lips. The soul-splitting realm is broken, and the soul-transforming realm emerges. The breakthrough came naturally. This is just a thank you gift. Don't think too much about it. I have no interest in you at all. Morongya ran away. From her back, Zhou Tong saw that her earlobes were red. The next day, Zhou Tong, Long Lingyun and the little demon girl headed towards the law enforcement city. For the survival of the sect, they have to work as laborers for a while. Morongya stayed in the Huan sect to prevent certain people from violating martial ethics and stealing the house again. Soon the three of them walked into the law enforcement hall together, where they could accept missions and gain merits. As soon as I entered, I saw someone I knew. Tang Qi and Chen Linger were seen walking side by side, with an expression of mockery that was hard to conceal on Tang Qi's face. Brother, it must be hard to betray your master. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I can assure you that you won't earn even a single point of merit today. You don't count yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tong's gaze passed over him and looked at the law enforcer who came to his door yesterday. I am the envoy responsible for receiving you. You can call me Luo Yi. Luo Yi got straight to the point and said, the Huan sect has owed a total of 500,000 merits over the years. If you can't deliver half of the merits within 3 days, then there is no need for the Huan sect to exist. Hearing this, the people around were shocked. If 500,000 merits were converted into spirit stones, it would be equivalent to 5 million spirit stones. Such a value is almost enough to match the entire assets of a small sect. A sect as poor as the Huan sect could never come up with such wealth, so its dethronement is a foregone conclusion. Without further delay, let's get started. Zhou Tong said nonchalantly and was about to accept the task. Wait a minute, the normal missions are gone. I have prepared something better for you. Luo Yi smiled playfully, and with a wave of his hand, a stone tablet fell down, with the content of the task engraved on it. Everyone looked at him at the same time, revealing expressions of pity. The stone tablet was indeed filled with tasks that could earn a large amount of merit, but the simplest one among them was to refine a 6th-grade elixir, which was definitely not something a young person could accomplish. I told you, you won't get any credit today. Tang Qi smiled coldly, his face full of mockery. Are you done? Then without further delay, we should start refining the elixir. Zhou Tong said lightly, causing the smile on Tang Qi's face to fade. Pretentious. He taunted, you have already suffered the backlash from forcing yourself to refine the 7th-grade elixir, and have long since become a cripple. What qualifications do you have to be so tough in front of me?" When these words were spoken, the people around were startled at first, and then looked at Zhou Tong with interest. "He's the one who's trying to refine a 7th grade elixir? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What is overestimating one's own abilities? This is it. You think your abilities are higher than the sky, but in fact you are just a waste. It seems that Fairy Mo did a good job. It's better to get rid of this guy as soon as possible, otherwise he will bring disaster sooner or later." Facing the ridicule from the crowd, Zhou Tong remained calm and neither surprised nor angry. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the alchemy furnace. It just so happened that the task list included refining Bodhi pills, which was exactly what he wanted. A 7th grade elixir is worth 20,000 merits. If you refine all the elixirs on the task list, not only can you repay your debts, but the remaining merits can even buy a few heavenly Tao stones. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The elixir was put into the furnace, the divine fire was lit, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Everyone around kept their mouths shut, that was the rule. But there are always people who want to break the rules. Chen Linger came up and said condescendingly, "Don't be so stubborn, or else no one will be able to save you when your wounds flare up." Zhou Tong was silent, as if he didn't hear her words. "I'm talking to you, what's your attitude?" Chen Linger was furious and felt that Zhou Tong was playing hard to get, so she reached out to grab his shoulder. "Roll!" With a snap, the little witch drew out the sword and slapped her in the face. "If you dare to come any closer, I'll kill you." "Ah!" Chen Linger couldn't help but scream in pain, her eyes filled with shock and anger. "You are harming him. Senior sister, we have nothing to say to these rubbish. Since he wants to humiliate himself, I will help him." Tang Chi raised the corner of his mouth, realizing that this was a good opportunity to trample on Zhou Tong. If the two of them tried to make the elixir at the same time, Zhou Tong failed but he succeeded, wouldn't his prestige soar to the sky in one step? With this thought in mind, he excitedly took out the alchemy furnace and started refining. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. The former genius and the current genius are confronting each other. I wonder what kind of sparks will be created. Is there any need to see this? One is genuine, the other is just pretending. The result is already determined. As if to confirm this person's point of view, half an hour later, bursts of elixir fragrance emanated from Tang Chi's alchemy furnace, refreshing the heart. Such a rich and pure elixir energy. This is the 6th grade elixir, the Yuan returning pill, and it is of extremely high quality. A master of alchemy came over and nodded in approval. The crowd exploded. As expected of a complete genius, he was a 5th-rank alchemist a few days ago. I didn't expect him to break through so quickly. It's really embarrassing. It's done. Tang Chi's eyes lit up, he opened the lid of the cauldron, and a bright red pill flew out. The color is pure and the elixir energy is rich. It is indeed a top-grade Huanyuan pill. People exclaimed in admiration, and then the sky became covered with dark clouds, making the place completely airtight. Oh my God! This is Dan Yun. Some alchemists shouted in horror. Refining a 6th grade elixir has caused a strange phenomenon, which means that the quality of this elixir is close to the 7th grade. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned and looked at Tang Chi with awe. Young Master Tang is truly a peerless genius. For a time, there were constant voices of flattery, and many people were also belittling Zhou Tong at the same time. Don't you see what kind of person you are? You are just a piece of trash, but you want to compete with Mr. Tang? It's worse than dreaming. Everyone, please don't disturb him. Don't blame us if he fails. Tang Chi said jokingly, staring at Zhou Tong. Even Chen Linger was shaking her head, seeming to be extremely disappointed. After a moment, Zhou Tong also opened his eyes. "It's done," he said lightly. "What have you accomplished? How come there is not even a slight fluctuation of the elixir? Don't tell me you refined a 7th grade elixir." Someone rushed up and said something extremely harsh. "It is the 7th grade elixir, Bodhi pill." After these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I didn't hear it wrong, did he dare to say that? The 7th grade elixir can trigger heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Should we be prepared to avoid being struck to death by thunder? That's better." Zhou Tong looked at the man and smiled vividly. "Then let the lightning strike me to death." The other party just ran out with his arms open as if to embrace the sky. "If I'm not killed by lightning, then you can crawl through my crotch." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter again. "Then let's wait and see." Zhou Tong smiled and slowly opened the furnace. Everyone held their breath, ready to ridicule. Tang Chi crossed his arms across his chest, also looking like he was enjoying the show. However, as the alchemy furnace was opened, something strange happened suddenly. Boom! Tang Chi's Danyun dissipated instantly, as if he had encountered something terrible. How is that possible? While everyone was stunned, dragons and snakes danced in the sky, the earth cracked open, and underground fire gushed out. No! The man just now let out a desperate cry and was swept by the heavenly calamity and turned into ashes. Those who blaspheme the heavenly calamity will naturally be targeted. It's really thunder and fire. 7th grade elixir, he is a 7th grade elixir master. The voices of some alchemy masters became hoarse, and they looked at Zhou Tong with ferocious expressions, as if they saw faith. The electric light intertwined and illuminated half of the boy's face, making him look solemn and dignified. At this moment, no one dared to make a mocking sound. Zhou Tong used his strength to slap everyone in the face. "Impossible, this can't be true." Tang Chi's face was extremely pale. Just now he was a rising star admired by everyone, but now he has become a pitiful foil. The 7th rank versus the 6th rank, this is a crushing defeat like dimensionality reduction, they cannot be compared at all. After a while, the thunderbolt dissipated and the Bodhi pill appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was convinced that this pill was the best among the 7th grade ones. Chen Linger stood aside, her heart beating violently as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared at Zhou Tong intently, as if she had met this person for the first time. She had to admit that the young man's figure bathed in lightning had quietly touched her heart. The elixir is ready, the mission is concluded. Zhou Tong was not arrogant at all and handed the pill to Luo Yi, but the other party's face looked extremely ugly. Miscalculated. He has already received Mo Liosu's instructions to bring down the Hundred sect at all costs. Wouldn't this mean that all his efforts will be in vain? Next, I have to refine the 7th grade elixir. Hearing this, Luo Yi suddenly jumped up and kicked the task stone tablet to pieces. Sorry, these tasks have also been cancelled. A chill immediately seeped into Zhou Tong's pupils. If even these tasks are gone, how are we supposed to earn merit? Long Lingyun asked anxiously. Huh. Then you can only wait. If there is no mission in 1 day, you will wait for 1 day. If there is no mission in 1 year, you will wait for 1 year. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized that this person was in cahoots with the Yuqing sect. Tang Chi's gloom was instantly swept away, and he laughed wildly. Huh. You need power to get into the business. So what if you can make pills? In the end, you still can't do anything. Just when he was about to appreciate Zhou Tong's frustrated expression, suddenly a powerful aura descended upon him. Whoever can save my daughter, Shangguan Wuhui, will reward you handsomely. Everyone trembled. This Shangguan Wuhui is the leader of the Shangqing sect. He has a very high status and enormous power. The other person looked anxious, holding a pale girl in his arms. That was his daughter Shangguan Wugo. His appearance attracted the alchemists present, including some true masters. However, after investigation, many masters shook their heads secretly. This child has been poisoned by the strongest water poison and is extremely resistant to any medicinal pills. The situation is very dangerous. Shangguan Wuhui looked gloomy. He had heard these words many times. Is my Wugir really hopeless? I can save her. Zhou Tong suddenly said, attracting Shangguan Wuhui's attention. His eyes were bloodshot, like a ferocious beast ready to eat people. Boy, are you kidding me? Even the alchemy master is helpless, what can a young boy like you do? No, I can cure Ling Qianjin's water poison, but I have to use an extraordinary method. Zhou Tong was about to explain when Tang Qi on the side looked overjoyed. He had once found a great opportunity, and the ring he carried with him contained not only the souls of powerful men, but also various elixirs that were enough to dissolve the water poison. This is a good opportunity to show off, how could he let it go? Senior, please do not listen to his nonsense. I have a 9 nether wind and fire pill here that can save Ling Qianjin from his urgent danger. Tang Qi said proudly, and then took out the pill. The entire law enforcement hall was suddenly filled with the aroma of medicine, and many alchemists' eyes lit up. This was an 8th grade elixir, extremely precious and something that they could only dream of but could never reach. Okay. God is helping me. If you can save Wuk, I will agree to whatever you ask for. Shangguan Wuhui said excitedly, as if he saw hope. He took the pill and was about to give it to the girl in his arms. Wait a minute. Zhou Tong hurriedly stopped her. I've already said that to save your daughter, you must use extraordinary methods. Taking any elixir will only make things worse. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak nonsense here? Shangguan Wuhui said angrily, if you dare to make trouble again, I will kill you on the spot. He. Senior, you don't know that this person was once my senior brother. Because of his evil intentions, he was expelled from the sect by my master. Now he has fallen into depravity and joined the Hehuan sect. You'd better not believe his words. Tang Qi was fanning the flames from the side, and as expected, a sarcastic look immediately appeared on Shangguan Wuhui's face. Under the gaze of everyone, Shangguan Wugo swallowed the pill. Then, the poison in her body quickly disappeared and her complexion returned to its rosy color, as if she had really recovered. How does it feel? Shangguan Wuhui asked the girl excitedly. Daddy, I feel much better. My body is warm and comfortable. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, except for Tang Qi, whose eyes flashed with viciousness. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely destroy Zhou Tong and make it impossible for him to make a comeback. Senior, I have an unwelcome request. He bowed and said to Shangguan Wuhui. Ha. I owe you a great favor. Just tell me what conditions you have and I will agree to them. Thank you, Senior. Tang Qi showed joy on his face and suddenly pointed at Zhou Tong. Please allow me to report this to you, Senior. I used to respect this person immensely, but his actions really disappointed me. Not only did he betray the sect, but he also colluded with outsiders to insult my master. Senior, please help me punish this person. The faces of the people around changed. It seemed that Tang Qi was determined to kill Zhou Tong. Shao Qi, this is our own business, why bother the senior to intervene? I don't know what was wrong with Chen Linger, she actually spoke for Zhou Tong. Needless to say, even if little brother doesn't speak, I won't let this kind of scum do whatever he wants. Shangguan Wuhui said sternly, took a step towards Zhou Tong, and terrifying pressure rushed towards him like a tidal wave. I will destroy my own cultivation, slap myself 300 times, and then cut off one of my arms. Today's matter will be over. Otherwise, what else can you do to me? Zhou Tong was rude, with pity and mockery in his eyes. This expression made Shangguan Wuhui angry. If you don't cherish the chance I gave you, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is the law enforcement hall. How dare you commit violence here? The little demon girl and Long Lingyun circulated their energy at the same time to share the pressure with Zhou Tong. Long Lingyun looked at Luo Yi behind him, and the other party had an expression as if he was enjoying a good show. Someone is causing trouble here, why don't you go and call them? Why did you call for help? There is nothing illegal here. What's more, you were the one who cheated first. You should be punished if you have to. He said this with a joking look on his face, making people suddenly remember that this person had also been bribed by the Yuqing sect. Let's see who can save you now. Shangguan Wuhui had a cold expression and was about to attack Zhou Tong. 5. Zhou Tong was indifferent and suddenly started counting. Are you counting down the days until your death? Shangguan Wuhui just found it extremely funny. 4, 3, 2. What are you counting? Shangguan Wuhui frowned. For some reason, a trace of worry arose in his heart. 1. After the countdown, Zhou Tong sighed softly, and then a scream resounded throughout the hall, making Shangguan Wuhui tremble all over. What? What's wrong with you? Daddy, it hurts so much. Shangguan Wugo fell to the ground, her petite body struggling and twisting, finally curling up into a ball. I saw that there were 3 colors of red, green and blue intertwined on her body, representing fire, wind and water respectively. Instead of achieving a balance, these 3 forces became completely violent and seemed about to tear the body apart. What? What's wrong with you, my child? Don't scare Daddy. Shangguan Wuhui roared miserably, his voice full of heartache, and the domineering look on his face was instantly shattered. At this moment, he was like a wounded old ape. Although he possessed superb skills, he fell 3 times with every step and had to crawl to pick up the girl. Someone come. Someone come quickly, can someone check what happened to my daughter? He shouted, and an old alchemist came forward and after checking it out, his expression turned extremely ugly. What's wrong? Shangguan Wuhui's heart sank and he felt his hands and feet cold. Then I'll be frank. Water poison has entered the lungs, fire poison has entered the heart, and wind poison has entered the abdomen. The situation is extremely grim. So, my daughter narrowly escaped death. After hearing this, the old man shook his head slightly. It's a euphemism to say that you've narrowly escaped death. Even gods can't help you in this situation. You should prepare for your funeral. Shangguan Wuhui was struck by lightning, and then he looked at Tang Qi with eyes as sharp as swords. Didn't you say you could save my daughter? If anything happens to her, I'll make you pay the price. Tang Qi was instantly sweating profusely, and he felt the breath of death. I don't know what happened. I should be fine after taking the pill. Maybe it's a side effect. Yes, it must be a side effect. Please take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy. Court death. Shangguan Wuhui was furious, and his aura turned into thunder and fell on Tang Qi's head, instantly severely injuring him and causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices. Please spare my life, Senior. I did something wrong with good intentions. Tang Qi knelt down and begged for mercy without any dignity. Even if he had the soul of a strong man in his body, he could not resist the furious Shangguan Wuhui. If this wasn't the Hall of Law Enforcement, I would kill you right here. Zhou Tong looked at the farce in front of him with a calm face. We have nothing to do here, let's go. After saying that, the three of them turned around and were about to leave. Big brother. Big brother, save me. A trembling and endearing voice came from behind, causing Zhou Tong to stop subconsciously. Looking back, I saw Shangguan Wugo stretching out his little hands, begging for help with a pleading look on his face. Children are the most sensitive at this time. At the critical moment of life and death, they can accurately perceive who the savior is. Shangguan Wuhui finally came to his senses. Zhou Tong's previous advice was still ringing in his ears, but unfortunately he turned a deaf ear to it. Boy, can you really save my daughter? What did you call me? There was no emotion in Zhou Tong's eyes, only a cold indifference that treated human life as worthless. Even though Shangguan Wuhui was used to seeing life and death, he couldn't help but tremble. When he thought about what he had just done, he regretted it so much. Sir! Please save my daughter's life. He lowered his noble head, his voice full of pleading. I refuse. Zhou Tong refused to accept the gift and just sat cross-legged on the ground. Hearing this, Shangguan Wuhui actually showed a hint of joy on his face. Zhou Tong refused, but did not say that he could not save him. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. With a plop. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the leader of Shangqing sect actually knelt on his knees and paid homage to Zhou Tong. I am stupid, and in my eagerness to save my daughter, I was not able to distinguish right from wrong, and I have offended you, sir. Please be merciful and give me some advice. Please save my daughter's life. I am willing to sacrifice my life to repay you. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. Although Shangguan Wuhui was a little domineering and pedantic, he was still a real man. The most shocked person was none other than Chen Linger. What kind of person was Shangguan Wuhui? Even Mo Liusu would have bowed respectfully to him, but now he was kneeling in front of Zhou Tong and begging with tears and blood, as humble as a child. In contrast, Zhou Tong remained calm and even closed his eyes. It seemed as if all this was natural and that Zhou Tong deserved the respect of this peerless powerful man. Chen Linger couldn't help but feel dazed. Was this still the same timid and cautious junior brother? It seemed like he had become a different person. It was not until now that she realized that Zhou Tong had really changed. When she thought of this, she felt extremely panicked. She originally thought that Zhou Tong was playing hard to get, but now, she seemed to be really going to lose Zhou Tong. No. I don't want a future without you. I didn't mean to keep you hanging. I just... Her throat seemed to be stuck, and her voice was so weak that no one could hear what she said clearly. Big brother, please save me. I'm not afraid of death, I'm just afraid that if I die, Daddy will be too lonely. The little girl was so sensible that it was heartbreaking. Shangguan Wuhui burst into tears when these words were spoken. This is the only flesh and blood left by his deceased wife. If he were to leave him, he would not want to live anymore. The two girls around Zhou Tong were moved by such a scene. Long Lingyun winked at Shangguan Wuhui, indicating that he should go and ask the little witch for help. It can only be said that Wu Zihugan is indeed psychic and immediately grasped the key point. Among those present, the only one who could make Zhou Tong change his mind was the little witch. Shangguan Wuhui really understood, and begged the little demon girl sincerely, "Baby. I really have no other choice, please help me, I will reward you handsomely after the success." The little witch nodded in agreement and patted Zhou Tong's shoulder gently. "Hurry up and save him, the child is innocent." "Well, for your sake." Zhou Tong stood up and reached out to pick up Shangguan Wugo. It was this simple action that broke Chen Linger's heart. The evil woman just said one sentence, not a negotiation, not a request, and certainly not an order, but Zhou Tong took action for her. What kind of pampering and favoritism is this? The threat of a strong man is like the breeze blowing on your face, the worship of a respected man is like the calm water, and only the emotional ties can make him lower his eyes. Originally this kind of feeling belonged to her, but now she has thrown it away by her own hands. Oh my God, what did I miss? What on earth did I do? Chenlinger, you are simply the stupidest person in the world. She covered her face with her hands, tears falling from her fingers, but no one cared. Sir, can my daughter be saved? Shangguan Wuhui stood up, but his body was still hunched. No one laughed at his flattery, but only felt that his back was extremely majestic. If I can save you, don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tong exploded with mental power comparable to that of an emperor. He wanted to use the most violent means to eliminate the poison. Such terrifying energy was beyond everyone's understanding. They couldn't even perceive it, but they saw the little girl's expression finally relaxed. It's alright, it's really alright. Shangguan Wuhui was extremely excited, just because the blue and red colors covering his daughter's body had disappeared, which was a good sign. It's not over yet. Zhou Tong put away his spiritual power and said calmly, the wind and fire poisons have been eliminated, only the water poison remains. How to solve it? We need to mobilize the strong wind and ignite the earth fire to break the Yin water poison in her body. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present suddenly changed color. Gangfeng is also known as the wind of life. It is a gift from heaven to the creatures on the continent. As long as you bathe in the strong wind, you can get rid of stubborn diseases, avoid poison and filth, improve your cultivation, and gain understanding. Every strong wind tide is a great event, celebrated by the whole world and cheered by everyone. It's a pity that such an event only happens once every 100 years, and it has been less than 50 years since the last one. Anxiety showed on Shangguan Wuhui's face. Was he going to let his daughter wait another 50 years? Huh. I thought you had some skills. Tang Qi stood up spitting out blood, his eyes filled with undisguised resentment. You deliberately set an impossible condition just to cover up your incompetence. You can't do it at all. As soon as this was said, everyone agreed. The conditions Zhou Tong proposed were the same as not having proposed anything at all. If we wait until the strong wind arrives, it will be too late. Mr. Tang is right. Luo Yi finally stopped pretending and openly supported Tang Qi, saying, Master Shangguan, in my opinion, this guy is a liar. The reason why Ling Qianjin was able to be saved might be because young Master Tang's elixir worked, and he just happened to take the credit. Yes. Yes. It's all my credit. This rubbish is just pretending. Tang Qi's eyes lit up and he immediately found an excuse for himself. People looked at each other, and it was not difficult to see from their eyes that many people believed Tang Qi's lies. The reason is simple. Zhou Tong obviously did nothing. He just held Shangguan Wugo for less than half a quarter of an hour, and the crisis was resolved. It is hard not to be suspicious. Shut up. Shangguan Wuhui was furious and said, whoever has the ability, please come forward and help my daughter detoxify. If you succeed, I will give you the entire Shangqing sect. If you can't do it and still dare to make trouble, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Everyone suddenly fell silent, not daring to speak. Shangguan Wuhui's words were already mixed with the sound of swords and weapons, and no one dared to offend him. Sir, I am willing to pay any price to save my daughter. May I ask why you are teaching me? Shangguan Wuhui looked humble and bowed to Zhou Tong again. Set up an altar and offer sacrifice to the wind. Zhou Tong spoke concisely, but Shangguan Wuhui trembled all over. Not to mention him, everyone present widened their eyes, thinking that Zhou Tong was talking in his sleep. Strong winds occur once every 100 years. This is the law of nature. Even if the sky collapses and the earth collapses, it will not change. Who is Zhou Tong? He is just a genius at best. How can he do things according to the will of heaven with his flesh and blood? This is totally a fantasy. Zhou Tong didn't care about everyone's opinions at all, and continued, outside the law enforcement city, near the mountains and rivers, use the stone carved by the heavenly Tao as the foundation to build an altar. The altar is divided into 7 layers, and each layer must be guarded by a strong man in the soul transformation realm, who will obey my orders. When I go up on the stage to offer sacrifices to the wind, no one else is allowed to come within 10 miles of me. The wind is rising today, can we wait 3 days and nights until the wind dies down? Sure. I'll go get someone right away. Shangguan Wuhui did not hesitate, his body turned into a gust of wind and rushed away, leaving everyone standing there in a daze. It's easy to get. Watching the other party leave, Zhou Tong thought to himself that now he could openly use the heavenly thunder to temper his body and strengthen his flesh. Saving lives and practicing cultivation at the same time. You are so reckless that you dare to boast about such an incredible thing. Do you know what the consequences will be? Chenlinger acted very familiar and looked anxious as she blamed Zhou Tong. What does it have to do with you? Zhou Tong sneered. Don't be unreasonable. Come back to the sect with me. Only the master can protect you. Chenlinger grabbed Zhou Tong's wrist and was about to take him away by force. Let go. A scabbard of a sword slashed down and hit her wrist, causing her to step back in pain. If anything happens, our master will protect him. There's no need for you to pretend. The little witch stood in front of Zhou Tong with a sharp momentum. She had disliked this woman for a long time. You are harming him. If you still have a conscience, you should think about him and let him go with me. Chenlinger was so excited that mist appeared in her eyes. Chenlinger. Zhou Tong called softly, as gentle as before. I'm here. Junior brother. She raised her head suddenly, with a look of surprise in her eyes, waiting for Zhou Tong's response. You make me sick. As soon as these words came out, Chenlinger's expression instantly shattered. Why, you weren't like this before, you clearly said. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhou Tong. Listen to me, I won't look back. The years I've lived with you are my biggest stain. I wish you would die right now. No. Don't do this. She begged bitterly, no longer showing her former arrogance. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it that he didn't respond to Zhou Tong's feelings? Wasn't the master a little strict with him? Aren't the junior sisters a little naughty and rebellious? Why did it come to this? Zhou Tong has tolerated them for so many years, why can't he take a step back? Senior sister, there is no need to beg him. Let's see what will happen to him after he fails. Tang Qi was so furious that he grabbed Chenlinger and tried to drag her away. This damn woman actually dared to think about rekindling our old love. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you in the future. He cursed in his heart. However, Chenlinger didn't move at all, and a look of fear appeared on her face. You are right, we must protect him. You quickly send a message to Master and ask her to prepare for rescue. No. I'll send it myself. Chenlinger ran away while speaking, crushing the sound transmission jade pendant at the same time. Bitch! Tang Qi looked at the enchanting figure, his eyes gradually turning blood red. Outside the law enforcement city, at the corner of Tianyu Mountain, beside the Dikuan River. In less than 2 hours, a towering altar rose from the ground. 7 stone pillars were erected around the altar, corresponding to the Big Dipper in the sky. Everything is ready, only the strong wind is missing. The moment Zhou Tong stepped onto the altar, all irrelevant people stepped back. Countless strong men stood in the air, looking at each other from afar with solemn expressions. Tang Chi looked cold, but his heart was beating fast. He was afraid that Zhou Tong would really succeed, which might overshadow him and make Emolyosu change her mind. Master, will that guy succeed? Finally he couldn't bear it anymore, so he asked the soul in the ring. Impossible, absolutely impossible, no one can change the will of heaven. An old voice was heard, and Tang Chi finally felt relieved. His master never made any mistakes. At this moment, an atmosphere of tranquility flowed around Zhou Tong, and time seemed to have stopped. This is a great opportunity, and I happen to have some questions that need answers. The supreme mental power rushed up to the clouds, and then, red lightning burst out from his body, and the Huan lock rang, and they pierced into the sky together. Boom! Huge ripples spread out, and no matter how far apart they were, everyone could clearly feel the endless majesty contained therein. It's actually the 5th level of Huan Tian Gong. Sankong divine language. This little pervert has actually reached such a realm, the little witch said in surprise. Zhou Tong looked up at the sky, and his will was transmitted to the sky through his mental power. No one could hear what he said. Old man Tiandao, get out of here. Zhou Tong displayed his extraordinary power and used the Huan Tian Gong to its full potential, breaking through a barrier. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, thunder rumbled, and a heavy sense of oppression poured down like a mountain, making everyone on the altar look horrified. Hold on, nothing will happen to you. I will take responsibility for all consequences. The boy's face showed determination and reassuring confidence. When he died in his previous life, he had already created a formation that could communicate with the laws of the universe, which could be used today. Boom! The thunder danced wildly, bringing down a huge thunder disaster, trying to destroy everything below. Zhou Tong went against the will of heaven and must accept punishment. Come on, let's see what you can do. Grandpa will beat you all. The altar burst into a bright light, enveloping him and protecting him. Zhou Tong leaped forward and, amid shouts of horror, jumped into the sea of thunder. He was filled with anger. In his previous life, he was targeted by the heavens and suppressed everywhere, eventually ending up with a tragic death. Now he wants to break the limit, find the source and find out why fate has to make things difficult for him. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he became even more courageous, using his flesh and blood body to collide with the heavenly calamity, tearing apart one thunder after another. He roared, blood flowing, but he exuded an indomitable will. His body kept cracking and healing, gradually becoming tougher in the process, and finally suddenly crossed a certain limit. Boom! Suddenly Zhou Tong's whole body glowed, his skin was as crystal clear as jade, and indestructible. Flesh and blood are sublimated and break through the boundaries. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous amount of mental power surged out, circling around him, and he was completely under his control. Just at this moment, the thunder stopped, and another stream of light rushed over and hit his body. Zhou Tong seemed to be frozen in time, and saw a bright road emerging under his feet, extending into the distance. He saw the scene after his death in his previous life. Tang Qicheng was still not satisfied with becoming an emperor, and he actually joined forces with the extraterritorial demons to sacrifice the entire continent in a blood sacrifice in order to achieve immortality. In order to fight against him, countless geniuses shed their blood, countless heroes turned into bones, and refused to surrender until their death to stop him. The blood flowed into a long river, and the heroic souls filled the sky and the earth. One group of people fell down, and another group stood up, one after another, never letting him get his wish. This is a blood-stained painting, endless and full of sadness. At the end of the scroll, Zhou Tong saw people kneeling down to worship his statue, calling out devoutly, hoping that his heroic soul would return. I understand. I understand everything. Zhou Tong shed tears. The reason he was able to be reborn was that these people's faith broke through time and space and protected his soul. There was a flash of light, and the scene changed again, and countless people appeared in front of Zhou Tong. His heart ached, knowing that these people were powerful men who had died tragically at the hands of Tang Qi, at the age when they were most vigorous and energetic. I'm sorry, I could have stopped all this, but I let myself fall, and let you suffer misfortune. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt warmth all over his body. Those people were glowing, looking at him tenderly, without saying a word, but giving him endless strength. I swear. In order to make up for my sins and to let your heroic souls rest in peace, I will let Tang Qi die to pay for his sins. Boom! Zhou Tong no longer hesitated. He punched through the flowing light and reached out to grab the mark on his head. This is the law of heaven, which is responsible for the operation of all things. It is difficult for ordinary people to touch it, but Zhou Tong has all kinds of blessings and no taboos. What a damn fate. Blow up the wind for Grandpa. In the sky above the law enforcement city, countless people were looking up in the direction where Zhou Tong was, and the only sound of swallowing saliva could be heard in the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and the colorful clouds were dyed with the light of the setting sun, indicating that dusk had arrived. I knew it. He is just pretending. He is making a fool of all of us. Tang Qi breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of triumph on his face. The crowd suddenly became noisy, and many people showed dissatisfied expressions. There are many famous figures among them, but today they were played around by Zhou Tong like this, and one can imagine how angry they are. What should I do? Please don't let anything happen. Chen Linger's palms were soaked with cold sweat, and she prayed silently in her heart. Long Lingyun and the little demon girl were also extremely nervous and approached Shengguan Wugo at the same time. If Zhou Tong fails and Shengguan Wuhui turns against him, they will kidnap Shengguan Wugo without hesitation and force him to calm down. Farther away, a snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, as if a fairy was standing still, isolated from the world. Traitor, I told you to play with fire and get burned. Now it's finally backfired. You will soon understand that in this world, you can only be safe by my side. The corners of Mo Liosu's mouth curled up, and a hint of genuine joy suddenly appeared in her eyes, which were usually calm. At this moment, the world suddenly changed. Who? The fierce wind came with great speed, like a prehistoric beast, and it let out a heart-pounding roar. In the blink of an eye, the strong wind swept to the ground, collapsing rocks, destroying huge trees, and the sound of tearing cloth was heard in the air, which was extremely piercing and noisy. However, the people in the sky had already become stunned, and the people on the ground were even more fearless. They stood up suddenly and ran out like crazy. Wind! 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 Strong wind! Strong wind! People raised their arms and cheered wildly, ran upside down, cried for joy, and were as happy as children. When they saw a hint of green in the wind, the expressions on their faces were distorted by the roar. The wind is blowing. It is indeed the wind of life. Ha ha ha. Shengguan Wuhui was ecstatic. The usually steady sect leader now looked like a trembling sick cat, and could faint at any time. My daughter is saved. He shouted, picked up Shengguan Wugo and rushed in that direction, with the little demon girl and Long Lingyun following closely behind. As soon as he got close, Shengguan Wugo reacted, and his whole body floated up and flew towards Zhou Tong. Endless strong wind penetrated into her body, and after a moment, a ball of faint blue light was forced out. That was the most poisonous thing in the water. Boom! The earth cracked open and underground fire gushed out, burning the water poison, trying to burn it and evaporate it. However, the water poison was so fierce that it instantly turned into a vast ocean, suppressing the earth fire, and was about to return to Shangguan Wugo's body again. Not good. Shangguan Wuhui's face changed drastically, and he was about to take action to resist. At this moment, a strong pressure came from above, which made him change color. Zhou Tong was seen being entangled in the strong wind, like a god of the wind, controlling everything here. He waved his hand, and the emerald green wind condensed into a spear in his hand. I will set the sea on fire. The spear fell and merged with the earth fire, and the wind and fire took advantage of it, becoming hundreds of times stronger. Call. In a brilliant glow, a huge fire engulfed the sky, burning the poisonous sea and purifying all filth. This is not the fire of destruction, but the fire of the Tao, the fire of life. All those who wandered in the sea of fire were baptized. The little demon girl, Long Lingyun, Shangguan Wuhui, Shangguan Wugo, and the Shangqing sect's disciples on the altar all gained huge benefits, and their cultivation levels skyrocketed. If one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Every one of these people's cultivation levels skyrocketed. Shangguan Wuhui looked radiant and much younger, as if he had returned to his youth. Shangguan Wugo's sickly look was gone, her little face flushed with an expression of enjoyment and comfort. What was even more exaggerated was that fluctuations of spiritual energy appeared in her body, which had never practiced cultivation. In the blink of an eye, she completed the foundation building and entered the acquired realm. The little demon girl glowed all over, breaking through the limit of the Hexin state and stepping half a foot into the Zhantian state. Long Lingyun's cultivation also reached the peak of the Hexin state. Not to mention the disciples of Shangqing sect, their cultivation base has increased tremendously, and some have directly entered the Hexin realm. The people outside had red eyes when they saw the people in the sea of fire, and they could hear Shangguan Wuhui's unbridled laughter from such a distance. This old dog really made a fortune. Not only did he save his daughter, but he also got a large number of talented disciples. That kneeling was really worth it. Some people complained that they were about to rush into the sea of fire to share the opportunity, but the fire was extinguished in the blink of an eye, and this feast did not belong to them. Well. Everyone beat their chests and stamped their feet, feeling extremely regretful, but then they no longer had any regrets. It is only because the strong wind of life blows across the heaven and earth, baptizing everyone indiscriminately. How could this happen? Why did this happen? God, you are so unfair to me. Tang Qi was furious. Even though he was bathed in strong winds, he couldn't feel happy at all. Looking at Zhou Tong, who was as majestic as a god on the high platform, he was so jealous that his heart was about to burst. Master, didn't you say it was impossible? He questioned the old man in the ring, anger already in his voice. The only response he got was a long silence. What's wrong with you? Speak. I am ignorant. I have never seen such a method. Maybe he is special. No. I am the most special one in the world. No one can be more dazzling than me. He became furious and his expression gradually became ferocious. Calm down, kid, don't be obsessed. The old man roared, temporarily suppressing Tang Qi's madness. I'm going to destroy this piece of trash and snatch all the women around him away from him, making him deserted by his friends again. Tang Qi gnashed his teeth and said, Master, you have to help me. Otherwise, my thoughts are not clear and I can't help you rebuild your body. Okay. I promise you, I have already prepared a curse formation that is enough to bring bad luck to Zhou Tong. I have also refined the love poison. As long as I plant it in those women, I guarantee that they will be completely devoted to you. Ha, that's great, thank you master. Tang Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he looked at Zhou Tong on the podium with a playful smile. Just wait, I will drag you into the dust again and make you fall into ruin. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth. Through his supreme mental power, he had already heard the conversation between the two clearly. Curse formation. Love poison. Interesting. He remembered that Tang Qi had never used this method in his previous life, so it must have side effects. It seemed that the other party was really forced into a corner this time. When he thought of this, he actually felt a little excited. If Tang Qi dares to attack, he will let the other party know what cruelty is. Strong wind. Swing. Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing the strong wind to become even more violent, pouring into everyone's body, helping them to be reborn. Countless powerful men came out of retreat, their faces filled with confusion. That's not right. The time of day hasn't come yet, but this strong wind has come 50 years earlier. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. Why bother? This is a great gift from heaven. If you want to waste it, it's up to you. Some strong people have no taboos and just meditate and breathe. In this case, wasting a second is a huge loss. In the most central hall of the law enforcement city, a haggard and old figure slowly opened his eyes. This man exuded the aura of death and was an old man who was about to die. However, when he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light comparable to thunder suddenly shot out from his cloudy eyes, instantly piercing through the space and falling on Zhou Tong. Good boy, you can actually stir up the wind of life. It seems that I am not destined to die, and I can still fight for a while longer. The old man opened his arms and exhaled sharply, and the strong wind within 100 miles was instantly absorbed into his body. The process was very short and other people were unaware of it, but Zhou Tong could see it. The mental power crossed the void and landed on the old man. Oh my goodness, I see the old monster. He murmured that this old man's strength was definitely stronger than Murongya's at her peak. Little guy, I owe you a favor. Dozens of miles apart, the two men looked at each other. Zhou Tong saw that the old man's body was rejuvenated. He nodded slightly, then withdrew his gaze. The winds kept blowing and the revelry never stopped. It was a rare grand event that lasted for 3 full days. It was dusk again, the strong wind gradually died down, and people's faces were filled with pure joy without any impurities. This good fortune was given to us by Master Zhou Tong. Someone in the crowd shouted something, and it was instantly recognized by countless people. Everyone looked up and looked at Zhou Tong with gratitude, but they saw that the young man had a solemn expression and could not say the words of gratitude no matter what. You guys. When Zhou Tong opened his mouth, it was like the voice of heaven, shocking the soul. Have you ever forgotten the perseverance of our ancestors in fighting against the heaven and earth and never giving in? I haven't forgotten. Everyone blurted out, with piety in their eyes. In their sight, Zhou Tong seemed to have lost his outline, merged with some supreme will, and gave them earnest instructions. Have you ever forgotten the pioneering and enterprising spirit of our ancestors? Don't dare to forget each other. Have you ever forgotten the courage of our ancestors who fought bravely and were not afraid of death? Never forget, we should encourage each other, work hard, and have no fear or regret. Everyone spoke in unison, like thunder and sea, and their strong will reached the sky. Children of the future, did you hear that? Zhou Tong said in a low voice, but there was no echo in his ears. He looked down at everyone again, his voice became softer, and the contours of his facial features became clear again. In that case, for the next 100 years, we will be the great prosperity. Everyone was even more delighted, and their shouts echoed throughout the world. Junior brother has changed, he has really changed, why didn't I notice it earlier? Chen Linger's eyes were filled with tears and she cried uncontrollably, feeling that she had lost something extremely important. Bitch, you still have the nerve to cry. Tang Qi became furious when he saw this scene, and then laughed sinisterly. Master, I want to use the love poison on her and make her my slave. Don't be impulsive. Love poison has side effects. The old man said earnestly. No. I want to use it. At this moment, Emolyosu in midair had a blank expression on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. She stood there for 3 days and 3 nights, and now finally moved. There was a flash of white light, and she came to Zhou Tong's side. Now I allow you to return to the sect. I can also accept you as my personal disciple and let you enjoy the same treatment as Tang Qi. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into complete silence. Zhou Tong glanced at the woman with a strange look. If it had happened before, he would probably have had a cold expression on his face and mocked Emolyosu mercilessly. But after experiencing the silence of the heavenly Tao, he felt a little bored. I refuse. Emolyosu's face was immediately filled with anger. However, in Zhou Tong's eyes, it became interesting. This woman is so unattainable and difficult to approach. People also described her as being as noble as a snow lotus, detached from worldly matters, and looking like a fairy. However, Zhou Tong knew that this fairy had a very bad temper. Could it be menopause? I gave you a step, you better get off. Emolyosu said in a cold voice. The aura of a strong man had already leaked out. However, Zhou Tong just sneered in response and took out a contract from his arms. Do you dare to tear this thing up in front of me? That is. The people below squinted their eyes and saw clearly what it was. The letter of severance of friendship is in duplicate, and each party holds one. It represents the severance of grudges and the never-ending reconciliation. If anyone violates the contract, there will be a terrible backlash. Oh my God, Master Zhou was forced to sign this. The people of Yuqing sect are really cruel. You don't even know this. There was a huge commotion that day, and the whole world could see it. Then the Yuqing sect must be regretting their decision. Now that they have seen the value of Master Zhou, they are eager to redeem him. How ridiculous. After experiencing the baptism of the strong wind, everyone had an excellent impression of Zhou Tong and couldn't help but speak for him. Emolyosu hesitated. For any cultivator, heaven's punishment was a terrible nightmare. You can come back to me as long as you endure a little hardship. Don't you even want to do this? She said, wanting Zhou Tong to break the contract and bear the harm. These words shattered everyone's perspectives, and many people expressed disgust. Is this woman so confident? Maybe ordinary people would flock to her, but Zhou Tong would never. A person with such ability will be sought after and treated as a distinguished guest wherever he goes, and may not necessarily look down upon the Yuqing sect. Having said this, let's not dwell on it any further. Zhou Tong put away the contract and was about to leave. Emolyosu moved subconsciously and pressed his shoulder. There has to be a limit to fooling around. If you really make me angry, can you afford it? Zhou Tong sneered and looked at the pretty face with amusement. Emolyosu, you're so persistent with me, are you regretting it? Or are you in love with me? As soon as these words were spoken, Emolyosu's pupils suddenly contracted, and Zhou Tong could clearly feel that a surge of shame was surging out of the other person's body. What nonsense! You want me to keep thinking about you? Do you think you deserve it? Emolyosu was furious and had made up her mind that even if she had to use violence, she would take Zhou Tong back by force today. I will train him well when the time comes. I don't believe Zhou Tong won't change his mind. However, she miscalculated. She was not qualified to do whatever she wanted here. Master Mo, my little brother has done me a great favor. If you dare to force him, I will be the first one to disagree. Shengguan Wuhui stood up directly and separated Emolyosu. Senior. Emolyosu's face changed slightly. She couldn't afford to offend this person, so she could only salute obediently. This rebel is making trouble with me. I am just about to take him back to give him a good lesson. Please don't interfere. Didn't you sever your relationship? How can you still call each other master and disciple? Shangguan Wuhui interrupted her rudely. What's more, I heard that you forced him to give up his cultivation. Do you know how much hatred this means to a cultivator? Mo Liusu was speechless after being rebuked. To destroy a person's cultivation is like killing his parents. It is truly an irreconcilable hatred. I didn't think at the time that I would make it up to him. Unnecessary. Zhou Tong looked at Shangguan Wuhui calmly and said, Master Shangguan, let's go back to Law Enforcement City. I have a favor to ask of you. You are my benefactor, so why should we be so formal? Let alone one thing, even if it's 10 or 100 things, I will never refuse. Shangguan Wuhui said generously, and with one step, the world turned upside down, and the two of them returned to the Law Enforcement City. The others returned one after another, and Mo Liusu followed. All of us from the Hehuan sect are here today for only one reason, and that is to pay back the 500,000 merits that we owe. Zhou Tong looked at Luo Yi and said coldly, fortunately, the 3-day deadline has not yet passed. There is still half a quarter of an hour left, so we have caught up. Shangguan Wuhui understood and said, I will pay for the 500,000 merits. Luo Yi's face was unclear. He knew that he had offended Zhou Tong, and this was not a reassuring result. If he were a normal person, he should have humbled himself and made good friends with Zhou Tong, and perhaps he could have laughed it off. But this person is not so normal. This time he targeted the Hehuan sect because he received a request from the white moonlight in his heart. As a senior bootlicker, he would help the goddess complete the task even if it means sacrificing his life. That's right, his goddess is Mo Liusu. When the two met for the first time, Luo Yi understood what love at first sight meant. Over the past 10 years, his love for her has grown stronger and stronger. Until now, he thinks that dying for Mo Liusu is not a big deal. So, he glanced at Mo Liusu inconspicuously, wanting to ask for her opinion. Not surprisingly, Mo Liusu shook his head slightly at him and insisted that he destroy the Hehuan sect. In an instant, Luo Yi's expression became extremely firm, like a loyal dog that had received orders from its master. I'm sorry, the time has passed. According to the law enforcement regulations, the Hehuan sect should be cancelled. You can go back. How can this be possible? The little demon girl scolded, there is still half a quarter of an hour left, are you blind? You'd better watch your words. If you dare to disrespect me here, I will let you know what regret is. Luo Yi, as a law enforcer, you don't enforce the law impartially, but instead deliberately target someone. Aren't you afraid that the chief law enforcer will find out? Shangguan Wuhui also stood up and asked with a bad look. Luo Yi's body trembled slightly, and he immediately forced a smile. Master Shangguan, although you are an important figure, you are not qualified to point fingers at the law enforcers. As for what the chief law enforcer thinks, you don't need to worry about it. Zhou Tong took a step forward and looked at the other party. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Think carefully before answering. You only have one chance. Hearing this, Luo Yi burst out laughing and sat aside sipping his tea. He even offended Shangguan Wuhui, so he was not afraid of offending Zhou Tong again. Time passed slowly, and half a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. This time it's really expired. I declare that the Hehuan sect is no longer relevant. He looked down at Zhou Tongdao. It was such a satisfying feeling to have the final say and control other people's fate. Especially at this moment, seeing a peerless genius helpless made him feel extremely happy. But then, Zhou Tong smiled, which made him frown. What are you laughing at? Go back and disband the Hundred sect immediately. This is an order. You know the consequences if you disobey it. The Hundred sect will not disband. Your orders are bullshit and have no effect in front of me. How dare you challenge the law enforcers? I think you are tired of living. Someone, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone arrived, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Today I want to see who is tired of living. Hearing this, Luo Yi's pupils trembled violently, but Zhou Tong remained calm. This old monster of a law enforcer has been watching in the dark for so long, and finally he is willing to come out. Who is it? Everyone was horrified. This aura was too terrifying. Compared to it, Shangguan Wuhui's aura seemed insignificant. He's an old law enforcer. Someone reacted first, his eyes filled with awe. Immediately afterwards, the void shattered and an old figure walked out. When he saw this person, a look of deep fear appeared on Luo Yi's face. How is it possible? Wasn't he about to die? Why did he suddenly become so energetic? Meet the Chief Law Enforcement Senior. Shangguan Wuhui bowed politely, as obedient as a little child. This old man is the Chief Law Enforcer of the Eastern Continent. People never expected that they would see this elusive big shot here. It is no exaggeration to say that this person is the most powerful person in the entire Eastern Continent. Under the surprised gazes of countless people, the old man came to Zhou Tong and put his hand on his shoulder. Boy, you're pretty good. Thank you for the praise, Senior. I really deserve it. Zhou Tong spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, which made the old man laugh heartily. Okay, young people should have this kind of confidence. Boy, you went against the will of heaven and called upon the mighty wind, which allowed me to live a few more years. I owe you a big favor. You can ask for any conditions. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. When these words were spoken, everyone was extremely envious. What the Chief Law Enforcement Officer said was an imperial decree. If Zhou Tong wanted to, he could even use this favor to destroy the Yuqing sect. Luo Yi's face was pale, his legs were shaking, and he could hardly stand. Just now he was extremely arrogant, thinking of himself as a person of high status and not taking Zhou Tong seriously. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong became the Chief Law Enforcement Officer's guest of honor, and killing him was as easy as crushing an ant. Relax, nothing will happen. The favor of the Chief Law Enforcement Officer is too valuable to be used on me. He comforted himself in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Who the hell is Luo Yi? Is he worthy enough for the Chief Law Enforcement Officer to take action personally? However, accidents always happen unexpectedly. Zhou Tong's gaze suddenly met his eyes, and at that moment, he felt that the blood in his body froze. With a plop, he knelt straight down, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, because the Chief Law Enforcement Officer also looked over. Senior, this man used the name of law enforcement to do shady things and wanted to cut off the inheritance of our Hundred sect. I have an irreconcilable hatred for him. I wish he would suffer all the tortures in the world and die without a burial place. These words were so shocking that everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Zhou Tong really used his favors in this kind of place. Many people have listed Zhou Tong as someone who should not be provoked because he is vindictive and always keeps his word. Are you sure you won't regret it? The old man was also a little surprised that he didn't need any favors to deal with a bad apple. If I don't kill him, my mind won't be clear. If his death is not tragic enough, I won't feel comfortable. I am willing to do this even if it costs money. Zhou Tong raised his head and said, full of youthful spirit, which he would never change. What a clear thought, what a happy mood. As cultivators born between heaven and earth, what we seek is to live up to our conscience and not give in to our nature. I agree. The old man said, his eyes became cold and sharp, as if two mountains were pressing down on Luo Yi. Have mercy. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, Master Zhou, please let me go, I am willing to be your slave. Luo Yi was almost frightened to the point of peeing his pants, his hands and feet were cold, and he almost lost his soul. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. Zhou Tong said coldly that he would never change his mind. Drag him away. The chief law enforcement gave an order, and immediately two golden-armored warriors came forward and dragged Luo Yi behind a door. Immediately afterwards, an extremely shrill scream was heard from there, which made people silent. Compared to enduring torture from law enforcement officers, dying immediately is actually a relief. Little guy, even if you didn't beg me, I would have cut that bastard into pieces, so it doesn't count as you doing me a favor. The chief law enforcement officer presented Zhou Tong with a token. The token was engraved with the words Han Yi, which was obviously the name of the chief law enforcement officer. Hold this token, and you will be half my disciple. When you are in danger, you can crush the token, and I will personally help you clear the obstacles. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Tong accepted it without hesitation. Little guy, hurry up and get stronger. This world is not peaceful. It needs younger and more powerful lives to carry it. I can only protect you for 10 years at most. Zhou Tong's heart trembled, how could he not know the hardships of this world, with villains running rampant inside and demons eyeing him covetously outside. The reason why the universe was peaceful was that there were peerless strong men carrying the heavy burden and moving forward. The chief law enforcement officer left, and the crowd dispersed. Before leaving, they all expressed their gratitude to Zhou Tong. After Shengguan Wuhui paid 500,000 merit points for the Hundred sect, everything was settled. Let's go. Zhou Tong said this to the two women beside him and was about to leave, but was blocked by Emoliosu. Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the road. When you've had enough fun, come back with me. Emoliosu said with trembling eyebrows. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Zhou Tong took out the token of chief law enforcement and said with a stern look on his face. Would you really use this kind of thing on your master? Emoliosu's body trembled slightly, but she still did not move away. Then just watch with your eyes wide open. Zhou Tong sneered and was about to crush the token. Brother, wait a minute. Just then, Tang Chi came up with a fake smile on his face, acting like a pug. Brother, Master is doing this for your own good. If you can come back, we will all welcome you, right, senior sister? Yes. Welcome. We welcome you. Chen Linger spoke in a somewhat mechanical voice, her face somewhat dull. Zhou Tong knew immediately that Chen Linger had been infected with the love poison. Master, please give me 2 more love poisons. I want to plant them on the 2 women around him. While observing Zhou Tong's expression, Tang Chi was talking to the soul in the ring. Love poisoning cannot be abused. The soul said solemnly, this is a double-edged sword. The person who casts the goo will also be restricted and develop feelings for the person who receives the goo. Although it is only 1/10 of the person's feelings, if you are not careful, you will be backfired. I don't care, give it to me quickly, otherwise I won't rebuild your body. Tang Chi threatened in a ferocious tone. Well, you must keep your mind calm and don't let anything go wrong. I'll make preparations right away. Zhou Tong heard the conversation between the two clearly, smiled slightly, and slapped Tang Chi in the face. Why did you hit me? Tang Chi gritted his teeth, no one dared to slap him in the face. I am happy to do so. If you don't agree, just get out of here. No way, it's only right for a senior brother to teach a junior brother a lesson, so I should also accept it. He forced a smile but was furious in his heart. If he didn't give the love goo time, he would never give up. Ruzi is teachable. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction and slapped him again. It's done. The old man's voice made Tang Chi ecstatic. Give it to me now. He couldn't wait to feed the poisonous insect with his own blood, and then threw it at the little witch and Long Lingyun. Careful. Zhou Tong released his mental power, alerting the two girls around him. Found it. Long Lingyun was the first to respond. With his wisdom that saw through everything, he was about to swing his sword to split the insect in half. Don't do it, let me handle it. The little witch smiled like a little fox. She was very familiar with the love poison. It was the specialty of the Hundred sect. If Tang Chi dared to show off in front of her, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. The little witch just hooked her jade fingers and pinched the two poisonous insects on her fingertips. At the same time, Zhou Tong released his mental power to provide cover, making the other party mistakenly believe that he had succeeded. The two of them worked together seamlessly. Tang Chi immediately revealed a happy smile, which was ostentatious and unrestrained. He looked at the little witch and Long Lingyun greedily. These two stunning women were about to become his possessions. What are you looking at? Close your dog eyes. Zhou Tong sneered, and inserted two fingers into his eyes like two dragons playing with a pearl. My eyes, I'm going to destroy you, you piece of trash. How dare you shout? Zhou Tong was even more ruthless. He gathered all his strength and kicked him in the crotch. Tang Chi was kicked into the air, his body arched into a shrimp shape, and he fell heavily to the ground. I saw him covering his crotch with his hands, kicking his legs wildly. His face was ashen, veins bulged on his neck, and he looked like he was about to die. Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a perfect opportunity to kill the other party. Shangguan Wuhui is right next to him, and he also has the favor of the chief law enforcement officer. As long as he makes a decision, it seems that he can keep all the people from the Yuqing sect here. But he still held back. This matter was not that simple. In his previous life, whenever he was about to kill Tang Chi, an accident would always happen, leaving the other party with a lingering chance of survival. This is the blessing of good luck, mysterious and yet real. If you want to truly destroy the opponent, you can only constantly undermine his fighting spirit, wear down his will, destroy his spirit, suppress his dignity, and make good luck no longer favor him. By then, Tang Chi would be a real ant and could be killed with ease. You've gone too far. Mo Liusu watched Zhou Tong take action and could not help but said angrily, "How dare you hurt your junior brother in front of me? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson." She raised her arm and was about to hit Zhou Tong. "Master Mo. You passed." Shangguan Wuhui was quick to block the attack. He stared at Mo Liusu with a bad look on his face. "Zhou Tong is no longer your disciple. If you dare to act violently again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Snort. Mo Liusu's chest heaved, but he could only give up. "Let's go." She grabbed Tang Chi and Chen Linger, and turned to look at Zhou Tongdao. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have achieved a little. There are many geniuses in this world who are better than you. You are just luckier. Come back when you have had enough trouble. I will give you a better salary." After saying this, she flew away and disappeared at the end of the sky. "I am leaving now. If you have any requests in the future, I will not refuse." Shangguan Wuhui bowed and said goodbye to Zhou Tong and others. "We should go back too. We have been away for 3 days and 3 nights. Master must be getting anxious waiting for us." The little witch took out a jade pendant to transmit sound and was about to report her safety to Moronia. Before she could send a message, the jade pendant lit up first and emitted a strange wave. After reading it, the little witch's face turned extremely ugly. "This bunch of bastards. What's wrong? Zhou Tong asked. It's urgent, let's talk while we're on the road. The three of them did not hesitate and pushed their speed to the limit, running towards Hongshan Mountain. The Righteous Alliance has gathered hundreds of people to attack Master, and has already attacked Red Dust Mountain. On the way, the little witch spoke concisely. The Righteous Alliance, what is that? Why have I never heard of it? Zhou Tong asked in surprise. That's normal. You used to be a disciple of a big sect, so you naturally don't know too much about these small fry. The little demon girl said sarcastically, they are just some independent cultivators who gathered together for the sake of warmth. They were originally an insignificant force, but as their numbers grew, they gave themselves the title of a righteous person. Since they took on the name of justice, they have begun to forcibly absorb other independent cultivators. If you dare and not obey, you will be directly attacked by them. They are indeed a bunch of rats, but why did they come to the Hundred Sect? Aren't they afraid of Master? Zhou Tong said doubtfully. Moronya's name as a demon was known to everyone, and strangers didn't dare to approach her. He didn't think that this group of villains really dared to punish evil and promote good and fight against the real devil, but they must have the courage to make money in the name of fighting the devil, and it was very bold. Master has destroyed more than a dozen sects, but there are always some that slip through the net. They have also joined the Righteous Alliance and are always looking for revenge. I see. That's not surprising. Zhou Tong suddenly realized and quickened his pace again. Although he had the motive, Zhou Tong really wanted to know where the confidence of this Righteous Alliance came from. Moronya was able to destroy them once, so why couldn't she destroy them a second time? On Hongshan Mountain, outside the Hundred Sect, the area has been dyed blood red. Moronya was independent and self-reliant, preventing the Righteous Alliance from taking a single step forward. Red dust sea. She opened her thin lips slightly, and a vast sea of red dust rose up, enveloping everyone in it. A dreamlike fantasy. With one move, most people were captured by her charm. They fought for her and killed each other, resulting in heavy casualties. Are you all here to die? I will grant your wish. Moronya formed hand seals, preparing for a more powerful killing move. Don't be so proud, you female devil. No matter how powerful you are today, you will only end up dead. The leader of the Righteous Alliance had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were flashing with crazy hatred. He just spread out his palm, and 4 jade pendants appeared, all emitting strong fluctuations. This is... Moronya frowned and recognized the origin of these jade pendants. It is clearly the communication jade pendant of Yuqing sect, Shangqing sect, Taiqing sect and the Law Enforcer, which can summon the strong men of each force respectively. She never expected that the big hat of the Righteous Alliance could actually deceive the trust of these 4 forces. Crack! The 4 jade pendants were crushed at the same time, and then a strong wave was transmitted in the space. 4 figures appeared at the same time, and each of them was extremely powerful. Just surrender. The 4 of them attacked at the same time and broke the red dust sea. Moronya flew backwards, bleeding from the corner of her mouth and suffering minor injuries. Die, witch! The leader of the Righteous Alliance laughed wildly, his eyes gleaming with wanton pleasure. Stop! At this moment, Zhou Tong and 3 others arrived in time and stood in front of Moronya. 3 little bastards, how dare you try to stop a chariot, said the leader disdainfully. Look what this is. Zhou Tong took out a token with the words Hanyi written on it. What the hell is Hanyi? Is that your name? Don't worry, I will write it on the tombstone right away. The leader waved his hand and smashed the token into pieces. However, he didn't notice that the faces of the law enforcers around him had turned purple. The moment the token shattered, Zhou Tong was stunned. He never expected that the other party would attack so decisively and impatiently. What was broken was not a token, but the lives of all of them. The law enforcer on the opposite side was also confused. Isn't Han Yi the name of the chief law enforcer? Regardless of whether the token is real or fake, anyone who dares to insult these two words is guilty. You're done for, no one can escape today. The little witch and Long Lingyun looked at the people in front of them with pity. They had seen people seeking death, but they had never seen anyone seeking death like this. Huh, who are you trying to scare? If you dare to speak so alarmist in front of me, today will be the day you die. The leader of the alliance had no scruples, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes as he said, "Listen everyone, this female devil's disciples are also a group of devil cubs. For the sake of the people of the world, kill them for me." Wait a minute. The law enforcer suddenly shouted, stopping everyone. What do you want? The alliance leader asked dissatisfiedly. The law enforcer ignored him and looked straight at Zhou Tong. Boy, what on earth is that token? You already know this, why are you asking me? Zhou Tong said coldly, making the other person's hands and feet cold. You were frightened like this by a small piece of wood. Aren't you afraid of losing your reputation as a law enforcer? The leader of the alliance said with a frown. That's the chief law enforcement token. As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence on the spot, and everyone in the righteous alliance felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only the leader didn't take it seriously, instead he laughed even more wildly. Ha ha ha. Look how scared you are that you actually believed such a ridiculous thing. This kid is nothing. What qualifications does he have to contact the chief law enforcement officer? He must have heard of the name of the chief law enforcement and forged the token specifically to scare you. Whoever kills him will not only be blameless but also meritorious. Hearing this, the law enforcer's eyes flickered. What the other party said made sense. The chief law enforcer always stayed out of sight, and even he rarely saw him, let alone a young boy like Zhou Tong. While he was hesitating, Zhou Tong had already stepped out and blocked the group of women behind him. His face was grim as he said to everyone, "Today you started an unjust war and destroyed our sect. Report all your grudges to me and explain them one by one. Don't die in vain." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Zhou Tong looked at the strong man of Taiching sect again. "I had a pleasant conversation with sect master Ing. I believe he is not aware of what happened today. You can leave. I will forgive you for what happened." Then he looked at the strong man of Shangqing sect and said, "I have done a great favor to your sect master. You can ask him immediately and then make a decision." The other party's expression changed, and without delay, he immediately sent a voice message. Within a few breaths, his expression became more serious, and his eyes were full of respect as he looked at Zhou Tong. "Brother, what's going on?" The strong man from Taiching sect asked in a low voice. "Brother, I think this young man is very imposing and will become a great man in the future. Why don't we make a good relationship so that we can meet each other in the future?" "I understand. I'll go with you." The two of them left the righteous alliance without even saying hello. "Coward, waste." The leader of the alliance roared at their backs, but could do nothing. Zhou Tong looked at the strong man from Yuqing sect again, and said with a slightly complicated expression, "What about you?" Unexpectedly, the other party sneered and said disdainfully, "What qualifications do you, a traitor, have to show off your power? The head of the law hall has issued a strict order to kill the devil first and then eliminate the rebels. I will not show mercy today." Zhou Tong nodded slightly, his eyes swept across the law enforcers, and finally looked at the other people in the righteous alliance. At this moment, Moronya had already come to his side. "Little guy, there is no need to persuade these people. They were the ones who teamed up to kill your senior sister. It was because of seeking revenge that I became obsessed with revenge. These rats are all the ones who slipped through the net back then. Even if they want to leave, I won't agree. For the first time, Zhou Tong felt murderous intent from this woman and asked only one question: do you regret it? If a master does not avenge his disciple, then even if he cultivates to the emperor level and owns a vast territory, what is the value of it? I only regret that I was not ruthless enough at the beginning, which allowed them to cause trouble again. The leader of the alliance looked extremely unhappy. Demon, no matter how sweet your words are, you will not be able to escape death today. Everyone, the day of fame is today, follow me to slay the demons. At one command, hundreds of people from the righteous alliance all moved, coming out with murderous intent. Come on, all of you. Zhou Tong's aura surged, and with a wave of his hand, the 8 wastelands were in turmoil, light appeared in all directions, and dozens of formations rose up at the same time, covering the heaven and earth. Moronia expanded her domain at the same time, and the endless red dust turned into a sea of red dust, completely covering the 3 of them. With this double blessing, the strength of Zhou Tong and the other 2 increased dramatically, enough to deal with the enemy in front of them. A dreamlike fantasy. Wordless slash. The little witch and Long Ling Yun cooperated perfectly, the former bewitching souls and the latter reaping the harvest, posing a great obstacle to the other side. Gather our strength and kill these little bastards first. The elder of Yuching sect shouted loudly, and everyone responded and launched their strongest attack to crush Zhou Tong and others. Let me. Zhou Tong stood in front of the 2 men, with infinite light on his body, and delivered a shocking attack. This was the first time he had revealed his true trump card since his rebirth. This move was a forbidden technique he had learned in his previous life. It was the culmination of all the techniques, and once this technique was released, all the others would submit. His divine power was so immense that it disintegrated everyone's killing rage, and then he swept through like an unstoppable force, crushing dozens of people to pieces. What kind of trick is this? The enemy was horrified, and looked at Zhou Tong with fear and hatred in their eyes. This boy was even more terrifying than the former eldest sister of the Hundred sect, and he must not be allowed to stay today. You guys are quite capable, but if I want to destroy you, I'll have to use all my strength. The leader of the alliance said viciously, took out 6 more jade pendants, and crushed them at the same time. In an instant, 6 powerful auras and more than 100 people descended and directly joined the battlefield. It's the 6 major sects. Zhou Tong's eyes trembled slightly. Under the top 3 sects, the 6 major sects were the strongest. They had only one reason to take action, and that was to kill Moronia and prevent her from rising again. My Hundred sect has no grudges against you, why are you persecuting me? Moronia looked at the people from the 6 major sects, and circulated her aura to the extreme, trying her best to stop them. Everyone has the responsibility to eliminate demons and defend the way of morality. Which, you will die today. The leader of the Blood God sect said with red eyes, your disciples are not ordinary people. After drinking their blood, our sect will become stronger. Despicable. Do you deserve to be called righteous? Ha ha ha, what's the right way or the wrong way? Fists are the only way. I'm stronger than you, so I'm justice. Can't you figure out such a simple thing? Everyone laughed and mocked that the Hundred sect had reached its end. Just then, an old voice was heard. Does having a big fist mean you have the final say? Then let me show you how I am right. A beam of red light rushed over and directly hit the leader of the Blood God sect. Puff! The other party didn't even leave a last word before exploding lightly. Such a powerful man died just like that, without any fanfare. His death was not even as good as a fart. The scarlet blood spilled down, shining brightly under the reflection of the sunlight, shocking everyone's heart and soul. Who did it? The leader of the alliance was horrified to see an old man appear out of nowhere and tower over everyone's heads. The withered figure looked like rotten wood, and it seemed that it would collapse at the slightest touch. But the other person's eyes were bright and clear, as if there were two suns hidden in them, making people dare not look directly at them. "It's me, I'm here to explain things to you." The chief law enforcement officer spoke in a steady voice, his body slightly hunched, yet he made everyone dare not breathe. "Senior, we are fighting against demons and defending the way. Please do not encourage the demons. The people of the world will remember your kindness." The leader of the alliance said through gritted teeth. "What if I say no? Then you are going against the righteous path. Not only the major sects, but even the law enforcers will not let you go. No matter how strong your cultivation is, I'm afraid you will not have a good ending." Before he could finish his words, he was slapped hard in the face by a powerful law enforcer. "What are you doing?" He was furious and was about to scold, but he saw the law enforcer kneeling down in front of the old man. "Master Chief Law Enforcement, it is all my fault for being blind and offending your envoy. Cut off one of your arms and get out." "Thank you for your kindness, sir." The man cut off the left arm without hesitation, and then fled away quickly. Seeing this scene, all the people in the Righteous Alliance turned pale and a strong feeling of dizziness instantly rushed to their hearts. "Run away!" Someone shouted, and everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They knew they had hit a wall today. These people never expected that the token was actually the real thing, and they couldn't help but feel full of resentment towards the leader of the alliance. This old bastard summoned a peerless evil star with his own hands. In this case, there is no need to seek revenge or grudge. It is a blessing from our ancestors that we can leave alive. Why are you running? Aren't you here to reason? I will accompany you to the end and stretch my muscles. The chief law enforcement took a step forward, and in an instant the world turned upside down, standing in front of everyone. Puff! In just a flick of a finger, the leaders of the 6 major sects were turned into ashes, without even their souls left. The other sect leaders were all frightened. Normally, they were all extremely noble. Wherever they went, countless people would kneel down devoutly and worship them as gods. Their strength is even more outstanding and transcendent. Moving mountains and filling the sea is no problem for them. The best among them can even pick stars and refine the void. However, at this moment they were as fragile as ants and were easily crushed to death without even a chance to resist. The old man was clearly no longer young and exuded a strong aura of death, but he was able to lock them all and judge them one by one. The alliance leader's eyes widened, his whole body soaked with sweat, and the intense fear even made him forget to run away. Although the chief law enforcement officer only targeted the leaders of various sects and ignored a small fry like him, Moronia was different. She attacked directly and swept away these small fry. Past grudges and the hatred of her apprentice are driving her, and this time she will show no mercy. She focused on the alliance leader and wanted to capture him alive. Because she knew clearly that this siege was definitely not launched by a group of rabble, there must be a bigger conspiracy behind it, and she wanted to dig it out and seek justice for her eldest disciple. General Law Enforcement, please spare us. We know we are wrong and should not be deceived by the evil man. A clan leader begged for mercy, but he didn't even have the courage to take action. If it weren't for me, you would have killed the entire Hundred sect today. How can you offset your guilt with just one sentence? The chief law enforcer was calm and ruthless. He stretched out his hand and killed another clan leader. So far, he had only made 3 moves, and half of the leaders of the 6 major sects had been killed, but he had no intention of giving up. Sir, you have killed enough. We have suffered heavy losses. Please have mercy and stop immediately. How can killing insects be too much? I wish I could wipe you all out. The old man's aura surged like the Yangtze River, crushing the sect leader to pieces. This was not the end yet. He reached another hand into the space tunnel, grabbed a person who was about to escape, and crushed the space along with it, leaving only broken bones in the air. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were gone, leaving only a sect master and the elder of Yuching sect. The chief law enforcement pressed forward step by step, completely suppressing their power and making them kneel in the air like ordinary people. They could only kowtow and beg, "You are the supreme being, we are all insects, we have paid enough, please spare us." The elder of Yuching sect was shaking wildly, and when he saw Zhou Tong standing aside, he felt that he had grasped a glimmer of hope. "Senior. I have taught Zhou Tong before, so I am his elder. For this reason, please let me go." Hearing this, Zhou Tong walked over with his eyes narrowed. "What do you think, little guy?" asked the chief law enforcement officer. "I remember I gave you a chance." Zhou Tong looked down at the other party. "Please give me another chance. After all, I am your elder." "Good." Zhou Tong nodded, and when hope appeared in the other party's eyes, he cut off the other party's head with a sword, and killed the last sect leader at the same time. "I'll give you a chance to die quickly. Little guy, the bandits here have been eliminated, but the leader has not yet been captured. Do you dare to come with me?" The chief law enforcement officer spoke with great vigor, which made Zhou Tong slightly stunned. In an instant he understood what the old man meant. The other party was going to take him to the sect that had caused trouble and give them a bloody warning. From now on, no one will dare to plot against the Hundred sect, at least in the eastern continent. "Zhou Tong, I'm willing to go." At this moment, the battle below also came to an end. Moronia was seen standing in the bloody mud, her white hair flying, and corpses were everywhere around her. She destroyed the entire righteous alliance with just her sword, except for the leader who was still alive. He was held in her hand, and was already dying. "Master, please interrogate this guy carefully. I will be back with you soon." Zhou Tong said hello and rushed away with the chief law enforcement officer. In the Blood God Sect's council chamber, all the great elders had delighted looks on their faces. This time, the Hundred sect will be destroyed. With their blood as food, the sect master will surely make great progress in strength. This is a blessing for our sect. Ha ha ha. This is indeed a rare opportunity. It's heavens will that our Blood God sect will prosper. Oh no. At this moment, the disciple guarding the gate came to report in a panic. Reporting to all the great elders, "The people from the Hundred sect are here to kill us." How many people are there?" "A young man and an old man." "Humph. It seems that there is really no one left in the Hundred sect. I guess these two are the ones who slipped through the net. I will go and capture them right now. Tell your old fellows to come out and die." Zhou Tong followed the chief law enforcement officer to the gate of the Blood God sect and started challenging them as soon as he landed. "Who are you to dare to come here to provoke me? All your 9 clans deserve to die." The gatekeeper disciple held a blood-stained spear and pointed it at Zhou Tong. "It seems I've been too nice to people." Without saying a word, the Hundred lock reached into the ground and dug out a huge rock weighing 10,000 tons. Under the horrified gaze of the gatekeeper disciple, Zhou Tong directly threw it out. Boom! Accompanied by a cloud of dust, the gate of the Blood God sect was smashed to pieces. "Boy, you're looking for death." A strong murderous intent suddenly descended upon him, and the Blood God sect's Grand Elder revealed his true form, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. A tiny ant actually dared to take the initiative to attack and smash their storefront. This is simply treating their faces as toilets. You are used to bullying others, and today it is you who should die. Zhou Tong confronted him. "Humph, a frog in a well doesn't know how vast the Milky Way is." Several more supreme elders came out and looked down at Zhou Tong. You are lucky, kid. The leaders of the 6 major sects have joined forces to wipe out the Hundred sect. I believe they have arrived now. You, the fish that slipped through the net, have managed to escape, but instead of keeping your tail between your legs, you have offered yourself to me. I can only say that your fate has run out. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's smile gradually became strange. I'm afraid you don't know yet, your leader has been killed, not even his soul is left. Everyone in the Blood God sect was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're such an alarmist little bastard. You can even make up such ridiculous words. I have to admire your imagination. After he finished speaking, they noticed Han Yi behind Zhou Tong. Who is this old man? He has 1 foot halfway into the coffin. Is he your slave? Well, today I will free you both. Just as he was about to take action, the sound of breaking wind was suddenly heard in the distance. I saw a messenger rushing over, throwing down news from far away. It's terrible. The Righteous Alliance and the leaders of the 6 major sects besieged Hongqian Mountain. Now they have all been killed. The wasteland is covered in blood. The sound was not loud, but it traveled far enough and became a world-destroying thunder when it reached everyone's ears. What? This can't be true. What on earth has happened? The Hundred sect can't possibly be so powerful. Soon after, another messenger arrived and told the truth. It was the chief law enforcer who took action. He came hand in hand with a young man to settle accounts with all the major sects and start a massacre. The people from the Blood God sect widened their eyes. They looked at Han Yi again, with unstoppable fear surging in their eyes. Excuse me for asking, you are? A supreme elder asked tremblingly. I am Han Yi, an old servant who is about to die. I come to you today to reason with you. The chief law enforcer's old body burst out with an aura of destruction, and the opponent was the first to be hit, his face changing drastically. No. You can't do this. You. He was blown into pieces, and the half-sentence he hadn't said disappeared into thin air. Why not? Your leader has already said that fists are the hard truth. I am here to reason with you. We beg for mercy, we know we were wrong, and we are willing to make compensation. Several supreme elders knelt on the ground at the same time, without even the thought of struggling. The disciples of the sect were stunned. The supreme elders, who usually acted high and mighty and even treated the sect master with respect, now acted like a group of cowards, only knowing how to cry and beg for mercy. But they didn't understand that although the old man in front of them looked like he was about to die, he actually had a terrifying power in his body that was enough to turn the world upside down. The old man shook his head slowly. We don't want compensation, and we don't care about right or wrong. We just want to reason with you and show you my great principles. Run away. The 6 supreme elders made the decision at the same time and dispersed in different directions. But the outcome was already determined. The old man's body became ethereal, as if he had become a god. He stretched out his hand and covered the sky and the earth, leaving no place for anything to escape. Puff, 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 puff. The 6 of them were blown up at the same time, and there was no suspense about their deaths. What a horrifying scene it was. Except for Zhou Tong, all the living beings who witnessed it knelt down and could only accept their fate in fear. The chief law enforcement officer did not start a massacre. Instead, Zhou Tong rushed into the Blood God sect and packed up all the treasures he liked and took away. No one dared to stop him. Let's go to the next one. The old man walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, shattering the void. The eastern continent was hit by a major earthquake, and the news that the chief law enforcement officer threatened to purge the 6 major sects spread to everyone. The most fortunate ones were the leaders of Taiqing sect and Shangqing sect, thanks to the fact that the strong men they sent out were smart enough, otherwise they would also be included in the purge list. In contrast, the Yuqing sect was in complete silence, as if it had suffered a disaster. Report. The chief law enforcer has already wiped out the leaders of 3 sections. Except for the supreme elders of the Blood God sect who were killed on the spot, the leaders of the other 2 sects tried to escape, but were caught and then turned into blood mist by the chief law enforcer. Investigate again and report back. Yes. Tell me, what should we do? The deputy leader of Yuqing sect sat in the first seat, looking down at the elders next to him. He was originally in seclusion, but faced with such a situation, he had to come out and take charge of the situation. What else can we do? Of course we have to fight them. Our Yuqing sect is not comparable to the 6 major sections. We also have the Lingxi chain array, which can gather all the disciples and elders to launch the strongest attack together. We may not be afraid of that old man. An irritable elder slammed the table and said. Report. The chief law enforcement officer passed by the Haotian sect, but the other party refused to admit their mistakes and even united everyone to activate the sect protection formation to fight against them. In the end, they were all killed, leaving no one alive. Investigate again and report back. The deputy sect leader's face was as gloomy as water. Ahem. I think there should be a way to solve the problem peacefully. The elder just now quickly changed his words. Reporting to the deputy sect leader, the other 2 cases have also had results. Another disciple stepped forward, attracting everyone's attention. Tell me quickly. Reporting to the deputy sect master, the last 2 sects suffered the least losses. They did not run away. They admitted their mistakes and gave sufficient compensation. They also beheaded the leader who proposed to attack the Hahuan sect in public. The chief law enforcement officer left. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of everyone present were focused on someone. This person is Huang Gang, the head of the law hall. He is also one of the instigators who sent people to encircle and suppress the Hahuan sect, and he is also Mo Liusu's pursuer. The purpose of this action may be to target Zhou Tong and win Mo Liusu's favor. Humph, I don't believe that little bastard dares to touch me. He may not even dare to come here. This is Yuqing sect. Huang Gang said stubbornly that he never took Zhou Tong seriously from the beginning to the end. He didn't think that boy would dare to attack his former sect. Huanggang old dog, get out here and die. At this moment, Zhou Tong's voice came from above and resounded throughout the hall. Zhou Tong's voice echoed throughout the hall, interrupting everyone's discussion. This little bastard is really here, how dare he? Huang Gang's face was extremely ugly. As the head of the law hall, everyone was intimidated by him, and no one dared to scold him by name. They are all good disciples you taught. The deputy sect leader looked at Mo Liusu with a rather dissatisfied tone. Even he didn't expect that a small abandoned pawn could cause such a stir. If I had known this, I should not have let him go, even if it meant burying him. Since you've come to our door, let's go out and take a look. The deputy sect leader stood tall, with a cold look in the corners of his eyes. A moment later, a dozen elders stood in the air and saw Zhou Tong and the chief law enforcement officer. Greetings, Lord Han Yi. What brings you here this time? The deputy sect leader bowed and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Zhou Tong took a step forward, his expression as calm as the other parties, and said, "Kill." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of more than a dozen elders changed. They thought they could exchange a few pleasantries and ease the conflict, but Zhou Tong went straight to the point, turning all their prepared remarks into waste paper. You little bastard, you have no right to speak here. A powerful aura descended and rushed towards Zhou Tong. Huang Gang walked out, looking down at Zhou Tong with an arrogant attitude. When he saw this person, a fierce look flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes. When he was still in Yuching sect, he was not liked by Emoliosu. This old dog would take advantage of the situation and always cause trouble for him again and again, making him suffer for no reason. During those years, 80% of Zhou Tong's injuries were caused by this man. Now is the perfect time to settle all the new and old grudges together. Old dog, my Hundred sect has no grudge against you, but you sent people to destroy the sect and kill people. Have you ever thought that you would end up like this? Snort. Huang Gang looked disdainful and looked to the side and above. In his eyes, Zhou Tong had no qualifications to ask him questions. Senior, let's do it. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. Since the other party didn't care, he would care even less. The chief law enforcement officer did not delay and directly released an astonishing aura. You. Huang Gang's face changed drastically, but it was too late for him to speak. The aura of the chief law enforcement officer was like a falling star from the sky, hitting him. Poof, ah! He screamed and vomited blood, his internal organs were almost shattered, he suffered a fatal blow and was as fragile as a baby. This scene horrified everyone else. They had thought that if so many people joined forces, even if they couldn't defeat the chief law enforcement officer, they could at least fight off one or two of them. This idea was ruthlessly shattered at this moment. You must know that although Huang Gang has a poor character, his strength is top-notch, even surpassing Emoliosu, and second only to the deputy sect leader. Such a strong man can't even withstand the opponent's breath, so how can they fight? How terrifying is this old man? Senior, please show mercy. Huang Gang was instantly terrified and begged for mercy, but all he got was cold silence. Huh. So you, an old dog, also know how to be afraid. You disdain to answer my questions, but don't you know that you are just an ant in front of the chief law enforcement officer? It only takes a thought to crush you to death. You little bastard, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Huang Gang roared angrily. He never expected that his life was in Zhou Tong's hands. This made him feel ashamed and angry. Zhou Tong, have you made enough of this? Hurry up and ask the chief law enforcement officer to stop. If something happens to Hall Master Huang, can you bear the responsibility? Some elders reacted, but did not dare to step forward to mediate the fight, and began to put pressure on Zhou Tong. I'm here to kill him today. I won't leave until he's dead. How could you ask such a stupid question? After these words were spoken, the faces of several elders turned livid. They used to be able to control Zhou Tong at will, but he is no longer the same as before. This change made them extremely anxious and angry. That's enough, kid. The deputy hall master finally spoke, you are so violent at such a young age. Just because you have received a little favor from the chief law enforcer, you want to stir up bloodshed in the world. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Can the chief law enforcer protect you for the rest of your life? I am just asking for justice. He is allowed to destroy my sect, but I am not allowed to kill him. How can this be justified? But the Hundred sect is still safe and sound. You should stop right away and stop now. Ha ha ha. What a joke. He didn't kill us because he's not capable enough. But if I can kill him, I won't show any mercy. Before he finished speaking, Huang Gang's screams were heard in the distance. Even if he tried his best and burned his life, it was of no avail. He was held in the palm of the chief law enforcement like a flying insect. Save me, save me. His voice was trembling and full of fear. For the first time, he knew what regret was. All this happened because he provoked Zhou Tong. Boy, I'll give you one last chance to get the chief law enforcement officer to stop. The Yuching sect will not hold you accountable in the future. Otherwise. The deputy sect leader spoke in a cold voice and began to threaten Zhou Tong. With a clang sound. Zhou Tong drew his sword and pointed it at his throat. From now on, if I hear your voice again, I will kill you. If you don't believe me, just try it. For a moment, the deputy hall master's hair stood on end, and he felt both angry and terrified. Some people wanted to dissuade him, but Zhou Tongdao said, "Whoever dares to make me let go of my hatred will be my mortal enemy." This sentence silenced everyone. Even Mo Yosu's face turned pale and he didn't dare to say another word. The chief law enforcement officer smiled slightly when he saw this scene, then clenched his palms. Ah! Huang Gang let out one last scream before he exploded into a bloody mist. The head of Yuqing Sect's law hall died so easily. Boy, the thief has been eliminated, do you want compensation? I guess these poor guys don't have anything good. Zhou Tong sneered, but his eyes looked towards the gate of Yuqing Sect. This facade is quite good. It can be used to compensate the Hundred Sect. No. Mo Yosu refused immediately. Not to mention that the gate itself was a valuable treasure, for a sect, the gate represented dignity. How could they just give it to someone else? I'm not discussing this with you, I'm just informing you. The chief law enforcement officer acted swiftly and decisively. With a raise of his finger, the gate rose from the ground. Today is just a warning. If you dare to provoke me again in the future, I won't let you off as easily as I did today. Before leaving, Zhou Tong made a final threat and then walked away. A long wind blew by, and the elders of Yuqing Sect seemed to be fixed in mid-air, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. How dare you do this, boy? I will make you pay the price. The indifference on the deputy sect leader's face disappeared, and his facial features were distorted violently. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Several elders were shocked and quickly supported him. After a while, the deputy sect leader came to his senses, with a crazy coldness surging in his eyes. In all his life, he had never experienced such humiliation. The same thing goes for the Yuqing sect. Their leader was beheaded in front of them, and the group of people didn't even dare to fart. Even the main gate was taken away. This is intolerable. I declare that from today on, Zhou Tong is Yuqing Sect's #1 enemy. No matter what the cost, we must destroy him. After these words were spoken, the faces of the elders became much more serious, but they finally expressed their agreement. If this grudge is not avenged, the Yuqing Sect will lose all face. How can it survive in the future? Mo Yosu, this incident was caused by you, so you have to take most of the responsibility. The deputy leader said in a cold tone, I order your lineage to formulate a plan immediately to eradicate that evildoer. There must be no mistakes. Hearing this, Mo Yosu frowned. She is the only disciple of the sect master and is also the designated future sect master. Her status is no lower than that of the deputy sect master, and the other party has no right to order her around. I refuse. What did you say? The deputy sect leader immediately became furious. Huang Gang's fate was entirely his own fault, not Zhou Tong's. If you want to target him, please do as you please. I won't get involved. I just want to remind you to be careful of the wrath of the chief law enforcement officer. After she finished speaking, she walked away, and no one could see the complicated expression on her face. This bitch. The deputy leader was furious and stared at the rest of the people, saying, even if she's not here, it's the same. Send someone to find out the relationship between the chief law enforcement officer and that beast. I don't believe the chief law enforcement officer can protect him forever. Boy, you've been a little too ostentatious today by using my name. After leaving Yuqing Sect, the chief law enforcement officer spoke earnestly. Our relationship is not a secret. It is not difficult to find out if you investigate. You have now lost my protection. So what? Zhou Tong didn't care at all, and there was no fear on his face. "Aren't you afraid of death?" the chief law enforcement officer asked in surprise. "I won't die." He was overflowing with strong self-confidence and full of confidence. He may not be the strongest now, but he is definitely the hardest to kill. The Emperor Realm Spirit alone was enough to give him the power to protect himself, not to mention that he was proficient in all things. With his endless means, he had no fear of not finding powerful allies. "Old man, this battle has exhausted you a lot. This is a small gift from me. Please accept it." Zhou Tong handed a brocade box to the chief law enforcement officer, then carried the door and returned to Hongqian Mountain. "What's so mysterious?" The chief law enforcer opened the brocade box, and suddenly a golden light shot up into the sky, followed by a strong scent of elixir that wafted to his face. "This is..." He looked at the black and white pills in the box, and shock appeared in his eyes. Tianyuan Life and Death Pill, a top-grade 8th-grade holy pill that can bring back the dead and turn bones into flesh. It can allow this old man to live another 10 years. The chief law enforcement took a deep breath and said, "Could it be that this guy stole it?" "No, no. There shouldn't be such a treasure in the 6 major sections. Even if there is, it has been used long ago." Hiss. Could it be that he made it himself? In the secret room of the Hundred sect, Murongya's hair was completely white and she had entered a state of inner demons erupting. At this moment, the leader of the Righteous Alliance was hung up, with not a single piece of intact skin on his body. It was obvious that he had experienced unimaginable torture. "Kill me, please kill me, I really don't know anything about what happened back then." The other party cried and begged, with fear written all over his face. "Well then, let's do it 10 more times." Murongya licked her red lips gently, like a cruel queen, and pointed her fingers at the other person's body. "This is the highest level of bone-breaking magic." "Ah!" The Alliance leader's screams became hoarse, and his bones were constantly twisting and stirring. All his meridians were entangled together, and when they reached their limit, they could be heard breaking. This is an unimaginable torture. Murongya usually would not use this method, but in order to find out what happened to her eldest disciple, she could not care less. "Master, please stop now. If you continue to release your anger like this, you will really become a demon. Why not let me interrogate you?" The little demon girl looked worried. The thing she was most worried about had happened. The eldest senior sister was a thorn in the master's side. If the problem was not resolved, the master would never be able to let it go. He. I didn't expect that after so many years, Yair is still so stubborn. I am really fascinated by it. The leader of the alliance was already dying, but an unfamiliar voice came from him. Hearing this, Murongya's pupils suddenly shrank. "Get out of here," she roared, her emotions more chaotic than ever before. "You really want to see me? Then I will respectfully obey your command." As the words fell, there was a puff sound, and a bloody hole exploded behind the alliance leader. A ray of light flew out from the wound, spreading out smoothly and reflecting an image. In the video, a young man dressed in a green robe, as gentle as jade, smiled softly at everyone, like a handsome young man. Zhao Wutian. 3 words squeezed out from between Murongya's teeth, mixed with murderous intent. "Yair actually still remembers me, which makes me happy. After more than 10 years of separation, I prepared a gift for you, I believe you will like it." Zhao Wutian smiled like a devil and clapped his hands gently. A mass of ice crystals appeared behind him, and a person was frozen in the ice crystals. To be precise, she is a girl as beautiful as a flower, and time has stopped at the best age. Qiao Qiao. Murongya's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She called the girl's name, with an expression on her face that was unclear whether it was joy or sadness. "Who is this?" Long Lingyun asked curiously. This is our senior sister, Zhang Chuqiao. During a trial, she was besieged by disciples from multiple sects and eventually lost contact. We all thought she was dead, but we didn't expect that she was kidnapped by this man. It seems that those sects are just his pawns. You are such a smart and beautiful girl. I like you very much. Would you like to consider becoming my concubine? Greed flashed in Zhao Wutian's eyes, but his sight was blocked by Murongya. Mr. Zhao, if you dare to have your eyes on her, I will destroy your Tiandao mansion even if I die. Now give Xiao Xiao back to me. Oh, this won't do. This child has a rare yin-yang body. Any man who practices dual cultivation with her will gain great benefits. I have waited so long for her to mature, how can I give her back so easily? The other person laughed jokingly, observing Murongya's expression with great interest. What do you want? It's very simple. You know I like you. As long as you are willing to be my Taoist partner, I will listen to you in everything. After all, compared to you, all other women are nothing. But if you dare to refuse, the other party's expression turned cold. In 10 days, I will auction off the qualification to practice dual cultivation with this girl. You probably don't know that, so far, there are already thousands of people ready to have a kiss, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Murongya's pupils instantly turned black. An extremely violent aura rose into the sky. Oh no, Master has been possessed by a demon. Long Lingyun exclaimed. Damn it, why hasn't the little pervert come back yet? Now he's the only one who can hold down Master. The little witch's face was full of anxiety. She grabbed Long Lingyun and quickly escaped from the secret room. Give me back my disciple's life, and you all will die. Murongya chased them out, obviously treating them as enemies, and launched a devastating attack. The vast sea of red dust turned into waves and advanced forward at a terrifying speed, destroying everything wherever it passed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the two women. You go first, I'll block it. A look of determination flashed across the little witch's face. She pushed Long Lingyun away and faced the raging waves herself. Senior sister. Go quickly. My life was given to me by my master. I will have no regrets even if I die in her hands. But you can't be in any danger. Come on. I'm coming. At this critical moment, a roar pierced the sky, injecting strength into the two desperate girls. Zhou Tong came galloping over and waved his hand. Blood-red thunder condensed in his palm and then turned into a crescent-shaped blade light, splitting the sea of red dust with just one strike. You're finally back. The little witch's voice was tearful and full of grievance. Don't worry, I'm here, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Zhou Tong passed the little witch and faced Murongya directly. Looking at his back, the witch smiled unconsciously, with unknown emotions surging in her eyes. He actually became a demon without permission. What an unreliable adult. Zhou Tong scolded, but his expression was extremely gentle. Suddenly he moved at an extremely fast speed, and threw out a finger, a fist, and a palm. 3 red lights crossed the void and pierced Murongya's eyebrows, chest, and dantian respectively, but did not hurt her at all. Immediately afterwards, red lines appeared on Murongya's body, and the Hahuan lock was successfully activated, suppressing all her strength. Calm down for a moment. Only after subduing Murongya did Zhou Tong have time to inquire about the situation. The two girls lowered their heads, hid nothing, and told the whole story. Tiandao Mansion, Zhao Wutian. There was a light in Zhou Tong's eyes, and he felt something familiar. The next moment he disappeared from the spot and came to the secret room. The secret room was in a mess. The leader of the alliance was still alive and had broken free from his restraints, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. You little bastard, go to hell. He attacked suddenly, and despite being tortured terribly, he still displayed a strength that matched his state of mind level. Puff! The battle ended in one encounter. Zhou Tong's palm pierced his heart, and his indifferent expression seemed as if he had done something insignificant. How is that possible? The leader of the alliance was in disbelief. His vitality gradually disappeared. His cultivation was obviously one level higher than Zhou Tong's. Your scum is still somewhat effective. Let me try this trick for the first time in a long time. Zhou Tong pressed his other hand on his forehead, and his terrifying mental power burst out instantly, using the soul-searching method. Ah! Even as he was dying, the leader of the alliance suffered a pain worse than death and was eventually blown into a pile of pieces. So weak. You can't even bear this. Zhou Tong looked disdainful. Even though the time was short, he still got useful information. Now it can be confirmed that he has indeed seen this Zhao Wutan. It was probably around this time in my previous life that something happened that shocked the continent. Tiandao Mansion held a grand event using the Yinyang Taoist body as a gimmick, attracting countless powerful people to attend. But in fact, it was just a conspiracy of Zhao Wutan. He finally launched a sacrificial formation, refining many powerful men into their origins, strengthening only himself. Many years later, he reappeared, having become a demon that was hated by the whole world, and his strength was so strong that almost no one could stop him. It was a pity that he had bad luck as he ran into Zhou Tong, who was about to achieve enlightenment. He was seriously injured and then killed by the Sword Saint, ending his life hastily. You bastard, you've finally met me in this life. That's the end of your luck. There was a murderous gleam in Zhou Tong's eyes, and he had already marked this man as a corpse. Then he took a step outside and came into the pharmacy. Murongya was arranged to stay here. In the room, Murongya was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, her face full of guilt, and two girls were whispering to comfort her. Just then, Zhou Tong pushed the door open suddenly, making a lot of noise. When they first saw him, the three girls looked happy, but after seeing his expression, Murongya wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, even hiding her pair of white and tender feet. She has realized her mistake and reflected on it. The two girls stood in front of Zhou Tong and took the initiative to defend Murongya. Zhou Tong ignored them, walked around them to the bed, and stared at the woman who was playing the ostrich. Although Murongya only had a pair of eyes exposed at this moment, she portrayed her pitiful self vividly. Even a person with a heart of stone would not have the heart to blame her. They've already been mean to me, you can't be mean to me again. In the end, Zhou Tong couldn't help but let out a long sigh and sat down on the edge of the bed. As soon as he sat down, a cold hand grabbed his wrist. Murongya was looking at him pleadingly, as if she had something to say. Zhou Tong had seen through her thoughts long ago, and asked calmly, "You want to save the senior sister, right?" Hearing this, Murongya's eyes suddenly lit up. "May I?" she asked weakly. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that the three disciples in front of her would be affected. If Zhou Tong and the other two must be sacrificed to save Zhang Chuqiao, she would rather not save her. But if she did that, she would go crazy, feel guilty to death, and would never have peace. Of course we have to save them. None of our loved ones can be left behind. Without letting Murongya suffer for too long, Zhou Tong smiled slightly and gave a firm answer. As soon as these words were spoken, the light in Murongya's eyes became brighter, as if thousands of stars were shining. "What about you?" She looked behind Zhou Tong. The two girls actually already had the answer in their hearts. "I followed my senior brother to join the sect, and my senior brother's ideas are my ideas," Long Lingyun said without hesitation. "Me too." The little demon girl spoke concisely and with a firm tone. "In that case, we will set off immediately in 3 days and will not return until we rescue our senior sister. Zhou Tong made the decision. Okay. I will listen to you. Before she finished her words, Moronya's facial expression went out of control. She quickly covered her head with the quilt, and then she let out an extremely suppressed cry. Ahem. Zhou Tong coughed a few times. No matter in his past life or this life, he was not very good at coaxing women. Take good care of her and don't let her transform again. Zhou Tong turned around and was about to leave. Senior brother, what are you going to do? Long Lingyun asked curiously. The scumbags from the 6 major sects and Yuqing sect will not stay still. It won't be long before they come to seek revenge. In order to entertain them well, I plan to use the treasures I robbed from them to set up a sect protection formation, leaving them with an unforgettable memory for the rest of their lives. Watching Zhou Tong leave, Long Lingyun's face was full of surprise. Brother, you can also set up a battle formation? I didn't even know that. There are so many things you don't know. The little demon girl smiled like a flower and gently patted the quilt. Everyone has left, how long are you going to be a coward? A groan came from the quilt, and after a few breaths, a crack finally appeared. A pair of bright eyes scanned for a moment before the quilt was removed, revealing a beautiful lady with tears in her eyes. You have no shame. You are an adult, but you are still crying. I feel ashamed for you. The little witch said teasingly. What do you know, you little girl? How dare you come and laugh at your teacher? Right. I don't know anything. I just need to practice hard and then fight. And Master has a lot more things to consider. After all, you already owe someone so much. Apart from giving yourself to him as a gift, I'm afraid you can't repay it. Humph. Don't disturb my rest. Moronya rolled over and got out of bed, then kicked the 2 women out. Since we want to play, let's play big, otherwise we won't be able to kill those beasts. Zhou Tong muttered to himself, with excitement shining in his eyes. The strength of the formation is divided into levels 1 to 9, with level 9 being the strongest and consuming more resources. The protective formation of the 6 major sects is a 7th level formation, the top 3 sects is an 8th level formation, and the protective formation of the law enforcement city has reached the quasi-9th level, which is currently the strongest formation in the eastern continent. But it won't be long before this record is broken. With a bang. Terrifying mental power gushed out. Zhou Tong was already familiar with it and began to draw the formation. The mental power can reach the sky and dominate everything. The spirit of the emperor can really do whatever he wants. One day later, Moronya and the other 2 opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what they saw. As soon as their mental power was released, they felt a transparent barrier like an inverted bowl, covering Hongshan Mountain. The formation hadn't even started yet, but the divine power contained within it already made them terrified. Even Moronya felt the same way, and she felt a chill. What kind of formation is this? Xiantian Jiuhua Formation. Zhou Tong said the name of the formation, causing Moronya's pupils to tremble. 9th level formation. Well, it is indeed level 9 at the moment. It's a pity that Hongshan Mountain is too barren and there are no earth veins passing through it. Otherwise, as long as 3 earth veins converge here, the formation can break through level 9 and reach the ranks of a holy formation. Don't say any more, I feel dizzy. Moronya pressed her forehead, feeling overwhelmed by the huge surprise and happiness. Yuqing Sect, Meeting Hall. The deputy leader and the new leaders of the 5 major sects sat down for talks. If you ask why there are only 5 major sects, the only thing we can say is that one of them has been completely wiped out, with not even a chicken left. Everyone, I have already found out. That little bastard only has one chance to mobilize the chief law enforcement. Now he has no more cards in his hand. It's time for us to take revenge. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with desire and restraint, as if they were waiting for someone to take the lead. I don't think so. The new leader of the Blood God sect suddenly said, I sent people to monitor Hundred Mountain and learned that they are building a sect protection formation. I heard that they are very powerful, so it is better to be careful. Humph, not worth mentioning. The deputy sect leader said confidently, our sect has a treasure called the Destruction Pestle, which is specially designed to defeat formations. Formations below level 8 can be destroyed with one strike. Hearing this, several people in power immediately became interested. This way, there will be no risk of error. Eastern Continent, Sanqing Territory. Everyone was looking forward to it. Ever since Zhou Tong wreaked havoc on several major sects, they had been waiting for the good show to begin. Because no one would believe that those high and mighty sects would swallow this bitter pill. Sure enough, a declaration of condemnation soon spread throughout the world. This is a wanted order jointly issued by the 5 major sects and Yuqing sect. The purpose was to announce to the world that Zhou Tong had become a demon. He not only killed countless people, but also looted countless treasures. All the righteous people in the world should rise up and attack him. Whoever can kill Zhou Tong can take possession of the property in Zhou Tong's hands. When the list of treasures was announced, many people went crazy. This is simply a mountain of gold falling from the sky. Whoever can get it can reach the sky in one step. If you lose, the price is just a worthless life. If you win, you can directly step into the peak of life. Kill. Go and destroy the Hundred sect and the demon. The crowd was huge and rushed towards that direction. A bunch of rabble, with a little trick, they can be turned into pawns. In the distance, the deputy leader of Yuqing sect and the leaders of the 5 major sects all sneered. These ants are so naive. It's just a pie in the sky. Do you really think that anyone can take away such enormous wealth? Is it really okay to make such a big fuss like this? If the law enforcers take action again. One of the people in power said with lingering fear. Don't worry, the chief law enforcer has already gone into seclusion. No law enforcer will intervene until this matter is settled. The deputy leader said with confidence, when most of those rabble are dead, we can avenge them. This is called having a legitimate reason. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 5 people all nodded in praise, but a chill ran through their hearts. Ginger is always wiser with age, this old bastard really has sinister intentions. Hundred Mountain, in front of the Hundred sect. Zhou Tong sat in the rocking chair, looking down at the people in front of him leisurely. Everyone looked at him with greed and desire in their eyes. Are you all here to kill me? Zhou Tong asked with a chuckle. That's right. You've been too reckless and killed innocent people. People all over the world have long been dissatisfied with you. In order to uphold justice. There was only a loud bang, Zhou Tong snapped his fingers, and the man's head exploded. The 9th level formation can kill people without them being seen. It is so domineering. This scene immediately made the people around shut up. How much is your justice worth? Zhou Tong stood up and looked down at the people below. Don't be afraid, there are so many of us. He can't beat 4 of us with 2 fists. He will definitely lose one day. For the sake of justice. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Tong waved his hand and caught the man to his side. I'm asking you a question. How much is your justice worth? I. The other party's eyes widened and his whole body trembled. He was the mouthpiece of the 5 major sects, an existence specially used to deceive people's hearts. Now facing death, he dared not even fart. It's really disappointing that your mouth that speaks for justice has become stammering. What's your use then? With a loud bang, a strong pressure came down and crushed him into powder. This scene didn't happen too quickly, but the others seemed to be frozen, and all the passion they had just felt was solidified. Let me tell you what justice is. Zhou Tong opened his arms and took the initiative to walk forward. Having power, seeing the truth, and maintaining oneself is justice. And you are just a bunch of weak puppets. When you face me, I am justice. As soon as the words fell, many people exploded one after another, frightening the people around them. Most of these dead people were spies planted by the Hundred sect and the 5 major sects. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. This guy is not someone you can easily mess with. Finally someone reacted and was about to put oil on his feet. The situation is not right, let's retreat first. Come as you like, leave as you like, do you think this is a public toilet? With a wave of his hand, Zhou Tong controlled the formation to block everyone's retreat. What do you want? Seeing that they couldn't escape, some people bravely asked. Kill you all, any objection? A terrifying aura rose up from behind Zhou Tong, ready to attack at any time. Have mercy, we know we were wrong. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people gave up resistance. As the old saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. They are truly a group of men who can bend and stretch. Who sent you here? Zhou Tong asked. Of course it's us. A strong man blurted out without thinking. Before he could finish his words, he was killed by the qi and turned into nothing. This man is unjust and deserves to die. I remember now. It was the people from Hundred sect and the 5 major sects who forced us to come here. We are all innocent. Ruzi is teachable. Zhou Tong nodded with satisfaction. If you were facing law enforcers, would you say the same thing? We can swear, everyone said in unison. Very good, go and work to atone for your sins. Zhou Tong gave these people tools and asked them to build the city wall of Hundred sect within 1 day. Looking at the dejected backs of these people, Zhou Tong couldn't help laughing. I swallowed the bait. Now it's time for those who call themselves hunters to show up. He was actually looking forward to it vaguely. The wind whistled and the clouds in the sky dispersed. When people saw more than a dozen huge spaceships crossing the sky, they knew that the Real highlight was about to begin. This is the signal for the 5 major sects and Hundred sect to take the stage. What a strong sense of oppression. Is this the foundation of a major sect? These spaceships are like monsters. The young cultivator had a look of horror on his face. Facing this creation that seemed to have the might of heaven, he couldn't help but tremble all over. You still underestimate these spaceships. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are weapons that can destroy a clan. An old man explained, these spaceships are capable of both offense and defense. One shot from them will turn even the strongest fighter into ashes. Hiss. So, the Hundred sect is doomed this time? Needless to say, they are guaranteed to die. Sending out this force is a complete waste of talent. In less than half an incense stick of time, the sky above Hongshan Mountain was filled with flags, and a murderous aura filled the world. Zhou Tong, your death is approaching. Looking at the young man on the top of the mountain, the deputy leader of Hundred sect stood on the bow of the ship and declared arrogantly. Old bastard, if your grandfather hadn't shown mercy, you would have been killed by the chief law enforcement officer long ago. Now, not only are you not grateful, but you even dare to come and provoke me. You are such a heartless person. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all those in power became extremely ugly. Zhou Tong lightly threw out their most embarrassing memories. This is intolerable. How can a young boy know how big the world is? We are here to seek justice for the innocent man who just died tragically at your hands. You should accept your death obediently. Before he finished speaking, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became extremely violent. More than a dozen warships gathered power at the same time and revealed their black gun muzzles. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of spirit stones were consumed. A dazzling light flashed in the muzzle, and would soon turn into thunder and pour out, destroying everything within the muzzle. Zhou Tong's eyes widened. There was no fear on his face. Instead, it was full of excitement, like a child who had found an interesting toy. How stupid! Why didn't I make more of these useful gadgets in my previous life? He patted his head and stared at the spaceships intently. After just a short gaze, he completely understood the structure of these spaceships. In his opinion, these spaceships were too crude. If he were to forge them himself, he would be able to create a weapon that was 100 times more powerful than this. It's a pity that too many materials have been consumed in order to set up the formation. When he thought of this, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up again. If all these spaceships were dismantled, the material problem could be easily solved. I originally wanted to have some fun with you guys, but since you're so polite, I'll just go straight to the main course. Zhou Tong's spirit moved, and the Xiantian Jiuhua formation expanded instantly, covering everyone in it. Xiantian Jiuhua, the stars are turning. The great formation officially began to operate, and with just a glimpse of divine power, it was able to control the space with ease. Buzz. Along with the fluctuations of space distortion, more than a dozen spaceships disappeared in an instant and were transferred to other places by Zhou Tong. Only strong men from various sects were left at the place. They were confused at this moment and had no idea what was going on. Where's my boat? Where's our big boat? Even the deputy sect leader had an expression as if he had seen a ghost and stared at Zhou Tong intently. You little bastard, it's you who did this, right? Can you please stop talking? Don't you know how disgusting those two big yellow teeth of yours are? Grandpa will show mercy and help you get rid of them personally. Another wave of spatial fluctuations quietly emerged, causing the deputy sect leader's face to change drastically. Before he could make any move, his two front teeth disappeared. The only remedy he could offer was to let out a beautiful scream. Now people can finally confirm that it was indeed Zhou Tong who was causing trouble. It's a formation. He used a very powerful formation. Someone noticed something and things started to get a little confusing. The formation that can affect space is at least a 7th level formation. This fact shocked them greatly. It had been less than 2 days since they learned that the Hundred sect had started to set up the formation. What kind of master could accomplish such a feat in such a short time? Could it be that there are other masters supporting the Hundred sect? Many people find this thought horrifying when they think about it carefully. Don't panic. Even with the formation protecting him, he won't be able to escape today. The deputy sect leader was confident of victory and took out the destruction pestle from his ring. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This treasure is specifically designed to defeat formations. As long as the formation is below level 8, it can be broken with one strike. What is that? Zhou Tong frowned and didn't see clearly what it was. Bring it here. He waved his hand and the destruction pestle was taken away from him. The deputy sect leader's face turned paler in an instant. He was careless just now and did not dodge. You little bastard, give me back my treasure, he roared. What's yours is mine, what's mine is mine. After Zhou Tong looked at it for a moment, a look of disdain appeared on his face. No one wants this piece of junk, so I'm giving it back to you. The next moment, the destruction pestle returned to the hands of the deputy sect leader. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to seek your own death. Say goodbye to your sect protection formation. The deputy sect leader laughed wildly and threw the destruction pestle into the air. With a loud bang, the destruction pestle hit the barrier of the formation, and then it exploded. "Nice fireworks, any more?" Zhou Tong's voice brought the dazed crowd back to their senses. When they saw the half-smile on the boy's face, they felt cold all over. The other party had already seen through the function of the destruction pestle, but still allowed them to attack at will. This can only mean one thing, that the Hundred sect is not afraid of the large formation at all. In other words, this is at least an 8th level formation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The deputy sect leader was doubting his life. The Yuqing sect's protective formation was an 8th level formation. Once it was fully activated, he had no confidence that he could escape unscathed. "It seems that you have no more means to please me. In that case, it's time to end it." Zhou Tong said this calmly, but it made everyone shudder. "What do you want to do?" "It is a great pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Now that you have come, you may as well die." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tong's aura became extremely sharp. Xiantian Jiuhua, Hunyuan returns to 1. Boom! The real killing move was activated, and the terrifying chaotic energy rushed in from all directions, crushing all these people. "We're done." Zhou Tong clapped his hands, looked at the sky without a trace of blood, and finally couldn't help laughing. What a pity that a bunch of cowards only dared to send their clones here. Outside Hongshan Mountain, the masters of all major sects vomited blood at the same time, with looks of horror on their faces. They had just experienced a real death. The clone was extremely important. Once it was destroyed, their strength would drop significantly. "Go and call the law enforcers, we need law enforcers to enforce justice." The deputy sect leader roared without any image, and fear was already growing in his eyes. "The law enforcers are here." I saw a middle-aged strong man in a golden robe tearing through the void and landing outside Hongshan Mountain. This is the golden-robed elder among the law enforcers. He holds a very high status in the law enforcement city and is the right-hand man of the chief law enforcer. At this moment, he was looking at the leaders of the major sects with a strange expression. He was used to seeing ordinary people seeking protection from law enforcement officers, but he had never experienced this kind of scene. "You were dealt with by the Hundred sect?" The golden-robed elder tried hard to suppress his laughter and asked this question with great effort. It was that little bastard who used despicable means. The deputy leader of Yuqing sect's face turned red. Making him admit defeat was more painful than killing him. What despicable means? "He used the materials he stole from us to set up an 8th level formation, waiting for us to take the bait." Hearing this, the indifferent expression on the law enforcer's face collapsed instantly. He even thought there was something wrong with his ears. An 8th level formation, what is that concept? Even if the highest-ranking master in the Formation Master Association were to set up the formation himself, it would still take a month, and there would also be the risk of failure. Now, when he heard that someone had completed an 8th level formation in less than 2 days, he immediately expressed his doubts. "I don't believe it." However, he believed it soon after, because Zhou Tong directly activated the formation and transferred them all over. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, the golden-robed elder was the first to react, and then he took a breath. As the chief law enforcement officer said, "This boy is truly extraordinary." He remembered the instructions given by the chief law enforcement officer before he went into seclusion, asking him to take care of Zhou Tong no matter what. Because the chief law enforcement officer suspected that Zhou Tong could refine an 8th-grade elixir, it now seems possible. "Young man, I am a law enforcer. You can also call me Elder Jean. I was entrusted by these people to mediate the grievances between you." After saying that, he gave Zhou Tong a wink, making Zhou Tong instantly understand that this was one of his own. "Elder Jean, you've come at the perfect time. I was just looking for a law enforcer to seek justice." Zhou Tong had a sad face, pointing at the leaders of the major sects and said, "These people are rampant and reckless, and this time they are making a big fuss to destroy our Hundred sect. Please punish them severely." When these words were spoken, all the major sect leaders were furious. "You little bastard, you dare to cry thief in front of the law enforcer." The deputy leader jumped up, pointed at Zhou Tong's nose and cursed, "Not only did you steal our spaceship, but you also destroyed our clones. Such a sin is intolerable. What else can I say?" Zhou Tong just laughed, with no concealment of the mockery in his eyes. "You have been taught a lesson by me, which only shows that you are not capable enough. Will you give up slapping a mosquito to death just because it is weak enough? I won't." When these words were spoken, the person on the other side was almost so angry that he vomited blood. These words are so hurtful, comparing them to pests, implying that they are stupid, bad and weak, and they want to bully others but get beaten to the ground. It is completely treating their facial skins as insoles. "Kid, stop making excuses here. Return our spaceship quickly and we will leave immediately." The strong men from the major sects knew that they could not gain any benefits, so they put forward conditions. "I'm sorry, you can't drive the boat away, but you can carry it." Zhou Tong clapped his hands, and a mountain of spare parts appeared before everyone's eyes. Ah! Ah! The new leader of the Blood God sect couldn't breathe and fainted. He never dreamed that Zhou Tong would dismantle their spaceship into parts in the blink of an eye. This is simply a peerless destructive star. Each part of the spacecraft is connected by secret forces. Once separated, the cost of reassembling it is even higher than building a new spacecraft. In their eyes, these materials are no different from scrap metal. "You beast!" There was a tremor in the deputy sect leader's voice when he cursed. The loss this time was huge and his heart was bleeding. This type of armed spaceship is the deterrent force of a sect. Each one is very valuable. If it is used alone, it is enough to destroy a small or medium-sized sect. Now that half of the Yuching sect spaceships have been destroyed, it will inevitably lead to a decline in competitiveness and fall behind the Shangqing sect and the Taiqing sect. As soon as he thought of this, crazy hatred welled up in his eyes. "Sir, I want to report that he has killed hundreds of innocent practitioners before this. Please execute him on the spot." The deputy sect leader used his trump card. No matter what, Zhou Tong could not escape the crime of killing the wandering cultivators. If the law enforcers pursue the matter, it will be enough to cause him serious injuries. "Bullshit, I'm going to sue you for defamation." Zhou Tong pointed at the other party and responded, "Those people were forced here by you using force and coercion. I felt sorry for them, so I took them in and protected them. How dare you slander me? I'll slap you in the face." Then, Zhou Tong clapped his hands and called out those guys who were undergoing labor reform. You are still alive, how is this possible?" The deputy sect leader said in disbelief. "You old dog, you still have the nerve to say that." A middle-aged woman stood up, holding her waist with both hands, and cursed fiercely, "It was you who coerced and bribed us to attack the Hundred sect. Thanks to Mr. Zhou's kindness and repaying evil with kindness, we have a chance to survive. He is our great benefactor. How dare you mislead the people?" Elder Jin's eyes suddenly became sharp, making all the powerful people feel a chill in their backs. "This is slander. What evidence do you have?" The deputy leader's eyes trembled. He recognized this woman. She was the informant who had colluded with him before and mixed in with the crowd to stir up everyone's emotions. The two parties agreed that after the matter was accomplished, Yuching sect would provide shelter for the woman and her family. Of course, this was just a blank check, as Yuching sect would not protect those worthless ants. "Humph. I knew you would say that, so I prepared a sound recording formation in advance. I am willing to present it to the law enforcer with both hands. After these words were spoken, the deputy sect leader's face turned completely pale. He knew he had no way of defending himself. This stab in the back was really cruel. At this point, what else do you have to say? Elder Jean has great momentum and may take action at any time. The deputy sect leader didn't understand why things had developed to this point. He had clearly already arranged for the law enforcers to make Zhou Tong suffer a loss no matter what. However, he did not expect that he would directly attract the golden-robed elder of extremely high status, causing all his arrangements to fail. It seems that you have nothing to say. Not only did you deceive the independent cultivators, but you also have a criminal record. Tell me, do you want to be beaten or punished? We accept the punishment. Several clan leaders were horrified and said without hesitation. They would rather bleed profusely than endure torture from law enforcement officers. After saying this, several people became extremely depressed. They just felt so ashamed that not only did they fail to take revenge, but they also suffered heavy losses. Maybe this revenge itself was a mistake. Wait a minute. At this time, Zhou Tong suddenly spoke, and he walked in front of the blood god sect's leader and looked into his eyes. What do you want to do? Although he possessed extremely strong cultivation, the leader of the blood god sect felt a chill in his bones when facing this young man, as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. I saw you the other day. Zhou Tong hinted at something, causing the other party to shudder. In front of the chief law enforcer, you kept saying that you knew you were wrong. Why did you come back and disturb my sect again? Elder Jean also looked over, making him sweat profusely. I. He seemed to have become mute, his eyes rolling rapidly in his sockets, but he couldn't find a suitable reason. Tell me quickly, you are a well-known and large sect, is it possible that someone could threaten you? When these words were spoken, the other party's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. That's right. We were coerced, and the culprit is this old bastard. The leader of the blood god sect immediately understood and pointed his finger at the deputy leader of the Jade Purity sect. The leaders of the other four major sects also reacted and pointed at the Yuqing sect together. It would be better for me to let my friend die than for me to die, and the other party is not wronged. This revenge plan was planned by him alone, and he couldn't shirk his responsibility no matter what. How dare you, how dare you! The deputy sect leader's eyes were bloodshot and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The rule of law enforcement is that those who were forced to follow the enemy will be punished, but the main culprit must be punished. Originally, the 6 sects shared the blame, so it wouldn't be too serious. But now that he has become the main culprit, it won't be so easy for him to get away with it. He looked at Zhou Tong with bloodshot eyes, feeling as if his internal organs were about to explode. This time he was completely doomed. You are so cruel, little beast. Do you really want to wipe out all of your former sect? Are you begging me for mercy? Zhou Tong spoke condescendingly, making the other party instantly furious, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Ah, who do you think you are? Don't look down on me. I am the deputy leader of Yuqing sect, an existence above all others. People should respect and fear me. How dare you do this? Above 10,000 people, what a big tone. Elder Jean sneered and slapped the opponent on the body, causing him to spit out blood. It seems that you haven't figured out your position yet. If you have anything to say, just go to the heavenly prison and talk. We have plenty of time. A golden chain flew out from Elder Jin's long sleeves and easily locked up the deputy sect leader, suppressing all his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the powerful and impressive figure became a prisoner, with a deathly pale face. Little brother, I will take my leave now. I will send someone to deliver the compensation to these sects when it is small. Elder Jean looked at Zhou Tong and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, saying that he was indeed a person favored by the chief law enforcement officer, as he could easily play around with these people. "Thank you, Elder," Zhou Tong said with a smile. "Just send the compensation from the 5 major sections. As for the compensation from Yuqing sect, I am willing to give it all to reward the law enforcement brothers who have been working hard for me." Hearing this, Elder Jean remained calm and nodded slightly, saying, "I'll remember this." "You are so vicious, little bastard." The deputy sect leader was terrified. In this case, the law enforcers would inevitably squeeze out all his value in order to gain the greatest benefits. He would be completely useless. The other sect leaders also felt their hands and feet go cold. They thought that the deputy sect leader of Yuqing sect was insidious enough, but they didn't expect that this guy was 10 times more insidious than him. So far, the decapitation operations of several major sects have completely failed. After watching the few people leave, Zhou Tong's eyes fixed on the middle-aged woman who had just testified. Before he could ask any questions, the other party knelt down first. "Greetings, sir. My name is Lu Yen. I was hunted by my enemies and was displaced. I joined that group of people in order to seek shelter. Please have mercy on me and give me a chance to live." Zhou Tong's eyes flickered, and then he laughed. "We are going on a long trip soon, and we are in need of a gatekeeper, so I decided to choose you." After saying that, he took out a token and threw it to the other party. With this token, one could enter and exit the formation. "Thank you, sir." Lu Yen thanked him profusely and kowtowed vigorously. As soon as he returned to the depths of the sect, Zhou Tong saw 3 women waiting for him. Zhou Tong had asked them not to show up beforehand, but now that the storm had settled, the 3 of them finally relaxed. "The person you left behind, I feel something is wrong." Moronya got straight to the point and said, "There's a faint evil aura around her, just like devil, that is the devil's aura." Zhou Tong gave the answer directly, causing the 3 people's faces to change drastically. "Then how dare you give her the token? Isn't that inviting a wolf into the house?" Moronya said with some concern. "The demons are the greatest enemy of all mankind, and once discovered, they must be destroyed immediately. All we can say is that she was once a demon. Now, most of her demonic energy has disappeared and she has begun to transform into a human." When these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. Several people found it unbelievable. They only knew that humans could degenerate into demons, but they had never heard that demons could transform into humans. Moreover, in the eyes of the demons, humans are no different from food. How could they lower their status and transform into human bodies? "You want to keep her by your side and observe her closely?" Moronya suddenly asked. "Yes, I have a feeling this woman has a big surprise for us." Zhou Tong said with a grim smile that he had killed countless demons in his previous life, and he wondered if the fish caught this time would be a big fish, or a treasure. As night falls, the dim moonlight illuminates Yuqing sect, adding a sense of desolation. "You damned bug. Even this can't kill you. You're really lucky." Tang Chi was furious in his own mansion. It was thought that with the 6 sects joining forces, Zhou Tong would surely die, but he did not expect that a formation master would back him up, allowing him to escape. "Junior brother, what did you do to me? Why do I feel strange in my body?" Chen Linger said with difficulty, twisting her body desperately, as if she was resisting some strong desire. Hearing this, Tang Chi became even angrier. The love poison he had planted in Chen Linger had taken effect, and this was originally a good opportunity to possess her. But after Zhou Tong kicked him in the crotch, one of his functions temporarily disappeared, which made his hatred for Zhou Tong even more intense. "It's all your fault. If you dare to make me unhappy, I will make your woman betray you." His eyes turned red as he tried to control the poisonous insects that he had planted in Long Lingyun and the little witch girl a few days ago. In the Hundred sect, the four masters and disciples were looking at the constantly beating love goo with different expressions, except for Murongya, whose face was almost frozen. "Give me the poisonous insect. I want this rapist to pay the price." Murongya grabbed the love poison and used her heavenly power to refine it in an instant. After a burst of colorful light, the two poisonous insects actually merged together and turned into a gem. This is a reversed love goo, which has become a mother goo, and the goo worm on the goo caster has been downgraded to a child goo. Whoever controls the mother goo can control the goo caster's desires. Zhou Tong couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect Murongya's counterattack would be so brutal. Tang Chi dared to use the love poison on the people of the Hundred sect. He was really seeking his own death. "Go mate with the wild boar, you damn pervert." Murongya flew into the sky, aimed in a certain direction and threw the mother goo out. Zhou Tong's spiritual power followed closely, and when he saw the poisonous insect taking root in a wild boar, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm afraid Tang Chi will suffer from insomnia tonight." However, Tang Chi was not the only one suffering from insomnia. In the Yuqing sect's cave, Mo Lyosu suffered a terrible nightmare. For a strong person like her, she only needed to meditate to replenish her energy and no longer needed sleep. But she had been worrying too much in recent days, and because Zhou Tong had been criticized by her fellow disciples, she was mentally tormented, so she took a long-awaited rest. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw a scene that made her heart tremble. Under a broken sky, Zhou Tong stood in midair with a majestic look and a graceful posture. He was so ethereal, clear, and flawless, and it seemed as if he was only one step away from entering the realm of the Supreme Emperor and achieving eternal myth. But this road was abruptly blocked by someone. A slender hand holding a sword pierced into his chest and stirred it madly, as if it had an irreconcilable hatred with him. Facing this man, Zhou Tong did not resist at all. Instead, he looked at him with a sad smile on his face, muttering something. Eventually, he died and fell into an endless abyss. "No!" Mo Lyosu let out a heartbreaking scream and woke up immediately. At this time, her pajamas were already soaked, and the cold sweat stuck to the brocade and stuck to her body, outlining her moving curves to the fullest. She just felt a bitter taste in her mouth and her heartbeat was extremely fast. A cultivator at her level would no longer have meaningless dreams. Everything in the dream had cause and effect. It was either a result of something going wrong in cultivation, or a glimpse into the future. Why would I have such a dream? Even if it was true, I should be happy that the traitor is dead. Why would I be worried about him? She tried desperately to regulate her inner breath, trying to make her breathing steady, but to little avail. The aftertaste of the scene in which Zhou Tong was stabbed in the heart was so strong that it kept playing in her mind, causing her limbs to go numb for a long time. "Oh no, I'm having a nightmare, and it's a very deep nightmare." She looked serious and realized the seriousness of the problem. As far as she could remember, this was not the first time she had experienced a nightmare. About 10 years ago, her nightmare was even more terrifying, even to the point of being life-threatening. But since something happened, the nightmare disappeared, and since then, her path of cultivation has been smooth and without any troubles. What on earth happened? I shouldn't have forgotten something so important. She got stuck in a rut, trying desperately to recall the past. Before she knew it, she felt extremely tired and fell asleep again. The familiar scene appeared again. The same hand, the same sword, pierced the same person. Zhou Tong was still muttering before he died. The only difference is that part of Zhou Tong's words were retained. "The thing I regret most in my life is..." Before he could finish his words, Mo Lyosu was awakened again, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. He regretted it? What did he have to regret? If this is a dream that reveals the future, it means that Zhou Tong really regretted it in the future. Could it be? Mo Liusu thought of a possibility, and a gleam of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Humph. I knew that the traitor would regret it one day after breaking off relations with me. She said proudly, based on this calculation, the identity of the woman who killed him is also obvious. It must be that witch Moronya. Someone come. Pass my order and let Hongxiu come out immediately. She couldn't wait a moment and ordered the people around her. Hongxiu's name is Xia Hongxiu. She is her second disciple. She is best at drawing talismans and fortune-telling. Her talent is rare in 1,000 years. Mo Liusu summoned her so that she could use her divine powers to complete her prophetic dream, extract it, and announce it to the public. In this way, Moronya will be disgraced, and Zhou Tong will certainly regret it extremely and see clearly who is the one who can protect him. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but smile happily, and the unhappiness that had accumulated over the past few days seemed to be swept away. Master, here I come. Xia Hongxiu came fluttering over. She was wearing a bagua robe with a dot of cinnabar between her eyebrows. She looked calm and elegant. Although she was beautiful, she exuded a sense of loneliness that kept strangers away. Girl, your master had a feeling tonight and got a prophetic dream. Unfortunately, the dream was incomplete and I couldn't understand its deep meaning. Mo Liusu got straight to the point and said, I want to use your Tianji technique to complete the dream. What do you think? Of course you can. Xia Hongxiu closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then readily agreed and began to draw talismans and set up the formation. Half an incense stick later, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, revealed a faint smile, and said to Mo Liusu, Disciple is ready, master, please go and invite sixth junior brother. Hearing this, Mo Liusu frowned slightly. The sixth junior brother mentioned in Hongxiu's mouth was referring to Zhou Tong. Xia Hongxiu has been dealing with Tianji for many years and always keeps herself in seclusion, not getting close to others. Therefore, she is unaware of the fact that Zhou Tong has been expelled from the sect. Why are you looking for him? Can't you do it alone? After hearing this, Xia Hongxiu showed a rare expression of surprise. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what the teacher said? Master, have you forgotten that junior brother can protect you from disasters and save your life? Only when he is by your side can you be safe and sound. What? Mo Liusu's eyes suddenly widened, and her whole body felt as if struck by lightning. She finally remembered what happened 10 years ago. At that time, she was haunted by nightmares and almost went insane. In order to seek peace and tranquility, Xia Hongxiu told her fortune. The hexagram shows that she will encounter 3 disasters and 4 calamities in her life. If she wants to resolve them, she must find a destined person to help her. So she followed the advice and found a young man in the south of the barren mountain at evening time on a sunny day, and then took him as her disciple. This young man was her destined person, Zhou Tong. Master, master. It took Xia Hongxiu's continuous calls for Mo Liusu to slowly come back to his senses. There is no time to lose, please invite sixth junior brother here. That rebellious son has betrayed his master. Mo Liusu said coldly. What? No need to waste time, help me pick the dream, it won't be long before the traitor comes back on his own. She couldn't wait to find out the truth that would make Zhou Tong regret it. Master, are you sure you want to do this? Xia Hongxiu's face looked very ugly, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in her eyes, but she hid it very well. Any questions? Mo Liusu's voice gradually became colder and she began to become impatient. Huh. Of course it's okay. Master is blessed with great fortune. Even if sixth junior brother is not around for the time being, he can still take care of himself. After saying this, she took out an incense burner from her arms and lit it silently. What is this? Is this also part of the heavenly secret technique? Emolyosu asked subconsciously. Yes, this is the incense that attracts the gods. It can make it easier for Master to enter the realm of prophecy. Let's get started. Emolyosu nodded and then sat in the magic circle. As the magic circle slowly turned on, she saw the familiar dream again. The sea waves overturned, the space shattered, and the universe was cracked. What a heroic fight this is. However, Emolyosu had no idea of the process and was destined to go towards the known ending. With a puff, the sky was stained with blood, and the blood of the nearly enlightened one was spilled down, reminding her that the scene was about to be repeated. The next moment, Zhou Tong was seen standing in midair with a long sword piercing his heart. At the same time, the haze on the sword holder gradually faded away, revealing his true face. Emolyosu held her breath. She knew without even looking that the woman was Murongya. She just insisted on taking a look just to be on the safe side. She will soon see Murongya's ugly face. But then, her expression suddenly froze. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Her face was pale, her hair was flying, and she was screaming hysterically, as if she had suffered a huge blow. It was because that woman was not Murongya at all, but herself. Emolyosu killed Zhou Tong and perfectly predicted the future of his previous life. This is fake, something must have gone wrong. How could I kill him? Never. She was completely mad, with boiling emotions surging in her heart, and 2 lines of blood and tears couldn't help but roll down. At this moment, Zhou Tong in the dream suddenly turned his head and met her eyes. Tonger. Facing those gentle eyes, she called out subconsciously, with some anticipation in her heart. The thing I regret most in my life, is taking you as my master. As soon as these words were spoken, the light in Emolyosu's eyes instantly faded. At this moment, she felt as if thousands of snakes were biting her heart and the pain penetrated her bones. No! Don't leave me! She vomited blood and woke up in reality. Master, what's wrong with you? Xia Hongxiu asked anxiously. I'm fine. She shook her head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. She thought she could catch Murongya, but she didn't expect that the murderer was herself. Your current condition is very serious. The 3 calamities and 4 disasters have shown signs of recovery. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of fear appeared on Emolyosu's face. As long as one is a cultivator, there is a possibility of encountering the 3 disasters and 4 calamities, it is just a matter of probability. But for some people with extraordinary talents, God will punish them, greatly increasing the probability of them encountering disasters, and a very small number of people are destined to go through the 7 tribulations. Emolyosu is such a person. The so-called 3 disasters and 4 catastrophes, disasters are major disasters, and catastrophes are minor disasters. The 3 disasters are the disaster of physical destruction, the disaster of divine disorder, and the disaster of severing the path, which can completely destroy a cultivator's cultivation. These 3 disasters are nightmares that make all practitioners shudder. The so-called 4 calamities refer to the unforeseen calamity that brings nightmares, the life-threatening calamity that shackles one's cultivation, the loneliness calamity that causes one to be deserted by friends and relatives, and finally the abandonment calamity that makes one forget the past. Murongya's current symptoms are exactly the symptoms of the onset of the Wuwang tribulation and Chigue tribulation. What should I do, Master? Should I apologize to that traitor and invite him back? Emolyosu said in resistance that she had never thought of bowing to others, especially Zhou Tong. No. Xia Hongxiu directly denied her idea. You have already severed your relationship, and he has found a new backer. Forcing a reunion will only do harm and no good. What should I do? It's very simple. Make him lose his backer, suppress him to the point of despair, and then conquer him. Then you too will be as perfect as before. Hearing this, Emolyosu immediately perked up. This way, she wouldn't have to bow to Zhou Tong and could survive the calamity safely. It was really killing two birds with one stone. The price is just that Zhou Tong will suffer a little more, and she will give him full compensation when the time comes. That's exactly what I meant, Master. Emolyosu nodded. In that case, Master, please take some more rest. I will take my leave now. Xia Hongxiu stood up and was about to leave when she was stopped. Girl, you are the best to your teacher. Of course, we are of the same lineage. The better the master's luck, the more benefits I will get. Xia Hongxiu smiled charmingly, but as soon as she left the cave, her expression turned gloomy. Idiot. Trash. Bastard. She cursed angrily. I pointed out a road for you, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. The Tianji Dao that she practiced required the help of a lucky person to succeed, and Emolyosu was the lucky person she chose. Seeing that Emolyosu was about to overcome the 3 disasters and 4 calamities, she didn't expect that the other party would self-destruct at the last moment, which ruined all her arrangements. Because of this, she changed her mind and decided not to rely on Emolyosu anymore. Instead, she would devour the other party's luck and reach the Great Road by strengthening herself. From now on, the more unlucky Emolyosu is, the more benefits she will get. That's why she made up a lie to prevent Zhou Tong and Emolyosu from reconciling. However, this was purely unnecessary. No matter what, Zhou Tong would never forgive Emolyosu. My good master must be feeling extremely comfortable now. I wish her happiness. Xia Hongxiu smiled teasingly. When she heard that Zhou Tong was expelled from the sect, she had already decided to kill him, so she lit the incense. Emolyosu had no way of knowing that it was the long-lost disaster-inducing incense that was specifically designed to amplify the disaster that was happening to her. In the Immortal's cave, just as Xia Hongxiu had imagined, Emolyosu was experiencing cruel torture. I saw her kneeling on the ground, covering her head with her hands, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. My head seems to be splitting open. Who can save me? Who can help me? At this moment, she is no longer a real person who is high above everyone else, but a helpless weak woman. Anyone can manipulate her and leave her powerless to resist. Before she could finish her words, an even more intense pain came over her, almost making her collapse. Ahak. In an instant, she was sweating profusely, her body kept twisting and twitching, and she was attacking everything around her uncontrollably. Boom! A burst of powerful energy swept past, causing the cabinet next to it to suddenly collapse, and the treasures inside were scattered all over the floor. Only an inconspicuous wooden ball rolled over and stopped at her feet. At this moment, Emolyosu returned to normal, and the pain just now miraculously disappeared. This wooden ball. She bent down to pick it up, and suddenly her pupils shrank as she remembered the origin of the wooden ball. Isn't this the token of apprenticeship that Zhou Tong gave her? His body can suppress disasters, and his token can suppress calamities. This is indeed true. She murmured to herself, feeling extremely sad. Tonger, my disciple. Emolyosu called out excitedly, and when she swept her mental power over the small wooden ball, she immediately showed a moved expression. There were waves of spiritual fluctuations on the wooden ball, mixed with an extremely pure wish. This was a young man's ambition carved with his true love and energy. I, Zhou Tong, pray to heaven and earth, wishing my master to be free from disasters and calamities, and to live in long-lasting peace and happiness. I, Zhou Tong, pray to the years, wishing my master's fame to last for thousands of years and long be respected. I, Zhou Tong, pray to fate, wishing my master less worries and a smooth road ahead. It was this humble wish that turned into an indestructible barrier, helping Emolyosu to withstand countless disasters and shatter countless nightmares. It was not until now that she realized that it was not she who was protecting Zhou Tong, but Zhou Tong who protected her. Every word was like a carving knife, piercing deeply into her heart. The disciple whom she once despised and looked down upon the most turned out to be the one to whom she owed the most. Now, that man was ruthlessly driven away by her. He suffered humiliation and his cultivation was abolished, so he was completely disheartened and left without hesitation, right? Zhou Tong must have been extremely desperate at that time. The person he trusted most betrayed him. The most respected people hate him. The person who misses him the most wronged him. The more Emolyosu thought about it, the more she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. The pain was unbearable. She put herself in Zhou Tong's shoes and felt like she was suffocating. She couldn't bear this feeling of being helpless and alone in the world even for a second. Buzz. The small wooden ball suddenly lit up, indicating that Emolyosu had just encountered another disaster. That was a disaster of being abandoned by friends and family and being lonely, but it was blocked by the small wooden ball. Emolyosu carefully picked up the wooden ball, then used the golden thread to guide it and put it on her slender neck. Looking closely, there were 12 spots of light flickering faintly on the wooden ball. Those were the 12 wishes, all of which were her amulets. Tonger, don't worry, Master will bring you back no matter what. She said to herself, forgive Master, although my methods may be more intense and may even cause you to suffer some pain, it will soon pass. When the time comes, I will treat you twice as well. She pretended to be affectionate, tears streaming down her face, clutching the wooden ball tightly. If Zhou Tong were present, he would only feel disgusted. These were just crocodile tears. Zhou Tong, who was far away in Hongchen Mountain, felt a chill and sneezed violently. Who is scolding me? He said to himself. The Hundred sect just received good news that the compensation from the 5 major sects had arrived. However, what was even more worth celebrating was that the deputy leader of the Outcast sect was sentenced to death and went to report to the King of Hell in advance. Zhou Tong felt nothing in his heart. If one deputy sect leader fell, another would take his place. Outcast sect had plenty of those, so he didn't feel bad. At this time, he was carrying out a great project. Under the astonished and admiring gaze of the 3 women, he was building an unprecedented and terrifying spaceship. The little witch girl held the blueprint of the spaceship like a dog looking at the stars, with a face full of question marks. Moronia also frowned and expressed her doubts. Different fields are like different worlds, there is nothing they can do if they don't understand. Only Long Lingyun could understand something. After reading the drawings, he expressed his sincere admiration. Brother is the best in the world. Of course, I never doubted it. I told you you're fat and you're still panting. The little witch snorted arrogantly, rolled her eyes at Zhou Tong, and then looked at Long Lingyun. Aren't you illiterate? How can you understand something so profound? Don't look down on me. Long Lingyun said proudly, I'm not bragging, I admire all the ways of the world, but I am only obsessed with the way of the sword. You're just a little sister, yet you dare to act so arrogant. The little demon girl attacked mercilessly, how could such a powerful girl be killed in one blow? Upon hearing this, Long Lingyun immediately became dejected. Since she joined the Hundred sect, she has made great progress through constant exchanges with Zhou Tong. For a period of time, she even thought that her swordsmanship was close to Zhou Tong's. But every time they officially fought, she could never see Zhou Tong's second move. When she was on the ground, she thought Zhou Tong was on the mountain. When she climbed up the mountain, Zhou Tong ran to the sky. The gap is so big. Are you all dead? Can't you see I'm busy? You really have no sense at all. Come over here and help connect the parts. Zhou Tong looked at the three women and said unhappily. The ultimate battleship is even more difficult to make than the 9th level formation. It has hundreds of thousands of parts, and the connection method of each part is very complicated. It is really too much for him to do it alone. Here I come. Anew and Long Lingyun came up excitedly, and after Zhou Tong taught them the connection method, they started working according to the drawings. The teacher is here too. Moronya also felt itchy, and after taking a look at the blueprint, she picked up the hammer in a daze and smashed it down lightly. Wait! The little witch's face changed wildly. With a loud bang, a huge flame suddenly erupted with a shock wave, blowing the three people away. The two girls fell headfirst into the bushes, while Zhou Tong plunged headfirst into the wall. After he pulled his head out with great effort, he looked at Moronya with disbelief. I was wrong, and I am willing to make amends. I'll give you double compensation, tell me how you did it. Zhou Tong shocked everyone many times, but was also shocked by Moronya many times. How could a person's control ability be so poor? I used to be very accurate, but I became like this after I developed a demon in my heart. It turned out to be a robbery. Zhou Tong suddenly realized that the inner demon is also one of the 3 disasters and 4 calamities, which can be classified as the unforeseen calamity or the broken path calamity. Then you can go play over there, the 3 of us will be enough. Moronya pouted her lips, looking like she was being bullied, but she could only obey. Because her help is to cause trouble. However, she was just watching from the side, and her eyes were gradually attracted by Zhou Tong and she could no longer look away. This young man is full of confidence and his domineering look is something you can never get enough of. I want to record this moment. She took a deep breath, practiced the Hahuan Tian Gong, painted in the air, and depicted Zhou Tong's eyebrows and eyes. But her control is so poor that every stroke she makes is so unconventional and unexpected that it makes people laugh. One more time. Start over. Ruined. Come again. It's finally a bit decent, but it's still not enough. I'll do better next time. She discarded her paintings again and again, but her heart was extremely peaceful. She was neither arrogant nor impatient, and she kept striving for perfection. Even she herself didn't know that during this process, the Wuwangji in her body was gradually fading away, making her one step closer to her peak self. After a long time, the 4 of them were filled with joy. It's done. Several people spoke in unison, but they were celebrating 2 different things. Finished. The ship is ready. What are you drawing? The little witch was alert and looked over with sharp eyes. I won't tell you. Moronya smiled lightly, with profound meaning. Show me. Don't want. She put the painting away gently, looking extremely elegant. I'm also interested. What did you just do? Zhou Tong looked surprised. He originally wanted to find time to resolve Moronya's unexpected calamity, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. It's a secret. Even the little ones can't read it. Moronya's cheeks were red. If Zhou Tong knew that she had secretly drawn him, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. Forget it. Zhou Tong smiled and waved his hands, took out 2 jade cards and said, I made 2 amulets with the remaining materials. You can wear them with you. They may be useful in the future. After saying that, he gave the jade token to the little demon girl and Long Lingyun. The jade token contained his spiritual power, which could resist inner demons and mental attacks, and could even save lives at critical moments. That's thoughtful. The little witch accepted it with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. Long Lingyun held the jade token in both hands and carefully kept it close to his body, treating it as a treasure. Moronya watched eagerly from the side, and when she saw that there was no share for her, she gently tugged at Zhou Tong's sleeve. What about mine? Zhou Tong's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he looked at the other party helplessly and said, You want one too? They all have it, why don't I have it? Moronia looked like a jealous little girl and refused to give in. That's a talisman. With your strength, do you still need it? Well, when you became my disciple, you didn't exchange tokens with me. You are also. Just as Zhou Tong was about to speak, he met Moronia's sparkling eyes and was suddenly speechless. You have already put the love lock on me, which is equivalent to giving you my entire being. Isn't that enough? Ahem. Zhou Tong coughed twice. This made sense and he couldn't refute it. Then, give me some time, I will prepare well. Moronia's face immediately lit up with joy, and she quickly instructed, it must not be any worse than the previous token of apprenticeship. It must be at least 10 times stronger. Okay, I'll do as you say. Zhou Tong smiled. It turned out that Moronia was competing with Emoliosu. You're the best, little one. After Moronia succeeded, her attention was attracted by the warship behind Zhou Tong. The ship was completely pitch black, exuding a tough and cold aura. Although it was only a dozen feet long and tiny compared to the spaceships of the 6 major sects, Moronia could feel a huge sense of oppression from it. She jumped onto the boat and found that there was no crystal cannon on the hull, but it contained terrifying power, which seemed to have earth-shattering destructive power once it erupted. This is no longer a boat, but a magical instrument. Riding on this boat, no matter how big the sky is, you can go anywhere. Let's call this ship Hongchen. Zhou Tong said, now that everything is ready, it's time for us to go to Tiandao territory and bring back our families. As soon as these words were spoken, Moronia became extremely excited. She had been waiting for this moment for many years. Xiaoer, just bear with it for a while. I will come to save you. Your junior brother is very powerful. He will make those who bully you pay the price. At this moment, Lu Yen, who was taken in by Zhou Tong, came up and knelt down in front of them with a respectful look on her face. The master is going on a long journey. What instructions do you have for me? Take good care of the house and don't let the wolf in. I will reward you when I come back. Zhou Tong said lightly. Lu Yen looked conflicted, as if she wanted to say something. Mr. Zhou, can I take my family here for refuge? Hearing this, Zhou Tong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Doesn't this devil betray people? Your family? Yes, it's my young lady. She is being hunted by her enemies. She is alone and helpless and wants to find a place to stay. I see. Zhou Tong interrupted her and said, you can bring one person in and out of here, but if you dare to make trouble, you will bear the consequences yourself. Thank you, Master Zhou, for your help. Lu Yen was extremely grateful and kowtowed 3 times. Look after your home, we'll be back soon. Zhou Tong held a token and started the red dust. Our goal is to the Sea of Stars. The 3 women spoke excitedly, and as soon as they finished speaking, the spaceship leaped up instantly and rushed into the sky at an extremely terrifying speed. There was a continuous sound of sonic booms, and even the sound was left behind. When people outside just noticed it and looked up at the sky, they saw a black shadow crossing the void. What is that? It looks like a spaceship. I think you are dreaming. How can a spaceship be so fast? Compared to the shock of the crowd, the few people on the boat were not affected at all. Even though they were speeding at top speed, they still walked on flat ground. Is this really appropriate? Long Lingyun asked, if we leave a demon in the sect, she might bring in a stronger demon. Don't worry, they can't turn the tables. If they dare to act recklessly, the Xiantian Jiuhua formation will discipline them. Discipline? When the little demon girl heard these 2 words, her expression became a little strange, but then she figured it out. Even a 7th-grade elixir can give birth to the rudiments of spiritual intelligence, let alone a 9th-grade formation. That formation might be smarter than an ordinary person. In a deep forest near Hongshan Mountain, there was a coffin in front of Lu Yen. She was kneeling on her knees, praying devoutly. "Great Holy Heart Demon Lord, your loyal servant asks you to return." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a noise in the coffin. With a bang, the coffin lid exploded, and immediately a strong breath rushed out from it. The strange thing is that these auras are not evil or turbid, but instead have a hint of holiness, which is completely different from the demonic aura. Then, a very cute little girl walked out of the coffin. "Lu Yen. I didn't expect you to be willing to follow me." The little girl's voice was complicated. She was originally the supreme demon. Just because she didn't want to slaughter humans, she was assassinated by the demon lord of the same race. Now that she is alive again, she wants to cut off all ties with those demons. Now she is a pure human being. "Lord Sacred Heart, the other demon lords have already calculated that you may have successfully reincarnated, and they are likely to send people to hunt you down at this critical juncture, so you must move with me to a safe place." Before Lu Yen finished her words, an evil aura suddenly attacked her. "Ha ha ha. I never thought that the dignified Saint Heart Demon Lord would fall to this point. It's really a gift from heaven." A cold voice was heard, causing the master and servant to change their expressions. "Oh no, the other Demon King's minions are coming, follow me." Lu Yen was quick-witted and quick-handed. She hugged the reincarnation of the Holy Heart Demon Lord and ran towards the Hundred Sect. "Where can you run to?" An evil voice full of teasing followed closely from behind. "Who are you? How dare you chase after Saint Heart Venerable? Aren't you afraid of breaking a taboo and being punished by having your heart pierced by 10,000 swords?" Lu Yen ran away while cursing. He. Lady Shengxin betrayed her position and has been expelled from the demon clan. Several demon lords have issued a hunting order against her at the same time. Do you think I will let go of this great merit? The other party laughed sinisterly, and the voice was getting closer and closer, full of oppression. "I will let you be clear-headed ghosts. When you get to the underworld, remember to tell the King of Hell that it was the demon commander Gohui who sent you on your final journey." The subordinates of the Taotai Demon Lord. The Holy Heart Demon Lord gritted his teeth, secretly hating the Taotai Demon Lord, who had always been at odds with her, and only took the other's share of the sin of killing her. "We can't escape. Put me down and go." The Holy Heart Demon Lord made a judgment instantly and couldn't bear to watch this loyal subordinate suffer the same disaster as himself. Hearing this, Lu Yen was deeply moved and wished she could die for the Demon Lord. "Don't worry, sir. I have found a great backer who can keep us safe." At this moment, the token on Lu Yan's body actually glowed, and then a space wave swept over and transferred them to Hongshan Mountain. The Holy Heart Demon Lord had a look of surprise on his face. At this moment, they had already arrived at the Hundred Sect. "We are safe now." Lu Yen let out a long sigh and collapsed to the ground. "Is it safe now?" Sheng Xian looked around in confusion. This was just a dilapidated sect. How could it provide them with shelter? At this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky and rolled towards them. "That guy is chasing us again. Ha ha ha, why don't you run away? Run away quickly, this will add some fun to me." The demon marshal spoke like a cat playing with a mouse, enjoying the pleasure of torturing his prey. "Since you're not going to run away, then go die." Just as he was about to make a move, his face suddenly changed, and he felt a powerful aura suppressing him. What is this thing?" A look of fear appeared on the demon marshal's face. Under the suppression of this power that seemed like the power of heaven and earth, he was as small as an ant. Xiantian Jiuhua, Hunyuan returns to 1. No. The flesh and blood melted, the bones shattered, and the internal organs disintegrated, leaving only a pool of ashes which were then blown away by the wind. How is this possible? I must be dreaming. The Holy Heart Demon Lord was sweating profusely, and she was also frightened by this scene. Although she has never killed a human, she enjoys observing them. In her impression, there is no strong person in the human world who can set up such a formation. Could it be that humans are hiding their abilities and hiding all the top strong men, preparing to strike a heavy blow to the demons at the critical moment? Lu Yen, tell me, have you really seen the human who set up the formation? Of course, he is a handsome young man, and it seems that his cultivation is not very high. Superficial, this must be a disguise, the other party is definitely a super old monster. That's what I think too. The Holy Heart Demon Lord had a solemn expression on his face, and suddenly he smelled a refreshing breath. What is this? It's definitely a tonic. Her eyes glowed and she came to the spiritual herb room following the scent. Oh my God, it's actually the 7-star Jade Blood Lotus. It can help me recover my cultivation quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to pounce on him. Wait a minute, Demon Lord. This will make that adult angry. Lu Yen hurriedly stopped him. Hearing this, the Demon Lord couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It's really too torturous to only be able to look but not eat. I'll just eat a leaf. I'm sure that person won't find out. As long as he's not found out, it won't be considered a mistake. She comforted herself, her little hand already stretched out. At this moment, a huge wave occurred in the void, pressing down directly on the Holy Heart Demon Lord. Ah! She screamed and was pressed to the ground, her little face turned pale. I know I was wrong, please don't kill me, I'm still a child. Boom! A blurry figure suddenly appeared in the void. Although the facial features could not be seen clearly, Lu Yen knelt down directly. If this isn't Zhou Tong, then who else could it be? She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The adult should be thousands of miles away at this moment, yet he could still appear at any time. This method was truly unpredictable. Suddenly, the sound of thunder was heard in the air, and the figure moved. Lines of spiritual energy condensed and formed into the shape of a palm, falling on the buttocks of the Holy Heart Demon Lord. Snap! 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 The sound of spanking was incessant, just like a parent scolding a disobedient child, which made Lu Yan's heart tremble. Whoa! Stop it, how can you bully a child? I don't even dare to do that, why are you still hitting me? Ah, it hurts. Lu Yen was also trembling. She knelt down with the token in her hand and begged for mercy. Your Excellency, my lady knows she was wrong. Please forgive her for once. After a while, the strong sense of oppression finally disappeared. The Holy Heart Demon Lord sat down on the ground, then suddenly jumped up and lay on Lu Yen. You cried? Nonsense, I am the Demon Lord, a person who kills without blinking an eye, how could I cry, woo-woo? The little girl felt extremely aggrieved, but she still sobbed, I want to revise the human research report I wrote. There are still some scary guys among the human race. Hee hee. Thousands of miles away, Zhou Tong couldn't help laughing. I thought I had caught a big fish, but it turned out to be a harmless creature. In that case, let's keep it. Maybe it can be of some use in the future. He muttered to himself, easily deciding the survival of the Sacred Heart. What are you laughing at? The little witch looked over. Nothing, just thought of something interesting. Several people rode the wind and clouds, traveled day and night, and had already walked out of the territory of Sanqing realm and were about to enter the Tiandao realm. Take it easy. Zhou Tong grabbed her hand, causing her to tremble slightly. What are you doing, little guy? Before she finished her words, Moronia felt her fingers getting cold, and there was something shiny on the ring finger of her left hand. Ring? It's a keepsake. Zhou Tong emphasized, but saw the other party's smile gradually become more and more presumptuous. It's much better than that ugly woman's. Moronia looked at the dazzling ring, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her eyes. At this moment, Long Lingyun sounded the alarm. Master, there are 2 warships approaching from behind. They look like they are from the Indulgence sect. Upon hearing this, Moronia's eyebrows suddenly raised and an astonishing aura emanated from her body. What's wrong? Is there a grudge? Zhou Tong asked. It's more than just a grudge, it's an irreconcilable feud. Moronia gnashed her teeth and said, the leader of the Zhongqing sect was once my senior sister. Because she was dissatisfied with the master passing the position of leader to me, she betrayed the sect with half of the Hahuan sect's heritage. When master learned about this, he was so angry that he vomited blood and died. Since then, I have become radical and planted the seeds of evil in my heart. So he is such a ruthless person. Zhou Tong said disdainfully, so the technique they practice is also the Hahuan Tian Gong? They are not qualified yet. Only the genuine sect master can receive the complete inheritance and educate the disciples. These people should have only learned the first level of Tiangong, and they have gone to extremes. Zhou Tong sucked in a breath of cold air. The first level of Hahuan Tiangong was the art of sex. Men and women practicing together could complement each other's yin and yang and strengthen each other, but if it went to extremes, it would become the vulgar art of sexual intercourse. Acting in this way will inevitably lead to disaster and will not last long, and it will be difficult to achieve enlightenment in the end. Can the art of sex really bring about the balance of yin and yang? The little witch suddenly asked, stumping everyone else. Aren't you a witch? You don't even know about this kind of thing? Long Lingyun looked at her with strange eyes. I'm called the witch because I like to torture people. The little witch glared back, don't just blame me. You also learned the art of sex, but didn't you practice it? Ahem. Senior sister, you know me well. I love swords as much as my life, and I am not interested in love affairs. Long Lingyun said perfunctorily, looking at Moronia who was standing beside him. Girl, you know me well. Although I have lived for more than 100 years, I am still a girl. Finally, Moronia's gaze fell on Zhou Tong again, making him feel uncomfortable. Master, you know me well. I used to be, to put it mildly, a bootlicker. Then we can rest assured. The 3 women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly approached, and 2 warships of the Zhongqing sect were seen speeding up and flanking the Hongqian on both sides. Oh my! Isn't this my talented junior sister? I haven't seen her for decades. How come she is now in such a miserable state with only a small boat? A wanton voice was heard, and Zhou Tong looked in the direction and saw an extremely coquettish woman. There was so little cloth on the other person that even a beggar would shed tears of pity upon seeing it. It could only barely cover the private parts, and when the wind blew, a large area of white body was exposed. What's even more outrageous is that this woman's chest seems to have 2 watermelons stuffed in it. The slightest movement causes it to shake wildly, as if she can't wait to show off her powerful assets to everyone. Speed up and get rid of them. Moronia frowned, too lazy to pay attention to them. Don't be so anxious. We sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Isn't it nice to catch up? With a playful look on her face, the woman actually turned a warship sideways to block the way of Zhou Tong and others. This scene made Zhou Tong laugh. How dare you play bumper boats with me? Do you have the ability? I'm warning you once. Get the boat out of the way. Zhou Tong's voice was flat, but everyone could hear it, but the other party simply ignored it. I'm warning you this second time. Move the boat away, or you will bear the consequences. Zhou Tong's voice became stern, and the person on the other side looked disdainful when he heard it. Who do you think you are to give us orders? I saw dozens of young boys and girls sticking their heads out of the boat. They were paired up, behaving intimately and boldly, and were extremely coquettish. The young man in the lead looked down at Zhou Tong and the others with mockery and ridicule in his eyes. It was obvious that he was the leader of this group of disciples. The woman next to you is very nice, how about exchanging with mine? He glanced greedily at Moronya and the others, not hiding his possessiveness at all. The leader of the Zhongqing sect just watched from the side and had no intention of stopping it. Long Lingyun drew out his sword, and the little witch's face became terribly gloomy, ready to take action at any time. Zhou Tong smiled. He would not give anyone a third chance. Holding the token in his hand, he increased the power of the red dust to the limit. Boom! A terrifying roar was heard, causing screams of surprise from people on the opposite ship. They're crazy and want to crash right into us. Don't be afraid, they are just pretending. I want to see if they have the courage. The young man raised his lips, confident that Zhou Tong and the others would be defeated. In his opinion, if the small Hongchen dared to confront them head-on, it would be like an egg hitting a stone. However, the slap in the face came extremely quickly. Before he could finish his words, the warship under his feet made a loud bang, followed by an extremely violent vibration. Madman! The face of the leader of the Zhongqing sect on the other ship changed drastically. She never expected that Zhou Tong and others could be so crazy. Are they really not afraid of death? She soon understood why. The red dust was like a red-hot steel knife cutting into the butter, easily cutting the ship in half while remaining intact. How is that possible? A look of disbelief flashed across her face. Their spaceship was not made of paper, yet it seemed so vulnerable in front of the red dust. What a monster of a ship is that? Or, what a monster is the man who built it? Ah, Master, help me. The spaceship crashed, and dozens of disciples of the Zhongqing sect fell from the air like dumplings, dancing and gesticulating. Especially the leading disciple, his face no longer had that kind of confidence, instead it was replaced by a deep fear. A bunch of rubbish. The little demon girl taunted, if you can't even ride the wind and fly into the air, you might as well just go and reincarnate. The Zhongqing sect's leader had an extremely ugly expression on her face. She just stretched out her hand and pulled all the disciples up. This is too much. Looking at the destroyed spaceship, she trembled with heartache, and couldn't understand when Moronya became so wild. Catch them, I'm going to settle accounts with them. Looking at the Hongchen that was about to speed away, the leader of the Zhongqing sect gave the order with gritted teeth. Boom! The spaceship under his feet suddenly roared like a wild beast, and at full speed, it quickly approached the red dust. At this moment, Zhou Tong's voice was heard again from the Hongchen. I'm warning you for the first time. If you dare to come within 30 feet of us, we will destroy you immediately. The disciples of Zhongqing sect were shocked and immediately slowed down. They didn't want the only remaining ship to be shattered. You guys are quite sensible. Zhou Tong nodded and said, it seems that using strength to teach you how to be a good person is still very effective. Once is enough. Hearing this, the faces of all the disciples of Zhongqing sect turned red. This was a naked humiliation, no different from being slapped in the face. Arrogant. I want to see what you are capable of. The Zhongqing sect's leader's face changed slightly, and the next moment he stepped into the air, jumped onto the Hongchen, and came in front of the four people. Mirangia, how are you? Lian Hanqing, who gave you the courage to come before me? Moronya's expression was cold, and her eyes were filled with strong disgust. Zhou Tong took a look at the other person and found out that the leader of the Zhongqing sect was named Lian Hanqing, which was a good name. Humph, you have nothing to be proud of. I heard that the Hundred sect has completely fallen under your leadership. If Master still has a spirit, he must regret his original choice. Lian Hanqing spoke in a provocative tone, focusing on attacking Muronya's soft spots in an attempt to waver. However, Muronya seemed to have been prepared and responded, Master should be thankful. If the throne had really been passed on to you, the Hundred sect would have long since become a place where filth and dirt are hidden. She would not be able to rest in peace even if she died. As soon as these words were spoken, the other party's defense was instantly broken. Muronya, don't pretend to be a chaste saint in front of me. You have had fun with many men over the years. Let me see your true face. Before he finished speaking, Lian Hanqing's brows cracked, and one of his vertical eyes opened suddenly, staring at Muronya. After a moment, she showed an expression of disbelief. How is that possible? You are over 100 years old and still a virgin. How could you bear it? Then she looked at Long Lingyun and the little demon girl and got the same result. This is not true. How can you be called the Hundred sect if you are like this? Lian Hanqing said madly, as if she had suffered a huge blow. On the road of cultivation, only those who can control themselves can go further. Although the Huan Tiangong is the way of yin and yang, one must also control desires and not be promiscuous, otherwise one will destroy one's own foundation. This was what her master once taught them, but she had long forgotten it. Only Muronya had been insisting on following it. When she thought of this, she became extremely angry. Who are you pretending to be a good student and a good disciple for? That old thing is already dead. Do you still want her to crawl out of the grave and praise you again? You are jealous. Muronya looked at her with pity. Jealous? Me? Ha ha ha. What a joke. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you've learned to be humorous. Lian Hanqing said crazily, do you think I care about that old woman's praise? I never care what she thinks of me. She doesn't like me anyway. All this is because of you. As she spoke, she saw Zhou Tong beside her, and her expression immediately became extremely gentle. I understand. No man is interested in you, so you have to stay single. Or, this guy is not in good health and cannot satisfy you three. Shut up and get out of here. Muronya stood in front of Zhou Tong and shouted coldly at Lian Hanqing. You're in a hurry. It looks like I was right. Let me help you arouse this boy's sexual desire. As soon as she finished speaking, she activated her divine power, targeting only Zhou Tong. Beautiful and dreamy, enchanting and soul-stealing. Lian Hanqing exuded an enchanting aura, enveloping Zhou Tong. She is using her most powerful charm to transform the world into a land of tenderness, enough to make even the most hard-hearted people fall for her and worship her. Lian Hanqing's beauty and strength are comparable to Emolyosu, second only to Muronya. There are very few people who can withstand her move. Sure enough, Zhou Tong's face changed and turned red, as if he was trying hard to endure some kind of desire. Young man, enjoy life to the fullest. You should grab the beauty in front of you with both hands. If you miss it, you will regret it in the future. She just opened her arms, making her open and majestic chest look even more sturdy, and the white light was so dazzling that it hurt the eyes. Come, into my sister's arms. I will take good care of you. You will soon be able to experience the most wonderful feeling in the world. After these words were spoken, Zhou Tong's expression became even more difficult, as if his patience had reached its limit. This scene made Lian Hanqing extremely proud. She only needed to use a little bit of charm to make Muronya's disciples unable to control themselves. Vomit. A violent vomiting sound was heard, and the expression on her face suddenly shattered. Zhou Tong was seen bending over and making an exaggerated vomiting gesture, as if he had a stomach upset. What's wrong with you? Lian Hanqing asked with a frown. Master, this ante is so disgusting. Zhou Tong complained to Murongya with a miserable look on his face, but with a sly smile on his face. Don't be afraid, Master is here. Just hide behind me and that ugly monster won't be able to do anything to you. Murongya hugged Zhou Tong and patted his back gently. However, the heartwarming conversation between the master and the disciple made Lian Hanqing feel like he was struck by lightning. My aunt? Ugly. At this moment, her faith in Taoism was almost shattered. Over the past few decades, some people said that she was vicious, some said that she was promiscuous, but no one said that she was ugly. With her peerless beauty and supreme charm, countless important figures became soft-hearted in front of her, bowing their heads in obedience to her and doing whatever she said. This is her reliance and her pride, and it must not be desecrated. But now, this pride has been trampled to pieces by Zhou Tong. She has been defeated completely and has no dignity at all, which is unbearable for her. Who are you calling auntie, you little brat? In an instant, murderous intent boiled over, and Lian Hanqing became angry and humiliated. I'm talking about you. Zhou Tong looked at him nonchalantly, his eyes clear and even with a hint of sarcasm. This look hurt Lian Hanqing deeply. No man had ever looked at her like this. Other men only had undisguised lust in their eyes. My master is 1,000 times more beautiful than you. I'm used to her. If you continue to flirt in front of me, you're simply asking for trouble. I kill you. Lian Hanqing finally couldn't bear it anymore and attacked Zhou Tong in anger. Good job. Zhou Tong did not dodge at all. His terrifying mental power condensed into a heavy hammer and smashed hard into the opponent's forehead. Ah! It hurts. Lian Hanqing stepped back, feeling a piercing pain in her head. She didn't even know what Zhou Tong had done. Is that all? Zhou Tong said to himself that this was the first time he used mental power to attack since his rebirth. Judging from the effect, it should be enough to make a strong man of Mo Liusu's level feel dazed. If his cultivation level was improved a little more, he would be able to control his mental power to launch stronger attacks. In that case, Lian Hanqing would not have been able to escape so easily. I didn't want to get entangled with you, but since you've made a move, then stay. Murongya's expression was cold, and her long hair turned white in an instant. Lian Hanqing's face changed slightly, she knew that Murongya was getting serious about it. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If we take action here, your 3 disciples will be affected. She tried to threaten Murongya to make her afraid to act rashly. Stop talking nonsense and go to hell. The little witch took the first step. The other party dared to use her to threaten her master, which had touched her reverse scale. With one step forward, the sea of red dust ripples, dragging everyone into the realm. Little girl, you are still very immature. Lian Hanqing said with disdain, but her expression was very solemn. She knew that none of her disciples could fight with him. With a clang, the sword was unsheathed. Long Lingyun, with the power of sword, also joined the battle. It's never going to end. Lian Hanqing was feeling annoyed, but she had to be careful in her response, because the sword energy was everywhere and hard to guard against. If she was careless, she would suffer. Coupled with Murongya's pressure, she was instantly caught in a tough battle. Damn it, these 2 brats are so difficult to deal with. It seems that if we want to escape, we must capture a hostage. She thought quickly in her mind and immediately took a liking to Zhou Tong, who was doing nothing. It's decided to be you. In her opinion, Zhou Tong had the weakest aura. Not only was he the easiest to control, but he also attracted the most hatred. She would be letting herself down if she didn't catch him. In a flash, she decisively activated the Jade Demon body, and her aura suddenly surged, improving by more than one level. Then, she cleared a path, used her body to withstand the attacks of the three people, and rushed straight towards Zhou Tong. Although she used a protective spell, she was still seriously injured, but she didn't care because one of her hands was already on Zhou Tong's shoulder. "Boy, you finally fell into my hands." She resisted the urge to vomit blood and said with a sneer on her face. "Then you better hold on tight and never let go." Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth and looked at him without fear, which shocked Lien Hanqing. This is definitely not an expression a hostage should have. Zhou Tong stretched out his hands and wrapped them around hers. Under her surprised gaze, Zhou Tong's hair turned white. This scene made Lien Hanqing's heart beat wildly. Zhou Tong was so young, but he had already reached the 4th level of Huan Tian Gong and the realm of Jade Demon Body. What a terrifying talent! However, it was too early for her to be surprised. Immediately afterwards, red thunder surged out from Zhou Tong's body, wrapped around her arms, and tried to bind her entire body. Huan Lock. You actually created the Huan Lock. The surprise on Lien Hanqing's face immediately turned into horror. She knew that if she was completely entangled, she would lose her freedom forever. "Let go." Her voice trembled, she was really scared, and immediately hit Zhou Tong with her other hand. "Don't worry, I'll give you another one." Zhou Tong mobilized his mental power and once again turned it into a sledgehammer, striking the opponent directly between the eyebrows. This time it was even heavier, causing Lien Hanqing to scream miserably, and most of the strength in his body was removed. During this time, Moronya arrived in time and slapped her on the back. Lien Hanqing felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he fell down limply and lay on the deck. "Call." Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. It would be very scary for such a strong man to be trapped in a fight. "Little guy, do you want to use your shackles to restrain her? If you do that, your strength will skyrocket again." Moronya said seductively with a wicked smile on her face. Lien Hanqing woke up, and when she found that all her clothes had been changed, her face suddenly changed. "I'm captured." She suddenly jumped up from the bed, her body couldn't help shaking, and her heart sank to the bottom. What she feared most was Zhou Tong's Huan Lock. If he put the shackles on her while she was unconscious. When she thought of this, her hands and feet became cold, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She would rather die than lose her freedom and become a tool for others. The door was opened and Moronya walked in gracefully. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Lien Hanqing was so jealous that she was about to cry. "You should be satisfied now, right? I have completely lost to you. Now you can let your apprentice play with me as he pleases." Moronya raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Looking at Lien Hanqing's pitiful appearance, who was frightened, she just felt relieved. "It's a pity that my disciple doesn't like you." As soon as these words came out, the other party instantly turned into a furious cat, and couldn't help but roared, "How long are you going to humiliate me? If you have the guts, kill me." "I'm just telling the truth." Moronya suppressed her smile. If the little guy could put shackles on you, not only would he be able to increase his cultivation, he would also be able to gain a powerful fighter, but he refused. Hearing this, Lien Hanqing's pupils suddenly shrank and she quickly checked her body. When she found that she was really not being controlled, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a strange emotion surged in her heart. "I'm lost. How is this possible?" She bit her red lips lightly, and Zhou Tong's figure appeared in her mind, and she suddenly felt so angry that her teeth itched. What did that little devil mean? A beautiful woman fell in front of him, letting him do whatever he wanted without any resistance. He only needed to move his fingers to completely possess her. Zhou Tong actually gave up under such circumstances. Did he despise her? Or playing hard to get? This is definitely playing hard to get. Being a beautiful lady in the world, she instantly thought of a logical explanation. Zhou Tong must have deliberately ignored his charm and pretended to be indifferent, in order to stimulate his competitive spirit and make himself obsessed with him. Boy, you've made a wrong calculation. I won't be fooled by you. Just as Lian Hanqing was about to move, a sword was put at her neck. Mirangia, do you really want to kill me? She tensed her body and her pupils suddenly contracted. She was extremely weak now and would surely die if a fight broke out. I do want to kill you, but I can also give you a chance to atone for your sins. Mirangia put away the sharp blade, snapped her fingers, and a ray of light penetrated into the opponent's eyebrows. Lian Hanqing couldn't help but cry out in pain, "What did you do to me? It's just a little trick. Next, you have to help us save people. If you succeed, I will let you go free and all our past grudges will be wiped out. If you dare to play tricks again." I see. Humph. You just want to save your disciple, don't you? I hope you won't break your promise. I can swear to God. No need, I trust your reputation. Lian Hanqing waved her hand, walked out of the room and came to the deck. She looked back and didn't see her own spaceship, and a trace of anxiety suddenly appeared on her face. Don't worry, I have sent all your disciples back and taught them a bit so they won't go astray in the future. Mirangia's voice came from behind. Have a finger in the pie. As soon as she finished speaking, she discovered that there was a breath of air around her. She saw Zhou Tong sitting cross-legged on the deck, seemingly practicing. Are you trying to create a chance encounter? Don't think I can't see through your little tricks. Lian Hanqing snorted coldly and tried to ignore Zhou Tong. But then, she stopped again, only because Zhou Tong exuded the aura of a cultivator. This is the first level of soul transformation. How is this possible? Lian Hanqing was stunned. Zhou Tong's hiding method was too advanced, so she couldn't see Zhou Tong's cultivation level. Now that she knew Zhou Tong's true realm, she almost dropped her jaw. This is too weak. Am I going to fall into this kid's hands? She said this with a shocked look on her face, but she didn't know that Zhou Tong was undergoing a transformation of his own at this moment. After his rebirth, he has mastered too many unique skills, each of which is of extremely high quality. If they were to be lost in the outside world, they would surely attract the attention of the entire continent. But for him who is preparing to break through to the Emperor realm, these are no longer necessary. If you want to become a true emperor, you must first comprehend the 6 realms of nothingness. Among them, the state of unconsciousness is the ultimate of unique skills, and one can create unique skills at will. However, it is extremely difficult to reach this level. Not only does one have to forget all of one's unique skills, leaving only a set of techniques to protect the body, but one also has to go through a long period of suffering and adjustment. In his previous life, Zhou Tong had stepped half into the realm of unconsciousness. He integrated the strengths of hundreds of schools and created a move called breaking all methods, that could break all the ways. Now he has cut off all the unique skills in his mind, and is using the Hehuan Tian Gong as a self-protection method to start impacting the state of unconsciousness. The Hehuan Tian Gong is divided into 9 levels. The first level is the art of bedroom, the second level is the sea of red dust, the third level is the dream of beauty, the fourth level is the jade demon body, and the fifth level is the divine language of the sky. The so-called divine language of the sky is the power to communicate with heaven and earth, to understand the movement of heaven and earth, to let water, fire, wind, thunder, mountains, rivers, and plants all enter your heart, and then control them. This level is very similar to the state of unconsciousness. Unconsciousness is the state of controlling all things, while the divine language of the sky explains the mysteries of nature. Tao follows nature, what a coincidence. Zhou Tong suddenly understood. His accumulated experience finally led to a sudden enlightenment, and it was as if a window paper had been broken through, and he naturally entered the state of unconsciousness. Under Lian Hanqing's horrified gaze, his aura suddenly rose. This. She pointed at Zhou Tong with trembling hands, and saw that Zhou Tong's cultivation level was like riding a rocket. He made continuous breakthroughs from the first level of soul transformation and reached the 9th level with unstoppable force. How is that possible? Am I dreaming? She asked in self-doubt. You'll get used to it. Moronya said from the side, which made her feel like she was struck by lightning. Habit? Is this a daily routine for him? Before he finished speaking, Zhou Tong took another step forward, tore apart the barriers of the great realms, and stepped into the He-Xin state. Boom! Thunder rumbled, illuminating the entire world. It's a thunder tribulation. He hasn't even crossed the barrier of transcendence, but he can trigger a thunder tribulation? What kind of monster is this? Lian Hanqing was stunned, but then something happened that shocked her even more. Zhou Tong was seen rising into the air, looking up at the thunder in the sky, his eyes shining with golden light, showing no fear at all. This pretentious thunder tribulation should just dissipate. He waved his hand, the sky exploded in an instant, and an amber star fell from the sky. The divine voice in the sky shakes everything in the world. The stars in the sky blocked out the sun, casting a huge shadow that completely obscured the red dust. Lian Hanqing looked up at the sky, stunned, and her expression was out of control. Zhou Tong actually pulled the meteorite down from outer space. What kind of skill is this? Boom! Tianqing drove straight in and smashed into the thunder tribulation. Vast ripples surged across the sky, tearing everything in its path apart. After a long time, the clouds dispersed, the disaster ended, the sky was clear, and only Zhou Tong stood in the sky like a god. Tiandao realm, Lingxiao Empire, within the royal family. A woman suddenly woke up from her sleep, her robe soaked with sweat. His Majesty. The night watch guard rushed in and asked with a worried look on his face. Nothing, I just had a nightmare again, all of you go out. The woman stood up and took off her golden nightgown, revealing her slender and voluptuous body. How many times has this happened? I've had the same dream again. This person is Qian Miaoyu, the supreme queen of Lingxiao Empire and also the most talented emperor in the history of the empire. 10,000 years ago, when the empire was first established, it could only survive in one corner. However, after 26 generations of monarchs worked hard to govern the country, it finally swept across the 4 directions and unified the entire Tiandao domain in this generation. The reason why this was so smooth was that Qian Miaoyu formed an alliance with Tiandao Mansion and hired Tiandao Mansion's leader Zhao Wutan as the national teacher, which widened the gap with the enemy country in one fell swoop. Nowadays, Tiandao Mansion is the largest sect in Lingxiao Empire, and Tiandao Domain got its name from this. The cool wind evaporated her sweat and made the hairs on her delicate body stand up. It's so cold. Qian Miaoyu shuddered, then sat on the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, as if it was a shell that could protect against danger. She was having trouble sleeping, as she kept replaying the dream in her mind. She didn't know when this dream started, but it kept haunting her like a maggot attached to her bones, and each time it became clearer and clearer. In the dream, countless powerful men came madly, wanting to destroy the empire and Tiandao Mansion. In order to survive, she joined forces with the strong men of Tiandao Mansion to fight against the enemies. The battle was extremely brutal. The imperial capital was destroyed and the Tiandao palace was uprooted, but they never gave up and kept fighting until the blood flowed like a river, and never lost the upper hand. However, just when the stalemate was at its peak, the sky suddenly exploded, and a golden-haired young man came riding on the wind, overlooking the world, as if he was stepping on everyone. The young man was shrouded in mist, with only a vague outline and a pair of majestic eyes, which left a lasting impression on her. The other party just waved his hand and pulled down the flying stars from the sky, launching a devastating attack on the strong men of Tiandao Mansion and the Empire. Every time she dreamed of this, she would be awakened by strong emotions and could hardly control her fear. Death was so real that sometimes she couldn't even tell which was a dream and which was reality. Qian Miaoyu is also a cultivator, and even a rare genius. She knows that this dream is not groundless, and must reflect some kind of cause and effect. Come here, go and invite the Imperial Master over, and tell him that I have something important to discuss with him. Qian Miaoyu acted decisively and immediately sought a solution. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a familiar voice came from outside. Your Majesty, the Imperial Master requests an audience. The Queen was slightly stunned, and then said, Announce. Your humble servant greets His Majesty. Zhou Tong appeared in the hall, as elegant as a scholar, without any sign of madness or viciousness in him. Great minds think alike. I was just about to summon you, but I didn't expect the Imperial Master to come here on his own initiative. Qian Miaoyu sat upright, looking both elegant and noble. I wonder why the State Master came here so late at night? It's just a small matter. Your Majesty, do you know about the auction in 5 days? Of course I know. It was held by you personally. Did you run into any difficulties? Tell me, I will help you solve it. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's not a big deal. However, in order to ensure that the auction can be held smoothly, I am going to find a strong assistant to escort you. I have come to ask for your permission. The other party took out a communication jade pendant and crushed it in front of Qian Miaoyu. Your Majesty, please look. I saw a thin smoke rising, and an image suddenly emerged, reflecting a woman's face. Seeing this person, Qian Miaoyu remained calm, but her heart skipped a beat. She had never met this woman in real life, but she could call each other's name. Yuqing sect, Emoliosu. When these words were spoken, not only Zhou Tong, but even Emoliosu in the video was stunned. Why does Your Majesty know me? You may not believe this, but I have met you several times in my dreams and you left a deep impression on me. Ha, Your Majesty really knows how to joke. Qian Miaoyu clenched her fists imperceptibly, and her voice gradually became cold. Okay. You are such a famous person, why did you go to so much trouble to contact me? Emoliosu was not a fool. She clearly heard the displeasure in the other party's tone and didn't know when she had offended someone. But when she thought of her purpose, she still spoke. On behalf of Yuqing sect, I hope to become an ally with Lingxiao Empire. We will face difficulties together and will never betray each other. For this reason, I plan to meet with Your Majesty in person in a few days, and I hope you will allow me to present a generous gift to show my sincerity. Qian Miaoyu frowned even more tightly. If it were under normal circumstances, she would have directly accepted the olive branch thrown by such a powerful force, but because of that dream, her impression of Emoliosu was not very good. Master, what do you think? This is certainly a good thing. Zhou Tong answered without hesitation. As both were leaders of large sects, he and Emoliosu had been in contact for a long time. Just today, Emoliosu took the initiative to find him and threatened to discuss a cooperation with him. After learning about the content of the cooperation, Zhou Tong agreed immediately without thinking. Emoliosu actually wanted to join forces with him to jointly destroy the Hundred sect. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Since the Imperial Master has said so, this Emperor has nothing more to say. Qian Miaoyu's tone softened. Dreams were just dreams after all. As an emperor, he could not give up a powerful ally just because of something so unpredictable. Your Majesty, I have another favor to ask of you. Emolyosu had a smile in her eyes and made a request while the iron was hot. Speak. A few days ago, I heard that people from the Hundred sect were preparing to go to the Lingxiao Empire. My Yuqing sect has an irreconcilable feud with them. I hope your Majesty can help us monitor those people in advance and deal with them together when we go there. That's easy. Do you have portraits of those people? Nature. Emolyosu swiped his hand into the air, and 3 beautiful faces appeared. They are Murongya, Long Lingyun and the little demon girl. They are a bunch of beautiful women, what a pity. Your Majesty and the Imperial Master can deal with these 3 people as they please, regardless of their lives. As for the next person, Your Majesty, please protect him well. You can injure him, but never kill him. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Tong's face appeared on the screen. When she saw this person, Qian Miaoyu's whole body tensed up. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Zhao Wutian called out repeatedly before Qian Miaoyu came back to her senses. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Qian Miaoyu took a deep breath and suddenly recalled the scene in her dream. Although the face of the young man who pulled down Tianqing was blurry, she could never forget the look in his eyes. The eyes are exactly the same as the boy's in the painting, as if they were carved from the same mold. Is this a coincidence? Her heart was pounding and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Even if it was a dream, there were too many coincidences. Who is this boy? His name is Zhou Tong. He was once my traitor and was bewitched by the witch of the Hundred sect. I came here this time to lead him back to the right path. I see. I understand. Qian Miaoyu remained calm. She originally wanted to explain her dream to the imperial teacher, but now she suppressed the impulse. The boy in the dream must be paid attention to no matter what, as it concerns the survival of the empire, so this time she plans to observe it personally and will not use anyone else's hands. After seeing off Zhao Woshan and others, the queen's face became a little gloomy. Over the years, the Tiandao mansion has become increasingly powerful, and there are even rumors that the real controller of this land is not Qian Miaoyu, but Zhao Wutan. On the Hongqian, Zhou Tong was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a bright light shining between his eyebrows. Why is he still meditating? Is he going to have another epiphany? Lian Hanqing asked. Shouldn't, right? Murongya said uncertainly, which immediately attracted contemptuous looks. If you can't even grasp the situation of your disciples, are you worthy of being a master? Before he finished speaking, strong fluctuations emerged around Zhou Tong. Spots of light jumped and condensed into mysterious symbols in the air. Finally, they gathered together and turned into a book. What is this thing? The 2 mature women were stunned for a moment, then moved instantly and rushed to Zhou Tong at the same time. When they looked at it, they found that the book was formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it was mixed with mysterious Taoist rhyme, which made it elusive. Lioha Destruction Sword. Murongya read it out subconsciously. It was obviously a secret sword manual. Call. Zhou Tong let out a long sigh, with a hint of fatigue on his face. So this is the true meaning of creating all things. He finally understood that the so-called creation of all things was the collision between the unconscious state of the strong and the natural forces of heaven and earth, turning the invisible Tao into the visible law. There is no doubt that this is a supreme level of secret knowledge. Once one comprehends it, one can mobilize the natural forces of heaven and earth and exert unpredictable power. Let me see. Long Lingyun pricked up his ears and ran over when he heard the noise. As a result, when she opened the first page of the secret book, she was completely fascinated. She was illiterate, but she could understand the deep meaning. Just a brief gaze made her look solemn. How? The little demon girl asked curiously. This sword technique has a very high threshold. You need to practice to the sword power realm before you can learn it. There are 6 moves in total, containing the heaven and earth, east, west, south and north. Each move can mobilize the power of heaven and earth with the sword, achieving unity between heaven and man, and can compete with the sword. When these words were spoken, everyone except Zhou Tong took a deep breath. Sword skills, sword momentum, sword art, every realm you cross is the difference between heaven and earth. But with the help of this secret book, one can make up for the gap between sword power and swordsmanship. How amazing is its value! Without saying anything, Long Lingyun sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. It didn't take too long, even less than an hour, but drastic changes occurred in her. The overwhelming sword force was endless, growing at a momentum visible to the naked eye, and entangled around Long Lingyun. She also had an epiphany. I must be dreaming. Lian Hanqing opened her eyes wide, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and grabbed Morongya's collar with an angry look on her face. You must be hiding something from me. Could these monsters have been grown from the ground? That must be it. I once heard an old guy say that there is a magical seed in the world. Once it is planted and germinated, it will grow into 7 awesome children. Now you have already hatched 3 of them. You must give me one no matter what. Master is getting old and confused. Do you believe what she says? Morongya said unhappily. I don't care. The old lady loves you the most. Who knows if she left the divine seed for you? Boom! At this moment, an even more terrifying sword force exploded, and disappeared completely in an instant, as if it had never existed. I understand. Long Lingyun stood up with a look of joy on his face, his brows flashing with excitement that was hard to hide. My sword power has reached the minor success realm. If I use the secret book and draw on the power of heaven and earth, I will be able to defeat a sword cultivator with a major success in sword power. It can be said that I am invincible in the way of the sword. Oh my God! Lian Hanqing was about to cry with envy. Why was God so unfair? In the end, her eyes fell on Zhou Tong, full of undisguised greed. This is the most evil guy, who created the supreme secret book with a casual wave of his hand. Is it really good to be so against the will of heaven? Junior sister, I have never asked you for anything in my life. She hugged Morongya's thighs and pointed at Zhou Tongdao, sell this boy to me. Just tell me what you want. I will do anything to get him. Morongya smiled gently, leaned down and held the other person's head. With a bang, Lian Hanqing's pretty face came into close contact with the deck. A mere prisoner dares to put forward conditions. He really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Zhou Tong finished his meditation. Only now did he feel relieved from his accumulated fatigue. The creation of secret books consumes a lot of energy. According to his estimation, it will take at least 3 days to create another secret book of the same level. Stop making trouble. We have already entered the Tiandao realm. We will reach the capital of the Lingxiao Empire in a moment. At this time, dozens of warships were passing through the sky at the same time, coming from different directions and different forces. They must have all come for the eldest sister. This is because the Yinyang Taoist body is not only an excellent cauldron, but also a peerless genius. It is extremely tempting whether it is used for dual cultivation, or accepted as a disciple, or both. Stop now. At the gate of the imperial capital, guards holding spears blocked their way and asked them to sign up for entry. Zhou Tong put the red dust into the ring and reported his name. The guards' expressions changed, and they looked at each other and smiled sincerely. Please come in, dear guest. We provide you with free tour guide services. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask her. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman with a great figure came forward and greeted Zhou Tong and others with a smile. Everyone, please follow me. When seeing this person, no one else reacted, except Zhou Tong, whose expression changed slightly. This woman was wearing a treasure that isolated her cultivation level. She looked like an ordinary person, but she was extremely powerful and was definitely not a tour guide. We are also distinguished guests and need a tour guide. After Zhou Tong left, someone shouted loudly and was slapped in the face. Fuck you. The guard looked at him with disdain and said, I'm giving you face. My name is Qian Bodhi. My ancestors have been tour guides in the imperial capital. I wonder where these distinguished guests are from. The beautiful tour guide smiles sweetly, making people feel like spring breeze. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Lian Hanqing glanced at her and said in a bad tone. Yes, please don't be angry, I won't say anything more. The other person had a timid expression on his face, like a frightened little rabbit, and his little appearance was adorable. Long Lingyun and the little witch looked angry and glared at Lian Hanqing fiercely. Unexpectedly, the other party smiled brightly and said, Sister, let me teach you a lesson. This kind of woman who appears to be delicate and artificial may be a hungry wolf in her heart. Hearing this, Qian Bodhi couldn't help but tremble all over. What happened? Was I exposed so quickly? She shook her head and quickly denied the thought in her mind. She was Qian Miaoyu, the supreme queen of Lingxiao Empire, and was most proficient in disguise. Combined with the secret treasure passed down from ancestors, even experts in the industry cannot find any clues. Unless someone's mental power reaches an extremely terrifying level, he can peel off the layers of illusions and see her true face, but it is almost impossible for such a person to appear. After calming down, she began to look at Zhou Tong vaguely. They are so similar, both in body shape and outline, they are more than 80% similar to the boy in her dreams. Are you spying on me? Zhou Tong looked at Qian Miaoyu with disdain, and this one glance almost froze the blood in her body. I don't. Qian Miaoyu's voice was trembling. Zhou Tong at this moment was exactly the same as the person in her dream. She disguised herself and got close to Zhou Tong in order to find out his strength, but unfortunately, there seemed to be a lot of fog blocking Zhou Tong, so she couldn't get any information. There are only two explanations for this. One is that Zhou Tong's strength is too terrifying and has exceeded the limits of what she can perceive. The second is that Zhou Tong has mastered a special method that allows him to restrain his breath, just like her. If it was the latter, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. It only meant that the dream was fake. She would cooperate with Mo Liusu without hesitation and attack Zhou Tong and others. If it's the former. When she thought of this, she shuddered involuntarily and recalled the scene of the falling stars. I have to see your strength clearly no matter what. Now it seems that this is the only way. Qian Miaoyu was holding a jade pendant in her palm, emitting strange vibrations. This was an arrangement she had made long ago. As long as the jade pendant was crushed, powerful assassins would rush out and assassinate Zhou Tong. No one can hide their cultivation at the moment of life and death. This is the best way to test your strength. It doesn't matter even if these assassins are caught. They will choose to commit suicide at the first opportunity and will not leave any evidence. It doesn't matter even if Zhou Tong dies, or it would be better that way. For the survival of the Lingxiao Empire, she doesn't care even if it offends the Yuqing sect. Little guy, this woman is a little strange. Muronya's voice rang in Zhou Tong's ears. I know that she not only changed her appearance, but also hid her cultivation. Is there such a thing? Muronya was a little surprised. She opened her third eye inconspicuously and finally discovered something unusual. She saw a beautiful face hiding an even more beautiful face, which made her feel a little surprised. It is indeed a disguise, but there is no sign of hiding the cultivation level. That's because she's wearing a magic weapon. This person's strength is probably at the heaven-slashing realm, having already crossed the threshold of the extraordinary. Hiss. Moronya took a breath of cold air. The other party was willing to disguise himself in order to get close to them. It was obvious that he had ulterior motives. I see. She is definitely Zhao Wutian's spy, specially used to monitor us. Moronya thought of the most likely explanation. After all, in this unfamiliar country, who else would be so attentive to others except for their enemies? All I can say is that she guessed right, but only half right. Catch her and torture her, and you'll find out the truth. In just a moment, she came up with a solution, simple and crude but effective. Don't be so rude. Hold her down while I use the soul search technique on her. Zhou Tong made a better suggestion, which made Moronya very upset. When it comes to cruelty, the little guy is more cruel. Everyone, take your positions. When I count to 3, we'll start together. Zhou Tong used his mental power to notify everyone around him and ask them to enter combat status. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a snapping sound, and Qian Miaoyu also crushed the jade pendant at the same time. Boom! The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly became a mess, and a strong murderous aura gushed out, scaring everyone away like birds and beasts. Little devil! Give me your life! More than a dozen powerful men in black appeared at the same time, holding daggers and trying to kill Zhou Tong. Each of them has reached the heaven-slaying realm, their speed is extremely fast, and their momentum is even more terrifying and shocking. However, as fast as they are, there are still people who are faster than them. Moronya and Lian Hanqing turned into white hair in an instant, and pressed Qian Miaoyu's shoulders on the left and right, making her unable to move. What are you doing? Qian Miaoyu was shocked, but had an innocent expression on her face. Stop pretending, you leaked a long time ago, let's go. The two mature women exerted their strength at the same time, dragging Qian Miaoyu, Zhou Tong and the other two away from the spot in an instant. Their speed was so fast that it was as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only a group of killers lying in the wind. After a moment, time seemed to start flowing again. Oh no! Your Majesty has been kidnapped. In a secret space, an extremely erotic interrogation was taking place. Qian Miaoyu would never have imagined that one day she would appear in front of others in such a shameful manner. I saw that her body was tightly wrapped with a red string, which made her proud figure even fuller and more explosive, and her whole body was suspended in the air. How come you are so skilled? Zhou Tong looked at Lian Hanqing with an extremely strange look in his eyes. You are surprised by what you have seen. I practice binding every day, and my skills have long been perfect. This red thread can suppress the cultivation level. She, a mere heaven-slaying realm cultivator, cannot escape. Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to get close to us? If you cooperate obediently, I can give you a quick death. Moronya looked at him and asked coldly. I don't know what you are talking about. Let me go. I am just an ordinary girl. How dare you be so stubborn? Moronya took direct action and pulled out a pendant from the ravine on the opponent's chest, making it difficult for the opponent's breath to be concealed. Good baby. She praised, and then tore off Qian Miaoyu's mask, revealing a pretty face with a beautiful face. You are a beautiful woman, why do you become a thief? Qian Miaoyu was silent. She had nothing to say. Let me deal with her. It will be over quickly using the soul-searching technique. As soon as Zhou Tong approached, the other party showed a look of horror. I'll tell you everything. Qian Miaoyu surrendered instantly and said, "It was Emolyosu. Emolyosu asked me to monitor you." When Zhou Tong heard the name again, he felt nothing in his heart and even felt like laughing. Could it be that that woman thought that as long as she destroyed the Hundred sect, she would change her mind? She was really fanciful. Emolyosu, what a disgusting name. Lian Hanqing had a look of disdain, and it was obvious that he had heard of your name for a long time. However, when she learned about the relationship between Zhou Tong and Emolyosu, she felt much more lost. It turns out that this kid really wasn't grown by you, but you stole it from someone else's field. How many times have I told you that he was born by his father and raised by his mother? There is no such thing as a divine child in the world. You have been brainwashed by this old man. Murongya was angry and almost started a fight. Have you met his parents? Murongya was stunned. Not only her, but even Zhou Tong himself had never seen his parents. Qian Miaoyu saw this scene, and she broke out in a sweat instantly, as if she had thought of something terrible. Born supreme. It is very likely that Zhou Tong is born supreme. It is recorded in the royal texts that throughout the vast universe and trillions of years, there has always been a strange substance that can absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a long period of evolution, it finally became a human form and gave birth to intelligence. At this moment, the spiritual being is comparable to the supreme being. Legend has it that the supreme being is immortal and always looks young. Moreover, he has restrained cultivation and is proficient in many ways. Although he looks like an ordinary person, he can easily destroy the world with just one move. It's correct, all of them are correct. Qian Miaoyu felt that she understood everything, and combined with the conversation between Murongya and the other, she dared to conclude that Zhou Tong was the psychic god who transformed into a human form and was then picked up by Emolyosu. As for being expelled from Yuqing sect and joining Hundred sect, it was just that the natural supreme being was experiencing the worldly world and perfecting his own Taoism. When he finishes his journey in the mortal world and completes his cultivation, there will be one more great emperor in the world. The emperor's name is Zhou Tong. I understand. No wonder Emolyosu couldn't wait to recognize Zhou Tong. It turns out that she wants to create a cause and effect relationship with Tiansheng Jizuan. Damn, she is really calculating. The thought of this made her chest tingle with anger. Emolyosu, you are greedy for wealth and want to cling to the supreme, that's fine, but why do you want to use the Lingxiao Empire as a weapon and let the empire clash head-on with the future emperor? Does the empire have the strength to do so? Does Emolyosu know how terrifying Zhou Tong will be in the future? Right, she didn't know. But Qian Miaoyu knew it very well. With a wave of the hand, he pulled down the stars and destroyed everything. How domineering and terrifying is this? Millions of lives were reduced to dust, and the strongest ones were all ants, and were completely destroyed in an instant. What a desperate scene it was. No matter what, she couldn't let that happen. However, she had no idea how outrageous her imagination was. If Zhou Tong searched her soul, he would probably die of laughter. His strength comes entirely from his accumulation in his previous life and has nothing to do with his natural supremacy. Please let me go. I am just an ordinary queen with plain appearance. How dare I plot against you? I had no choice. She said it pitifully, causing the onlookers to gasp. This guy is actually the Empress of Lingxiao Empire. The little witch opened her mouth wide, feeling something was unreal. The queen herself is an undercover agent. Does she really not know how to write the word death? She's suspicious. Lian Hanqing came closer, rested her cheek on the other's fragrant neck, and was sniffing something carefully. Sister, you smell so good. Qian Miaoyu got goosebumps, and before she could say anything to stop him, Lian Hanqing's voice turned cold. Are you hiding something from us? No, no, ah. Qian Miaoyu screamed, and saw Lian Hanqing sticking out her little pink tongue and licking her face. This smells like a lie. Lian Hanqing's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she said to Zhou Tong, "Dao, boy, search her soul." No, please don't do that to me. I am the ruler of the empire, and I bear the lives of millions of my subjects. If I die, my subjects will be slaughtered and bullied by foreigners. It's none of my business. I know you are all practitioners with consciences, and you will never be so cruel. Moral kidnapping? Do you think I have morals? My conscience is very bad. If you don't believe me, come and touch it. Lian Hanqing grinned wickedly and moved closer with her chest puffed out. The two of them were face to face, which made the queen blush. Stop making trouble. Morongya stopped Lian Hanqing. After learning Qian Miaoyu's identity, she didn't want to embarrass her anymore. No matter what, this person is the nominal owner of this land. If we can get her help, the process of rescuing the eldest disciple will be much smoother. What is your relationship with Zhao Wutian? He is my imperial teacher, how can? Before she could finish her words, Qian Miaoyu felt a fierce murderous aura. In fact, I'm not that familiar with that guy. He always acts very pretentious. I've disliked him for a long time. If I wasn't afraid of the Tiandao mansion, I would have dealt with him 800 times. We can help you kill him, but the prerequisite is that you must cooperate with us. Morongya looked into the other person's eyes and made the request in a slow and heavy tone. No problem, I promise you. Qian Miaoyu looked at Zhou Tongdao without any hesitation. If possible, please, become my guest official, so that we can communicate and cooperate better. In order to change the future in her dreams, she decided to take the initiative, and the first thing she had to do was to establish a good relationship with Zhou Tong. Hearing this, Zhou Tong and his companions looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect the other party to make such a request. The so-called guest officials are not subordinates, but more like a cooperative relationship. They can come and go as they please, which is very easy and free. If you think about it carefully, they have no reason to refuse. You pass. Lian Hanqing waved her hand and let the other person go. From now on, we are friends, right? Qian Miaoyu asked quickly, as if this question was very important to her. That's natural. You won't attack your friends in the future, right? As long as you don't take the initiative to become an enemy, we will always be friends. Zhou Tong made a promise, which made the other party completely relieved. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Tong clapped his hands, and the white space around them dissipated, and they returned to reality. This is... Don't be so surprised, Zhou Tong said to Qian Miaoyu, the space just now was built by me using a formation. You can think of it as a space ring. Qian Miaoyu was shocked. Knowing everything, this is indeed the means of a natural supreme being. Suddenly, Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows and smiled. All of you go, Zhao Wutian is coming, only your majesty and I will be left here. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, the four women retreated quickly, leaving only Zhou Tong behind. Qian Miaoyu looked around, but she didn't feel anything. She couldn't help but admire Zhou Tong even more. As expected of a natural supreme being, his perception covers the whole world. She cannot compare to him even if she flatters him. His Majesty. Then a familiar voice was heard, it was Zhao Wutan's shout. Not good. Zhao Wutian has also seen your portrait. You will be recognized by him. Qian Miaoyu then remembered the scene of last night, and her face turned pale. If she angered Zhou Tong, all her efforts would be in vain. It's okay, just introduce me to him normally, he won't recognize me. Is this true or false? Qian Miaoyu was suspicious, but soon Zhao Wutan descended from the sky and came in front of the two of them. I am late in protecting you, and I am guilty. As soon as Zhao Wutian landed, he spoke anxiously, but there was not much awe on his face. Thanks to the concern of the Imperial Master, I am safe and sound. Please excuse me. After the polite exchanges, Zhao Wuxian's gaze immediately fell on Zhou Tong. Who are you? He frowned, feeling that the young man was somewhat familiar. Zhou Tong did not respond, but Qian Miaoyu stepped forward and said, thanks to this gentleman's help, I was able to escape safely. From today on, I will treat him as a guest official. Imperial Master, please do not be disrespectful. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wutian's pupils suddenly shrank. Qian Miaoyu is undoubtedly a domineering empress, and she does not allow anyone to be equal to her in the entire empire. Because of this, she had never paid homage to any guest official before, so why would she break the usual practice today? This old man has met the guest. Zhao Wutian looked at Zhou Tong, but couldn't tell his cultivation level, which made him feel a little annoyed. Since you were able to rescue His Majesty, you must be a top-notch expert. Please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I would like to ask what your current cultivation level is? Zhou Tong smiled coldly, and his aura immediately blossomed. The first level of unity of mind. Zhao Wutian's face changed, and then a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. He hasn't even crossed the barrier to transcendence and is nothing more than an ant. Your Majesty. This person's strength is really a bit. He hesitated to speak, implying that Zhou Tong was not worthy of being a guest official. But who would have thought that Qian Miaoyu not only did not despise Zhou Tong, but instead showed an expression of great admiration. As expected of a natural supreme being, he could even hide his skills so naturally. What a terrifying control power. You are truly a genius, I really admire you. With you by my side, I have nothing to worry about. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Wutan was immediately confused. Are you kidding me? That was just a state of mind. Not to mention me, even Qian Miaoyu could be crushed to death. I don't know why she admires him so much. In an instant, a strong aura burst out from his body and rolled towards Zhou Tong. This is both a demonstration and a test. The Imperial Master must not be rude. Qian Miaoyu's face changed drastically. It was too late to stop it. She could only let Zhou Tong bathe in his aura. However, facing such power, Zhou Tong always had a calm smile on his face, as if he felt nothing. How is that possible? Zhao Wutan was greatly shocked. It was impossible for his mere state of mind to withstand his momentum, unless the other party had a secret treasure or hid his cultivation. You're great. Zhou Tong said softly, gradually approaching the other party under his shocked gaze and gently patted the other party's shoulder. Then, he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, after all, there are only a few people who dare to use the living silence array. Hearing this, Zhao Wutan's whole body trembled violently, and a look of extreme horror appeared in his eyes. How do you know? His heart was in his throat and he couldn't hide his fear. No one knew his plan. He intended to gather the strongest people in the world under the name of an auction, and then sacrifice them all with the living silence array to fulfill his own path. But the young man in front of him could easily see through his plan. Who is he? It's a pity that this formation is only 90% complete. There are still huge risks. If we can. Zhao Wutan listened attentively, but Zhou Tong stopped talking abruptly, which kept his interest aroused. Your Majesty, the Imperial Master seems to be busy with something, why don't we leave first? Zhou Tong looked at Qian Miaoyu and said. Alright, thieves are rampant recently, so please take care of yourself, Imperial Master. I will return to the palace first. After saying that, the two of them walked side by side towards the direction of the palace. Huff, huff, huff. Zhou Tong panted heavily in embarrassment and sat down on the ground. After all these years in a high position, this was the first time he experienced the feeling of his crotch being soaked with sweat. The living silence array is his biggest secret. If it is leaked, no matter how powerful he is, he will become the enemy of the world. By then, even if he has 9 lives, it will not be enough to die. Who is this person? Why can't I see through him? Is he really an old monster disguised as a teenager? But from his tone, it seems that he didn't see through my thoughts. Maybe this person is a friend rather than an enemy. It's best not to provoke him too much. He kept talking to himself and pacing around in a disorderly manner, having already lost his composure. No, I can't sleep or eat unless I find out his background. I need to find someone to test him. Kaching, how did you do it? He couldn't recognize you. Qian Miaoyu's face was full of curiosity. It's easy because I know his character. Zhou Tong smiled and said, he is a cautious yet arrogant person. Once he identifies his opponent, he will use all means to defeat him. On the contrary, if it's someone he looks down on, he won't care at all and won't even bother to remember what the other person looks like. Obviously, he never took me seriously. As expected of a guest official, you are able to completely understand the other person's character after only meeting him once. I admire you deeply. Qian Miaoyu flattered without hesitation, but she didn't know that things were far from that simple. Just now, Zhou Tong used his mental power to blind Zhao Woshan's cognition, causing him to subconsciously separate the insignificant Zhou Tong and the terrible Keqing. From then on, he would think that Zhou Tong and Keqing were two different people, and he would not notice anything unusual even if Zhou Tong himself stood next to the portrait. After returning to the palace, Qian Miaoyu once again became the majestic empress, and Zhou Tong was arranged to live in the luxurious guest mansion inside the palace and was highly respected. I believe that within one night, the news that Zhou Tong became a guest official would spread throughout the imperial capital. Night falls in the imperial master's mansion. Zhao Wutian's face was as gloomy as water. A young man was kneeling in front of him. He was obviously a powerful warrior in the Zhantian realm. Kill this man for me. If you fail to complete the mission, you will die. After saying that, he handed over Zhou Tong's portrait. The young man's name was Emoya, and he showed disdain the moment he saw the portrait. He's just a teenager, but the sect master wants me to take action. Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? He exuded strong self-confidence and classified Zhou Tong as an ant. Zhou Tong did not explain to him that Zhou Tong might have hidden his cultivation level. The black crow was just a chess piece that could be used to test Zhou Tong. The gap between the extraordinary and the extraordinary is difficult to cross. If Zhou Tong is really in the Hexin realm, he cannot be a match for the Zhantian realm. But if Zhou Tong can defeat Emoya, it means that he is playing the pig to eat the tiger. He is definitely a terrible strong man who can only be a friend, not an enemy. I want you to kill him in public, in front of everyone. Zhao Tong said viciously that by publicly assassinating the guest official, he was slapping the queen in the face. Over the years, Qian Miaoyu took him less and less seriously. It doesn't matter even if he fails. No one recognizes Emoya, so naturally no one will find him. Keqing, I can't sleep. It was late at night, but Zhou Tong was summoned to the queen's bedroom. When he heard this question, his eyes widened. That's it? I haven't had a good night's sleep for several months. As soon as I close my eyes, I will be haunted by nightmares. Qian Miaoyu lay on her side on the bed, looking extremely tired. She did not tell Zhou Tong that her nightmare came from him. Could it be that he was robbed? That's not the case. It's probably because of my worry that I can't rest. I hope you can keep watch for me tonight. Come on, take a seat. As soon as he finished speaking, someone brought in a luxurious seat, which was more like a bed than a seat. Its style is not inferior to that of the dragon bed. Zhou Tong's eyebrows twitched. Was he asked to keep watch or sleep with his mother? Is there any alchemist in the palace? There is a 5th grade offering, but it is of no use. Then let me personally refine a 7th grade tranquilizing pill for your majesty, which will surely cure the disease. While speaking, Zhou Tong had people prepare the alchemy furnace and medicinal materials. He sat cross-legged on the seat and immediately got into the state. As expected of a natural supreme being, mastering all the ways is not just talk, I finally see it. Looking at Zhou Tong's skillful technique, Qian Miaoyu became more certain of her guess. For some reason, the long-lost sleepiness suddenly came over her at this moment, causing her eyelids to flicker and collide constantly. Kaching, can you say that sentence again? It's the promise you made to me. Why is that so difficult? Zhou Tong raised his head slightly, looked into the other party's eyes and said, we are already allies. If you don't take the initiative to become an enemy, we will never hurt you. Qian Miaoyu smiled, feeling extremely sleepy. She was sure that she would have a good dream tonight. After a while, the elixir was ready. A 7th grade elixir came into the world, and a thunder disaster was about to occur. Disperse. Zhou Tong raised his eyes and used his unconscious state to drive the divine language of the sky, dissolving the thunder into nothingness. Your Majesty, it's time to take medicine, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Hee, it seems like my efforts were in vain. Isn't he sleeping peacefully? Zhou Tong held the elixir and smiled helplessly. At this moment, Qian Miaoyu fell asleep in a bold manner. I saw 2 snow-white, smooth and slender legs tightly clamping the quilt. She also held the pillow in her arms and rubbed it with her face from time to time. I don't know who she was acting coquettishly with in her dream. What's even worse is that because of her dishonesty, her loose nightgown had come apart, revealing a large white cleavage that was so bright that it was almost tempting to commit a crime. It looks like he's fine. Zhou Tong felt relieved, took out the sword manual of Liuhe Destruction Sword, and began to comprehend it carefully. For a strong man who has reached the state of unconsciousness, this is an unnecessary thing. What's more, this sword manual was created by him himself and he has already memorized it. But Zhou Tong still maintained the habits of his previous life. He knew very well that the pinnacle of martial arts could only be reached through unremitting diligence. Practice swordplay 1,000 times and its meaning will become clear. The road to becoming strong is endless. The Liuhe Destruction Sword has a total of 6 moves, corresponding to the 4 directions of heaven and earth and the power of nature. The southern sword represents fire and is primarily for defense. The north sword represents thunder, and its main function is to weaken. The east sword represents wood and vitality. The western sword is gold, which represents killing. In addition, there are the 2 swords of heaven and earth. The sword of earth is the sword of the underworld, which can capture the spirit of the killed person in the sword and make him a war slave. The heavenly sword is a sword of accumulated power, and is also the strongest sword. It can accumulate sword power and store it in the sword and then release it all at once, bursting out with power several times or even dozens of times the usual power. This is a sword that can kill enemies across levels. If you want to complete the heavenly sword, you must first forge the sword. This is easy for Zhou Tong, as he himself is the most powerful sword in the world. He stood still, but powerful sword energy burst out from his body. Instead of dissipating, it gathered towards the palm of his left hand. Hiss. Zhou Tong sucked in a breath of cold air and felt an extremely sharp pain, as if his hand was being hollowed out, with all the blood and bones shattered. But he endured it without saying a word, and even his expression didn't change. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a roar came from the bottom of his heart, indicating that the sword was successfully forged. At this moment, a space seemed to be opened up in his palm, and the sword force drove into it, like a mud ox entering the sea, unable to be filled for a long time. Good fellow. Zhou Tong was surprised. With the strength of his sword, it would take an hour to fully charge it. If it were Long Lingyun, wouldn't it take 3 days and 3 nights? If this move is used, there is nothing to say, it can only be described as horrifying. Before I knew it, the night was about to pass and white light had already appeared in the east of the sky. Zhou Tong stood up and was about to leave when Qian Miaoyu on the bed suddenly made a noise. Guest, guest. I saw her frowning and repeating these 2 words over and over again, as if she was having a nightmare again. Is it still not working? Zhou Tong shook his head, his mental strength burst out, and he was about to forcibly intervene in the other party's dream. Guest, kneel down and wash my feet. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tong's expression suddenly froze. Half an hour later, the great queen slowly woke up and stretched herself, showing off her beautiful figure to the fullest. It was a pity that no one appreciated it. You slept so comfortably. Has the guest left? She moaned with comfort and suddenly saw a brocade box at the bedside, which contained a tranquilizing pill. I accept it. She raised the corners of her mouth and asked the guard about Zhou Tong's whereabouts. Your Majesty, the guest official has just left the palace, and he has a guard team following him all the way. Then I feel relieved. No matter how rampant someone is, he wouldn't dare to do anything in the street, right? The image of Zhao Wutan appeared in her mind. She had already guessed that the other party would do something bad to Zhou Tong. Strange, why does my waist hurt so much? Qian Miaoyu looked down and found 2 footprints on her waist. Who dares to kick me in my dream? Greetings, sir. Greetings, Mr. Keqing. Zhou Tong was walking in the imperial capital in the early morning. When people on the roadside saw him, they all bowed and saluted him with awe in their eyes. They may not know Zhou Tong, but they definitely know the guards behind Zhou Tong. The guards were like peacocks spreading their feathers, announcing his identity everywhere. In less than half an hour, his title as the Empress's guest official had spread throughout half of the imperial capital. You must have a side job. Zhou Tong stopped and looked at them unhappily. These guys are simply like spirits of trumpets. Walking with them, Zhou Tong even feels like a circus monkey. He understood the queen's intention, which was to tie Zhou Tong to her chariot in order to solidify their relationship. Even if Zhou Tong wanted to break the alliance and attack her one day, he would still have more concerns because of this relationship. Master Keqing, let me tell you the truth, protecting you is our side job. The leader of the guard said with a joking smile, our main job is to be responsible for publicity. Okay, you won't pretend anymore, right? Zhou Tong looked at them and said, since the goal has been achieved, get out of my sight. You are not allowed to come out unless I call you. Yes, sir. The leader of the guards did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand and was about to lead the team away. Boss, is this really okay? His Majesty has said that we should always protect. Your Majesty has also said that everything must be done according to the guest's orders. Stop talking nonsense and I will lead you to have fun. As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining 7 people immediately howled like wolves and all ran away in strange shapes. But Zhou Tong knew that these people did not go far, but were observing his every move from all directions. Never mind, as long as you don't bother me. He talked to himself, went to a roadside tea stall, ordered a pot of good tea, and prepared to enjoy this brief comfort. Moronia and her companions completely disappeared. They were exploring the imperial capital, looking for the whereabouts of their senior sister. Once there is any news, it will be passed on immediately. With their strength, there is no need to worry about any accidents. At this moment, he seemed to have become a painting. He in the painting was looking at the scenery, and everyone was looking at him in the scenery. Is that the guest official? He is so young and really is a handsome man. It's really enviable. He is so blessed to be chosen as a guest of honor by His Majesty. He. I still don't know what the reason is. Of course, His Majesty must have been attracted by his looks and is planning to have fun with him for a few days. He will get bored of him soon. That makes sense. Seeing him so arrogant makes me angry. I believe that day will come soon. Discordant sounds are always particularly harsh, but Zhou Tong doesn't care. What everyone didn't know was that his mental power had already spread out and locked onto several suspicious targets. He sensed Zhao Wutan's aura from these people. Compared to my previous life, I'm still too immature. Zhou Tong made an evaluation in his heart. He knew that with Zhao Wutan's character, he would not feel at ease unless he knew his background clearly. Now the campaigners have completed their preparations and have successfully aroused the dissatisfaction of ordinary people towards Zhou Tong. Then, it's time for the real tester to appear. What a great step-by-step approach. I look forward to more exciting performances. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth, and before he finished drinking the tea, a black figure appeared out of nowhere, holding a spear, and stabbed at his throat. Puff! The teacup was pierced through, and the cold tip of the gun was only half an inch away from Zhou Tong's throat. Ah! There was a sudden sharp scream from the crowd. Most of them were civilians. How could they have ever seen such a scene? The guest official was assassinated, blocked the entire place. The guard who was observing secretly jumped up in shock, but was held down by the leader. Just watch the show obediently. The guest official has already said that without his order, none of us can move forward. But you are a jerk. Kuqing is a natural supreme being. Does he still need your protection? With a snap, the teacup turned into powder, but the tea inside was evaporated instantly, without a drop spilling on Zhou Tong. This scene made Emoya's pupils shrink. Why not avoid it? Because I am not afraid, I do not avoid it. Why aren't you afraid? Will you respond to the probing of an ant? Zhou Tong said rudely, seemingly forgetting that the tip of the opponent's gun was against his throat. Huh, you are so arrogant. I just can't stand your arrogant and conceited attitude. Do you dare to accept my challenge? After this was said, most people thought that Emoya was sick. What level is he? What kind are you? Why do you dare to shout here? However, there are still people who are fighting against the odds and verbally supporting Emoya. Well done, it is to let those who got in through the back door know that without real ability, even if they suddenly get a high position, they are just garbage. Boss, check out. Zhou Tong ignored everyone and slammed a spirit stone on the table. The tea is good. I will come again next time. Then, he casually pushed the tip of the gun away and said to Emoya, let's find an open place. Very good, let's go outside the imperial capital. Emoya was overjoyed and said that he would not only assassinate Zhou Tong in the street, but also kill him openly. Only in this way could he slap the queen's face more harshly and complete his master's task perfectly. For a moment, the news seemed to have grown wings, and countless people rushed to the scene and followed the two to the outside of the imperial capital. Among these people are civilians, strong men, and spies from various forces. They all wanted to know what abilities the first guest official of Lingxiao Empire had. Show us your skills, said Emoya. Zhou Tong did not refuse and showed his aura without any concealment. The first level of Hexin. He has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. It seems that he is not an ordinary person. Many powerful people were shocked by Zhou Tong. With such talent, he was considered a hero among men. Ha ha ha. Is that all it is? Don't get scared to death later. Moya laughed loudly. He wanted to humiliate Zhou Tong to the extreme. When his aura radiated, everyone looked at Zhou Tong with pity. It turned out to be the first level of Zhang Tian. This black crow has crossed the gap between the extraordinary and the strength of the two is not at the same level at all. However, faced with such a huge gap, Zhou Tong not only did not show any fear on his face, but even looked a little disappointed. It seems like blaming the other party for being too weak. It's just a matter of liking. Why do you have such confidence? Let's see how long you can keep pretending. With just one move, I can make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Moya raised his eyebrows slightly, flew into the air, and stabbed Zhou Tong with a spear. He used 70% of his strength in this attack, which was enough to kill a PKXIN realm expert in an instant. Zhou Tong slowly raised his left hand, and a cluster of flames suddenly burst out in his palm, and then it showed the momentum of spreading across the prairie. He used the Lyoha destruction sword. This sword is the south, the main defense, called Remnant Fire All Elephants. The sharp spear light fell down like a flying fire and hit Zhou Tong's body head-on. Boom! The earth trembled, raising hundreds of feet of dust, and everything around became extremely hazy. It's so fragile and not challenging at all. Moya said with great arrogance, with a cruel smile on his face. The feeling of this shot is very familiar, it's the feeling of a precise hit. Then Zhou Tong must have been turned into powder. This is his confidence as a person at the heaven-slaying realm. Using the super to defeat the ordinary is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. What a pity. This guest official had great talent. If he had been given time to grow, he might have been a match for the other party. But he was strangled in the cradle. He deserves it. He has no ability but still tries to show off. I think it's because of the Queen's pampering. That's right. This person was so arrogant that he thought no one could deal with him. Now he finally paid the price. Just then, the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply, and a fire tornado shot up into the sky, tearing apart the haze in the sky and illuminating everyone's eyes. This is. Some people's bodies and minds trembled, and they felt a long and lasting breath, which was not strong or oppressive, but unshakable. Zhou Tong appeared in front of everyone again, and he was surrounded by a layer of fire, like armor, which evaporated all attacks into nothingness. Impossible. Many people's faces changed. They were sure that Moya had no intention of letting them win. With a 70% full-strength attack from the Zhang Tian realm, even 5 PKXIN realm masters tied together would be easily killed instantly. However, this guest official was safe and sound, which can only be said to be extraordinary. I told you, Her Majesty the Queen has a ruler's eyes, she will never make the mistake of judging someone. The guard leader said proudly, looking at the black crow in the air with pity in his eyes. Poor bastard, he would never understand even if he died that the young man he was facing was the legendary natural supreme being. His cultivation is not obvious, but he is proficient in all ways. Killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. I don't believe it. This must be a trick, or you must have used a magic weapon. Moya's eyes almost popped out. As a killer trained by Tiandao Mansion, he had killed countless geniuses over the years, but he had never encountered a situation like this. Those below the sky are like ants. This is the consensus of the whole world. Even the strongest genius can only sigh in despair when facing this gap. This time I will use all my strength to defeat you completely. He said this in a grim voice, his divine power emanating, and a huge Shura figure appeared behind him. This is the terrifying aspect of the heaven-slaying realm. After crossing the gap between the extraordinary and the extraordinary, one can transform mental power into Dharma images, and have the power to move mountains and fill the sea with a casual strike. He just raised his spear, and the Shura shadow behind him synchronized with him, swinging it down in an instant, turning into thousands of murderous intentions. The Shuras dance wildly, destroying the world. The dazzling light illuminated the heavens, and everyone felt like they were suffocating. This was the power of the heaven-slaying realm. Zhou Tong was afraid that he was in great danger. However, when the meteor-like light fell on Zhou Tong, the flames around him were not weakened. Instead, they seemed to have obtained fuel and suddenly exploded in a terrifying manner. Lyoha Destruction Sword, Nan, Remnant Fire, and World-Destroying Lotus. Boom! The shock wave scattered out with flames, sweeping like the sea and covering the area like moonlight, making the Black Crow bear the brunt of the attack. He was swept away, and even the Dharma image behind him disintegrated in an instant. The impact caused damage to his internal organs, and the scorching temperature caused his skin to burn, giving off the smell of barbecue. Puff! He couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. The scene was extremely dazzling and burned everyone's heart. The Zhan Tian realm was actually injured by the He Xian realm. How could they have such a dream? What's even more terrifying is that He Xinjing never took the initiative to attack from beginning to end, and everything was just forced counterattacks. Is this the strength of Kuqing? He is indeed amazing. No wonder His Majesty likes him. He definitely hid his strength. In the crowd, a few wretched guys had flickering eyes and quietly retreated. They are all Zhao Wutian spies, and such an abnormal situation must be reported to their master. This is not true. What on earth have you done? Moya looked crazy, as if he had lost his mind. It's not that he is too fragile, but Zhou Tong's performance destroyed his worldview and made him doubt his own existence. You've already taken action twice. Is it my turn next? As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying sword energy violently burst out from Zhou Tong's body. The force was so terrifyingly powerful that the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and cracks spread wildly, seeming to stretch to infinity. The trees 100 feet away turned into sawdust in an instant, disintegrating and dissipating as they flew, until nothing was left in the end. The boulder that was more than 10 feet high was swept by a breath of air and turned into dust in the blink of an eye. All signs indicate that this will be a devastating blow. Moya only felt his hands and feet were cold. He was completely suppressed by this aura. Every time he breathed, he felt like his lungs were going to explode. Even moving a little bit became a luxury. No! I don't want to die. He roared, tears of blood flashed in his eyes, and a strong will to survive burst out. Originally he was a qualified assassin and had long since disregarded life and death. But now, facing the overwhelming terror, he once again felt aversion to death. Don't kill me, I want to live. He roared and burned his blood and essence madly, increasing his strength by several levels. Just when people thought they would fight to the death, he turned around and fled, while throwing the spear in his hand at Zhou Tong to slow him down. In the blink of an eye, the Black Crow disappeared into the horizon. He ran away. What a forgetful fellow. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth, raised his hand, and held the spear in the air. At the same time, he turned the spearhead and pointed it in the direction where Moya left. How can a warrior throw away his weapon so easily? I'll give it back to you. As soon as he finished speaking, all the tremendous sword energy was poured into it, and with a wave of Zhou Tong's hand, the spear broke through the air. Everyone was stunned, but a few people's expressions changed wildly, and they hurriedly chased after them, wanting to see the final result. In the Imperial Master's mansion, Zhao Wutian was drinking tea comfortably. Calculating the time, Zhou Tong should have been beheaded, right? Master, something bad has happened. Someone rushed in anxiously. It was the spy arranged by Zhou Tong to watch the battle. Moya is no match for that man. He can't even break his defense. With a snap, the teacup was crushed into pieces by Zhou Tong. What nonsense! He said angrily that in his expectation, even if Zhou Tong could win, it would be a miserable victory. Master, help me. At this moment, Moya fell from the sky, knelt on his knees, and begged for help with a terrified look on his face, as if a ghost was chasing him. You. Zhao Wutian just felt his heart blocked. It was the first time he saw this expression on the other person's face. What kind of terrible thing could destroy this person's intelligence? What on earth just happened? Master. I suspect that guy is. Before he could finish his words, a spear suddenly dropped from the sky and pierced him accurately from behind, nailing him to the ground. With a puff, blood exploded and splashed onto Zhao Wuxian's face. He did not wipe the dirt off his face immediately because his eyes were attracted by the traces on the ground. The blood there gathered into 4 words, which sounded like a provocation and a warning. This won't happen again. His breathing began to become rapid and he felt dizzy. The thing I was most worried about happened. That guy who looks like a teenager is actually a terrifying and powerful person. Not only did the other party easily crush Moya to death, but he also sent him a warning, which meant that the other party had seen through everything, including his every move. It won't happen again. It won't happen again. It seems that he doesn't intend to target me. I should take the initiative to go forward and surrender in exchange for his favor. Master, we must avenge Moya. The spy looked at the tragic scene in front of him and said in grief and indignation that their Tiandao mansion had never suffered such a big loss before. Why do I need your guidance when I do things? Zhao Wutian was furious and slapped the man on the top of his head, which directly exploded him and made him die in an instant. He didn't know whether the man was still watching him, so to be on the safe side, he had to show sufficient respect at all times. With a wave of his hand, he cleaned up the bloodstains and the 2 body parts on the ground. After the raging fire burned them, nothing was left. I should take the initiative to visit that master and ask him for advice on how to perfect the living silence array. He muttered to himself that the problem of the formation had been bothering him. Although 90% of it had been completed, the remaining 10% of variables still made him uneasy. If you want to achieve great things, even if you cannot be absolutely sure of success, you must minimize the possibility of failure. But it is really rude to go directly to someone's home to ask for advice. You might even be held accountable for old scores, so you must prepare a generous gift. He paced back and forth, racking his brains to think about what gift to give, but he couldn't make up his mind. Pills, weapons, secret manuals, spirit stones, these were all rejected by him one by one. The truly strong ones disdain these things because they already have more. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of a wonderful gift that even the most powerful person would never be able to refuse. Zhang Chuqiao, Yinyang Taoist body, it's time for you to make a contribution to me. He licked his lips, showing great excitement. He originally intended to keep this treasure for his own enjoyment after the success. But compared with the success or failure of major events, a woman seems insignificant. Someone, give me. Just at this moment, someone broke into the Imperial Master's mansion again, and Zhao Wutan was so angry that he wanted to start a killing spree. When he saw that it was someone from the palace, he calmed down. Your Majesty has ordered that the Yuqing sect spaceship will soon enter the Imperial capital, and the Imperial Master is invited to go with us to receive the distinguished guest. I understand. Tell His Majesty, I'll go right away. Watching the messenger leave, Zhao Wutian's face darkened slightly. A bunch of unlucky things, why did they come at this time instead of earlier or later? It's really disgusting. Outside the imperial capital, Zhou Tong lost his aura and became an ordinary person again. However, the shock in everyone's eyes will not disappear, just like the cracks on the ground, they all witnessed Zhou Tong's power. Zhou Tong looked around, and all he saw were the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. The guest is mighty. The guards hurried forward, knelt on one knee and expressed their submission. Aren't you going to have fun? For us, being able to follow the guest official is the greatest happiness. The guard leader said this piously, which made Zhou Tong even more certain that this guy had a side job. Judging from the way he talks, he is definitely not an ordinary reckless man. At this moment, a roaring sound suddenly came from overhead, and a spaceship was seen flying across the sky and heading straight for the city gate. The haunting continues. Zhou Tong saw the flag of Yuqing sect from a distance, but his face was full of indifference. Let's go back to the palace. In the imperial palace, inside the reception hall, Qian Miaoyu was wearing a nine-dragon robe. Although she was a girl, she could not conceal her domineering and majestic nature. She looked down at the people sitting below, neither happy nor sad, as if she was a natural ruler, and her every move contained the aura of dominating the world. Yuqing sect's Mo Liusu and his disciples greet your majesty. Mo Liusu is polite and considerate, neither humble nor arrogant. There were 3 disciples standing beside her, namely Tang Qi, Chen Linger and Xia Hongxiu. At first glance, these people are all geniuses, but Mo Liusu doesn't know that these 3 people actually have their own thoughts. Chen Linger is the simplest. She was controlled by the love poison and developed cheap feelings for Tang Qi. Normally, she should have been completely devoted to Tang Qi at this time, but for some reason, she developed resistance to the love poison, causing her to be sometimes clear-headed and sometimes confused. Tang Qi's problem is similar to Chen Linger's. In the past few days, there is always a figure in his mind that haunts him. The other party's appearance was quite outstanding, not like an ordinary person. At first glance, it was standing on all fours, with a wide body and long hair, a big nose and fangs, and it was humming. That's right, it's a real wild boar. He didn't know since when he felt that wild boars were much more beautiful than humans. It was also because of this that he had not yet possessed Chen Linger. As for Xia Hongxiu, she is even more of a heavyweight. All she thinks about is how to kill Mo Liusu so as to seize her luck and achieve her own success. In order to achieve her goal, she did not hesitate to light the disaster-inducing incense many times, trying to detonate the 3 disasters and 4 calamities on Mo Liusu. But the result made her crazy. Mo Liusu was not only fine, but became full of energy. If she hadn't used divination to see that the other party was still full of calamity, she would have thought that Mo Liusu had survived all the calamities. Please take a seat. Qian Miaoyu's voice pulled back the people who had ulterior motives. After they sat down, they began to look at the queen in front of them. Tang Qi's eyes widened. This was also a peerless beauty. If he could get her. His lust gradually grew, and he kept urging the old man in the abstinence to prepare new love poison. Xia Hongxiu had a serious look on her face and stared at Qian Miaoyu. Why are you looking at me like that? Qian Miaoyu noticed the enthusiastic gazes and asked directly. Your Majesty, I just had the audacity to look at your face, and I felt that there was a deadly aura between your eyebrows and eyes. This is a sign of great disaster. But recently this disaster has actually changed. It has shown a trend of turning bad times into good times, and it is also a very auspicious sign. I guess you must have met a noble person, right? Yes, I have indeed met a rare noble person. Qian Miaoyu raised the corners of her mouth and smiled playfully. Oh. There is such a strange person in the world. I wonder if we can have the honor to meet him? Mo Liusu found the topic and continued asking. Of course, look, isn't he here? Qian Miaoyu pointed behind them and said. When several people heard this, they turned around at the same time. They saw a young man walking slowly towards them. When they saw his face clearly, they all looked as if they were struck by lightning. "Guqing, you are here, please take the seat of honor." Qian Miaoyu stood up from the throne to greet him and had someone arrange a seat for Zhou Tong next to her, which showed how much favor she showed him. "Junior brother, why are you here?" Chen Ling'er immediately suppressed the love poison and asked with tears in her eyes. "This bitch." Tang Qi cursed in her heart. No wonder the love insect couldn't completely control her. It turned out that she had feelings for Zhou Tong and forcibly resisted the invasion of the insect. "Your Majesty, you'd better give me an explanation as to why my apprentice became your guest official." Mo Liosu was the first to react, anger showing on his face. She felt she was being tricked. Clearly, she asked Qian Miaoyu to help monitor Zhou Tong, but she directly took Zhou Tong for herself. Is this just a joke? Not only was Zhou Tong's backer not defeated, but he got a new one. Mo Liosu felt numb. If this continues, Zhou Tong will not be able to return to her side, which will result in her not being able to successfully survive the 3 disasters and 4 calamities. How can she tolerate this? Did you misunderstand something? Qian Miaoyu's lips curled up, but before a hint of teasing appeared, she forcibly suppressed it. "This person is a guest of my family, not your disciple. The two of them just look very similar." After these words were spoken, the 4 people below looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This reason was so explosive that they were unable to refute it for a while. "Do you think I will believe your lies?" Mo Liosu became even more angry and looked at Zhou Tong. "Since you have appeared in front of me, why are you unwilling to recognize me? Or are you afraid and don't dare to face me? You are so timid and cowardly that you are not worthy of being my apprentice." Her heart trembled, and she wanted to say something soft, but then she thought of Xia Hongxiu's instructions. "If you want Zhou Tong to return, you must completely destroy his dignity and break his pride." Mo Liosu has always kept this in mind. Bang! With a loud bang, the queen's fist hit the dragon desk. "Don't go too far. I respect you as my honored guests, but that doesn't mean you can be unruly. If you dare to be rude to me again, be careful that I will be rude to you." Her Majesty the Queen's acting skills are top-notch, and she portrayed the anger vividly. Seeing this scene, even Mo Liosu's pupils shrank slightly, and he suspected that he was really wrong. "Wake up, this is impossible." She shook her head in confusion, trying to firm up her convictions. She had already looked at Zhou Tong's appearance in her mind thousands of times, so how could she make a mistake? "Your Majesty, this is really meaningless. Return him to me, and I will agree to whatever you ask for." Mo Liosu took a deep breath and said very seriously. Then, there was a snap, and a pile of files fell at her feet. "This is Guqing's family tree. His ancestors have always lived in the imperial capital, and can be traced back 3,000 years. I used the portrait you provided to find the guest official in the city. At first, I didn't believe that there would be 2 people in the world who look so similar, but after many investigations, I have no choice but to believe it. Speaking of this, I would like to thank Master Mo. Without your inspiration, I would not have been able to find such a genius." Mo Liosu frowned, picked up the forged family tree and read it carefully, but could not see any clues. This made her feel shaken, but she still felt something was wrong. At this moment, a report from the guards was heard outside. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Master requests an audience. Come in quickly." Immediately afterwards, a tall figure strolled in, glanced at Mo Liosu with disdain, and then walked past a few people. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After the ceremony, Zhao Wutan looked at Zhou Tong again. The other party bowed again and said, "I have offended you before, please forgive me." This scene shocked Mo Liusu greatly. The dignified national teacher and the leader of a sect in Tiandao Mansion actually bowed to a young boy. Even if it was just acting, it was too cruel. Doesn't Zhao Wutan have any dignity? Master Zhao, you have come at the right time. Please give us your opinion. Mo Liusu seemed to have grasped a clue and said quickly, Zhou Tong is clearly my disciple, but the queen insisted that he was her guest official, and even said that they were two different people. Do you think this makes sense? Unreasonable. Zhao Wutan said directly, causing Mo Liusu to look happy. Why does your useless disciple dare to compare himself with a guest official? Does he have the qualifications? Does he have the strength? Do you know that our guest official just killed a heaven slayer with one strike on the street? Can your useless disciple do that? Hearing this, Mo Liusu was speechless for a moment, her beautiful eyes widened with shock. It was easy for her to kill Zhan Tianjing in one move, but for all the young generations, it was an impossible feat. Everyone under the sky is an ant. Zhou Tong's cultivation had been destroyed, and in just a few months, it was impossible for him to cross the threshold of transcendence. If what Zhao Wutan said is true, then the person in front of him cannot be Zhou Tong. Tang Qi couldn't help but tremble at the side, praying in his heart that the guest official was really not Zhou Tong. He was still looking for an opportunity to break through the Zhantian realm, but the opponent could kill him instantly. The thought of it made people feel suffocated. For a long time, fighting ability was the only basis for him to maintain his pride over Zhou Tong. If even this point was surpassed, he would be completely crushed. Everyone, please listen to me. At this time, Xia Hongxiu stood up and said, no matter how similar two people look, their fates are different. I still remember Zhou Tong's fate. I wonder if you can let me tell your fortune. Upon hearing this, Mo Liusu became excited. If the two people have the same fate, then the queen will have nothing to say. Please do as you please. Zhou Tong's voice was calm. Then I'm sorry. She walked forward, opened her third eye, and looked at Zhou Tong's face. This is her unique secret technique. At close range, she can determine the other person's fate just by looking at their face. She clearly remembered that Zhou Tong's fate was a special star of evil. Although he could help others avoid disasters, he himself was entangled in bad luck. Even if he had unparalleled cultivation, he would eventually face a situation where everyone in the world was his enemy and end up with a miserable death. No matter how you disguise yourself, you can't escape my eyes. Xia Hongxiu sneered in her heart. She felt from the beginning to the end that the person in front of her was Zhou Tong. It's just because in the cultivation world, the probability of two identical people appearing is too low. If that happens, there is only one possibility. Just when she was full of confidence, suddenly, Zhou Tong's body burst into 1,000-foot-long light, and each ray of light was like a sharp sword, piercing her eyes. No! Her face changed drastically, she let out a scream, and fell to the ground with blood in her eyes. Hongxiu, what's wrong with you? Mo Liusu's face changed drastically. He rushed forward and helped Xia Hongxiu up. He is. Xia Hongxiu seemed to have seen something extremely horrifying. She was shaking incoherently, yet she did not forget to point her finger at Zhou Tong. Seeing this scene, Mo Liusu's face immediately turned gloomy. No matter who you are, if you dare to attack my disciple, shouldn't you give a reasonable explanation? She exuded an aura that enveloped Zhou Tong. Liuha Destruction Sword. Zhou Tong muttered to himself and pressed down with one finger. God, break the power. The sword force roared out, like the gaze of a god, breaking all auras in an instant. Boom boom. Mo Liusu took 2 steps back, not because of her lack of strength, but because her heart was greatly shocked. Through this confrontation, she could basically confirm that the man in front of her really had the power to kill someone at the Zhou Tong realm. In other words, Zhou Tong did not lie. Tang Qi's face was as pale as snow. Although the previous attack was not aimed at him, it made him feel the threat of death. What followed was endless shame. Even though the person in front of him was not Zhou Tong, the thought of being suppressed by this face made it difficult for him to think clearly. Don't make an enemy of him. Xia Hongxiu calmed down a little and quickly grabbed Mo Liusu. What's wrong with you? Master, this person's fate is a rare and illusory fate. You cannot look directly at him, interfere with him, or speculate on his fate. Otherwise, you will encounter a disaster. Is the void fate very powerful? It's not a question of how powerful he is. His fate has transcended the world and is not bound by the laws of heaven. All the techniques of face reading and fortune changing are useless to him. Only he himself can control his own destiny. I just glanced at him and suffered a backlash, almost triggering an unforeseen disaster. Mo Liusu took a deep breath. He was about to encounter 3 disasters and 4 calamities after just one look. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Zhou Tong was also secretly rejoicing in his heart. He could finally confirm that Zhou Tong was truly an unimaginably strong man. Fortunately, he had not offended him too much. Now he still had a chance to make amends. Seeing the performance of these people, Zhou Tong almost died of laughter in his heart. I never expected that these people would confirm each other and make their identities seem so unattainable. As for the illusory fate, he never cared about it. Perhaps it was because his rebirth brought him an emperor-level spirit, which made him beyond common sense, and thus led to the misjudgment. This person is really not Zhou Tong. Xia Hongxiu made a judgment, which made Mo Liusu's eyes flash with sadness. If not, how could there be 2 people who look so alike? Then there is only one possibility. Xia Hongxiu said in a deep voice, he and Zhou Tong are 2 similar flowers. One withers and the other blooms. The more powerful he is, the poorer Zhou Tong becomes. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. There were such wonderful things in the world. Mo Liusu immediately perked up and looked at Zhou Tong with burning eyes. 2 similar flowers, one strong and the other weak. If Zhou Tong could make the guest in front of him stronger, wouldn't he automatically fall into a desperate situation? In this way, she can conquer Zhou Tong without any effort, isn't it wonderful? I am sorry for my impoliteness. I hope your majesty will forgive me. Mo Liusu put on a smiling face, but Qian Miaoyu didn't appreciate it. You didn't offend me. The person you offended was a guest official. If you want to be forgiven, it depends on what he says. That's exactly what I was thinking. She took out a brocade box from the ring. The box was shining brightly and exuded a strong auspicious atmosphere. It was itself a rare treasure. Not to mention the things inside, which are absolutely rare treasures. Tang Qi's expression changed immediately, his eyes filled with jealousy and desire. Mr. Keqing, this is a small gift from me. It's not just a token of respect, but I hope you can accept it. What's in the box? A formless exquisite bead. Hearing this name, Zhou Tong couldn't help but tremble violently. This is a sacred object that is even more powerful than the 7-star blue blood lotus. It is said that there are only 7 Wuxiang Linglong pearls in the entire world. After one is used up, it will take 100,000 years of gestation before the second one is born. Its effect is even more terrifying. If a cultivator below the Zhou Tong realm can refine it, he can directly ascend to a higher realm without any side effects. However, this is only secondary. After reaching the heaven-slaying realm, one can condense a Dharma body, and the formless Linglong pearl can force the Dharma body to sublime, causing it to undergo a qualitative change and raising its power by several levels. If such treasures were to be lost, there would be a bloody fight for them. Even those old monsters would not be able to hold back and would come out to kill. But if these were the only effects, Zhou Tong would still not take it seriously. Neither the breakthrough in cultivation or the strengthening of the Dharma image were enough to impress him. What really caught his eye was the least known and most incredible function of the Wuxiang Linglong Pearl. That is, it can help those who are close to enlightenment to break through the state of no form among the 6 realms of becoming an emperor. This is the temptation that Zhou Tong cannot ignore. Wouldn't you feel bad for giving me such a precious treasure? Of course not. Treasures should belong to people with virtue. If the guest official can refine it, it would be great. Mo Liusu said this generously, but Zhou Tong sneered in his heart. Although this exquisite bead is the most precious treasure in the world, it also has a huge flaw. That is, the threshold for refining is extremely high. Except for those who are destined to do so and the most powerful ones, forced refining will come at a heavy price. Not only that, after the refining fails, the Wuxiang Linglong Pearl will be out of control and return to the hands of its original owner. Mo Liusu obviously had a good plan. In her eyes, if the guest official could refine it successfully, he could weaken Zhou Tong. If not, he could only blame himself for his incompetence. But through her eyes, Zhou Tong could still see her true thoughts. She didn't want Zhou Tong to succeed in refining it. After all, it was such a precious treasure, and even if she couldn't use it, she didn't want to let others get it for free. But Zhou Tong was going to disappoint her. A bastard won't take advantage of a bargain that's delivered to his doorstep. Since you are so willing, I will have no choice but to decline your offer. Zhou Tong waved his hand, the brocade box opened, and a colorful bead fell into his palm. The next moment, blazing fire surged out of his body, and he became extremely hot, like the rising sun. Is he crazy? He wants to refine it on the spot. Mo Liusu said in disbelief. Faced with such a great opportunity, which cultivator would dare not make full preparations to ensure that nothing goes wrong? But the person in front of him is so impatient, isn't he afraid of backlash and death? Pay the price, you arrogant thing. Mo Liusu's expression gradually turned cold, and he cursed in his heart. Zhou Tong was seen sitting as steady as a mountain, his body seemed to have turned into a melting pot that could contain everything and absorb everything. A brilliant light bloomed from the formless exquisite bead, vivid and dazzling, mixed with the charm of the Tao, which was fascinating. However, before these lights could escape, they seemed to be restrained by an invisible gravitational force, flowing back into Zhou Tong's body bit by bit. This process took quite a while and captured the attention of everyone present, making them unable to look away. Finally, the treasure turned into a molten halo, flickering and flowing in Zhou Tong's palm like a galaxy. It's done. Zhou Tong smiled slightly, and then he inhaled and exhaled his energy, like a dragon sucking water, and absorbed the light directly into his body. The process happened so quickly that Mo Liusu didn't even have time to react. He could only stand there in a daze, stunned. How is it possible that he actually refined it? Even if it was someone who was destined to be with him, it wouldn't be possible that fast, right? She trembled slightly, finding it hard to accept this result. Now there was no room for regret. Congratulations, Mr. Keqing, you are one step closer to the Great Road. Mo Liusu had no choice but to force a smile, but was surprised to find that Zhou Tong's aura had not changed at all. This shouldn't be the case. Even a strong person above the heaven-slaying realm would be forced to sublimate his Dharma image after refining this treasure. However, Zhou Tong didn't see any improvement. There must be something wrong. However, she didn't know that at this moment, countless red thunders in Zhou Tong's body had entangled the ball of light, sealing it temporarily. It's just because now is not the best time to absorb it. If you want to be absolutely safe, you must make adequate preparations. It is recorded in ancient books that the state of no form is the state of controlling thousands of dharma forms. In this state, one can transform the heaven and earth with one mind. One can demonstrate mountains, rivers, grass and trees, and transform the sun, moon and stars. All things in the world are under control. The formless state itself is an invincible dharma form. If you want to set foot there, you have to meet extremely strict conditions. The formless realm is unattainable. If one attempts to enter it by force, one's mental power will be assimilated and cleansed into a state of nothingness. In the best case, the spirit will be damaged, and in the worst case, the soul will be shattered. This is a terrible erosion. If you want to fight against it, you must hold extremely strong emotions, such as the 3 poisonous hearts. That is greed, anger, and ignorance. With Zhou Tong's extremely stable mental state, it was difficult for him to experience these strong emotions. This is also a common problem for all those who are close to becoming an emperor. They never expected that strong mental stability would become an obstacle to becoming an emperor. Therefore, if you want to overcome this level, you must rely on other people's emotions. Zhou Tong looked at the person below, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this just perfect material? Mr. Keqing, how do you feel? Zhao Wutan approached cautiously, observing every change in Zhou Tong carefully. It's not bad to get some promotion. Zhao Wutian couldn't help but sigh in admiration after hearing these words. He was indeed worthy of being called this great man. He was able to refine such a precious treasure without any commotion. How strong must his foundation be? Guest, since our friends from Yuqing sect have shown their sincerity, can we move on to the main topic? Qian Miaoyu suddenly reminded, which made Mo Liusu and others' eyes light up. That's what I meant. Please. Zhou Tong said calmly, his eyes gradually becoming hot. In his eyes, the people from Yuqing sect had become fat sheep. Then I will get straight to the point. According to the agreement, the Empire will work with us to jointly wipe out the Hundred sect and persuade my traitor to change his mind. Do you have any questions? Mo Liusu looked serious, and his tone revealed strong determination and obsession. I do have a question. Zhou Tong spoke, holding a sound transmission jade in his palm. At this time, he had already contacted Morongya and exposed the contents of the combat meeting completely. I heard that your disciple is very similar to me, and he must also have a stubborn temper. You know, it's easy to destroy the Hundred sect, but it's hard to change a person's heart. If he insists on not changing his mind, how will you deal with it? Hearing this, Mo Liusu fell into a long silence. That depends on the Keqing's methods. After a moment, Mo Liusu gritted his teeth and said, I allow you to do whatever you want with him. Just destroy his dignity and break his pride. When he is completely desperate, let me take him away. That way, I won't be afraid that he will not surrender. Will it be okay even if his origin is damaged? Of course. Is it okay even if his cultivation is destroyed? No problem. Very good. Zhou Tong stood up from his seat with a cold look in his eyes. Except for that kid named Zhou Tong, all the other people in the Hundred sect will belong to me. Who is in favor of this and who is against it? Zhao Wutian's face changed slightly. He had been coveting Morongya for a long time and wanted to get her into his possession. However, facing the guest in front of him, he did not dare to have any opinion and could only give up the white moonlight in his heart. I object. Just then, Tang Qi, who had been serving as a background board, jumped out. We have already paid the reward. All the spoils, including those women, should belong to us. Why should we leave them to you to deal with? He was obsessed with sex. When the love poison had not yet taken effect, the beautiful figures of Morongya, the little witch, Long Lingyun and others would always appear in his mind. Especially Morongya, such a stunning beauty. If he could have a kiss with her, he would have no regrets in his life. Zhou Tong's expression darkened slightly, and he slapped him. Bang! The sound of the slap was as shocking as thunder. Tang Chi screamed and flew out, spinning 8.5 times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Who else is in favor and who is against? In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Mo Yosu stared at Tang Chi with anger on her face. She didn't expect that this disciple who was usually the most sensible would be so reckless. She was really disappointed. Tang Chi also reacted, trembling and lowering his head, but the resentment in his eyes almost burst out. Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows slightly, and his mental power radiated out, capturing the fluctuations of anger. It's really easy to get it. He quickly made hand seals and used secret techniques to gather Tang Chi's emotions. This is less than 1%. You are such a loser. You still have greed and ignorance to deal with. You have a long way to go. We have no objection. Except Zhou Tong, you can deal with the others as you like. Mo Yosu made a promise. Very good, if that's the case, then there's no time to lose. I will personally take action now to make your wish come true. Upon hearing this, everyone present except Qian Miaoyu showed expressions of shock. They were well aware of Morongya's strength, and it would be no easy task to capture her alive. But Zhou Tong said it so easily, as if he was going to catch a rabbit. How could he do it? The first step is to let me confirm their location. Zhou Tong pressed his fingers on his forehead. This time he did not hide anything. His violent mental power surged out, sweeping away everyone present. Is this spiritual power? Zhao Wutan and others were breathing rapidly, only because this force was too strong, so strong to an abnormal degree, that he became so suspicious. It's indeed mental power. Mo Yosu quickly used her internal energy to resist, but the 3 disciples around her were not so lucky. They were dazed for a moment and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, this force came and went quickly, covering the entire imperial capital in an instant. When acting, you have to play it full on, and Zhou Tong plays it real. Found it. The corner of his mouth turned up, revealing a proud and unruly arc. They are just a few insignificant people. Look how easy it is for me to capture them. The next moment, he flashed out, leaped across the sky, and rushed towards a certain direction. The others did not delay either, they all took off into the air and followed closely. So fast. Mo Yosu sighed as he looked at Zhou Tong's back while he was leading his 3 apprentices. Master Kaching is just matching our speed, otherwise, he would have left us behind long ago. Zhao Wutan said with a look of disdain. In less than 3/4 of an hour, they crossed half of the imperial capital and came to a relatively open place. Why did you stop? That's the goal. How is that possible? I can't detect anything. Then use your eyes to see. Zhou Tong raised his left hand, and the sword energy flowed in his palm. He just pressed down with one hand and raised the building below to the ground. In an instant, there was a lot of noise and people fled in fear, but no one was injured. In the billowing smoke and dust, 4 figures rose into the air and came into the sight of several people. It was none other than Morongya, the little witch, Long Lingyun and, another, Zhou Tong. The 2 Zhou Tongs confronting each other in the air formed a wonderful spectacle in the eyes of others. I looked at the counterfeit and even saw a hint of amusement and pride on his face. This disguise technique has reached the pinnacle. Without Zhou Tong's strong mental strength, it would be impossible to detect it. Who are you and why are you pretending to be my disciple? Morongya said angrily, her expression controlled perfectly. Evil spirits of the Hundred Sect, your doom has come. Emolyosu was full of energy and confidence, and he developed a contemptuous attitude towards Moronya. So it's you, the haunted fellow. I've already said that Zhou Tong is my disciple, and he will never come back to you again. Master is right, I will never forgive you again. Zhou Tong threw himself into Moronya's arms. This action made Tang Qi and Emolyosu jealous, and also gave Moronya goosebumps all over her body. She forced herself to suppress the urge to use violence. That's not up to you. Emolyosu had a powerful aura and was ready to take action. None of you are allowed to make a move. These are my prey. Let me take over. Zhou Tong took a step forward, exuding an aura of supremacy. Then I'll leave it to you, Your Excellency. Emolyosu's eyes flickered, but she chose to retreat. She still understands a little about the thoughts of the top powerful people. These people are extremely conceited. If others dare to interfere in their fights, not only will they not be appreciated, but they will also be retaliated against. What a terrifying aura, who are they from? The commotion here attracted the attention of countless people, including many strong men above the Zhantian realm, all of whom cast solemn glances. I saw Her Majesty, the Queen, the Imperial Master, and the guest officials. Are they going to deal with that woman? No matter where she goes, Moronya is the absolute focus, and she can make people obsessed just by standing still. At the same time, her aura became even more fierce. Looking around, she was undoubtedly the strongest among this group of people. It's the guest minister. He wants to deal with that woman alone. Is it possible? The gap between the two is really huge. Don't be dissatisfied. Kuqing is definitely a hidden talent. You didn't even see the scene where he killed Zhantian realm in one move. This is ridiculous. A Heaven Slayer is nothing in front of a true powerhouse. I bet he will be beaten to a pulp within 3 rounds. Ignoring everyone's conversation, Moronya took the first step. You dare to pretend to be my disciple? You will never get away with it today. Before she finished her words, the red dust spread out with her as the center. With one move, she summoned up the sea of red dust, covering 300 miles and crushing the 9 heavens. What a terrifying power! Qian Miaoyu hugged her arms tightly, shaking uncontrollably. She knew Moronya was very strong, but she didn't expect her to be this strong. In this area, she was almost unable to hold on even though she had not been targeted. If a real fight broke out, even if there were many heaven-slaying realm warriors, they would all be wiped out. Take it. The little demon girl and Long Lingyun also moved at the same time. With the blessing of the red dust sea, their strength was extremely elevated. With both swords out at the same time, even Emolyosu had to temporarily avoid the edge. It's just a trick. Zhou Tong, however, showed no concern and pressed a handprint in full view of everyone. Break all the laws. With a loud bang, the vast sea of red dust exploded into pieces, and the attacks of the 3 people were wiped out. All was silent, not a sound was heard. The scene just now was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Zhou Tong just waved his hand, and with a slight movement he disintegrated the terrible energy. How calm is this? And how powerful is this? The strength of both sides is completely not on the same level. How is it possible? Who are you? Moronya seemed to have suffered a severe blow and continued to perform at a furious pace. Now that you've made your move, it's my turn now. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of thunder flashed on his body and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Lyoha Destruction Sword. He reached out and grabbed the thunder, aiming it forward. North, the divine thunder is like a prison. The thunder spear was thrown out and exploded in the air, turning into a sea of thunder. Moronya and the other 2 were the first to be hit. They were pierced by the thunder and became stiff. The powerful aura on their bodies instantly dropped, and they seemed to be completely defenseless at this moment. Emolyosu was stunned watching on the side. This was simply a magical skill of controlling and weakening. If she could master it, perhaps she would be able to fight against Moronya. It's time to end it. Zhou Tong's calm words made the onlookers feel terrified, and they realized that something big was coming. Immediately afterwards, Qian Miaoyu collapsed in midair, and the scene in her nightmare finally became reality. Everything moves in the sky. Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing the clouds to suddenly explode, revealing the clear sky. Everyone looked up, and were all frozen in place for a moment. There was a bright spot in their pupils, and it was getting closer and bigger. It turned out to be a flying star that was pulled down by Zhou Tong. "I must be dreaming," someone murmured, but more people were speechless. Boom! The flying star hit the target directly, creating a terrifying shock wave. After the impact, 3 figures fell from the sky, as if they had lost the power to resist. "Master!" The counterfeit let out an exaggerated scream, and the next moment, Zhou Tong himself appeared in front of her and slapped her on the body. "Ah!" The fake Zhou Tong's face changed drastically, and his screams became even more shrill, which frightened everyone who heard it. "Hey, you're being too exaggerated. It really damages my image," Zhou Tong said in a low voice with a frown on his face. "It's all because my little brother was too gentle, so I couldn't feel it." The charming voice made Zhou Tong take a deep breath. "Perform well for me next time. Don't worry." The counterfeit glanced at the people from Yuqing sect, and finally fixed his eyes on Tang Qi. "He must be the one who has been confusing right and wrong and accusing my younger brother. I will show him who is the master of this field. Thank you very much." Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth and pressed one hand on the other person's dantian. In the eyes of everyone, the guest official showed his great power and subdued Zhou Tong with one move, and destroyed the opponent's dantian. Zhou Tong's aura suddenly dropped sharply, and it was obvious that his cultivation had been destroyed. "Ha ha ha, okay. Okay." Tang Qi's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and he shouted excitedly in his heart. This powerful enemy had suffered a heavy blow once again, and must be completely destroyed. He didn't believe that the opponent could revive again. "How dare you do this to me?" The counterfeits looked weak, with deep despair in their eyes, as if their spirits had been destroyed and they had completely turned into a pile of walking corpses. Seeing this scene, Emolyosu could no longer hold back and smiled happily. "This time it's really stable." In contrast to her, Xia Hongxiu looked uncertain and her heart sank to the bottom. Unexpectedly, despite all the precautions, Emolyosu still managed to subdue Zhou Tong again. In this way, Emolyosu will be able to safely survive the 3 disasters and 4 calamities. Wouldn't her plan to seize the luck fail? No, absolutely not. She had already changed her plan once. If she changed it back, it would inevitably anger Tianji and lead to unpredictable consequences. So this time she must persevere to the end. Not only must she interfere and alienate the relationship between Emolyosu and Zhou Tong, but she must also go a step further and put Emolyosu in danger. Junior brother. Only Chen Linger looked miserable and almost fainted from the pain. She had regretted it a long time ago and wanted to make it up to Zhou Tong, but she found herself so powerless. The counterfeit had drooping eyebrows and was about to faint. He looked at Emolyosu for the last time. It was this look that made Emolyosu tremble all over. Sorrow, hatred, blame, and a hint of attachment completely ignited her mood. She felt an extremely complex emotion rippling in her heart, making her at a loss. Buzz. At this moment, a ray of light appeared around Emolyosu's neck, allowing her to regain stability. This scene was captured by Zhou Tong himself, and he understood it instantly. What just happened was clearly a sign of a calamity, but it was suppressed by something. Upon closer inspection, the suppressing object turned out to be the token that he had given to Emolyosu. No wonder she was so eager to get me to change my mind. It turns out she wanted me to help her suppress the disaster. Zhou Tong raised the corners of his mouth, full of teasing. Everything happened in a flash. Zhou Tong only used 2 moves to completely subdue the enemy in front of him. What's even more terrifying is that he did it so effortlessly throughout the whole process, and it didn't look like he was using his full strength at all. Everyone was numb and trembling with excitement, and some even knelt on the ground in worship. With such a strong man guarding Lingxiao Empire, there is no need to worry about the empire's prosperity. How terrible! I still underestimated him. Zhao Wutan's heart beat faster and he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. According to his estimation, if he faced Zhou Tong, he might not be able to withstand even one move. The target has been captured. Take him back to the palace's prison. Keep him under separate supervision and under strict guard. No mistakes can be made. Yes. The guards below spoke with admiration and utmost piety as they loaded the unconscious Moronya and others into the prison van, announcing the end of this farce. After doing all this, Zhou Tong looked at Emolyosu and said, "The contract has been concluded, and the stage has been built for you. I have something else to do at midnight tonight, so I will not be guarding in the prison. Thank you for your advice, I will keep it in mind." Emolyosu's eyes lit up. The guest official had given her clear instructions, asking her to rob the heavenly prison on time, so as to subdue Zhou Tong in one fell swoop and humiliate Moronya in the process. Night falls in the Sky Prison. 2 completely different private rooms were used to hold the 4 members of the Hundred Sect. One of them was extremely luxurious, where Moronya, the Little Witch and Long Lingyun were imprisoned. The other one was extremely rudimentary and was where Zhou Tong was imprisoned. What's even more shocking is that the 2 cells are actually next to each other. Damn you little pervert, you're so cruel. The Little Witch stroked her shoulders and couldn't help but complain. The meteorite that fell from the sky almost broke her bones. Be content, little girl. He has already restrained his strength in that move. Otherwise, you would not have the opportunity to complain here. Lian Hanxing, who was pretending to be Zhou Tong, said, "I have always had a question. Little brother is really in the Hexin realm. I heard that he killed a Zhantian realm cultivator in seconds. This is a unique feat. It's the real deal." The little demon girl said, "That guy is an existence that can break common sense. It's just a pity that I can no longer bully him with force. I can only let him bully me. You can also bully him with your body." Lian Hanxing joked. Pooh. The little witch did not hesitate to express her contempt. "Quiet, the prey has taken the bait," Moronya said softly. Her mental power was the strongest among those present and she could detect any movement, including the sound of Emolyosu approaching. Only 2 muffled thuds were heard, and the jailer in charge of guarding fell down. "Tonger, your master is here to save you." A slim figure in a black robe suddenly appeared and came in front of the 4 people. "Emolyosu, you are so despicable. In order to achieve your goal, you even teamed up with others to deal with us, and you didn't even hesitate to hurt the little guy. He will never forgive you." Moronya cursed directly. "Really? I didn't expect you to say something so childish. Isn't it true that the law of the jungle is the law of the world? If you can't protect him, it only means that you are useless and unworthy of being his master. Are you worthy of it? He has followed you for so many years and has never acknowledged you. Only when he stays by my side can he feel at ease and happy." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Emolyosu laughed out loud. "You don't understand. You don't understand how much he respected and liked me. I'll show you something good. As she spoke, she carefully took out the wooden ball she was wearing, which was the token of love Zhou Tong had given her. She activated her spiritual power, and Zhou Tong's wishes left on the wooden ball were reflected, telling of Zhou Tong's most sincere love in his childhood. Moronya's expression changed slightly, as if she was jealous, and then she showed a look of disdain. Nothing more. Hearing this, the smug and boastful look on Emolyosu's face suddenly froze, and then became even more proud. You're jealous. After saying this, she felt proud and extremely comfortable. Moronya's sarcasm is still ringing in her ears, making her unforgettable. You're jealous that I'm stronger than you, jealous that I'm prettier than you, and jealous that the little guy likes me more. Whenever she thought of this sentence, she became so angry that she could hardly control herself. Now she could finally return the favor. You are so pathetic. You are so complacent holding that old thing. I will show you something more interesting. Moronya was not angry, which made Emolyosu feel a little regretful, but when the other party showed the ring on her finger, she instantly lost her composure. What's this? Guess. I asked you what this is. Emolyosu roared without any scruples. Even though her delicate facial features were distorted by her hideous look, they still had a unique beauty. It just has a hint of madness and brutality that makes people dare and not look directly at it. How could she not know? The ring contained an extremely familiar spiritual power, with dancing rays of light and auspicious colors, which was countless times more advanced than her wooden ball. This is clearly an unparalleled amulet. What's even more hateful is that this amulet belongs only to Moronya. Even if someone else snatches it away, it will be useless and they may even be hurt by the mental power on it. This is clearly blatant favoritism and pampering. You're jealous again. Moronya laughed happily and stabbed Emolyosu's heart mercilessly. Huff, huff, huff. She was breathing heavily and staring at Moronya with great hatred, wishing she could tear her into pieces. Don't look at me like that. The little guy insisted on giving it to me. I told him not to worry about it, but he wouldn't listen. What else can I do? After these words were spoken, Long Lingyun and the little demon girl shuddered. They never expected that their master could be so shameless. I don't believe it. You must have forced him to do it. Emolyosu seemed to have been drained of all his strength and tried desperately to find excuses for himself. You still dare not believe it? Today I will teach you a lesson for your stubbornness. Moronya became furious, like a female leopard ready to pounce. In order to protect the most important thing to her, she was determined to risk it all. She just opened the space ring, and then a bunch of scrolls fell out. This was her practice to eliminate the unforeseen calamity. The little demon girl and others knew that Moronya had been painting, but they didn't know what she was painting. I finally got to see it today. I saw a scroll opened, and on it was a picture of Zhou Tong's profile. In the painting, Zhou Tong is directing the shipbuilding. He is full of vigor and energy, showing the youthful demeanor to the fullest. Emolyosu widened her eyes. She had to admit that she had not seen Zhou Tong with such an expression for a long time. What happened in these years to make such a brilliant and high-spirited young man become so decadent? She still hasn't forgotten the cold and lonely figure when Zhou Tong left the sect. Did I do something wrong? Was I really wrong? Maybe, but that's all in the past. From now on, I will treat him better. Emolyosu clenched his fists, but said firmly, "It's just a painting, what can it mean?" Okay, you won't cry until you see the coffin, right? I'll make you face the reality once and for all. Another painting was opened, which showed Zhou Tong and Moronya. Zhou Tong was looking at the beautiful woman with gentle eyes, frozen in this moment, almost eternal. Snort. Emolyosu's face flushed red, she just snorted coldly and said nothing more. She was really jealous. "You're not going to say anything, right? I know you're still not convinced, look at this." As the pictures unfolded one after another, Moronia started talking and introduced the pictures in a torrent of words. "This is a picture of the little guy cooking for me. This is a painting of the little guy hugging me. This is a painting of the little guy resting on my lap. Little guy, rub my shoulders. Little guy, give me a leg massage. Little guy, massage my feet. And the little one lulled me to sleep. This is not over yet, there is also this." Moronia was very patient and even described the details clearly. At this moment, her cheeks were as red as fire, which was entirely due to shyness. Under normal circumstances, she would never make these paintings public, but now, in order to punish her enemy, she has completely let go. She was enjoying it even though she hurt the enemy 100 times and herself 800 times. Master is so scary. The little witch and Long Lingyun hugged each other and shivered in the corner. Even Zhou Tong, who was standing by, was stunned, as if his worldview had been refreshed. "I used to think I was pretty shameless, but now, I feel like I'm out of tune with you because I'm not perverted enough." At this moment, Lien Hunching just wanted to grab Moronia by the collar and yell, "Stop it. It's rude to be this perverted. You are such a grown-up, yet you still act like a spoiled child with your disciple and ask him to take care of you. Are you a baby?" The person who was most shocked was naturally Emoliosu. She stood there like a statue, and only the bloodshot eyes proved that she was still alive. Puff! She seemed to be shocked by Moronia's stunning paintings, and as if her endurance had reached its limit, she finally vomited a mouthful of blood. "You fickle slut, go to hell." She put her hands together and released a shocking spiritual energy, but it was blocked by the iron door of the cell. It was obvious that the material of the iron door was not ordinary. "I can't hit you, I'll piss you off." Moronia was very happy, and she raised the ring on her hand and shook it continuously. "If you can't get it, you'll be so greedy." Who? Emoliosu just felt dizzy. She never dreamed that one day she would be so angry. "No matter what, I won. I will take Tonger away today, and you can spend the rest of your life holding on to these memories." As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Moronia's face disappeared immediately, and she felt that she had won back a point. She just waved her hand and split open the cell door next door, then walked in gracefully. "What are you still doing here? I don't want to see you again." Zhou Tong, huddled together, hugged his knees, and looked alert. Emoliosu was overjoyed. Judging from his appearance, Zhou Tong's rejection of her had been greatly weakened. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot. The credibility of that guest official is still guaranteed. Now, as long as you lower your posture and say a few soft words, Zhou Tong will immediately surrender. Be good, stop making trouble. No one can protect you except me, or do you want to continue to stay here and suffer? Hearing him speak, Zhou Tong shuddered, but said stubbornly, "If I were to go back to the environment I was in, I would rather die here. Master promises that such a thing will never happen again. As long as you are obedient and don't compete with your junior brother, I will love you well." Scum! There was a dangerous light flashing in Lien Hanqing's eyes. She didn't expect Emoliosu to be so shameless. At this point, the person she loved most in her heart was still Tang Qi, and she put him above Zhou Tong. She felt sorry for Zhou Tong the moment she thought about it. "What are you still hesitating about? Do you really want to be a slave here for the rest of your life, or be tortured to death?" Emoliosu struck while the iron was hot and wanted to destroy Zhou Tong's psychological defenses in one fell swoop. After a moment, the color in Zhou Tong's eyes dimmed even more, as if he had completely accepted his fate. "I promise. Every word was extremely heavy, but to Emolyosu, it was the most beautiful music from nature. I know you are a good kid and will not disappoint your teacher, but there is one more thing. Emolyosu's voice was low and full of oppression. You need to tear up that severance contract. Hearing this, Zhou Tong looked up suddenly and looked at the other party in disbelief. You have to understand that if your master suffers a backlash from the contract, no one will be able to protect you. Besides, you are still young, and your cultivation has been wasted. It's okay for you to endure a little more hardship. After you return, your master will double your compensation to you. You beast, are you still talking human language? Moronya on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Even though she knew it was a show, her anger still burst out uncontrollably. You are a lost dog, what qualifications do you have to make comments? Emolyosu finally felt proud and looked down upon the other party from a high position. Okay, I hope you don't break your promise. Zhou Tong took out a forged contract and tore it to pieces in front of the other party. Then, his face turned extremely pale, and as he spurted out a mouthful of blood, his already weak aura became even weaker. Okay. You are truly my good disciple. I will ask you one more question. When you contradicted me and sentenced me to expel you, do you regret it? When she asked this question, her eyes were shining with excitement and a strong desire to dominate. She wanted Zhou Tong to deny all his past insistence. If Zhou Tong nodded, it would be equivalent to complete surrender, completely abandoning his dignity and freedom, and willingly becoming the other party's domination. A fierce murderous aura suddenly emanated from Moronya. She knew that Emolyosu was extremely despicable, but she was still shocked by his behavior. I'm not wrong. Zhou Tong said this in a decisive tone, causing Emolyosu's expression to immediately darken. You've been a little naughty. It seems necessary to let you stay here for a few more days to reflect on yourself. After saying this, she turned around and was about to leave, with a playful smile on her face. It seemed as if she was certain that Zhou Tong would beg her for mercy. However, she miscalculated. She had already walked 5 or 6 feet but still did not hear any voice trying to keep her, which made her extremely annoyed. I'll ask you one last time, do you regret it? No regrets. Lian Hanqing answered decisively, and at the same time, she gently stroked the red rope on her left wrist. That was the artifact left to her by Zhou Tong himself. Once activated, it could restrain the token on Emolyosu's neck and cause the disaster to happen. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Emolyosu hadn't noticed yet that a cold aura was emanating from her body. She was about to attack when suddenly, a horrible pain came from her mind. Ah! Unable to even blink, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, fell to the ground, and held her head, twitching violently. You deserve it. Moronya clapped her hands in glee. Oh no! My Wuwang Jiejia was violated. Why did the token become ineffective? Could it be, because of him? She looked at Zhou Tong, who was very close to her. She was looking down at him just now, but now he was lying on the ground and could only look up. Let's put this question aside for now. I won't pursue it any further. Just follow me. She said with difficulty, she just wanted to stop the disaster as soon as possible. If you don't hold me accountable, I will. Let me ask you, when you allowed others to frame me, did you know you were wrong? You. Emolyosu's face changed drastically. She didn't expect that Zhou Tong would dare to take advantage of her to threaten her. For her, admitting mistakes is more painful than death, but the side effects of Wuwangji are even more painful than admitting mistakes. She couldn't endure this kind of torment even for a second. Okay, just consider it as your fault. I apologize to you and promise that I won't do it again. Emolyosu said this with gritted teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden ball on his chest lit up, instantly relieving his pain. Huff. At this time, her whole body was soaked with sweat, and her body was trembling slightly. The pain just now almost made her lose all strength. Now that the matter has been settled, I will take you away now. Emolyosu took a deep breath, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Tong. However, Lien Hanqing's heart was filled with joy, and she gently stroked the red rope in her hand. This is a wonderful whip. It can make the beasts obedient. Just watch, little brother. I will make those who target you pay a heavy price. Emolyosu looked at Moronya proudly, then left with Lien Hanqing. Poor thing, you took this real female devil away. You will suffer in the future. The show is over, why hasn't senior brother come out yet? Long Lingyun looked around and waited for half an hour, but still did not see Zhou Tong. He was invited away by Zhao Wutian. It seems that he has something very important to do. Lingshao Empire, National Master's Mansion, underground. Zhou Tong himself accepted Zhao Woshan's invitation and came here, which seemed to be a huge underground world. As expected of you, you are the national teacher. What a great move. You really have the ambition of a hero. Zhou Tong released his mental power and realized that this world was extremely vast and connected in all directions, even covering the entire imperial capital. Not only that, this space is also the base of an array, which is specially used to carry the death array of living beings. It has taken at least 30 years to lay it out. You are too kind, Keqing. To achieve great things, one must be able to endure loneliness and be willing to sacrifice one's conscience. Zhao Wutian said this shamelessly, but his expression was very respectful. Today I would like to invite you to my humble home for a chat. I just want to ask for advice on how to perfect the formation. I hope you will be generous with your guidance. You know, it's hard. Zhou Tong said with difficulty. I'm sorry for being rude, so I prepared a gift for you. I believe you will like it. Why? You also have a treasure comparable to the Wuxiang Linglong Pearl? It's hard to say. I'll ask the guest to appreciate it. As soon as he clapped his hands, a secret door of a secret room suddenly opened. When Zhou Tong saw what was inside the door, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was a huge ball of black ice crystal, inside which was frozen a pitiful girl. Senior sister, Zhang Chuqiao. Master Keqing, please don't frown yet, this woman's physique is extraordinary. Yin-yang Taoist body. Zhou Tong said in a deep voice, which made Zhao Wutan, who was about to explain, slightly stunned. As expected of you, I believe you already know her wonderful uses. Zhao Wutian said proudly, constantly observing Zhou Tong's expression. I accept this gift. Set her free. Of course, but there is one thing I need to tell Mr. Keqing in advance. Zhao Wutian said, if you want to take her nourishment, it is best to do it within 1 day after thawing, otherwise she will wither and die immediately. You used the method of pulling up the seedlings to help her grow faster? Zhou Tong spoke in a low voice, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. After using this method, all her vitality can be concentrated and released within 1 day, greatly improving the effectiveness of dual cultivation. Within a day, regardless of whether she is practicing dual cultivation or not, she will use up all of her vitality, so she needs to be preserved in ice. Zhou Tong had a blank expression on his face. In order to prevent his murderous intent from leaking out, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, countless thoughts burst out from my mind. If you want to keep Zhang Chuqiao alive, you must use a method that can revitalize her, such as the eternal ivy. It's a pity that this kind of elixir is extremely rare and its growing environment is very harsh. As soon as it matures, it will probably be snatched up by the top powerhouses. After all, this is a treasure that can prolong life, who wouldn't be tempted? Master Keqing, I happen to have a plant of evergreen ivy in my hand. Zhao Wutan's voice suddenly came. So what? Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the other person. I see that you seem to like collecting beauties, so I dare to guess that you might want this yin-yang body to live, but... Zhao Wutian paused, a cunning look flashed in his eyes, and he said, I should have offered the eternal evergreen ivy with both hands, but unfortunately it has already entered the auction process. If you want it, I will buy it myself at the auction in a few days and then give it to you. But I have to wait until the big thing is successful. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhou Tong grinned, seeing through the other person's thoughts clearly. What he called a big thing was to activate the living silence array and refine all the powerful ones. By then, his strength will surely soar, and he will be confident and have the absolute initiative no matter who he negotiates with. If it really comes to that, Zhou Tong doesn't think the other party will keep their promise. This proposal is nothing more than a castle in the air and a pie in the sky. If you want to save Zhang Chuqiao, you must find another way. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he thought of a folk remedy. In his previous life, when he was fighting against the demons, he discovered that the other side had mastered a secret technique called the heaven-mending creation technique. This kind of secret method can forcibly transfer one's own vitality to others. No matter how serious the injuries of the person receiving the initiation are, they can be brought back to life. It is for this reason that the demons are extremely difficult to kill. Do you want me to catch a demon? Where can I find that thing? Just when he was feeling distressed, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help laughing. Isn't this already available? Guest. Guest. Zhao Wutan kept calling him, which brought him back to his senses. What do you think of my proposal? Very good. I accept. Zhou Tong's answer was so straightforward that Zhao Wutan was caught off guard. This is for you. Zhou Tong threw it casually, and a scroll flew into the other party's hands. Zhao Wutian couldn't wait to open it, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. What is recorded above is exactly the method to perfect the living silence array, which can be said to be achieved without any effort. Thank you very much, dear guest. Then you should work hard. I will not accompany you for now. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the ball of black ice crystal flew up and followed behind him. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the underground world. Take care, dear guest. I will definitely repay you well after the mission is accomplished. Zhao Wutian licked his lips, his expression extremely sinister. I'll reward you by making you my nourishment. The Imperial Palace, the guest house. I'll kill you, scum. Zhang Chuqiao was liberated by Zhou Tong. As soon as she was freed, she showed extremely strong aggressiveness and attacked Zhou Tong crazily. Such a strong fighting spirit, worthy of being a yin-yang Taoist body. Zhou Tong dodged and exclaimed in admiration. The reason why Zhang Chuqiao is in this state is not because of mental disorder, but a continuation of the will to fight. She was captured and sealed in the battle, but her fighting spirit was undying and had not been extinguished after decades. Now that she had broken the seal, she still thought she was in a battle and regarded everything in front of her as an enemy. Senior sister, calm down and listen to me. Who is your senior sister? I will never forgive you today. Zhang Chuqiao was heroic, and the yin and yang energies gathered around her and transformed into a magic sword. Boom! The sword energy rolled out, only stronger than Long Lingyun's, and her cultivation had long since broken through the heaven-slaying realm, and had not weakened at all over the years. It seems that this doesn't make sense, so I'll just have to. Zhou Tong switched states in a second, like a different person, with an extremely sharp aura. Beat you into submission. As he took a step forward, the sea of red dust rolled and rippled, covering the entire world. This is. Zhang Chuqiao had already made her move, but when she saw Zhou Tong's hair turn completely white, she couldn't help but tremble violently all over. Jade demon body, this is a realm that even she herself has not yet reached. At this moment, Zhou Tong had already approached, with a spiritual sword in his hand emitting cold light, and he slashed with the sword without mercy. One move. The sword breaks, the winner is decided. Zhang Chuqiao flew backwards, but was intercepted by Zhou Tong halfway and his cultivation was restrained. You are really my junior fellow apprentice? If you don't believe me even if I tell you, let someone else tell you. Zhou Tong took her directly to the sky prison, opened the cell door, and threw her in. Big sister. Master. Qiao Qiao. Except for Long Lingyun, the women looked at each other, thinking they were dreaming, and then their eyes were instantly filled with tears and they hugged each other tightly. Master, why are you here? What happened? You are such an unfilial and silly girl. You made me wait so hard. Morongya choked up. You can come back thanks to your junior brother. Master, senior brother just left again without saying a word. It seems like he has something urgent to do. Long Lingyun said with some surprise. What on earth could make this kid so anxious? Morongya asked in confusion, and pinched Zhang Chuqiao's wrist with one hand. Let me check your body. After a moment, her face turned extremely ugly. Hongchen Mountain, Hehuan sect. I am a little demon king. La 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 la, I want to build my Hehuan sect beautifully. Lu Yen and Saint Heart Demon Lord were eating hot pot and singing, their life was so comfortable. Especially the Holy Heart Demon Lord, since he came here, he has entered a life of leisure and retirement early. The most important thing is that according to the principle of reincarnation, she is only 1 year old now. Demon Lord, in order to avenge yourself as soon as possible and to restore your former glory, you should practice today. Lu Yen urged tirelessly. The Xiantian Jiuhua formation seemed to be spiritual. Seeing that the two people worked hard, it would reward them with some spiritual herbs and medicines every day. So the two of them were nourishing themselves all day long. They had no enemies chasing them, and they didn't have to be responsible for the entire race. It felt so good. You're really asking me to practice? I'm still a child, let's do it tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow. The Holy Heart Demon Lord blinked his big black gemstone eyes. He was small in stature, but he was full of wisdom and tricks. What a shitty Demon Lord. Whoever wants to be the Demon Lord can be the Demon Lord. At this moment, a faint wave appeared in the space, and the two of them immediately became alert. As usual, this was the Formation Master using the power of space to bring them warmth. I wonder what kind of delicious food they will deliver this time. Under their expectant gaze, a young figure suddenly appeared in the void. Lu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted and she froze in place. What is this? Is it a magical herb with the power of transformation? We have really found a treasure this time. The Holy Heart Demon Lord looked excited, pointing at the hot pot next to him and said to Zhou Tongdao, come into the pot quickly. You just went into the pot. You can actually have a conversation, it's amazing, you are absolutely a top-notch talent, I'm sure you'll win. You are the best, your whole family is the best. Zhou Tong said with a frown on his face. Lu Yen on the side was also numb. It seemed that the rumors were true. Reincarnation would indeed lower one's IQ. Although the Demon Lord's knowledge is still there and his personality has been preserved, his way of thinking has become younger. In short, he has become mentally retarded. Demon Lord, this is Master Zhou, the owner of this place. Ah! Shengxin's face changed drastically, and she looked extremely nervous. According to her speculation, the person in front of her was most likely a human leader disguised as a teenager, and he probably knew her identity in her previous life. "Don't be nervous, I won't do anything bad to you." Zhou Tong showed a kind smile and looked Shengxin up and down. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. According to the rules of reincarnation, only those who have never killed humans in their previous lives can choose to reincarnate as humans. "You are not our enemy. You are such a good man." Sacred Heart was filled with tears of gratitude. "Of course, but I want to ask you, now that you have become a human, can you still use the innate skills of the heavenly demon clan, such as the heaven-mending creation technique?" "Of course, do you want to know the Sky Demon Tribe's trump card from me?" Sheng Xian replied without hesitation, "I understand. You humans have an old saying, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest." "You know nothing." Lu Yan's lips curled slightly. She had already noticed something was wrong, but she didn't dare to speak out to remind them. "Okay. Since you are so sensible, I am going to reward you." When Zhou Tong said this, Sheng Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. "Then can I eat a petal of the 7-star jade blood lotus?" She asked shyly, but she had no hope in her heart. "Of course you can. How can you eat just one? I allow you to eat 2. Zhou Tong's generosity is not like that of a human being. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been alert by now. When you give someone a gift, you must have something in mind. But Saint Heart Demon Lord obviously did not have this awareness. In her previous life, she was a stay-at-home mom and had no idea about the ways of the world. Now that her intelligence had been forcibly lowered, she really could not adapt herself. She just jumped into the spiritual herb room, and came out an hour later with a smile on her face. Her aura also changed dramatically. Not only did his cultivation level improve, he even grew up a little, now looking like he was about 11 or 12 years old, and was exceptionally smart and cute. "Thank you, big brother." Seeing Zhou Tong was still there, she smiled sweetly and was extremely happy. "You're welcome. Do you see the little thatched house next to you? Go in and activate the formation. There's a surprise there." The Holy Heart Demon Lord had no doubts and followed Zhou Tong's instructions. When the light appeared in the hut, a scream of, "Ah!" was heard, and the Holy Heart Demon Lord disappeared. "Mr. Zhou, my Demon Lord." Lu Yan's face changed drastically, her guess came true. "Don't worry, she's with me. I can assure you that I will bring her back in good condition in a few days. Then I'll have to trouble Master Zhou." Lu Yan's face was full of worry. She walked towards the hot pot with a heavy heart, and tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. The Imperial Palace and the guest house. A teleportation array was glowing, and then it exploded into pieces. Fortunately, I had the foresight to set up a one-time teleportation formation in the sect, and it really came in handy. Zhou Tong grabbed the Holy Heart Demon Lord and smiled very sinisterly. What are you going to do to me? Don't be afraid. I want to borrow your power to save an important person. After the task is completed, I will double your benefits." At this time, the atmosphere inside the Sky Prison became extremely solemn, even gloomy and bleak. "Big Sister can only live for one more day, how is this possible?" The little witch turned pale, totally unable to accept this fact. Moronia could not help but tremble all over. This poor disciple of hers had finally regained her freedom, but now had to face death. Why did God make her so hard? "Master, please don't feel sad for me. I am already very happy to see you for the last time. I am an unfilial disciple and cannot repay your kindness in raising me." Zhang Chuqiao's eyes were filled with tears. She was a strong woman who never gave up fighting even when she was in desperate situations. But now she felt extremely powerless. When she learned that Moronya almost became possessed by a demon because of her, she felt extremely guilty. Fortunately, I have my junior brother. Oh, right, where's my junior brother? Zhang Chuqiao seemed to have thought of something, and forced herself to cheer up and said, since the result is already determined, I will give my junior brother a gift. Hey, you don't want to? Long Lingyun asked suddenly, and then stopped abruptly. At this moment, there was a bang and the door of the sky prison was kicked open. Isn't it a little too early to hold a memorial service now? Zhou Tong strode in, holding the Holy Heart Demon Lord in his arms and showing him to everyone. Whose child is this? So cute. Zhang Chuqiao looked at the Demon Lord's awkward expression because of being plotted against, and she felt as if she was healed. Little sister, how old are you this year? Replying to sister, I just turned 1 year old this year. This is a 1-year-old. The women were stunned and couldn't believe their ears. Junior brother, you came at the right time. Zhang Chuqiao reacted and grabbed Zhou Tong's wrist. Come with me to a quiet place. I have something important to give you. I hope you can take good care of your master and sisters in the future. Her cheeks were flushed, and her shyness was mixed with determination. She was ready to face her fate. Wait a minute. Zhou Tong struggled, broke free from her wrist, and stuffed the Holy Heart into her arms. Zhang Chuqiao was caught off guard, and her two slender arms immediately closed together and hugged each other tightly. You're strangling me. Sheng Xian rolled her eyes and reached forward with her two little hands to resist. When she touched two huge, heart-thrilling soft breasts, she suddenly exerted force and pinched them fiercely. Ah! Zhang Chuqiao was suddenly struck by lightning and fell to the ground helplessly, her pretty face turning even redder. What you do? She said coquettishly, looking at the other person with a reproachful look, this little girl has such a strong grip. Well, this is simply, a work of art. Sheng Xian was intoxicated by it, pinching and touching it, and was extremely envious. She was not outstanding in her previous life, and unless something unexpected happens in this life, she will be a piece of chopping block. Ah! You kid, you can't touch this thing. Don't move. You won't live long, but I can save you. When these words were spoken, everyone present, except Zhou Tong, widened their eyes. This little girl had never heard of Zhang Chuqiao's condition, but she was able to speak it out in one sentence. Perhaps there really is a chance of a turn for the better. Little sister, are you telling the truth? It's easy, okay, let me show you my skills. The Holy Heart Demon Lord said arrogantly, and it seemed that he had no intention of letting go. He immediately activated the heaven-mending creation technique and injected his own vitality into the opponent's body. Oh! This feeling, really is. Zhang Chuqiao's body trembled slightly, but her expression gradually became serious. She could sense that the vitality in her body had shown a trend of recovery, and the other party was really trying to save her. Is this okay? You're still so young, if you lose too much vitality. Stop talking. Big brother has already paid me. I came here specifically to save you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou Tong's face. Zhang Chuqiao was even more affectionate, and the tenderness in her eyes almost melted Zhou Tong. God gave you to me, to save me from the dire straits. You've been really good to me. Hearing this, the little witch's heart moved slightly. Although she was happy, she still felt a sense of crisis. Moronya had mentioned the senior sister's personality to her. He is resolute and decisive, dares to love and hate, and never avoids the feelings in his heart. Judging from the look of it, even if you didn't fall in love with the little pervert immediately, you probably had quite a good impression of him. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists. Little witch, you have been too lazy recently. Have you developed the habit of relying on the little pervert for everything? This won't do. She encouraged herself and said, from today on, the enemy is not just outside. You have to cheer up. Whether it's cultivation or feelings, you must not lose. Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows slightly. He collected the emotion of greed, and it was very big. You can stop now. At this moment, Zhang Chuqiao suddenly said that he wanted to stop Shengxin. It's too early. I'm fine for now. Sheng Xian was slightly stunned. It's enough. With these vitality, I can break through the realm and continue to fight for my life. This is the right way to practice. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong aura emerged from her body, which actually bounced the holy heart away. Then she closed her eyes and entered a trance state. Call. With a loud bang, spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered together and condensed into a lotus platform under her. The lotus has 8 petals, slowly blooming. The spiritual energy on each piece has evolved and undergone a qualitative change. Heaven, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain and marsh appeared on the lotus one after another, which are the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams are reversed and combined to explain yin and yang. When yin and yang merge, Tai appears. The so-called Tai realm is the true posture of the yin-yang body being broken and then established. Zhang Chuqiao had an epiphany, lived towards death, and achieved sublimation. Gather the jade line, collect the heaven and earth, shake the sun and the moon, break the void, reach the great chaos, let the turbid air out, clear the mind and spirit, collect the spiritual energy of all things for my use. She recited the mysteries and opened her eyes as bright as stars. The haze is swept away and the genius is reborn. I saw the cinnabar between her eyebrows slowly spreading out, and it actually separated into black and white, and finally evolved into a tiny Tai Chi diagram. The next moment, her breath suddenly soared. He advanced from the first level to the second level, the third level, all the way to the 9th level, and there was no sign of stopping. Break through it. Zhou Tong said in a deep voice, feeling a little nervous unconsciously. Whether Zhang Chuqiao can change her fate depends on this one move. Not worth mentioning. She licked her red lips lightly, and her eyes gleamed with aggressiveness. How could a mere realm barrier possibly stop a yin-yang Dao body full of fighting spirit? All I heard was a loud bang, which was the sound of the shackles breaking, and then a vast aura descended here. Above the sky, the realm of life and death. Zhang Chuqiao was suspended in mid-air, the jade belt that bound her hair exploded, and her black hair was like a waterfall, entwined with starlight. Then, endless vitality descended from the sky and poured into her body, completely reversing the downward trend. Visibly, her figure has become taller and more perfect, and her skin has become more crystal clear, like jade, exuding amazing charm. So beautiful. Shengxin's eyes widened. Even though she was a woman, she was conquered by the beauty so close to her. I had never seen beauties of this level when I was writing the Human Observation Report before, but today I found a group of them. These beauties are quite good at hiding. Junior brother. Zhang Chuqiao opened her red lips slightly, and her voice seemed to contain 1,000 twists and turns. Zhou Tong subconsciously took a step back because the opponent had already triggered the Hehuan Tian Gong, and it was the 2nd level of Qilua fantasy. The next moment, he felt a soft body crash into his arms. Who else could it be but Zhang Chuqiao? Senior sister, what are you doing? You saved my life. From today on, I am yours. You can always give me the gift I prepared for you. She put her red lips close to Zhou Tong's ear, her breath was as sweet as orchid, and she was so tender and affectionate that it was hard not to be moved. Senior sister. Even with Zhou Tong's great concentration, he couldn't hold back any longer. You and I are from the same sect. It is my duty to save you. I don't need to sacrifice myself for you. Fool. The woman gave him a charming look. Don't you understand now? I fell in love with you at first sight. Zhou Tong's body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he gained the powerful greed. This emotion came from Zhang Chuqiao in his arms. It was obvious that the other party was serious. As expected of a yin-yang body, even his emotions are much stronger than those of ordinary people. Zhou Tong finally realized that the path of cultivating the yin-yang Taoist body is completely different from that of ordinary people. If an ordinary person like me wants to reach the top, I must get rid of all distractions and keep my mind as calm as the abyss. Only in this way can I perfectly control the 6 realms of nothingness and reach the highest peak. But the yin-yang Taoist body is different. She will use her heart to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth, and use her nature to seek what she loves and kill what she hates. Her main character is full of ambition and will never let go of any grudge. When it comes to things she wants, she will burst out with an extremely terrifying obsession, and this obsession is the strongest kind of greed, anger, and ignorance. With this obsession, her state of mind will become indestructible until she achieves her ultimate goal. Be it the emperor realm or the person she loves, nothing unexpected can escape from her grasp. Separate the two of you. The little witch couldn't stand it anymore and forced herself between the two of them. Senior sister was just rescued, her body is still very weak, and she can't stand anything out of the ordinary, so you have to be restrained. After these words were spoken, Zhou Tong could no longer be helped. Through her puffy face, Zhou Tong looked at Zhang Chuqiao behind him. The other party had an expression that seemed like he was smiling, and his aura was full and harmonious. He was truly in the state of life and death. How could there be any sign of weakness? This state is what people often call the top powerhouse. If we go one step further, it is the realm of reincarnation, also known as the powerful cultivator. Zhao Wutan, Mo Liusu, and Lian Hanqing are all in this category. A powerful monk who takes one step further will become a half-saint. At her peak, Murongya was a leader even among the semi-saints. As for the chief law enforcement Han Yi, as the strongest person Zhou Tong has ever seen since his rebirth, he is a genuine saint. In the entire eastern continent, there are probably only 2 or 3 people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At this time, Zhang Chuqiao was already qualified to establish a sect and was qualified to serve as the headmaster of a third-rate sect. Ah! The little witch suddenly screamed. It turned out that Zhang Chuqiao had attacked her from behind and hugged her slender waist. Xiao Yuer, how dare you ruin my good deeds? I'm very scary when I get angry. I'm not afraid of you. I was here first. The two of them talked in low voices, but before they had time to compete with each other, they were separated by Murongya. Now is not the time to discuss romance. It's time for us to take revenge. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present became serious. Zhao Wutian kidnapped my senior sister. His crime is unforgivable. With our current strength, we can easily kill him by rushing straight to the Imperial Master's mansion. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Tong came to a conclusion. In that case, then. Murongya clapped her hands and was about to give orders. The conditions for revenge were ripe and she was unwilling to wait even a moment longer. Wait a moment. Zhang Chuqiao stopped everyone. Her face looked extremely solemn, as if she was recalling something. There seemed to be some demons from outer space among the group of people who besieged me. What did you say? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Zhao Wutan had colluded with the outer demons? I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Sheng Xian at the side spoke up. She looked at Zhou Tongdao and said, Big brother has a faint demonic aura on him, as if he had just come into contact with someone with demonic aura. Zhao Wutian, you bastard. Zhou Tong's pupils showed a rare blood color. No wonder he was able to obtain the living silence array. It turns out that he had colluded with the demons for a long time. The living silence formation. When they heard this name, everyone present was shocked. That was a notorious and dangerous formation, and countless powerful humans had died in it. No one knows who created this formation, and the most mainstream view is that it was created by the demons. You must have made a mistake. This formation was clearly created by humans. Sacred Heart said with eyes wide open, dropping the truth like a bombshell. How is this possible? Long Lingyun was the first one who didn't believe it. She said, the human race loves peace the most. How could they create such a formation with large-scale destructive power? Peace-loving? Sheng Xian was stunned, and kept repeating these 4 words, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. How did you say that? Do you know how other races view your race? She counted on her fingers and said, since the birth of the human race, we have cut off the pillars of heaven, destroyed the earth and the sky, exterminated the demons, suppressed the evil, suppressed the spirits, threatened the immortals, brought down the gods, subdued the ancients, slaughtered the evil, and expelled the aliens. Of the 9 ancient tribes that were once extremely prosperous, you have wiped out 8 of them, except for the demon tribe. Only a few individuals and small tribes are left to survive. This is the result of the human ancestors' desire to maintain biodiversity. There are even more small tribes that have been wiped out by you. Some of them have not even been recorded. In their eyes, the laws of nature are not to be feared, and disasters are not to be feared. Only you humans are the real disaster. You call this peace-loving. The Holy Heart Demon Lord felt terribly angry. In her previous life, she also regarded humans as weaklings, but since she came into contact with Zhou Tong, she finally began to believe those outrageous battle records. This race is really strange. Taken alone, each one is a real weakling, but once they gather together, extremely powerful guys will be born. In the words of the human race, this is called when everyone is united, a hero emerges. If there is also oppression from foreign races, it will be even more serious, and the strongest existence in history will inevitably emerge. Looking back on the past, the gods were so high and mighty and arrogant. When they saw the human race falling into decline, they wanted to wipe out the human race. At first they were about to succeed, but strangely, after suffering a horrific blow, the originally loose human race not only did not collapse, but instead united together and resisted their invasion. This process lasted for hundreds of years. The human race prospered in the battle. At its peak, there were several great emperors coexisting, and they began to counterattack the gods. The result was that the entire clan of gods was wiped out in one battle, their ancestral temples were destroyed, their inheritance was cut off, and no one was left alive, not even a chicken was left. If the human race had not experienced civil strife later, the demon race would have probably been destroyed long ago. That living being death array was the tool used by the ancestors of the human race to extract the essence of the demon race. When they discovered that the essence of the demon race could not be used by humans, they listed it as a forbidden array and sealed it forever. But Murongya frowned, still a little unconvinced, and said, "Our history books are full of stories of being bullied by others." Sheng Xian couldn't help laughing again. "Of course, because your history books are account books, and you always just brush aside the victories and annihilations you have caused. But if someone bullies you, you will write about it in great detail and record it twice as much. Even the worst kind of grudge can be avenged." Zhou Tong touched his cheek and murmured in a somewhat intoxicated tone. This was the first time he had heard such an argument. "I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and the natural disaster turned out to be myself. My charming ancestor is really to my taste. It must be those foreign races who first provoked and bullied our ancestors, otherwise they would not have been destroyed." Zhou Tong said this with such finality that Sheng Xian was stunned. Are you trying to say that you have always been honest and upright, and all the offensives were revenge counterattacks? Of course, our ancestors were best at production and creation, and hated killing the most. In terms of quality of life, they were more than 10,000 times better than other races. If they weren't greedy and wanted to seize our achievements, why would we fight back? Sheng Xian was about to refute when he was interrupted by Zhou Tong. Let me ask you, would you steal the steamed buns from a beggar's bowl on the street? Sacred Heart shook his head ignorantly. That's right, because you don't want them. In the eyes of our ancestors, those foreigners are just savages. It's not hard enough to rob them. The little girl was dumbfounded and speechless. Today was the first time she faced the fangs of the human race. This feeling can never be experienced no matter how many historical books you read. This race, which appears to be kind and gullible on the surface, is actually so terrifying at heart. Anyone who dares to take advantage of their weakness and try to test them will be the one to be served at the table in the end. Since we know that Zhao Wutian has colluded with the demon, how should we deal with him next? Moronya clapped her hands and looked at Zhou Tong. Just wait and see, wait for all those evildoers to show their faces, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Is that all? Isn't this too risky? Long Lingyun said, the other party has already perfected the living silence formation. If it is suddenly activated, how can we fight back? Don't worry, I've already made the arrangements, and now we have an extra layer of insurance. Zhou Tong smiled and said, ever since I knew that the living silence array was created by a powerful human, Zhao Wutian is destined to not make any waves. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else looked at him inquiringly. Do you know where the authority belongs? Everyone shook their heads, only Shengxin's eyes lit up, as if he had heard something. I've heard that this is a principle of heaven. The gods are in charge of the gods, the demons are in charge of the demons, and the humans are in charge of the humans. Just like this formation, as long as it is created by the human race, once the authority is triggered, the control of the formation will completely fall into the hands of the human race. Unless the human race is wiped out, even if there is only one human left, the ownership of authority will not expire. However, the conditions for triggering the transfer of authority are also very harsh. It is said that only the emperors of each race can control it freely. At the very least, a strong person with spiritual power reaching the emperor realm must take action. Sheng Xian glanced at Zhou Tong. Although she admitted that Zhou Tong was a super strong man, she did not think that he could reach this level. Zhou Tong did not give any explanation for this, but just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, a light flashed between his eyebrows. This is a sign that your mental strength is returning to full. Enough time has passed since the last time he used the state of unconsciousness to create the Six Directions Sword of Destruction. Now he can start creating law again. He was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, oblivious to himself and the world, entering a mysterious state, with golden runes dancing around him. What's going on? Zhang Chuqiao was a little confused and wanted to see what was going on. Don't bother him. The little witch grabbed the other person and looked at Zhou Tong with burning eyes. I wonder if there will be any unique skills suitable for her to practice this time. Lingxiao Empire, the headquarters of Yuqing sect. Fengxiang Inn is the most luxurious inn in the imperial capital, but it is entirely contracted by the Yuqing sect. When Emol Yosu brought Lian Hanxing, who was pretending to be Zhou Tong, back here, her 3 disciples all showed wonderful expressions. From today on, Zhou Tong will become my disciple again. You two must live in peace with each other as you did in the past and don't make me worry. Yes. The 3 of them answered in unison, but their expressions were very different. Junior brother, you finally changed your mind. Chen Linger was the most surprised. Just as she was about to go forward and get close to him, she suddenly stopped. After a slight struggle, she became extremely calm again, with an extremely indifferent expression. This is the smell of the love poison. Lian Hanqing noticed something instantly and looked at Tang Qi with a playful look. If you dare to show off this in front of her, you are really courting death. I'm glad you're back. I hope you'll know your limits in the future. We can forgive what happened in the past, but if you dare to push your luck, don't blame us for being rude. Xia Hongxiu had a cold expression on her face, and she gave Zhou Tong a warning as soon as she came up. She even wished that Zhou Tong would die immediately so that her plan could go on smoothly. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to let bygones be bygones? Lian Hanqing said sarcastically, I am the one who should be held accountable. Don't think I don't know what you have done. You can hide it from others, but can you hide it from me? As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Hongxiu immediately felt guilty. Ever since she joined the sect, she had stolen countless fortunes from others and left many traces behind, but no one had pursued them. Otherwise, she will be in trouble. However, what she could not accept the most was that Zhou Tong actually dared to talk back to her. Who gave him the courage? That's enough. At this moment, Mo Liusu uttered a cold shout. I worked so hard to rescue you, not to let you create conflicts here. Her bias was obvious. When she thought of Zhou Tong's contradictory attitude towards her in the prison, she couldn't help but get angry. She only needs an obedient Zhou Tong to help her avoid disaster, not a stubborn person. Did I ask you to save me? If you don't want to, you can send me back. Lian Hanqing tightly grasped the opponent's vital point and retorted unscrupulously, not giving the other party any face. You. Mo Liusu was very angry. What a big mouth, do you really think you are a treasure? Master, please do as he wishes. Xia Hongxiu actively fanned the flames, hoping to expel Zhou Tong again. However, she was disappointed. Mo Liusu just changed his expression and said to Tang Qi, your brother must be tired. Find him a room and let him have a good rest. After saying that, she flashed back into the room and disappeared from everyone's sight. Brother, please follow me. Tang Qi looked disrespectful, even the pretended respect disappeared, and there was only naked provocation in his eyes. Under his guidance, Lian Hanqing was taken to a shabby grocery room. This is your room. You can live in it as you wish for the next few days. Tang Qi said jokingly, looking forward to Zhou Tong's reaction. It would be even better if the other party could get angry out of humiliation, as he was the best at teasing people like this. This is a place for dogs. It suits you very well, but not me. Lian Hanqing didn't buy it at all and turned around to leave. Where are you going? Of course I'm going back to where I came from. If I'm not welcome here, I'll find another place that will welcome me. As soon as these words came out, Tang Qi's face changed drastically. If he lets Zhou Tong go at this time, he will be in big trouble once Mo Liusu blames him. I order you to stop. Tang Qi's voice was cold and he no longer took the person in front of him seriously. However, Lian Hanqing didn't take him seriously and continued to do as she pleased. You useless bastard, do you think you still have the qualifications to be so tough? Tang Qi was furious and stopped pretending. He grabbed Lian Hanqing and was about to slap her. He wanted to humiliate the other party thoroughly and make Zhou Tong unable to raise his head forever. Tang Qi waved his hands, his face showing extreme excitement. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he never had the chance. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so how could he let it go easily? You are just a piece of trash. Let's see how you can escape from my grasp this time. He said in his heart, and acted without mercy. This time he wanted to completely destroy the other party's dignity and make the other party afraid of him forever. Bang! The sound of the slap landing on the face was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Tang Chi stood there in a daze. He looked dazed, with one hand covering his cheek, as if he had been struck by lightning. He was beaten. Before he could make a move, Lien Hanqing was faster and slapped him first. My face doesn't hurt, but my heart does. After realizing what was happening, Tang Chi was furious. He was attacked first by a loser. The damage was not great, but the insult was extremely strong. I want you dead. He exuded a strong murderous aura and overwhelming power, pressing towards Zhou Tong. The effect was minimal, but the response was decisive. Zhou Tong was not moved at all, and Tang Chi could even see a hint of mockery on his face. This frightened him. Why did the other party dare to be so presumptuous? He clearly has no accomplishments and is even worse than an ordinary person. Where does he get the confidence from? Is it just bluffing? However, Tang Chi didn't know that the man in front of him could crush him to death with one hand. He couldn't see the other party's cultivation level simply because his realm was not high enough. In a trance, Lien Hanqing attacked again. I saw a palm with a false aura easily breaking through the air, trying to replicate the scene just now. Don't even think about it. Tang Chi gritted his teeth and tried to jump out of the range of the attack. However, the reality was very strange. The slap was obviously very slow, as if even a child could easily dodge it, but he couldn't do it. Bang! The familiar voice sounded again, and Tang Chi knew that he was humiliated again. This time he had no time to get angry, because this attack was not only extremely insulting, but also extremely damaging. Tang Chi felt as if his face was run over by a will full of steel nails. The force penetrated his bones, causing his brain to tremble and his limbs and internal organs to shake violently. Aya! He screamed miserably, his voice uncontrollably and so powerful that it could be heard clearly 10 miles away. It hurt so much that he wanted to die. It wasn't until now that he realized something was wrong. How could a useless person cause him such great harm? Could it be that the other party was not destroyed at all? Teacher, what's going on? He asked the soul in the ring. I can confirm that this boy has no cultivation skills. Perhaps he has used other means. The old voice responded, making Tang Chi even more confused. They didn't know that Lien Hanqing was wearing Qian Miaoyu's secret treasure, which could perfectly hide her aura. As long as her spirit had not reached the Emperor realm, her disguise would not be seen through. Lend me your strength, I will kill him immediately. Tang Chi stopped pretending, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Just then, 2 figures came towards the sound, obviously startled by the noise just now. What are you doing? The voices of Chen Linger and Xia Hongxiu were heard, and Lien Hanqing's body trembled slightly. He fell softly to the ground against the wall, with a trace of blood even oozing from the corner of his mouth. Tang Chi looked at this scene in surprise, feeling that it seemed familiar. Suddenly his head trembled and he almost jumped up. Wasn't this the method he had used before? He didn't react for a moment. You. He pointed at Zhou Tong with a look of astonishment on his face. Stop, what are you doing? Chen Linger couldn't control her roar. From her perspective, Tang Chi was in an absolutely strong position and seemed to be bullying Zhou Tong. 7th junior brother, you are so bold that you dared to attack Zhou Tong when we were away. Have all your previous upbringings been thrown to the dogs? Chen Linger scolded without any mercy, making Tang Chi pale. Damn it! He did not explain and wanted to deal with the other party in the simplest and most brutal way, which immediately triggered the love poison. However, this time the effect was minimal. Chen Linger's face only changed a few times before she resisted the interference of the insect. This made Tang Chi feel frightened. This kind of situation had never happened before. Could it be because of Zhou Tong? It seems that as long as Chunlinger stays with Zhou Tong, her resistance to the poisonous insects will increase exponentially. Could it be that she fell in love with Zhou Tong, so much so that she could ignore the love poison? This is impossible. He knew very well how Chunlinger treated Zhou Tong in the past. If that is love, it is a bit too perverted. Senior sister, you misunderstood. He was the first to hit me. I never touched him a finger from beginning to end. Tang Qi tried his best to defend himself, but before he finished speaking, he received 2 contemptuous glances. Even Xia Hongxiu didn't believe his nonsense. A cultivator who was about to enter the heaven-slaying realm was slapped by a useless person. Was he trying to challenge their IQ? If you don't believe me, just look at my face. Tang Qi was anxious and pointed at his slapped cheek for the 2 men to see, but there was not even a slap mark on his face. Lian Hanqing was very particular when attacking. He would not hurt the skin or flesh, but only the internal organs and bones. Even if he broke the opponent's body, there would be no visible clues from the outside. Junior brother, you are overacting. Xia Hongxiu frowned. She knew the tricks Tang Qi had played before and thought it would be the same this time. Why don't you believe me? Tang Qibai was speechless. At this moment, Lian Hanqing, who was lying on the ground, spoke. Please stop arguing about me. I'm just a useless person. I deserve all this. He raised his head, looking self-pitying and self-abandoned, as if he had lost hope in everything. Chunlinger burst into tears immediately. No. You can't think like that. She seemed to be very distressed and reached out to hug Zhou Tong and comfort him. But she never dared to touch Zhou Tong, for fear that he would break into pieces. If you are bullied, just speak up. I will stand up for you even if it means risking my life. No, just think of me as someone who was weak and hurt myself. Don't blame 7th junior brother. This has nothing to do with him. As she spoke, Lian Hanqing did not forget to touch her cheek, which was already red, as if she had been beaten. Tang Qi, you're going too far. Chunlinger's eyes turned red and she came in front of Tang Qi. Apologize. Hearing this, Tang Qi's face was full of disbelief. You want me to apologize to him? This is what you should do. I won't. I clearly didn't touch him, why should I apologize to him? He is the one who should apologize. Bang! Chunlinger finally couldn't bear it anymore, she swung her arm and slapped him hard in the face. Chunlinger used enough force in this attack that Tang Qi staggered. Xia Hongxiu was stunned watching from the side. In her impression, the senior sister had never laid a hand on Tang Qi. This is the first time. Tang Qi was stunned. He covered his face, unable to accept this fact at all. How dare you hit me? Even my father never hit me. That's natural, since you're an orphan. Chunlinger's voice was cold and ruthless, as if she had become a different person. Such a rapid change caught Tang Qi off guard. Isn't he the apple of this woman's eye? For his sake, Chunlinger can even disregard principles and target Zhou Tong. But why, since I planted the love poison in her, she has been treating me worse than before? Are women really so fickle? I won't forgive you. Tang Qi became furious and tried his best to activate the love poison to make Chunlinger pay the price. Well. Chunlinger's face changed drastically, and she felt a strong impact sweeping through her body, making her unable to control herself. Her long legs were slightly bent and clamped together tremblingly, and her body became several times more sensitive. No, stop it, what's wrong with me? She bit her red lips tightly, trying her best to resist the tempting impulse. At the same time, she kept telling herself that the person she really cared about and should compensate was Zhou Tong, and she must not waver. But no matter how hard she tried, the image of Tang Qi in her mind became clearer and clearer, until it became unforgettable. She's about to be tamed. Show off your skills before an expert. Lien hunching on the side showed disdain, and lightly hooked her finger, cutting off the connection between the love goo, making it temporarily ineffective. In an instant, Chenlinger returned to normal and became extremely angry. How is that possible? Tang Qi was breathing heavily. This was completely beyond his expectations. He had clearly tried his best just now, even using the old man's soul power. He was about to completely conquer the opponent, but it failed at the last moment. How dare you? Chenlinger was really angry this time. Without being affected by the insect, she was finally able to think independently and figure out the whole story. So that's how it is. I was manipulated. It was Tang Qi who used despicable means to cloud my consciousness and made me lean towards him without any bottom line. Maybe it was all Tang Qi's fault that I treated Zhou Tong like that. If Tang Qi knew what she was thinking, he would definitely cry out in injustice. Don't put all the blame on him. However, Chenlinger didn't care. She thought she had found a reasonable fig leaf, and in an instant she felt enlightened and let go of all the burdens in her heart. That's right, I have always had a crush on Zhou Tong, but I was manipulated by a villain and ended up like this. As she thought about this, her feelings towards Tang Qi completely transformed into disgust, and it was pure disgust without any impurities. This is all your fault. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She swung her arm and was about to slap Tang Qi again. Stop. A voice mixed with anger suddenly came. Of course, the commotion here could not be hidden from Emoliosu. As soon as she arrived at the scene, she stopped Chenlinger's actions. Master, Junior Brother 7 attacked Zhou Tong just now. Please punish him and give Zhou Tong justice. I didn't, he directed and acted all this out himself. Tang Qi argued loudly, but Emoliosu raised her hand to stop him. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a fuss. Emoliosu said expressionlessly. Master, how could you? Chenlinger's face changed slightly. The evidence was so obvious, but Emoliosu was trying to smooth things over. It was clear that she was favoring Tang Qi. This is exactly the case. Emoliosu was still angry about Zhou Tong's defiance. Tang Qi's beating up Zhou Tong was exactly what she wanted to do. How could she possibly teach Tang Qi a lesson? She just wanted Zhou Tong to face the reality. A useless person had no right to be tough in front of her. She was Zhou Tong's sky. All I can say is that this woman named Emoliosu is stupid, or she is extremely greedy. When Zhou Tong was away, she only wanted him to come back and was willing to pay any price for it. Now that Zhou Tong was back, she wanted to completely control him. You will never be satisfied and will always forget the promises you made. Tang Qi smiled. He saw Emoliosu's favoritism and felt relieved instantly. Master, I just arranged a small room for my brother, but he was not satisfied. Not only did he speak harshly to me, but he also attacked me. You know, our other rooms are all used to entertain distinguished guests. I thought that my senior brother would understand my behavior for the benefit of Yuqing sect, but I didn't expect. He seemed to be hesitant to speak, causing Emoliosu to frown at Zhou Tong. I didn't expect you to have such a lack of perspective on the overall situation. For the sake of the sect, can't you even tolerate this little bit of grievance? That's not right. Chenlinger stood up, pointed at Tang Qi and said, since you say it so easily, then you can exchange rooms with Zhou Tong. How about you live in this doghouse? Tang Qi's face changed slightly, but Emoliosu interrupted directly, of course not. The two of them cannot be compared. Shao Qi is the hope of the sect and represents the face of the sect, while Zhou Tong is just a waste. Before she could finish her words, her expression suddenly twisted and a familiar pain came from her mind. Oh no! Wu Wangji is about to strike again. When she thought of this, her heart was filled with fear, and the pain made her extremely terrified. Damn it, it seems we should not target this traitor too much. Mo Lyosu understood clearly and immediately changed his mind and made a decision. I have thought about it carefully and feel that what Ling'er said makes sense. Since Xiaoqi is the hope of the sect, he should take on more responsibilities. Therefore, I agree that you can change rooms. Hearing this, Tang Qi was struck by lightning and stood at attention stupidly. He couldn't even believe his ears. Master! My mind is made up and cannot be changed. After saying that, Mo Lyosu left without giving the other party a chance to speak. Brother, let's go too. Chen Ling'er held Lian Hanqing's arm affectionately. When she was about to leave, Lian Hanqing suddenly turned around, looked at Tang Qi, and gave him a provocative expression. Just this one look almost made him so angry that his heart exploded. These were all the tricks he had used before, and now Zhou Tong was using them exactly the same on him. Is there anything more shameful than this in the world? I swear, I will make sure you are doomed. His eyes were bloodshot and he roared like a wild beast. In the sky prison of the Imperial Palace in Lingxiao Empire, Zhou Tong's creation of the law is about to be completed. Suddenly, the rays of light flashed and condensed into a secret book. Everyone leaned over and saw 5 large golden characters. Little ignorant talisman. Little ignorant talisman. Zhou Tong looked at the secret book in his hand, his eyes slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he would be able to produce something of this level. This is definitely a supreme magic technique that surpasses the Liuhe destruction sword. As the name suggests, this is a kind of talisman technique. The 3 words, small ignorance, are easier to understand, representing a simplified version of the state of ignorance. This is a bit against the will of heaven. The state of unconsciousness is one of the 6 realms of becoming an emperor, which even a saint cannot reach. As long as you can understand a little bit of it, you can be invincible in the battle between Tao and Fa. And this secret book just reflects a little bit of this realm. The only drawback is that the training conditions are too harsh. Among the people present, the ones with the best understanding were Long Lingyun and Zhang Chuqiao. Zhang Chuqiao gave up after just a glance. She had her own path. Yin and Yang Tai contained all things and did not require any external force. Let me see. Long Lingyun rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. It was time for her to have her soup again. Wisdom without words, so cool. She opened the first page with great interest, but found that there were several words she didn't recognize. Even a person with no knowledge of words could not understand their meaning. Sister, how do you read these words? The little witch took one look and burst out laughing. To practice this technique, you need to be proficient in drawing characters and refining talismans. Why do I feel like I'm not interested anymore all of a sudden? Long Lingyun's face fell and he threw it to the little witch. Illiterate, unhappy. The little witch continued to flip through the pages, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a deep solemn look. If you can't comprehend it, don't force it. The threshold of this thing is a bit scary. If you force it, the consequences will be very bad. Zhou Tong reminded in a low voice. Who says I can't understand? The little vixen's voice was full of lightness, she didn't sound like she was angry, and her bright eyes showed that she was obviously immersed in it. Did she really understand? I never thought that there would be such a miraculous talisman technique in the world. It really opened my eyes. If it were to spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation. The little demon girl said in surprise, talisman masters on the continent are generally divided into levels 1 to 9, so talismans are also divided into levels 1 to 9. The threshold for making talismans will also increase with the increase of levels, and the legendary level 9 talismans can only be carved by saint-level masters. But the talismans in this secret book are different. There is no level limit. It contains talisman techniques from number 1 to 100. They can be used for attacking, defending, controlling, and weakening. It is simply all-encompassing. And most importantly, even a low-level talisman master can carve high-level talismans to greatly enhance his combat power. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Isn't this going against the will of heaven? According to the little witch girl, a first-level talisman master can exert the power of a ninth-level talisman master. How can others survive? It's not that simple. Zhou Tong poured cold water on the side. Although the threshold of cultivation and grade has disappeared, if you want to carve high-level talismans, you need extremely high mental precision, which is the most difficult. For a moment, everyone was silent. Practitioners all over the world, even those who are strong in cultivating spiritual power, will only focus on the strength of their spiritual power. Except for special professions such as alchemists, very few people will focus on accuracy. Moronia's accuracy was sufficient during her peak period, but now she was entangled by the unforeseen tribulation and was destined to lose access to this secret book. As for Sheng Xian, Zhou Tong just glanced at her and chose to give up treatment. The Sky Demon clan is a bunch of rough stuff, like wild boars that can't even eat fine bran. It would be a sheer waste for them to learn this stuff. Sheng Xian just felt that he was offended. Zhou Tong clearly didn't say anything, but it seemed like he had said everything. Open. At this moment, the little witch suddenly exhaled and spoke. Following her command, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere quickly condensed and turned into a blank talisman. Then, the little witch stretched out 2 fingers, pinched one end of the talisman, and penetrated the mental power into it along the fingertips. Zhou Tong opened his eyes wide, and saw the lines on the talisman being outlined, the brush moving like a dragon, and the carving was completed in the blink of an eye. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. Void carving. When did you learn this skill? You didn't expect that I am a level 5 talisman master. The little witch raised her white chin and said with a proud look on her face. Her eyebrows were glowing, and with a puff, it seemed as if she had broken through some shackles. This was obviously the benefit of comprehending the secret book. Oh, sorry, I'm a level 6 talisman master now. You never told me anything, and I didn't even know it. Zhou Tong was really shocked this time. The little demon girl had reached the 6th level talisman master with her current cultivation level. This was definitely a rare miracle. Humph, there are so many things you don't know, and you didn't even ask me. The little vixen had a proud face and a cunning look in her eyes, and the words she said made Zhou Tong feel familiar. However, after feeling proud, Zhou Tong still sensed a hint of sadness in the other person's eyes. This made his heart tremble. Even until his death in his previous life, he had never seen the little witch display her talisman technique. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that before that, her talisman technique had been abolished by someone. In addition, the little witch hid herself so well in this life, Zhou Tong had reason to believe that she had an unspeakable secret. After all, Moronia is not proficient in the art of talismans, and there must be other forces behind the little witch, but it is not known whether they are enemies or friends. Zhou Tong did not press the issue, he was confident that one day the little witch would confess everything to him in person. Senior sister, try the power of this talisman. Long Lingyun stared at the talisman, full of curiosity. Okay, try attacking me. The little vixen immediately cheered up and smiled brightly. Be careful. As soon as Long Lingyun finished speaking, he drew out his sword and slashed forward with a stream of sword energy. Fu-yi, rebuke. The little witch immediately threw out the talisman, and there was a flash of light, the rune exploded, and the sword energy bounced back along the same path. Long Lingyun dodged sideways, and the sword energy slashed the wall, leaving a clear groove. Come again. The little witch was still not satisfied, so she carved another rune in the void. In the blink of an eye, a new rune was in her hand. Talisman 2, 9 thunder flashes. Immediately afterwards, 9 white lightning bolts rushed towards Long Lingyun, blocking all her retreat routes. At this moment, Zhou Tong's expression changed slightly, and he heard footsteps approaching. Talisman 81, break the sky barrier. Zhou Tong hooked his finger, and a barrier appeared instantly, blocking all the lightning, and then disappeared into thin air. Guest, you are here indeed. The leader of the guard rushed in and fell to his knees as if he had seen a savior. Please save His Majesty. His Majesty was just abducted by a dark shadow. We were powerless to stop it. We only have this left. The leader took out a jade pendant, which was Qian Miaoyu's personal item. When Zhou Tong saw this thing, his expression immediately became much more fierce. There is demonic energy here. Zhao Wutan finally couldn't help but take action. You came just in time. I've been wanting to see them again for a long time. A sinister curve appeared at the corner of Zhou Tong's mouth. He stood up and was ready to take action immediately. I'll accompany you. The Holy Heart Demon Lord took the initiative to step forward. In this life, she wanted to cut off ties with the past and live as a human being from now on. This action may be a good token of surrender. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Moronya had to continue staying in the sky prison, and the same went for Zhang Chuqiao. The little witch suddenly stood up, stared at Long Lingyun who also wanted to stand up, and put her arm around Zhou Tong's arm, showing an intimate look. I want to go too. I just want to try out my new skills. She was holding a talisman on her fingertips, pouring endless amounts of spiritual energy into it, carving out extremely complex patterns. The serial number of this talisman is definitely not low. Once completed, it will unleash terrifying power. This can be considered an alternative kind of gathering force, which is somewhat similar to the heavenly sword in the Liuhe destruction sword. Thank you very much. The leader of the guards was grateful, and under his leadership, the three of them quickly arrived at Qian Miaoyu's bedroom. Your Majesty was kidnapped while he was sleeping. Zhou Tong came to the bedside with a slight smile on his face. He already knew this place well. One thing that is very interesting is that there is no trace of Qian Miaoyu's remaining atmosphere here. In other words, she hasn't been back here for at least 4 hours. When was Your Majesty kidnapped? Returned to the guest, about half an hour. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's smile deepened. Kill him. Sheng Xian had a cold expression on his face, and released murderous intent towards the leader of the guards. That's what I was thinking. Zhou Tong moved and pinched the other person's throat with one hand. You. Shut up, do you think you can get away with such a little trick? The other party's face changed drastically, and he finally stopped pretending, and a strong black aura emanated from his body. That is pure demonic energy. This is the first time Zhou Tong has seen a purebred demon since his rebirth. Today is truly a memorable day. It's not that easy to kill me. The opponent exploded with aura, trying to break free from the restraints. It's just the heaven-slashing realm, how can it stir up the waves? Zhou Tong said disdainfully, and took advantage of the situation to exert force, knocking the opponent out, and the dark demon body broke into 2 pieces in the air. Ha ha ha, powerful enough, but it's a pity it can't kill me. The other party laughed wildly and his body healed quickly. What would be a fatal injury to a human was just a minor ailment to a demon. Thank you for letting me experience this disgusting feeling again. To repay you. Zhou Tong's left hand glowed, and then a black sword took shape. This black sword was extremely strange, cold and overbearing, with black air emitting from it. Compared with this black energy, even the demonic energy has become much purer and more obedient than a little lamb. What is this? The demon's eyes widened, he felt an extremely strong threat. Come, no need to waste time talking, and no need to be polite in front of me, just come into my human emperor sword and have a chat. Sheng Xian's expression twitched beside him. Is this the ghost's human emperor sword? It's clearly the sword of the netherworld. Anyone killed by this sword, whether human or demon, will have his soul, spirit and energy imprisoned in the sword, becoming an army of undead that is absolutely loyal to Zhou Tong. No. The demons got scared and turned around to flee. But then, a sound representing death came from behind. Liuha Destruction Sword, Earth, Netherworld Furnace. I saw a black crescent sword energy connecting heaven and earth, emitting bursts of roaring sounds like a ghost crying, coming from behind and hitting the target. Ah! The demon split apart and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually disappearing completely without even a trace of demonic energy left. How terrible! Xingxin's soul trembled. If all humans mastered this method, would the demons still have hope of survival? The clue is broken. The little witch said with a frown. Not yet. Xingxin flicked his sleeves, and a black hole appeared above the bed, like the entrance to some space. Zhou Tong poured his mental power into it, and with a loud bang, the space was completely destroyed. There was no need to think about it, this was a trap, and the demon just now wanted to lure them into it. It seems that the other party has already known our background and wants to take us down without bloodshed. The little demon girl sneered, Zhao Wutian is such a treacherous man, he really spared no effort in being a dog. Don't worry, this is a cunning demon cave. If there is a false one, there must be a true one. I have already locked the location of another entrance. Sheng Xian is indeed a professional, and his calculation speed is even faster than Zhou Tong. The three of them walked out of the palace, past the imperial master's mansion, and came to another luxurious manor. This was the branch of the Tiandao Palace stationed in the imperial capital. Zhou Tong used his spiritual power to probe out and found that there were as many as 200 people here. Soon he was so angry that he laughed. Everyone here has demonic energy in their bodies. In addition, there are more than a dozen purebred demons. This is a real demon cave. Let's do it. With one order, the horn of death was blown. Fu 19, Heaven and Earth Prison. The little witch raised her hand, and as the talisman exploded, an inverted barrier enveloped the manor, completely sealing it off. Who is it? There is an enemy attack, everyone be careful. The people here were alarmed, but they didn't care. They were clearly fearless. Who is so bold as to act wildly here? Do you know that this is? I'm in a hurry. You all should enter my sword first before we talk. I saw a black light flash across the sky and pierce the ground vertically. Immediately afterwards, the human emperor sword emitted black ripples like raging sea waves, and wherever it passed, no grass grew. The main goal is to leave no one alive. Within a few breaths, this devil's cave was suppressed, and a larger black hole appeared in the void, like the mouth of the abyss, ready to swallow up reality. This is the real entrance. The three of them walked in side by side without hesitation. In a dark space, Qian Miaoyu slowly woke up and she knew that she was kidnapped. When she saw the culprit, she felt a chill run down her spine. His entire body was pitch black, his mouth was full of fangs, and he exuded a strong aura of hostility. Isn't this the symbol of the devil? Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the demon clan. You can call me Leader Tunlan. What are you up to? It's simple. Hand over the dragon vein of the empire and I can let you live. I see, that's why you came here? Qian Miaoyu sneered, don't even think about it. I knew you wouldn't cooperate, so I prepared a soul-stealing technique for you. You will soon be obedient. A black aura emanated from the demon leader, enveloping Qian Miaoyu. Hiss. My head hurts. He's trying to force me to go crazy. Qian Miaoyu secretly felt something was wrong and covered her chest with one hand, feeling extremely annoyed. Huh? How could I forget about this? Her expression changed slightly, and she touched a brocade box, which contained the tranquilizing pill made by Zhou Tong. God has a way out for everyone, Kaching, you have helped me again. Without saying a word, she swallowed the pill immediately. As soon as she took the pill, Qian Miaoyu felt a refreshing coolness running through her body, instantly stabilizing her soul. After that, neither the bewitching voice nor the devil's aura could shake her in the slightest. It is indeed a product of Kaching, it must be a top-notch product. She admired it in her heart, but on the surface she had to pretend to be enduring pain in order to confuse the other party. Speak out, if you speak out, you won't have to suffer this pain. Commander Tunlan had a playful look on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse, observing the struggling prey with ease. You're dreaming. I won't surrender to you even if I die. Humph, you're pretty tough, let's see how long you can hold out. Half an hour later. Tunlan was shocked. This woman was too patient. It seemed that he had to increase the intensity of her punishment. Soul-stealing technique, Thousand Demon Roar. The demon leader opened his huge mouth full of fangs and spewed out an even thicker black gas. There were countless crying faces in the black air. They were all people who died at the hands of the demons. Their resentful souls could not be freed and eventually turned into ghosts to help the evil. You, actually killed so many of my people. I will never forgive you. Ha ha ha. What qualifications do you have to say that? You can't even protect yourself. If you don't cooperate, I will send you to meet your people. As soon as he finished speaking, those minions rushed forward and were about to invade Qian Miaoyu's mind. However, she never expected that she seemed to be covered with a layer of barrier, solid as a rock and indestructible. The demon leader's defense was broken. With his means, he couldn't even take down a small Zhan Tian realm. If the demon commander blames him, he will be in big trouble. The Great Demon Transformation. Tunlan became furious and released even more terrifying demonic energy, which this time not only targeted the mind but also corroded the body as well. Qian Miaoyu frowned, her whole body trembling, and she felt real pain. At this moment, a faint golden light flashed on her body, but she suppressed it forcefully. That was her last life-saving trump card, and it must not be exposed easily unless it was absolutely necessary. This concerns the entire Lingxiao Empire's country and people. If it is taken away, millions of lives will be destroyed. Is it very painful? Are you about to be unable to bear it? Tell me quickly, I can see that you have reached your limit. As long as you tell me the whereabouts of the dragon vein, I will immediately stop your pain and bring you to experience supreme bliss. Don't insist. It's just talk. Is it really worth risking your life for it? You are the queen who is high above everyone else, enjoying endless wealth and splendor. Can you bear to give it up like this? The demon leader struck while the iron was hot, chattering non-stop. Can you really let me go after what I said? Qian Miaoyu asked weakly while breathing heavily. Hey! Hearing this, the other party let out a strange laugh. He thought the queen had really surrendered. That's right, go ahead and tell me, I can promise you. He listened with great anticipation, not intending to miss a single word. But, I refuse. The queen's expression instantly became firm, and full of sarcasm, as if she was mocking the other party's overestimation of his own abilities. "You! Damn you devil, the thing I'm most proud of in my life is saying no to those who think they have the upper hand." As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from her body, and there was a faint golden light bursting out. Obviously, she was ready to give it a try. "You don't know your own limitations." Commander Tunlan was furious and was about to use absolute violence to suppress it. Just then, a divine light suddenly appeared and rushed over. It was as if a sun was born in the space, and its brilliant light spread out, tearing apart all the darkness and burning it all. "As expected of Her Majesty, you are such a virtuous woman. I really admire you." Guest official Qian Miaoyu was instantly overjoyed and called out affectionately. She had finally gotten her savior. As long as this person was there, no one could hurt her in the slightest. "You're finally here." Commander Tunlan seemed not surprised at all, as he had guessed that Zhou Tong and others would come here. It was only because the high-level demons heard about Zhou Tong's existence from Zhao Wutan and believed that this was a huge threat and must be eliminated. Hence the hostage situation. This move can not only seize the dragon vein of the Empire, but if you are lucky, it can also kill a strong human. It's like killing two birds with one stone, isn't it wonderful? Just a small commander. Zhou Tong said disdainfully, "You dare to fight us alone, it seems that you are very satisfied with your own grave." He looked at the space around him and nodded, "This is indeed a fine coffin." Among the demons, there is a strict hierarchy. The commander-level demons correspond to the strong ones in the realm of life and death, which is equivalent to Zhang Chuqiao's realm. Above the commander is the demon marshal, who corresponds to the strong man in the realm of reincarnation. Above the demon marshal is the demon lord, who represents one who has entered the realm of semi-saint. Above is the demon king, a true saint. It is indeed a nice coffin, but it is prepared for you. Tunlan smiled sinisterly and glanced at Zhou Tong and the other two with a look filled with deep disdain. "Two little ants who are in the same mood as you, plus a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, are a waste of my arrangements. I can deal with you with just one hand." Fu San, flying dragon, explores the clouds. The little witch took advantage of the opportunity and threw out a talisman, which burst out with powerful suction force and snatched Qian Miaoyu back from the other party. Tunlan didn't care at all and didn't even have the intention to stop them. These people would be kept after all, and he had full confidence in this. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with contempt for Zhao Wutan. That humble human actually praised the man in front of him so highly. He was really as cowardly as a mouse. Humans are indeed an inferior race, destined to become their food and slaves. Don't blame me for bullying you. I will stand here and give each of you a chance to attack me. I will not dodge or evade, but will use my body to take the attack. Let's see if you can make me retreat even half a step." After saying that, he really opened his arms and looked like he was ready to be beaten. Are all demons so brave? Zhou Tong was stunned and looked at Sheng Xian beside him. This should be an isolated case, don't generalize. I'll go first. The little witch took a step forward, holding a dazzling talisman in her hand. Even from the appearance, this talisman is extremely extraordinary. Humph, it's just a piece of paper. You humans just like to play tricks like this. This is a sign of weakness. Unlike us great demons, we only pursue perfection. Before she could finish her words, the little witch threw the talisman out. Fu Jiui, thousand-handed bright sky cannon. The terrifying power roars. When the talisman exploded, the entire space shook violently. In the void, there were thousands of giant hands arranged in a forest, and each hand seemed to be able to grasp the stars, pick up the sun and the moon, and contained unparalleled power. In such a scene, let alone cultivators at the life and death realm, even if a strong man at the reincarnation realm descended here, he would have to hide away with a solemn look on his face. This talisman has indeed reached the level of a 9th grade spiritual talisman. The little witch was very weak at the moment, her face was pale and her whole body was soaked with sweat. With her own mental strength, it would be impossible for her to complete Fujiu in such a short time. This was also thanks to Zhou Tong's help, who shared 80% of the mental effort, and only then was the talisman completed. Even so, the power of this talisman did not reach 40% of its normal strength. This is the problem with the accuracy of the little demon girl's mental power. Although it is far beyond that of ordinary people, there are still deviations, resulting in a significant reduction in power. But, this talisman is more than enough to severely injure or even kill those in the life and death realm. Ha 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 ha. Tun Lan laughed, a laugh that was extremely arrogant, unscrupulous, and full of sarcasm. As expected of you, your little tricks are endless. This trick is quite realistic. He clearly felt a huge threat, and his instincts were sending out death warnings, but he just didn't believe what he saw. It makes sense if you think about it. How could the little demon girl, a cultivator at the peak of the Hashin state, possibly cross 2 major realms and deliver a fatal blow despite the gap between them? This is simply a fantasy. However, he overlooked that the little witch was using a supreme level of martial arts. More importantly, next to the little demon girl stood an abnormal being who was reborn and whose mental power had reached the imperial realm. The end result was that he was careless and did not dodge. Boom! Thousands of hands attacked, shaking and falling, forming a killing light that was impossible to look directly at, and hit Tunlan directly with terrifying force and speed. At this moment, the light was so bright that it reached its extreme, and even the opposite occurred. Fragments of darkness were mixed in the flickering light, alternating between light and dark, which was weird and terrifying. Until this point, no shock wave has been generated, which only means that all the force has been borne by Tun Lan. Fujiu is an ultimate single attack technique. Be careful, he's not dead yet. Shengxin had keen perception, and as the light faded, everyone saw a distorted human figure. The other party's facial features had disappeared, the body was twisted into a knot, and there were countless holes all over the body. Well done. The little witch's face was pale, but she waved her little fists happily. If an ordinary life and death realm warrior had received this blow, he would have surely been killed. With her current strength, anyone would be extremely excited to achieve this. Suddenly she felt dizzy, lost her balance, and fell into Zhou Tong's arms. You! Zhou Tong was a little surprised. He knew that the little witch would grow up, but he didn't expect it to be this big. He just smiled dotingly, took out a pill and put it into the thin red lips of the witch. After a few breaths, the little witch's face turned rosy, even a little too red. I want to do it again. She was still not satisfied. The feeling of killing a powerful enemy with a wave of her hand made her extremely intoxicated. Stop it. Zhou Tong put one arm around her slender waist and completely controlled her. Ah! Be obedient. If you do this again, I will find a way to save you. Besides, this thing in front of me doesn't need Fujiu. Zhou Tong's voice was full of teasing. Tun Lan's body was twisted, and the remaining vitality in his body burst out, and his facial features barely grew back. How does it taste? Is this also a trick? That's right, this is also a trick, but your method this time is a bit more advanced. You can actually use hypnosis to make me think that I was seriously injured. Unfortunately, I won't be fooled. After hearing this, Zhou Tong was stunned. Ha ha ha, looking at your expression, it's obvious that what I said was right. You will still die today. Qian Miaoyu finally couldn't stand it anymore. Your bullshit is as full of loopholes as your body. Since you still can't face the reality, let me deal with you myself. She was eager to try, and at this moment, only one strike would be enough to kill Tun Lan. Wait a moment. Zhou Tong stretched out his hand to stop him. He no longer wanted to kill the demon. This guy is obviously a complete idiot, and leaving him behind would cause even greater harm to the demons. Look me in the eyes. Zhou Tong suddenly shouted coldly, and Tun Lan was indeed caught in the trap, and they looked at each other. The imperial spirit completed the hypnosis instantly and knocked him unconscious. Not only that, Zhou Tong also carved talismans and cast a healing spell on the opponent. He believed that with the survivability of the demons, this guy would be able to recover soon. Let's go. Everything was arranged properly, and Sacred Heart clapped his hands and opened a way out. You want to leave now? It's not that easy. Suddenly, an even more powerful demonic energy descended and pressed down on everyone's heads. He is a powerful demon commander. Sheng Xian said with a serious expression. I had guessed this would happen. It must be that Tun Lan's life force suddenly dropped, which lured the demon marshal here. Go ahead and leave here. Don't bother. Zhou Tong said calmly, instilling confidence in everyone around him. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shadow appeared behind them. It was the arrival of the demon marshal. Leave it to me, Marshal. He circulated his demonic energy and delivered a shocking blow to several people from behind. Zhou Tong did not change his pace, and even showed a hint of a smile on his face. I just heard him softly read out a string of characters. Talisman 81, break the sky barrier. Boom! The evil energy hit the barrier, causing a huge explosion. The black aura filled the air, covering everything. When the dust settled, Zhou Tong and his companions had long disappeared, leaving only a fragmented barrier in their place. How is it possible? How can a mere ant block my casual attack? Is he really hiding his strength? Just as the demon marshal was about to get closer to take a look, the barrier suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. I greet the marshal. Commander Tun Lan woke up at this time and shouted so loudly that even the demon marshal was startled. Aren't you already dying? Marshal, how could those humans hurt me? I was just tricked by them. A trick? This is not right. That person can block my attack, so he must be no ordinary person. Marshal, this proves that you have also been tricked. Tun Lan said stubbornly, look around here, there is no barrier at all, this is proof of a trick. No, no. I came here because I sensed that you were about to die. This means that you were indeed severely injured by them. Marshal, do you think I am injured? Tun Lan showed off his body, completely flawless. It's impossible that they beat me up and then healed me. The demon marshal fell silent and began to brainstorm independently. After a moment, he finally came to a rigorous conclusion. You are right. I was fooled by the humans' tricks. Facts have proved that stupidity can be transmitted through breathing. The dignified demon marshal was assimilated so quickly. That bastard Zhao Wutian dares to exaggerate in front of us. He really deserves to be punished. Tun Lan said indignantly, wishing he could hang Zhao Wutian up and beat him. You are right. Thanks to the wise Lord Demon, we were able to find out the truth in advance. Otherwise, if we only listen to Zhao Wutian's one-sided story, we will invite the devil to come, and then we will be humiliated. The two smart men reached a consensus, worked together to destroy this space, and then went to report to the Demon Lord. It was late at night, the moonlight was like water, and the sky was full of stars. Zhou Tong and his companions stood in the void, and all they could see were the lights of thousands of homes, stretching all the way to the end of the sky. This is all the territory of the Lingxiao Empire, which occupies an area that is vast and boundless. It is truly a magnificent landscape in the world. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh. Thank you for your compliment, sir. Qian Miaoyu spoke modestly, but the proud expression on her face betrayed her already. Your Majesty, there is no need to be too modest. Being able to be a woman and to be able to expand territory and rule the world with the cultivation of the heaven realm, you are truly an extraordinary person. Hearing this, Qian Miaoyu's mouth suddenly curled up into a bitter smile. Who can understand her sorrow and relieve her grief? The reason why the country is so stable is because of the protection of the dragon veins. The king of the Lingxiao Empire fed this dragon vein with his own blood and essence. After 10 generations, he was able to establish a connection with it and thus obtain the mandate of heaven. Under destiny, no disaster comes, and only the time-killing device can wear down the body. Therefore, none of the Lingxiao emperors in the last 10 generations lived past the age of 35, and this generation will be no exception. I am already 26 years old now. Qian Miaoyu said to herself. This is the prime of life. The little witch covered her mouth and chuckled. No, my father gave birth to me when he was 17, and died at the age of 30. During this period, no other brothers or sisters were born. Now I am still unmarried. I am the only one left in the Lingxiao royal family in the world. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's eyes widened. This situation was quite dangerous for the royal family. Your Majesty, it's time to consider your lifelong affairs. As a guest official, he needs to be reminded. I know, but the people I see are all mediocre, I don't like them. Suddenly, she stopped talking and focused her eyes on Zhou Tong. I wonder if you can cooperate with me to have a child? As soon as these words were spoken, everything fell silent. Even the insects in the night sky stopped chirping. The smile on the little witch's face immediately collapsed. After all the precautions, how come another one pops up? Are these women poisoned? It's okay for the eldest sister, but as a queen, you can get any man you want, but you have to steal the food from other people's pots. Your Majesty, the empire is plagued by evil and treacherous ministers are in power. You are not thinking about the people and the country, but are talking about love affairs here. Isn't this a dereliction of duty? The little witch inserted herself between the two of them and spoke rudely. Huh. I was just joking, please don't be upset, I'll be leaving now. When she turned around, there was only sadness in Qian Miaoyu's eyes. 9 years, at most 9 years left. Even if she gave birth to an heir immediately, the heir would hardly be 10 years old when she passed away. If she was not careful by then, the empire would be in danger of collapse. Dragon Vein, oh Dragon Vein, please, can you give me another 10 years? She gently stroked her left rib, her tone full of pleading. After the queen left, the little witch's mood visibly improved. She looked at Shengxin and said, Girl, go back and report your safety first. We have other things to do. What's the matter? Saint Heart Demon Lord asked subconsciously. Don't ask about adult matters, little brat. Hearing this, Lord Demon curled his lips in disdain. You are just a bunch of tender leeks, but you dare to act like an old onion in front of me. Don't you think you are a dish? Her eyes swept back and forth between Zhou Tong and the little witch, and finally she revealed a meaningful smile. Don't think I don't know what you are planning. You just want to hunt. It's still unclear who is the prey between the two of you. All the people who were in the way had left, and under the vast night sky, only 2 people were left standing side by side. The atmosphere was silent and charming. Puff! Zhou Tong finally couldn't help laughing and broke the silence with his laughter. The little witch suddenly became angry and embarrassed. What are you laughing at, little pervert? She reached out one hand and pressed Zhou Tong's chest, with a dangerous smile on her face, which was both cold and charming. So many beauties are fond of you, you must be very proud. Are you jealous? Zhou Tong teased. He thought the little vixen would blush and deny it proudly, but the situation was completely beyond his expectations. Yes, I am jealous. The little demon girl's voice was ethereal and deep, and then her jet-black hair turned snow-white. This was the state of entering the jade demon body, and her Huan Tian Gong had a breakthrough. Be careful not to get carried away. Zhou Tong frowned, feeling an unprecedented strong emotion. If you cannot get what you want, you will be greedy. If you do not get everything, you will be stupid. If you get something but are afraid of losing it, you will be angry. At this moment, the little witch possessed greed, anger, ignorance, and they were extremely strong. This is not normal. It's better to be obsessed, so that I can let myself belong to you without any scruples, or let you belong to me. Talisman 66, 5 Elements Light Prison. Just as Zhou Tong was about to make a move, his body was caught by 5 rays of light and he was unable to move in the void. The little witch took a step forward with an aggressive aura, and wrapped an arm as white and tender as a lotus root around Zhou Tong's neck. The two of them were face to face. The little witch's breath was warm and her breath was as fragrant as orchid, which made Zhou Tong unable to control his anger. Suddenly, the sea of red dust spread out, covering the void and forming its own domain. The two fell directly into a solitary space. Little pervert, are you scared? The demon girl took a step further, and their noses were almost touching. There was a wanton charm on her face, but she was not satisfied with that. She stuck out her small pink tongue and wanted to go a step further. Crack! The restraints on Zhou Tong broke, and then a domineering and overbearing aura surged out. I saw him pinching the little vixen's cheek with one hand, and reaching behind her with the other hand to tightly hold her waist. I am not afraid of thousands of troops, mountains of swords, seas of fire, so how can I be afraid of this gentle place? Zhou Tong's eyes flickered as he stared at the peerless beauty who was so close to him. The other person tilted her pretty face up, smiling as beautifully as she was in her previous life. The two lives seemed to overlap at this moment. There is nothing to hesitate about, as their relationship has long been tested through life and death. Zhou Tong's eyes also became gentle and firm, and he kissed those tempting red lips. Ugh! Suddenly attacked, the little vixen let out a heart-stirring groan. At this moment, her whole body was burning hot. She was so weak and boneless that she pressed her whole body against Zhou Tong, her big watery eyes filled with panic. I never expected that this piece of wood would actually take the initiative to attack. After a long time, their lips parted. The enchantress had a dazed look on her face and was breathing heavily, like a person who was about to suffocate after drowning. Greed, anger, and ignorance have all disappeared, and only contentment remains. Let me go. The witch spoke in a charming voice. Feeling the burning temperature of Zhou Tong's body, her face turned red and she lost all her strength. She struggled subconsciously. Want to escape? Not that easy. The enemy advances and I retreat. Zhou Tong has a wicked smile on his face, wishing he could rub the opponent into his body. You took the initiative to attack me. You are not afraid now, are you? I never thought that the famous witch was only a strong person in words, but actually she was very timid. Who's scared? I. Ugh. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked again. This time the contact was more passionate and unrestrained, full of wildness and awkwardness. When they separated again, their lips were swollen and blood was oozing from the corners of the little witch's mouth. You are not professional at all. You have mastered all the techniques of sex. She smiled disdainfully. Oh. Woman, are you teaching me how to do things? I hate it most when people tell me what to do. I must punish you. Zhou Tong came forward again with a huge sense of oppression. I hate it. Go away. the little witch put her hands on Zhou Tong's chest. Her eyes were clear at this moment, but she was almost dying of shyness in her heart. She couldn't figure out what had happened to her and why she had done such a reckless thing. She only knew that when she saw so many beauties having a crush on Zhou Tong, she was so nervous that she was going crazy. And during this period, she also learned the supreme secret method. This also caused her strength to surge, which in turn caused her mentality to become unbalanced and she behaved in an incomprehensible way. Suddenly, she broke out in a cold sweat. Whenever she thought of her own life experience, she felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Now, she is not qualified to give herself to her lover without reservation. If the two of them cross the red line, it will inevitably bring about a devastating disaster. The action just now was a kind of madness that was like a broken jar with nothing to lose. What should I do? It was obviously me who started the fight. Wouldn't it be irresponsible to stop now? She blamed herself, not daring to look directly at Zhou Tong's face, but a warm hand touched her cheek. The witch is back. The clear and gentle voice of the boy was like a clear spring, rushing into her heart and filling her with endless courage. I know you have something on your mind, and I know you have ties. I will wait until you are willing to reveal everything to me. No matter when or where, I will be here. As soon as these words were spoken, the witch's heart was completely broken, and 2 lines of tears rolled down uncontrollably. You bad guy, when did you learn to say such things? I think you are the real goblin. The girl smiled with tears in her eyes, but her heart was more peaceful than ever before. Zhou Tong's confession made her understand his feelings, and from then on, there would be no more gap between their hearts. You little pervert, I'm going to become very strong, so strong that nothing in this world can stop me from doing anything. She said this in a decisive tone, stretching out her delicate hand as if to grasp the brilliant starry sky. Dry your tears before that, or you'll be teased when you get back. Before Zhou Tong could finish his words, the little witch grabbed his arm and pressed it against her chest. Do you still remember the 3 rules we agreed on? Of course I remember. Join the Hundred Sect, win the championship of the 100 Sects Conference, and finally help you practice. Zhou Tong answered fluently. Now I want you to help me practice, release the Hundred lock, and bind me. Zhou Tong hesitated and did not take any action for a long time. Do you know what this means? Of course I understand. This means that from now on, only death can separate us forever. As you wish, as I wish. Zhou Tong no longer hesitated. Red lightning burst out from his body and tightly wrapped around the body of the little demon girl. The 2 of them trembled at the same time, and even the rhythm of their heartbeats became consistent, and they could strongly sense each other's presence. It seems that even if we are separated by thousands of miles, we can still find each other as long as we close our eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a rosy glow appeared on the little witch's body. Her bottleneck loosened instantly, and she took the opportunity to take half a step forward. This half step is called the gap between the extraordinary and the extraordinary. Countless geniuses have failed here and lived a mediocre life. Strange, there is no thunderbolt falling. Zhou Tong looked at the sky, ready to disperse the thunder, but nothing happened. The little demon girl's breakthrough came naturally, without any hindrance from heaven, but she achieved even greater results. When an ordinary person crosses the gap to the extraordinary, their combat power increases by 3 or 4 times at most, but for the little demon girl, it increases by at least 10 times. Not only that, according to Zhou Tong's observation, the little demon girl's mental power has increased by at least 2 times. Such a result originally required hard work to achieve, but now she can get it easily. In the sky prison, Moronia looked in a certain direction and smiled happily. The girl has finally taken this step. As a fellow bearer of the Hundred lock, she could clearly sense the status of the two. Master, what good thing happened? Zhang Chuqiao threw herself into Murong Ye's arms and asked coquettishly. Silly girl, this may not be a good thing for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on the eldest sister's face froze. How dare you sneak away? You must strike back with a heavy punch. She clenched her fists and spoke in a fierce tone. At Fengxiang Inn, Chen Linger's face turned pale and she curled up into a ball. Just now, she felt empty in her heart, as if something important had been taken away by someone else. What have I lost? Don't leave me, please, don't. She burst into tears, as if her soul had been taken away. Mo Liusu also had this feeling, but the token on her chest was flickering slightly, helping her to dispel her sorrow. At the same time, in a spacious hall, there were countless jade plaques placed. Suddenly, a special jade plaque shone brightly, startling the old man who was guarding it. Go and inform the head of the family. In a moment, countless powerful auras descended here, and standing in the front was a tall and strong middle-aged man. Reporting to the patriarch, the fate card shows that the best material has matured and reached the heaven-slaying realm. It can be used now. Faster than I thought. The serious middle-aged man rarely smiled. Where is Yufeng? The eldest son is currently in the heavenly Dao realm, preparing to seize the Yin-Yang Dao body. Send a message to him and order him to retrieve the materials. No chance of loss is allowed. Senior sister, aren't you taking this a bit too far? On the morning of the second day, Zhou Tong was walking on the streets of the imperial capital, surrounded by women on both sides, but he had a look of despair on his face. The little witch held one of his arms tightly in her arms, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. The other arm was not idle either, and was firmly occupied by Zhang Chuqiao. You sneaky little cat, you made me angry. I will never let you take advantage of me anymore. Humph, how shameless. The little demon girl blushed and said, obviously I was here first. Your confession doesn't count. I was the one who confessed first. The two girls looked at each other across Zhou Tong, and sparks flew. Zhou Tong looked helpless. He looked at Zhang Chuqiao and whispered, you are a man now. Saying such things is simply ruining my reputation. Can you restrain yourself a little? The reason was that Zhang Chuqiao felt bored in the heavenly prison and wanted to go out to explore the prosperity of the imperial capital. This request cannot be refused, otherwise the stunningly beautiful senior sister will cry and make a fuss all night long. I've been locked up for so many years, do you want to keep me in jail? Do you really have the heart to do that? The Yin-Yang Taoist body performed a gorgeous dream, flashing a pair of innocent big eyes, and accused with tears in its eyes that anyone would have to surrender on the spot. Zhou Tong surrendered, but on the condition that Zhang Chuqiao had to dress up as a man. It was just because her face was too conspicuous. If it was seen by the people from Tiandao Palace and reported to Zhao Wutan, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. I won't let go. Zhang Chuqiao used her charming voice, and pressed her thin lips against Zhou Tong's ear, full of lazy charm. Being held like this by your sister must be extremely comfortable, right? She puffed out her chest proudly and rubbed Zhou Tong's arm gently. The two peaks that were so high that you couldn't see their toes when you looked down disappeared, and were flattened by the cloth strips. But as soon as you touch it, you can still feel its amazing elasticity and heavy weight. This milk is a killer weapon. Humph. What are you so proud of? I will definitely not be worse than you in the future. The little vixen glanced at her plump chest and said with great confidence. Tisk, little brat, you are still very young. How dare you criticize me? I don't know who was sitting on the ground crying and making a fuss last night. Woo 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 woo, so pitiful. Just then, there was a huge commotion among the crowd. Zhou Tong saw the leader of the guard, who was returning to his main job, announcing the queen's will to the people of the imperial capital. Empress Lingxiao has issued an order. This emperor is 26 years old and has no children. This is a concern for the country. The ministers have often reminded me that the country cannot be without a successor. I deeply agree with this. Therefore, I want to select a talented person from among the common people and recruit him as my husband, so that I can share the country and the glory with him. I have set up a martial arts arena in the center of the imperial capital to hold a martial arts competition to recruit a husband. Any man under the age of 30 can take the stage, and the winner can marry me that day. Upon hearing this decree, Zhou Tong felt extremely shocked. Last night, he thought Qian Miaoyu was just talking, but he didn't expect that this woman was serious. Is she so anxious to marry herself off? The little demon girl asked doubtfully. With her strength and talent, she will still look the same even after another 100 years, right? 100 years is too long. I have to seize the day. A familiar voice came from behind, and everyone around knelt down. Your Majesty. No need to be polite. Qian Miaoyu arrived at some point and she stared at Zhou Tong with a complicated look in her eyes. She dreamed of this man again last night. Although it was not a nightmare, it still kept her awake all night. If you have time, you can go to the martial arts arena with me to see what heroes there are in the world. The queen made the invitation. It would be disrespectful to refuse. Zhou Tong agreed without hesitation, and the crowd immediately made way for a passage for the few people to pass through smoothly.